Chapter 91 Being Looked Down Upon? Are you okay, Melica? When everyone dispersed on the spot and began to prepare for departure, Vivian also gathered with her team members in the corner of a carriage and comforted Melica softly. I'm fine. Thank you, Sister Vivian. Melica shook her head and smiled at everyone. But the smile seemed a bit forced. Unexpectedly, things turned out like this. Teal's tone was full of unhappiness. It can be imagined that she was absolutely disgusted with the arrival of the lion team. Woo! I want to go home. Lumia even murmured such words half-cryingly, which shows how much pressure she was under. Sheen felt that his curiosity was about to explode. What? Do you have a grudge against them? Sheen was not well educated, and asked everyone curiously in a very straightforward way. Everyone immediately showed some indescribable expressions. In the end, it was Vivian who answered for them. It can't be said that there is a grudge. Vivian said this, but she still sighed and said, however, there are some gaps between our team and the other team. Which is true. I think so too. Sheen shrugged and said, apart from anything else, the upstart young master is very familiar with you. I think his eyes are almost falling on Melica. Melica was speechless and lowered her head. She looked like she was about to cry. Tear's tone became colder and colder, making her say, it seems that he has not given up Melica. This is a clear situation at a glance. Vivian touched Melica's head to comfort her, and looked at Sheen, saying that young Master Meer had been in our team for almost half a month, when he had just become an adventurer and had not passed the assessment. One sentence made Sheen understand something at once. I still remember that before. When Teal, Lumia, Melica and others were overly wary of me, Vivian had said this to me. In the past, there were several times in our team that male adventurers arranged by the Adventurers Guild joined, and some of them took advantage of the camping. At this point, it is clear what Vivian's team experienced after joining the male adventurers arranged by the guild. That was definitely not a pleasant experience for women. Meer had been in Vivian's team for half a month as a newcomer, but the assessment for new adventurers was obviously 1 month. So why did he only stay in Vivian's team for half a month? The reason is very simple. Back then, Master Magri was one of the most anticipated newcomers in the Lemisian Adventurers Guild. He had great talent and potential, and was already level 20 at the age of 15. Even Riley had high expectations for him. So she arranged him into my team and asked me to lead him. Vivian explained the reason softly. Although the young master was impulsive and reckless, too arrogant, and had a habit of looking down on others, he had no worries about food and clothing, and did not need to become an adventurer at all. However, because he wanted to train himself and work hard to improve his own strength, he logged into the Adventurers Guild of Lemisian and became an adventurer. In other words, although this young master had some personality problems, he did not waste himself. Instead, he was a hard worker and pursued progress. In the eyes of many people, he was probably a good seedling. Riley probably arranged him into Vivian's team in order to correct Meger's personality and make him a promising talent. So she planned to let Vivian transform him. Right? However, when the young master joined our team and saw Melica, his eyes almost never left Melica. Not only did he continue to pay attention to Melica during the adventure, but he also had a tendency to overexpress himself in front of Melica. During the execution of the commission, he often ignored the main purpose and his actions became centered around Melica. He also followed Melica privately, gave Melica gifts, and finally found the hotel where Melica lived and sneaked into Melica's room several times. Vivian's explanation made Sheen blink his eyes. Isn't that a private fan? Sheen was speechless. In this case, it is no longer a question of what unforgivable actions the young master will eventually take. During an adventure camping in the wild, he took advantage of the fact that several of us were out looking for firewood and finally couldn't help but rough up Melica. At this point, Vivian's tone became a little cold. If it weren't for Teal, who had been patrolling around the camp and noticed this and stopped it in time, Melica would have been hurt. Even Lumia, the shy orc girl, couldn't help but say something. Obviously she was very upset about this matter. Melica lowered her head even lower, and seemed to remember what happened at that time, and her body trembled a little. Seeing this, Sheen finally frowned. Why would such a guy continue to stay in the guild? Sheen said bluntly, with such bad behavior. Could it be that Lely would let him go just because he has talent? Then Sheen would probably have a much lower impression of Lely. As a result, it was not Vivian who answered this question, but Teal. That guy is not an ordinary person, but a noble, Teal said coldly. His father was a vassal of Marquis Mireo when Mr. Bering was sent to Lemisian to take office. He came to this town as an assistant and vassal, and his status was only below Mr. Burren. In other words, because his family members helped to intercede, Meer was able to continue to stay in the Adventurers Guild. However, even so, Meer was kicked out of Vivian's team and was no longer allowed to approach Melica. So that's it, Sheen thought. Then, did the young master join the team of the man named Lion? That's right. Vivian nodded and said, Lion accepted the young master and let him pass the newcomer assessment. What about the man named Lion? Sheen asked doubtfully. Why do you all seem to have no good impression of him? Is he a bad guy? In one sentence. No one answered it at the first time. Vivian hesitated, and finally said with a wry smile, It's not that bad. But in the eyes of those who know his deeds, to be honest, Lion is looked down upon. Looked down? Sheen was slightly startled. What's going on? When Sheen was thinking about this, Vivian gave such a sentence, because he is a man who relies on women to get to the top. Chapter 92. What is a hero? This is a hero. Huh? At this moment, Sheen almost thought he had heard it wrong. What did he hear? Relying on women to get to the top? Sheen didn't react to the meaning of this sentence at all. Seeing this, not only Vivian, but also Teal, Lumia and even Melica's expressions became a little subtle. I know you are surprised, but this is the fact. Vivian still smiled bitterly and explained. Unlike Master Meer, Leon was not born in a noble family, nor was he even a commoner, but a child born in the slums. According to Vivian, Leon's parents were thieves and had been arrested and imprisoned many times. Leon himself did not have outstanding talents. He was already 25 years old this year, but his level was only 22. Compared with adventurers of the same age, he was not a little bit behind. Such Leon has always believed that he can never get ahead with his skills since he was a child. But Leon's ambition is not small. He not only wants to stand out, but also wants to be a superior person, or even a noble. To this end, Leon made good use of the only advantage he had since birth. That is his face. Although it is just hearsay, I heard that since he was a child, Leon has been thinking about his image. Not only did he use all kinds of methods he could think of to maintain himself, he also worked hard to practice etiquette and social skills, and then tried every means to contact women in Limidgen who could help him. Speaking of this, Vivian's tone also seemed a little strange. At first, he contacted ordinary elderly women and lived with their support. Then, he contacted the sisters or daughters of more wealthy shop owners and got some financial support from them. Then, Leon began to contact some female adventurers and women from merchants' families, and used various methods to make them fascinated by him, selflessly dedicate themselves, and get their help. Under such circumstances, Leon has his current status. It is said that the reason why he was able to pass the adventurer's rookie assessment was because the captain of the team that assessed him was a female adventurer who loved him very much. The equipment on his body was basically gathered with the help of women who were obsessed with him. He chose to become an adventurer not for upgrading and training, but just to earn as much money as possible and use the adventurer's channel to connect with women of status. Because of this, even many clients seemed to be fascinated by him in the end. Not only did they provide him with various help, but sometimes they even deliberately posted some commissions for Leon in the guild in order to give him money. The content of the commissions was mostly some small things that could not be smaller, but the rewards were frighteningly high. In this way, Leon finally established his own adventurer team and began to try his best to recruit and approach some people who could help him. The reason why Master Meer joined his team was probably because he took the initiative to recruit. However, Leon's goal did not seem to be Master Meer, but he wanted to establish a relationship with Master Meer to get in touch with one of Master Meer's sisters. Vivian's explanation made the corners of Sheen's mouth twitch constantly. Not to mention Sheen. Even Lumia and Melica, who had already heard about Leon's deeds, were speechless. The expressions on their faces, if used in the words of the previous life, were called unforgettable. But this is not over yet. Did you see the woman named Eudelis next to that guy? Teal poked a sentence from the side and said, she is the only daughter of the largest magic props business in Limidgen. She has always had a special liking for that guy since 2 years ago, and even ran to be an adventurer just to follow that man. This time, Sheen's eyelids jumped. That's what I mean. Right? In that team, there are either illegitimate fans, little white faces, or silly white sweets. Sheen felt that the image of the adventurer team in his head was collapsing, especially when thinking of Leon's elegant and handsome face, which made people feel like bathing in the spring breeze. She never thought that this captain, no, This big guy actually had such means. Compared with him, those young men who were kept by rich women in the previous life were simply weak. Okay? Could it be that he has set his sights on you guys? Sheen looked at Vivian and others calmly. Vivian and others' expressions suddenly became more subtle. Vivian even said this hesitantly. After all, I am Riley's childhood friend. It is normal for him to want to contact Riley through me. Teal is also the kingdom's leading genius. He is very optimistic about Teal's future. So he has always intended to cultivate a good relationship with Teal. Even Lumia and Melica are valued by him to a certain extent. He should want to cast a wide net and make some investments for them who may stand out in the future. Right? These words made Sheen almost vomit blood. Now, Sheen only wanted to say one thing. What is a hero? This is a hero. And he is a hero who started out as a loser. He is really admirable. At least, Sheen has begun to feel that he, the current hero, is also weak. However, compared to this, Sheen wants to say more. Is it really okay to let such a team participate in this mission? Even if the upstart young master has some talent and his level should not be low. The level of the pretty boy captain is much lower than that of the others, since the remaining naive people are the daughters of merchants. Or because of that kind of nonsense reason to become adventurers. I am afraid their levels are not high either. Vivian naturally didn't think it was okay, and was very worried on the spot. The highest ranking person in Lion's team is probably Master Magri. However, there are not only 3 of them in Lion's team. With Lion's ability, there are at least dozens of people in his team. So they can become one of the famous adventurer teams in Limijan and be recognized by Mr. Burren. Although she said so, Vivian didn't seem to be able to let it go at all. This commission involved many aspects. I'm afraid that Leon and others also use some means to forcefully intervene. They should be fighting for credit. Right? The person being escorted this time is a major criminal who murdered countless nobles and royal family members 10 years ago. Once he is successfully sent to the capital, those nobles and royal family will definitely reward him heavily at that time because of their hatred for Killian. I think it was because of this that Master Mager's father arranged for his son to join this mission. Leon would never miss such a good opportunity. If he could take the opportunity to have a relationship with the daughter of a great noble in the capital, he would be reborn. Vivian's words made Sheen speak without thinking. Sorry. I want to go back. This mission is simply impossible to do. Chapter 93 The devil is going to start wandering again. Originally, Sheen thought that since this secret mission was so important, Limijan must have sent out all his elite troops and was well prepared, and was determined to fight with the people of the old demon clan and launch a wonderful attack in defense. But Sheen must say that reality is indeed cruel. Now, after Vivian's explanation, Sheen has basically understood that this mission is not a battle of gods at all, but a mixed bag of people, with all kinds of inside stories and dirty routines. Because escorting Killian, a special major criminal, will be able to exchange for a huge reward from the nobles and the royal family of the capital. Many people are essentially not acting to guard against the rescue of the old demon clan, but acting for the benefit. Lion wants to take advantage of this opportunity to find a new encounter in the capital and take his life to a higher level. Mager's father wanted to win the reward from the capital, so he desperately inserted his son's team into it. Even Burren, who admitted the intervention of the Lion team, was probably because he was told by Mager's father, who was a close minister. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to force peace between the Vivian team and the Lion team with the excuse of the overall situation. I will personally take action for this mission. It cannot be said that I have no idea of taking the opportunity to stand out in the capital and gain the appreciation of the royal family and the nobles. Therefore, these many problems led to the current situation. This just confirmed Sheen's previous argument. The reality is that everyone has their own ideas. Everyone has their own positions. And everyone has their own standards and judgments. Just now, every mediocre result is actually produced after the thinking and actions of many parties are intertwined. It is better to say that the emergence of this result seems inevitable. After all, the so-called nobles are such things. Everyone's starting point cannot be for the world and society. More people only take these actions for their own interests. However, this is undoubtedly the porridge spoiled by the rat shit. And it is not just a matter of 1 or 2. Then, according to this situation, what routine will appear next? Sheen can figure it out with a peach. First of all, this internal problem must exist. And then, there will be constant infighting and frequent conflicts, until one slaps the other in the face, and the other hates the other. So he wants to retaliate at all costs. And then this one wants more benefits. and the other wants more benefits. Finally, which villain will suddenly get angry and contact the old demon clan faction, exposing the root of the secret mission, attracting the old demon clan faction to kill, and the mission will fail. Then, in order to turn the tide, the protagonist will appear domineeringly, not only acting as a nanny for a group of pig teammates, but also exposing his identity, in exchange for the shock and admiration of a group of extras, and taking this opportunity to enter the eyes of major forces, being targeted by evil forces one by one, and making the beautiful bosses curious, and finally all come to give for free. Men come to give their lives, and women come to give for people. It is absolutely not a problem to write a few million words for this plot. When thinking of this, Sheen had the urge to curse, completely forgetting that his current position actually belongs to the position of the protagonist. How could she not have the urge to turn around and leave when it was so vulgar? At least, Sheen could not see the future in which this mission could be completed smoothly. Of course, Vivian said so. They just wanted to fight for fame and fortune, not to fail the mission, including Leon and Master Meer, father and son, and even Mr. Burren. They probably thought that this mission was not that dangerous. Right? Theoretically, if this mission failed, it would be very serious. But the possibility of failure was very low. In order to hide from the old demon clan's eyes, the nobles of Lemisian have been spreading false news. Those who are not aware of the situation think that we will wait for the king's capital to come obediently. Riley has also been strengthening Lemisian's vigilance for this purpose, giving outsiders a false impression that they are prepared to guard against attacks from the old demon clan and prevent Killian from escaping. No one knows that Killian has been secretly escorted away. In this case, Riley and Burren and others have strictly formulated an extremely secret escort route, deliberately avoiding the main road and the sight of others. In this way, the old demon clan will never know that Killian has been escorted away, let alone how to find Killian's escort team. In view of this, in the eyes of Burren, Leon, Meer and others, this mission is actually not very risky. As long as there is no mistake and the people are sent to the king's capital honestly, everyone can achieve their goals by then. Why not do it? If not, how could Burren agree to let Meer and others come in through the back door? How could Meger's father let his son take such a big risk to compete for credit? Not to mention that Leon, the big brother who makes a living by his face, has known his own weight since he was a child. Even if he wants to stand out, he will not joke with his life. Therefore, the issue of risk is the reason why so many people are willing to act for the sake of interests. Some people are even willing to take risks for the sake of interests. Not to mention that this time, it is considered not risky. Therefore, as the saying goes, there are many fools in this world, but there are also many smart people. Never think that what you think is the truth and that you can guess everyone's actions. Otherwise you will be slapped in the face. Isn't it? Even the president lately, who likes to plan ahead, didn't expect things to turn out like this. Right? No. The president should have thought that someone would take action on the interests of this mission. But he never thought that the person who took action would be the people of Leon's team. And Sheen could only see the vulgar ending of this mission ending in failure no matter how he looked at it. Even if Vivian said that the risk was not great. In Sheen's view, it was just setting a flag. All that said, Sheen is really considering going home. But, if you really want to give up, then I respect your opinion. After hesitating for a while, Vivian said to Sheen, but in fact, to be honest, both me and Lely hope that you can come together. The reason is not just because Sheen has hidden strength, which makes Vivian and Lely feel at ease to a certain extent. More importantly, there is a person that Lely and I both think you should meet. Vivian lowered her voice and said to Sheen, maybe, after meeting him, you will know a lot about your identity. Such a sentence made Sheen's expression move fiercely. Of course, you can also choose to talk about it later. After all, you don't have to take this opportunity to go to the capital. Vivian smiled at Sheen and said, with me and Lely as the intermediary. Even if the other party doesn't want to meet, there will be a chance sooner or later. So you can decide according to your own wishes. Hearing this, Sheen fell silent. The reason why Sean was silent was not what Vivian mentioned. But he had heard that even if he gave up this mission, Vivian and others would continue to carry it out, while the others were acting for the sake of profit. Only they really wanted to contribute to the town and the kingdom from the bottom of their hearts. And they carried out this mission full of flags, which was problematic no matter how you looked at it. In this case, this trip, they had to run. Otherwise, once the people from the old demon clan really showed up, It was completely imaginable how safe Vivian and others would be. Sheen couldn't just sit back and watch. So, this trip. Didn't they have to run? But Sheen didn't want the cliched plot in his mind to appear. Why not? I don't know what he thought of. Sheen suddenly laughed. If the people in the Adventurers Guild saw Sheen smile, they would definitely tremble. Right? Because this means that the devil is going to start wandering again. Chapter 94. Is he going back? In this way, everyone began to prepare for the escort mission, and asked the knights and adventurers to run around the escorted convoy, constantly delivering some supplies and putting them in the carriages, or helping to move the luggage, checking the horses and carriages, and being very attentive and cautious. As the undoubted leader, Burin supervised all the progress with a serious expression and eyes. This mission involved a lot of things, and it was also a rare opportunity for Burin, so he naturally tried to be foolproof. Therefore, Burin not only strictly supervised the progress of all the work, but also sometimes stepped forward to do some inspections and instructions himself, so that the tense atmosphere began to spread. Affected by this, the preparations of the Alice team also became rigorous. Vivian and others also carried out their preparations silently. Even the Lion team became quite cautious under Lion's supervision and constant instructions. Only Meer had been absent-mindedly glancing at the direction where the Vivian team was, looking at Melica, who was busy with her head down, and seemed to want to come over. However, even Meer would not want to make any noise in this occasion. The leader of the team, this time, was Burin, his father's immediate superior, and also the lord that Meer would need to serve in the future. His proud family background was useless in front of this person, so Meer did not dare to act rashly at all. Thanks to this, Meer looked very eager to move, but in the end, he held back and did not come over, which made Melica, who was quietly observing all this, breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, Melica didn't know that the reason why Meer could hold back was also thanks to Teal. After all, whenever Meer looked over, he could see Teal's cold and piercing gaze, which made him tremble all over and unable to move his feet. There was no way. Meer was most afraid of Teal, not Burin. In the past, it was Teal who discovered his intention to do something bad to Melica, and then broke all of Meer's limbs without any mercy. If his father hadn't invited the high priest in the temple to cast a recovery magic on him afterwards, Meer would probably be useless, and there was no way he could still stand here. This made Meer hate and fear Teal, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Who made Meer's family background useless to Teal? Meer was in the wrong first, and Teal was the kingdom's leading genius, who had always received widespread attention. In addition, there was Layli to support her behind the scenes, as long as she didn't directly murder her. Even if the nobles suffered a loss from her, they could only admit that they were not as good as her. Under such circumstances, Meer could only look at Teal with great fear, and after much hesitation, he gave up approaching. So, all preparations were carried out in an orderly manner, keeping the situation in a delicate balance. Vivian, on the other hand, looked around and muttered in a strange way. Where is Sheen? Why is he gone? Vivian found that Sheen was not there at some point. Did he go back? Vivian was confused. After giving the decision to Sheen, Vivian did not ask for the answer directly, but thought that Sheen should be given time to consider. So she took everyone to start preparations. Now that Sheen is gone, Vivian can only think that he finally decided to give up this mission. This is good. Vivian did not feel regretful, but relieved. If Sheen continued to stay here, then with the delicate relationship between Vivian's team and Lion's team, it is hard to guarantee that he will not be entangled by people like Meer. Considering this, it is not bad for Sheen to give up this mission. As for meeting that person, let's talk about it next time. Thinking of that person, Vivian also smiled helplessly. Although that person is very busy and has a special status, it is not easy to see him. But with the help of Riley, there should be a chance. Vivian thought so, and put her mind at ease, and continued to concentrate on the preparations. This took a long time. When all the preparations were ready, Burin, who was supervising all this, gave the order, "Bring the prisoner here." Suddenly, the whole scene became silent. Everyone tensed their faces and was ready. Vivian and others also looked solemn and looked forward. Not long after, the figure appeared. I saw that under the siege of the knights, a feminine man slowly walked over. That was Killian. At this time, Killian was tied up with restraints one by one. Those restraints were almost all the highest level magic items in Lemidgen. Some had the effect of hindering the flow of magic power. Some had strong toughness and hardness. and some were extremely heavy, suppressing the prisoner's mobility, so that Killian, a level 77 demon criminal, could only stay here honestly, and could not escape at all. However, such Killian always had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes were also calm, bringing an extremely disturbing strange calm. At least, many knights and adventurers were afraid. That is, so scary. Such whispers were heard from time to time, making Burin look serious, and Leon and Eudelis were faintly sweating. Even Meer was a little trembling, which showed how much pressure Killian brought. Vivian and others were also very serious. That person is very strong. Teal held the sharp blade tightly, and stared at Killian. So is that the old demon clan mastermind behind the large-scale assassination incident 10 years ago? It was indeed terrifying. Lumia and Melica also became timid and nervous. Even Vivian took a deep breath in her heart. How did Sheen subdue that guy without any injury? Seeing Killian in person, Vivian could not imagine any powerful magic props that could allow a level 10 rookie adventurer to accomplish such a feat. No wonder the people in the Knights had always wanted to find out about the magic prop. Vivian laughed in secret. However, Vivian also knew that Sheen definitely did not use any magic props. There are so many secrets, let alone lately. I am almost curious, Vivian murmured in a low voice. Killian was taken into the cage-like carriage, under the gaze of everyone. All preparations are completed. Good. Burin nodded heavily, and immediately prepared to give the order to set off. However, at this moment, a knight ran over in a panic. Lord Burin. The knight said something in Burin's ear with a panicked face. What? Hearing those words, Burin's face finally changed. What's wrong? What happened? The others were confused. As for Vivian, watching this scene, for some reason, she had an ominous premonition in her heart. Intuition told Vivian that something might happen. Moreover, the troublemaker might be one of their own. Chapter 95 New Magical Items? Lamidjan. The streets of the East Gate. In a chaotic and hurried sound of footsteps. Led by Burin, the knights and adventurers who were carrying out the secret escort mission were all rushing on their way. Vivian, Teal, Lumia and Melica were also among them, but their brows were deeply frowned, with an expression of confusion and surprise. Not only Vivian and others, but also Burin, Leon, Alice, Eudelis and Meer all had such expressions, causing them to rush to the direction of the city gate in a hurry. When they arrived at the city gate, it was already crowded and surrounded by many citizens. The citizens seemed to want to leave the city, looking around, as if attracted by something, and it was very lively. The guards at the gate stopped them, and did not let them leave the city. Lord Burin! Lord Burin! Seeing Burin coming with a large army, the guards at the gate shouted out in relief. But Burin ignored them, and led everyone through the city gate and out of Lamidjan. However, just as they left the city and came to the suburbs, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. A violent explosion occurred in front, causing the blast to expand like a shock wave and attack the surroundings. Burin and his group hurriedly came out of the city without even having time to react, and were directly affected by the blast. Ah! Ah! Lord Leon, caught off guard. Lumia, Melica and Eudelis were blown by the blast and screamed. The rest of the people were the same, as if they had encountered a sudden typhoon, screaming and even being blown to the ground, almost falling to the ground. No, Leon and Meer had already fallen to the ground. One was covered in dust, and the other was screaming. People who didn't know would think they were treated inhumanely. Only Burin, as a level 68 knight, almost reflexively drew the long sword at his waist and blocked it in front of himself. Vivian also immediately drew out the shield and blocked Lumia and Melica, blocking the incoming blast for the two. Teal was even more straightforward, with a flash of the sharp blade in his hand. He even cut the incoming blast and turned it into a breeze. Be careful. In addition to these three people, the only one who could react to this sudden blast was Alice. He pressed the shoulders of his teammates around him, and stood up against the wind and waves to stabilize everyone. Under such circumstances, it was unknown how long it took for the blast to gradually dissipate. Only then did everyone see the scene ahead clearly. And then one after another, they were all stunned. In the plain ahead, a shocking scene was directly imprinted in everyone's eyes. There, the plain that should have been ordinary had turned into a scorched earth at some point. Not only was it all burnt black, but there were also huge pits, which was very scary. In front of this scary scene, there was a young man with a long package hanging on his shoulder and something in his hand. Why are you here? As if he was surprised. The young man turned his head, as if he heard the movement behind him, looked over, and said something in surprise. But for some reason, a little smile appeared in his eyes. Sheen. Vivian couldn't help but murmur the other person's name. It was Sheen who suddenly disappeared before. Seeing Sheen standing in front of the scary scene, a group of knights and adventurers finally reacted and started to make a noise. What's going on? Oh my god. How did it become like this? So scary. The knights and adventurers all started talking in panic. Not to mention ordinary knights and adventurers. Even Leon, Alice, Meer, and Eudelis all had their heartbeats accelerated because of the scene before them. Teal couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. What is this man going to do? Obviously, Teal has started to have a headache. Even Teal is like this. Not to mention Lumia and Melica, who looked at each other and trembled with fear. Burin was also trembling with fear. It's not that he is timid, but the scene in front of him is indeed a little scary. So Burin almost thought that the people sent by the old demon clan attacked in advance. But Sheen looked refreshed, even a little happy, which made Burin couldn't help but speak. What are you doing here? Burin's tone was a little questioning. I have to say that it is indeed very majestic, and will also bring a great sense of oppression to people. However, Sheen not only did not feel scared, but scratched his head as if embarrassed. Sorry. I scared you. I am just testing the new magic props I got. If I scared you, I am really sorry. Sheen said this. Testing new magic props? Everyone was immediately attracted by Sheen's words, especially Vivian and Teal, looking at Sheen with astonishment in their eyes. Sheen ignored it, as if he really felt embarrassed, scratching his head and laughing. You should all know it, right? Last time, it was thanks to the powerful magic props that I was able to directly take down the old demon faction in a nearly sneak attack. So, since then, I have developed a little interest in powerful magic props. Sheen's words attracted many people's attention, especially Burin, who seemed to have just realized Sheen's existence. Suddenly said, So you are the new adventurer who subdued Killian and was valued by President Riley? That's right. Sheen smiled and said, I'm sorry to bother you. Although he said so, there was no embarrassment on Sheen's face. But everyone couldn't take care of this, because everyone had been completely attracted by Sheen's topic just now. You said you were testing new magic props here, right? Burin glanced at the horrifying scene in front of him that had turned into scorched earth. His eyes moved, and he looked at Sheen and said in a deep voice, Could it be that everything here was caused by your experiment with magic props? Well, that's what happened. Sheen admitted it openly and said, The magic item used on Killian last time was so powerful that it left a deep impression on me. I couldn't help wanting to reproduce that item, so I asked someone to help me make it. The result was a little disappointing, but it was barely acceptable. Upon hearing this, everyone had only one sentence in mind. That is, if this is considered disappointing, then what other magic items can be satisfactory? But gradually, realizing what she meant, several people's eyes lit up. For example, Lion. For example, Meer. Another example is Burin. Among them, Meer was the most impatient and asked loudly, Hey, do you mean you have that powerful magic item again? This question was answered by Sheen without hesitation. Of course. Sheen raised his head and said proudly, And there are many more. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were full of brilliance. That look is called greed. Chapter 96, Passing the Buck Again. Early before this, Vivian had mentioned more than once that the knights had paid great attention to Sheen's so-called powerful magic props. This is a matter of course, although it was successful in a nearly sneak attack. A magic prop that can allow a level 10 rookie adventurer to defeat a level 77 demon master is extremely tempting no matter who you look at it with. Right? If you have such a powerful magic prop, you will have the confidence to do anything. Especially for nobles like Burin and Meer. If they can get this kind of magic prop, it will undoubtedly be a very beneficial thing. And if this kind of magic prop can be mass-produced, how much profit and benefit can be generated from it? It is simply not necessary to even think about it. Take Meer for example. When his father learned about Sheen's deeds, he was extremely envious and said sourly that if I had such a powerful magic prop, I could also defeat the wanted criminals of the old demon clan. Of course, if such magic props can be mass-produced, whether it is used to enhance the strength of the knights in the territory or to be sold in large quantities in exchange for money, the benefits that can be generated are simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, Such powerful magic props are almost all precious items of treasure level. To make one, you need to collect countless precious materials. And you also need the talents of extremely outstanding magic prop masters to make it successfully. Most of them are disposable items, and it is quite difficult to mass-produce them. Therefore, after Vivian and Laylee told Sheen that there was no second magic prop of that kind, including Burin, all those who paid attention to this matter felt a little disappointed. But they were also mentally prepared and accepted it at once. In this way, there is only one question left in the hearts of these people. That is, with such a powerful magic item, why didn't Riley use it herself, but was willing to give it to a newcomer who had no relationship with her? Moreover, this newcomer was only level 10, and he was already 20 years old this year. He didn't even learn a single skill. He was so mediocre or had extremely low potential. Why did Riley give him such a magic item for self-defense? This was totally unreasonable. But Riley remained silent about it, and only unilaterally admitted the matter. Apart from that, she didn't reveal any other information. So everyone had no choice but to give up the investigation. In this way, for outsiders, Sheen's magic item was regarded as a self-defense item given by Riley. And for Lumia and Melica, it was claimed that the magic item was given by Teal. Even if Lumia and Melica heard something outside afterwards, Teal could help Sheen make up this big lie by saying that President Riley asked me to give it to him on her behalf. Just like the last grant. But now, what did Sheen say? He said that the magic item has been successfully mass-produced. This made Burin, Meer, and even Leon and Eudelis, the only daughter of a magic item dealer, all brighten their eyes. This, only Vivian and Teal, two people who knew about it, showed a look of surprise. In response, Sheen only glanced at the two of them, and the two of them looked moved and looked at each other. Finally, after hesitating for a few times, they chose to remain silent. In this case, Burin took a deep breath and looked closely at Sheen. Is this true? Burin stared at Sheen with a serious face and said, "This is not something that can be done casually. You should know it?" "That's right." Leon actually spoke up on the side, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, but staring at Sheen like Burin, with a smile like a spring breeze, and said, "Not to mention whether that level of magic items can be mass-produced. Even if it can, it is hard to say whether the maker's technology can meet the standards and materials. Such powerful magic props must require very precious materials to be made." As a person from a magic props business, Eudelis looked at Sheen with the most impressive identity, and said with a smile, "You don't mean to say that this is a condition you can complete, right? A new adventurer of level 10. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to meet these conditions and mass-produce powerful magic props. Therefore, although everyone has their own ideas in their hearts, they can't help but have doubts." In response, Sheen just said with a smile, "Of course I can't do it," Sheen said calmly, "but there is a very powerful magician in Lemidgen who can do this." These words made everyone startled at first, and then several people's faces changed. "Are you talking about that person?" Burin asked as if he had realized something. "Yes," Sheen also answered seriously, "otherwise, why did that person not want to see anyone but me?" It was because she was interested in that powerful magic item. It was clear who Sheen was referring to. It was definitely Laisha. In other words, Sheen was passing the buck again. The others seemed to know more or less about Laisha, and they didn't dare to say anything. After all, if it was that person, it might be possible to reproduce magic items of this level. Because, if it was really that person who made the move, it would be difficult to get a large number of magic items from him, or even to get the production method. Thinking of this, Burin was a little disappointed, and Eudelis was also disappointed. Even Meer looked depressed. But Leon rolled his eyes, and muttered that that person seemed to be a beauty. Only Rumia and Melica were still confused. But Vivian and Tara did not speak, and remained silent. They also did not want to say anything and just watched quietly. "So, are you here to test the magic props at the request of that person?" Bolem suppressed his disappointment, and continued to ask Sheen. "That's right," Sheen answered honestly. However, the next second, Sheen suddenly changed his tone. "These magic props will be put to good use next, and they must be tested carefully first." Such a statement made everyone stunned again. "Put to good use?" Meer said without hesitation and bluntly. "What does this mean?" Sheen seemed to have not seen Meger's impolite attitude at all, and still smiled. But the next moment, the words that came out of his mouth made everyone's faces change. "There is no way. who has been hunted by the people of the old demon clan for 10 years, and has been fleeing in frustration. Now he has finally got such a powerful magic prop. Of course he wants to take revenge. Right? Sheen said in a shocking way. It just so happens that now is a great opportunity. Lemisian originally needed to cover up your secret mission and deceive the old demon clan spies, making them think that Killian is still here and lead them all here. Originally, according to President Laley, Lemisian needed to release the news after everyone set off for a certain period of time, and it was impossible to catch up, claiming that Killian had been escorted away and leading their target away from the town before the old demon clan took action. Now it is not necessary, Sheen said happily. With so many powerful magic props, Lemisian can directly kill the old demon clan and arrest more people from the old demon clan. This is a greater achievement than catching Killian. Burren and others trembled all over. Immediately, their eyes lit up again. Chapter 97. Let you have nothing to fight for. Are you telling the truth? At this moment, regardless of Burren and Leon, Meer couldn't help but speak. Isn't that right? Sheen seemed to be unaware of Meer's and others' thoughts, and said carelessly, although Killian was the mastermind of the large-scale assassination 10 years ago, he was only one of them. I heard that there was another person named Duo, who was the leader of the incident at that time. He was also the highest level. He killed many more people than Killian at that time. Even the plan itself seemed to be planned by him. If he showed up to save Killian and brought the rest of the old demon clan with him, then he would have caught them all in one fell swoop. This merit. Even if Sheen didn't say the following words, everyone would understand. I have to say that if this is true, the merit is definitely much greater than arresting Killian. Even a single Killian can bring so many benefits. What will happen if the merit is much greater than this? Will he be granted the title of nobility? Lion's heart was burning. Will he be valued by the royal family and be promoted to a noble along with my family? Meer couldn't help but get excited. Will my father's business get more benefits? Or even be granted a marriage by the royal family and become a couple with Lord Lion? Eudiris also began to imagine. As for Burren, he was no exception. Originally, the other knights, ministers and vassal noble families were quite dissatisfied with the fact that I became the leader of the knights in the territory before I was promoted to level 70. They used this as an excuse to make trouble for me more than once, so that I could not get the recognition of most of the public except Lemisian. If I can successfully get such a great credit this time, then they will have nothing to say. I may even replace my eldest brother and become the heir of the Mureo family and the next generation of the Marquis of Mureo in the future. Thinking of this, Burren couldn't help but feel moved. Only Alice raised an objection at this time. Did President Laley agree to this? Alice frowned and said to Sheen bluntly, Are you sure you can succeed? Don't hurt Lemisian. Alice's words brought everyone back to reality. Not only Alice, but even Vivian couldn't help but interrupt. Betto is a more powerful demon than Killian or even the one who is still in Lemisian. Even if he can subdue Killian, he may not be able to subdue Betto. If he fails, Lemisian will suffer serious consequences. The risk is too great. Not knowing what Sheen is planning, Vivian just reminds him in this way to prevent Sheen from really planning to do so. Don't worry. Sheen doesn't care at all and says, there is nothing that can't be solved by one magic item. If there is, then use two. This extremely arrogant statement left everyone speechless. But that's the truth, right? Unlike what Killian said at that time. This time, there are not only two magic props that can be used, but they have been mass-produced. So, if a large number of magic props at this level are used regardless of the loss, not to mention the demons who are more difficult than level 77, even the super masters of level 90 will become embarrassed. Right? In other words, it can work. Everyone couldn't sit still. Your name is Sheen, right? Burren finally spoke, and said to Sheen, You have worked so hard. In this case, let me support you in this matter. Burren was going to say so. In Burren's opinion, since he could wait for the people of the old demon clan to fall into the trap without any mistakes and catch them all in one fell swoop, he and others didn't have to carry out any secret missions. He could just wait here and solve them all at once, so as to gain more and greater credit. But at this moment, Sheen changed his tone and interrupted Burren. Speaking of which, I haven't thanked you yet. Sheen said to everyone with great gratitude, I feel sorry that you have mobilized so many people to help me escort Killian to the capital. As soon as this was said, everyone, including Burren, was stunned. Help you? Burren, Leon, Meer, Eudilis and Alice were all confused. What's this? Everyone was wondering like this. But the next second, Sheen's words made everyone's face change. And it was unprecedented. Because, although I succeeded in subduing Killian with the help of the power of magic props, I can subdue such a heavyweight criminal and escort him to the capital. I think the kingdom should not be stingy with the reward for me. Right? It really makes me look forward to it. Sheen's excited words made everyone's heart skip a beat. And they finally realized that something was wrong. That's right. It was Sheen who subdued Killian. Not them. In other words, Sheen was the real hero. And they were just a little bit involved. It's not that everyone has forgotten about this matter. But generally speaking, in a territory, if someone has made a great contribution, then unless it is a major event that is enough to alarm the entire kingdom and make a huge contribution to the kingdom as a whole, and the person who has made the contribution must be noticed. Otherwise, the reward system is generally implemented in the form of class. For example, if a civilian accidentally discovered a relic that has great value and even the kingdom cannot sit idly by, he will not be rewarded directly by the kingdom, but by the nobles in the territory who got the news. Then, when the noble rewards the commoner, he will report this to the lord of the territory, who will regard this as the noble's own merit and reward him instead of directly rewarding the commoner. Then, the lord will report this to the kingdom, and the kingdom will also regard this as the lord's merit and reward him. This is the so-called class reward system. After all, it is impossible for a commoner to directly contact the royal family and report this matter. Right? Therefore, even in the previous life, the rewards will be issued layer by layer. When it comes to the directly related people, it is unknown how many classes have been separated, and it is unknown whether the original rewards will retain the same value. The same is true for Sheen's case this time. The merits of a level 10 new adventurer can be rewarded by the administrator of Limigen. He himself is not qualified and has no way to contact the royal family and get the royal reward directly. In view of this, in Byrne's opinion, he only needs to reward Sheen afterwards, and then he can get the direct reward from the kingdom. But now, the situation has changed. Sheen looked at the faces of the people, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. Don't you want to compete for credit? Then let you have no credit to compete for. This is Sheen's purpose. Chapter 98. I can't guarantee it. Indeed, if the only achievement was to subdue Killian, then Sheen would not have attracted the attention of the kingdom and received a direct reward from the kingdom. At least, in the eyes of many people, Sheen's deeds were just a level 10 rookie adventurer who was favored by Riley because of good luck and got a powerful magic item, and then succeeded in subduing Killian when he was careless. This achievement gave others the feeling that I can do it, which is similar to the aforementioned civilians accidentally discovering the ruins. It is already a great fortune to be rewarded by the nobles in the territory. It is impossible to be treated differently by the kingdom because of such good luck, and thus be summoned and rewarded. It is precisely because of this that Byrne and others planned this secret mission, hoping to get a direct reward from the kingdom by escorting Killian to the capital. Otherwise, Byrne could have handed the person over to his family. I believe that with the ability of the Marquis Mireo's family, it is still possible to keep a level 77 demon criminal under control, and it will definitely not become a hot potato like this. Moreover, if Byrne had no utilitarianism at all, he could also ask for help from the surrounding towns. At that time, the nobles of other towns in the same territory would surely pay attention to this matter and send support, so that Limigen would not worry about the threat brought by the rescue of the old demon clan. But Byrne was worried that the credit would be divided by the others, so he wanted to take the lead and rely on Limigen to solve this matter. Riley also raised objections to this, but Byrne insisted on his own way, and she had no choice but to make suggestions for Limigen. Prepare for a rainy day, and try to eliminate all accidents and casualties. But now, the situation has changed, and the others are likely to become useless, and the credit will become Sheen's thing. As long as Sheen really joins forces with Lexia and uses a large number of magic props as a means to catch all the people of the old demon clan, then this time, I am afraid that Sheen will have no choice but to be noticed by the kingdom. Being able to contact Lexia, helping Lexia complete the mass production of such powerful magic props, and getting rid of so many criminals of the old demon clan, including Betto, who is even more important than Killian. The kingdom will never ignore Sheen. Right? By then, Sheen will definitely be summoned by the kingdom, and will get all the credit, including the matter of subduing Killian, which will also be directly attributed to him. If that happens, even if Byrne and others successfully escort Killian to the capital, they will only be running with him. What's more, because the attack and even the pressure brought by the old demon clan are attracted by Limijan. And they don't notice the escort of Burn and others at all. The secret mission of Burn and others will become risk-free and extremely smooth. If it really becomes like that, it will give people the impression and feeling that I can do it. And whether I can get the reward is completely unknown. So, Meer was the first to get anxious. You are not allowed to do that. The young master of this noble family shouted without thinking. Sheen blinked and said in confusion, why? Because Meer could not think of a reason. He could only get more and more anxious. And finally said arrogantly, anyway, you are not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to do that. He simply did not even make sense. On the contrary, Leon calmed down all of a sudden, thought about it, and immediately had an explanation. Just like Alice and Vivian just said. The risk is still too great. As if thinking about Sheen, Leon said earnestly, no one can be sure that these magic props can deal with Betto and the rest of the old demon clan. What if it really doesn't work? That's right. Eudalis immediately agreed. Lord Leon is too reasonable. This is more like being infatuated than approving. As long as Leon says something, this silly and sweet lady will agree without thinking. I also think it is inappropriate. Burn was silent for a while, then looked at Sheen and said, let's forget it. But we can't let all the citizens in Limijan take risks with us. If something really happens, our sin will be the greatest. So I don't agree to do this. It seems that the Knight Commander is also ready to do everything he can to deny that this happened. What can I do? Sheen seemed very disappointed and said, then my magic props will be completely useless? How could it be? Burn's heart moved, and he immediately said, in fact, you can hand over the magic props to us, and we will continue to carry out the secret mission as planned. But we have to let President Riley reveal the escort information in advance, so that the people of the old demon clan will turn around and find us immediately, so that we can catch all the people of the old demon clan together. Right? Hearing Burn's words, the others also had a thought in their minds, and instantly understood Burn's plan. This, Vivian, Teal, Lumia, Melica and others frowned. They also saw that Burn and others were preparing to compete for credit again, turning the task that was originally supposed to be done by Sheen alone into the responsibility of everyone. Although, if they stayed in Limijan and waited for the people of the old demon clan to fall into the trap, they could also share the credit. But in that case, the incident would become an anecdote that Sheen and Leisha cooperated to mass-produce powerful magic props, distributed the magic props to everyone in Limijan, and gathered the power of the entire town to resist the attack of the old demon clan. And if they continued according to the original plan, it would become an event that the secret mission execution team headed by Burn Mureo led the people of the old demon clan away, and gathered the power of everyone in the team to resist the old demon clan. Compared with the two, the latter is undoubtedly more outstanding. It can receive the full attention of the kingdom, and it can also downplay Sheen's personal deeds as much as possible, and highlight other people more. Just change the form in the reference, and the result will be completely different. This is what Burn is planning. At this moment, Leon, Eudalis and Meer spoke up one after another. I think this is a very good idea. This will also ensure the safety of the town. Right? If you hear it, hand over the magic props. One of the three smiled without malice. One nodded repeatedly, and the other was even more impolite, not noticing the half-smile in Sheen's eyes. Of course, on the surface, Sheen still looked embarrassed. I don't care. But these magic props are just trial works after all, and they need to meet very strict conditions to be used successfully. I wonder if you can. Burn made the final decision before he could finish his words. Don't worry. We are all knights or adventurers. No matter how difficult the magic props are to use, we will use them successfully. As he said this, Burn had another idea in his mind. If a new adventurer with only level 10 can use it successfully, how can we not use it? That's what happened. The others seemed to think so too, and they all guaranteed it one by one. Well, then, Sheen still looked embarrassed, and finally nodded helplessly, which made everyone laugh. Only Vivian and Teal looked at each other. What on earth does he want to do? I always feel that these guys are going to be miserable. That's what the two thought. So, the matter was settled. Not long after, everyone repacked and finally escorted Killian away from Limijan. Riley also knew about the matter, and after a period of silence, she agreed to it. Following the convoy, Sheen couldn't help but recall the words that Riley had thrown to him helplessly before leaving. Don't play too much. Thinking of this, Sheen muttered in his heart. Then I can't guarantee it. If you want to spend money, you have to spend money as much as you can. Right? Sheen smiled. Chapter 99 I am a pig. Cluck. 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 Amid the sound of wheels, carriages were running on a remote trail, raising clouds of dust. This mighty convoy looked like a caravan, with not only people dressed as merchants, but also a lot of goods. I believe that even if someone saw this scene on this remote trail, they would definitely think that it was just some merchants preparing to go to a nearby town to do business, or that a large business was transporting important goods. Unfortunately, these were all disguises. The people dressed as merchants were actually knights. Those goods were also some food and supplies, and items for camping in the wild. Lemijon's escort team was on the road disguised as a merchant's convoy. Even Burin, who was riding a majestic BMW, put on a robe and pretended to be a merchant's guard. Only the adventurers were still being themselves without any disguise. This is because the commission to escort a merchant's caravan is very common in any town. Even if there are adventurers traveling with a merchant's caravan, it is also a very normal thing. Therefore, only the adventurers do not need to make any disguises. However, whether it is Lion, Meer or Ydilis, they all hold a tattered parchment at this time, following Sheen, looking like they are doubting their lives. Is this really a powerful magic item that can defeat a level 77 demon criminal? Lion held the tattered parchment in his hand with a very skeptical expression. Not only Lion, but also Meer turned the paper over and over, and turned it over several times. But they couldn't see anything extraordinary. Not to mention Ydilis, who came from a magic props business, whose eyes were full of confusion. This is just a piece of waste paper. Right? Ydilis said very uncertainly. I don't detect any magic power from it at all. And I can't see any precious materials contained in it. Obviously, Ydilis was quite skeptical about the so-called powerful magic prop in her hand. And of course, even Lumia and Melica were the same. It smells like ordinary paper. This is Lumia's conclusion. I didn't detect any magic power either. Melica looked serious, but she couldn't hide the suspicion in her eyes. Only Vivian and Teal, holding the so-called powerful magic prop in their hands, looked at each other in silence. Alice next to them was also constantly turning over the parchment, as if he wanted to see something from it. If he wasn't worried about problems, he might have started to tear it violently to see what was different about this waste paper. It is worth mentioning that Burin was also here, looking at Sheen in silence. But Sheen did not feel guilty, but looked serious. Even if you ask me this, I can't answer your questions, Sean said frankly. I also got them from someone else. If even you can't notice anything extraordinary, then I can't do it either. No one refuted this statement. In fact, several people nodded. Perhaps there is really something we can't see through. After all, it is the work of that person. That's what Burin and Leon said. Indeed, although Ydilis felt a little unwilling, she still said, at least, I don't recognize the magic words on it at all. But it seems very mysterious and extraordinary. Maybe the secret lies in these magic words. The only extraordinary thing about the magic props in the hands of the people is the mysterious words that no one recognizes. This is the only extraordinary thing about this so-called magic prop. But, why do I feel that the ink on it is not dry yet? Vivian. Let's stop talking. Vivian and Teal were hesitant to speak, but finally chose to remain silent. Everyone gathered around Sheen again to confirm the conditions for using this magic item. As long as you chant the magic words engraved on it accurately, you can activate this magic item. Are you sure? Burin looked at Sheen. That's right. Sheen nodded vigorously and said, you must chant accurately without any deviation. Otherwise you can't successfully activate it. This is the condition for use that the one told me. I also practiced for a long time to succeed a few times. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to go outside the city to test it. As he said this, Sheen still looked like he had gone through arduous practice, as if he missed those hard and fulfilling days, and looked at the distant horizon. Seeing this scene, everyone believed it a little. Then can I try it? Burin thought about it for a while, and then decided to give it a try. Of course, Sheen still didn't feel guilty, and even seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. He looked serious again and said seriously, remember to chant it completely according to the accent I taught you. And loudly. Understand? Got it. Burin seemed to be shocked by Sheen's serious look. While his mood became serious, he couldn't help but tighten his face and said then, I'll start. Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Burin. In this case, Burin took a deep breath and raised the magic props in his hand high. I am a pig. A pig with dreams. Come and kill me if you dare. Come on. Such a so-called magic spell was chanted by Burin. No one knows what this sentence means, because this is not the text and language of this world, but from the world where a brave man lived in his previous life. Poof! Sheen couldn't help but spray. The others looked gloomy. It was because Burin had clearly used powerful magic props. But nothing happened. Did I do something wrong? Burin frowned, with doubts in his eyes. Sheen immediately put away his smile. Well, it should not be loud enough. Sheen changed his face in a second, and said seriously and solemnly, you must chant loudly, without any deviation. Come on, Lord Burin. Try again. Hearing this, Burin nodded heavily, took a deep breath, and raised the magic props again. I am a pig with dreams. Come and kill me if you dare. Come on. This time, Burin used all his strength, and his voice was extremely loud, like a flood that broke through the dam, resounding through the wilderness. Therefore, including himself, no one heard a small chant, and it sounded at the same time. Fire tender. So, at this moment, amazing magic power exploded. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion. A distance away from the convoy. The fire wave was like smoke, rolling wantonly, causing shock waves and blast winds to blow. Success? Burin was overjoyed. The others took a breath. Even Vivian and Teal were surprised. What a terrible power. Even the superior magic may not have this power. Right? No wonder the demons of level 77 can't resist it. It's too amazing. Everyone was surprised and excited one after another. Especially Eudelis, the daughter of the magic props business, and Melica, the magician. Their eyes lit up for this, looking at the parchment in their hands as if they were looking at a treasure. Of course, the rest of the people were the same. They didn't notice that Sheen was trying very hard to hold back his laughter. Chapter 100 still need to practice. No one present noticed the abnormality on Sheen's side. Everyone was just immersed in excitement, looking at the parchment in their hands. Their eyes were full of excitement. Even Lumia and Melica were no exception. In the end, even Alice seemed to no longer doubt the power of the magic prop in his hand, and put it away with a cautious look, as if he had found a treasure. Even Vivian and Teal were a little unsure whether the parchment in their hands was a powerful magic prop. In other words, no one present noticed that the magic just now was not launched from the parchment, but from Sheen's body. There is no way. With a full-level magic operation skill, Sheen's control of magic is now amazing, and it is easy to hide the fluctuations of magic. In this situation, unless someone on the scene has the full-level magic perception skill, it is possible to detect the magic that Sheen has deliberately controlled. Otherwise, even an elf like Melica, who is a natural magician, cannot detect the source of the magic. And is there anyone on the scene who has the full-level magic perception skill? The answer is naturally no. Therefore, everyone began to be eager to try in excitement. I want to try it too. Meer had no patience and raised the magic props in front of everyone. Come on! Use more force. Remembering Sheen's instructions, Meer did not hesitate to use his maximum volume. Coupled with his smug tone and extremely arrogant attitude, he was simply asking for a beating. Lightning. At this time, the small chanting sound was once again mixed with this loud voice, causing the huge magic power to burst out, turning into a dazzling lightning, and swept out at an astonishing speed. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and then lightning struck the ground in the distance, as if a thunderbolt had fallen, with a dazzling flash, and exploded. Then, a charred pit appeared on the distant ground, and smoke continued to come out of it. Ha ha! So powerful! So powerful! Meer was already extremely excited, as if it was himself who showed such power, with his nose and mouth facing the sky, and he almost asked everyone to kneel down and shout long live him. Let me try it too. Seeing this, Eudelis, the daughter of the magic props business, couldn't wait to raise the magic props. Let me try it too. Lion still had a handsome smile like a spring breeze. Only the excitement in his eyes could not be hidden anyway. In this way, the two of them also tried to use magic props. Yamit! Eudelis shouted the shortest but most hilarious magic spell among the crowd. If you are a man, come and have sex with me. Leon shouted words that would scare the women he had spent his whole life to pick up. Unfortunately, no one at the scene understood the meaning of these two sentences. However, as the only one who could understand, Sheen finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's wrong with you, Sheen? Vivian and Teal were both startled by Sheen's sudden laughter. On the contrary, Leon and Uterus saw that nothing happened after they shouted the magic spell. And they couldn't help but become more serious. It seems that we didn't shout loud enough or chanted it very standardly. We still need to practice. Lord Leon. The two exchanged opinions like this. And then, they started practicing as if they were going to work hard. If you are a man, come and have sex with me. Yamidi. If you are a man, come and have sex with me. Yamidi. At that moment, Leon and Eudelis kept practicing the use of magic spells. And they practiced more and more vigorously, shouting louder and louder. And their voices were almost echoing. Puff. Ha ha ha. Sheen laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. He couldn't help crying and felt that his abdominal muscles were about to cramp. Seeing Sheen like this, Lumia and Melica were a little worried. They didn't know if he was sick. Vivian and Teal seemed to notice something was wrong. And their eyes were twitching. Teal. I know. What kind of spell is this? Even if I die, I will not chant it. The two made such a decision silently. Of course, the rest of the people who didn't know about this seemed to be infected by Leon and Eudelis. And they all started practicing one by one, making the magic spells that made Sheen laugh constantly echo. As for Lumia and Melica, they were desperately stopped by Vivian and Teal when they were about to practice. Afterwards, Sheen used magic a few times for the sake of his own life, so that he would not die of laughter in the wilderness, so that everyone thought that his practice had finally paid off. And he put away the magic props that he regarded as treasures with satisfaction. The sky gradually darkened, and the mighty convoy slowly slowed down and stopped in the suburbs, preparing to camp at night. When the stars filled the night sky, the escorted convoy had already set up the camp, so that large and small tents stood up and down, and bonfires burned under the moonlight, illuminating the surroundings. A group of knights and adventurers began to get busy. Some were preparing dinner, some were patrolling around, and some were guarding in front of a tent with serious and vigilant faces. They looked as if they were protecting a treasure house, and did not dare to relax at all. But what appeared in this tent was not a treasure, nor an important person, but Killian. At this time, Killian was still heavily restrained by the restraint props, and was even tied to a pillar with chains, with cold eyes and gloomy expression. Those guys haven't come to save me yet? Killian's face was cold, and his heart was filled with uncontrollable anger and humiliation. During this period of time, for Killian, it was like being in HL, making him suffer all the time. It was not because someone tortured him, nor because someone tortured him, but for Killian, being imprisoned like this by the inferior human race, and being escorted by them at will was simply more painful than death. Shame! 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 In Killian's mind, such words kept emerging, deeply stimulating his heart. If he could commit suicide, Killian would never hesitate. That's how deeply humiliated he felt. Chapter 101. Let's get along well. That being said, there is a reason why Killian has been able to endure humiliation until now. There is only one thing Killian wants to do. That is revenge. Thinking of the half-smile on the face of the man who caused him to fall into such a nightmare that day, Killian's humiliation turned into hatred without a trace. So, after knowing that he had fallen into such a situation at the hands of that man, Killian swore in his heart that he must take revenge in the most cruel way. Now, I can't die yet. That's right. I can't die. Killian told himself this in his heart, while preparing to close his eyes and quietly wait for the opportunity to come. However, Killian didn't know that he, the villain, had such patience, but the protagonist might not have it. Therefore, hi. Long time no see. You seem to be doing well. Eating and drinking for free. It's comfortable, right? Such a voice reached Killian's ears, and appeared in this space very abruptly. Killian was shocked all over, raised his head suddenly, and looked in front of him. The next second, Killian saw it. He saw the figure of the person he hated the most. Is it you? Killian opened his eyes wide. And then, there was a monstrous murderous aura and hatred in them. The person who came was Sheen. Hush. Don't be so loud. Sheen put a finger to his mouth, like an accomplice who came to rescue Killian, and warned him slightly. But his face was full of amusement, which made him say this. The security here is very strict. There are people patrolling and guarding around at any time. And there are also barriers for alarms. If it weren't for the high-level hide skill, I couldn't sneak in. Once you make a noise and attract other people's attention, I can only turn around and leave. Okay? Hearing this, Killian did not respond, but continued to stare at Sheen with murderous and hateful eyes. as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. He clenched his hands tightly, and the veins on them were exposed one after another. It is conceivable how intense his heart was at this moment. If it were someone else, being stared at by Killian so terribly, even Burren would not be able to remain calm. Right? But Sheen ignored it. Not only was he not afraid at all, but he took the initiative to approach him. Okay. I won't say any more nonsense. She looked at Killian and said bluntly, "Do you want to go out?" This is really a question that can't be more direct. However, Killian still did not answer, and still stared at Sheen, his eyes full of violence. Seeing this, Sheen couldn't help but sigh. "Don't listen to people again?" Sheen said helplessly. "No matter last time or this time. You seem to choose to turn a blind eye to what I said, and only responded to the part you wanted to hear. You really are worthy of being a level 77 demon master, and a subordinate of a direct cadre of one of the 6 great demons. You are really arrogant." As he said that, Sheen smiled. "But you should know very well what happened to you last time when you acted so arrogantly. Right?" Hearing this, Killian's face turned angry, and he was finally ready to react. However, this time, before Killian could speak, a fist enlarged in his eye socket. Bang! The heavy force exploded on Killian's face. Woo! Killian only felt a sharp pain and screamed on the spot. But the scream was covered up. "Don't scream. Don't scream. If you scream, I will be exposed." Sheen clenched his fist with one hand and covered Killian's mouth with the other hand, smiling and said, "But why do you have to do this? Isn't it better to be obedient? Do you have to make me unhappy with you and hit you before you are satisfied? Although villains deserve to be beaten. As an adventurer full of positive energy, I am very troubled by your active request for a beating." As soon as the words fell, Sheen's fists turned into strong winds and hit down repeatedly. Bang! 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 With the sound of dull blows, Sheen's fists fell on Killian's head one by one, causing Killian to scream out in distress. In the tent, the heavily bound demon master was constantly punched by an unknown rookie adventurer. He couldn't even resist a little bit and could only passively take the beating, making it impossible to tell which side was the protagonist and which side was the villain. But one thing is certain. That is, as Sheen beat him, Killian not only did not compromise at all, but became more and more angry and humiliated, and finally even screamed wildly, "I must kill you! Kill you!" Killian's hatred completely broke out. Naturally, these words accompanied by overwhelming hatred could only turn into a series of whimpering sounds under Sheen's cover. Sheen was also very measured. Although he seemed extremely violent, he actually controlled his movements very well, so that people would not notice the abnormality in the tent. As a result, over time, Sheen actually got excited. This feeling is really amazing. I say, don't be a middle school boy from the old demon clan. Just go and be a professional sparring partner. With your quality, you are definitely a punching bag that can make money without losing. As Sheen said this, his movements became faster and heavier. Until, acquire the skill barehanded combat. Do you want to learn it? Without any warning, such a message appeared in Sheen's mind, which made him stop. Can you also acquire skills in this way? Sheen was stunned. Subconsciously learned the newly acquired skills, and upgraded them to the maximum level without hesitation. If Sheen remembers correctly, Lumia also seems to have learned this skill, which seems to be a skill specifically designed to improve skills and abilities in unarmed combat. If I had known that you could learn skills by hitting people until you feel comfortable, I would have given you 2 more punches last time. Sheen, in a good mood, finally stopped and released the hand that was covering Killian. Killian was panting heavily. His eyes, nose and mouth were covered with blood, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Even so, Killian still stared at Sheen, and the murderous and hateful look in his eyes did not diminish at all, but became crazy. Sheen was sure that as long as he loosened the restraints on Killian, he would definitely rush to him regardless of everything and die with him. What a pity. This is not what I need. Sheen put his face in front of Killian and looked at him, with a terrifying smile on his face. Anyway, the night is still long. In order to achieve our respective goals, let's get along well. These words made Killian grit his teeth. His heart was already trembling. Chapter 102. No time to explain. Hurry up. The night gradually deepened. During the time when everyone planned to take turns to keep watch and go to sleep, a black shadow, like a bat flying in the night, silently rushed out of a tent in the center of the camp and landed on a path some distance away, exposing itself to the night light. This person is naturally Sheen. Really stubborn. Sheen wiped the sweat off his face, as if he had spent a lot of effort. However, Sheen's face was full of refreshment, giving people a very pleasant and carefree feeling. He actually persisted for a full 3 hours, worthy of being a level 77 demon master. But in this way, Sheen finally suppressed the other party fiercely. Perhaps I unexpectedly like this kind of secret work. No, it seems that it can't be said to be an accident, because Sheen is not a person who likes to be in the limelight. Instead, he hopes to live an ordinary life in obscurity. Even if there is something that must be done, he wants to complete it without attracting anyone's attention, hiding his merits and fame. Therefore, compared with high-profile actions in the open, Sheen prefers this kind of covert action, which makes him very excited and very emotional. If it were in ancient times, I would probably become a killer, assassin, or a secret member of an underground organization with my personality. Such a Sheen actually became a brave man in another world. I really don't know whether I should laugh. Next, it depends on whether things go smoothly. Sheen stretched and muttered. Anyway, what should be done has been done. Just wait for the final harvest. Leaving such words, Sheen turned around and went to the location of his tent. However, when Sheen was halfway there, a rapid breathing and messy footsteps came. Sheen only felt a familiar magic coming towards him, which made him startled slightly. He raised his head and looked forward. The next moment, a figure appeared in Sheen's sight on the path leading to the camp. Melica? Sheen was a little surprised. The person who appeared here was Melica. However, for some reason, Melica ran towards this side as if she was fleeing, looking as if she was afraid of something. And her beautiful face was full of anxiety. What happened? Sheen couldn't help but wonder. But then, Sheen felt another magic, which made him raise his eyebrows. So that's it. That's what happened. Sheen figured out what was going on. At the same time, Melica in front also found Sheen. Mr. Sheen? Melica stopped immediately, and the anxiety on her face turned into surprise. She looked helpless and pitiful, as if she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and met a wolf again. Sheen really wanted to ask the other party what was going on with such an expression. What does Melica think of herself? Sheen couldn't help rolling his eyes. However, Sheen's hands were not slow. Come here. Sheen took advantage of Melica's lack of reaction and grabbed her hand. Alas? Alas? Melica said in fear. Mr. Sheen, what are you going to do? It seems that Melica seems to have misunderstood something. Sheen was too lazy to explain. No time to explain. Get in the car quickly. Hide quickly. Saying this, Sheen didn't give Melica a chance to resist, and directly stuffed this delicate elf girl into the bushes beside her and hid this girl. While hiding, Sheen was still imagining, if this kind of plot appeared in a TV show, the result would definitely be that men and women would hide in pairs, hug each other intimately in a crowded corner, and the screen would be full of pink ambiguous atmosphere. Right? However, this kind of plot is a bit stupid, and the result is completely unnecessary. Like now, Sheen has no reason to hide at all. Just need to hide Melica. Immediately, another figure ran towards this side on the path ahead. Why is it you? The words of surprise mixed with disappointment came from the mouth of the upstart young master. Who else could it be except Meer? Oh, young master. The night is nice tonight. Sheen greeted the other party enthusiastically as if nothing had happened, and said, Are you here for a walk too? I'm not that boring. Meer said disdainfully. That kind of thing doesn't matter at all. Let me ask you. Have you seen Melica? That tone didn't sound like a question at all, but rather like an order. In response, Sheen narrowed his eyes. Melica? I didn't see it, Sheen said meaningfully. What? Is the young master looking for Melica? Otherwise, could he be looking for you? Meer said unhappily. I came to ask Melica to practice the spell of magic props with me, as long as she hears my correct and loud chanting. Melica, as a magician, will definitely look at me with new eyes. Look at me with new eyes? If Melica knew the true meaning of the so-called spell and heard your correct and loud chanting, she would probably laugh to death and become the first elf in history to die of laughter. Of course, this is a secret and cannot be told casually. However, I don't know whether Melica will look upon you with new eyes, but I do look upon you with new eyes. Sheen said with a smile. You have been taught a lesson once, but you still dare to harass Melica. I have to say, you are very courageous. Young master. Meer was shaken immediately, but still retorted, I just came to invite Melica, and I won't do anything to her. Even if it's Tear. You can't be so unreasonable and touch me just like this. Right? Is that so? Sheen pointed casually. Why did the young master look like he was chasing something just now? That's because Melica ran away without saying a word when she saw me. Of course I have to chase her. Meer said angrily. It's rare that Tear ran away on patrol. Captain Vivian was also discussing something with that guy Alice. Lumia fell asleep again. And only Melica was guarding outside the tent. How could I miss this opportunity? I said. Young master. What you said sounds like a flower thief with bad intentions. Right? Sheen began to consider whether to bury this guy here directly. However, Sheen also knew that in this camp, Meer would never attack Melica. Otherwise he would definitely die a very ugly death. But he looked like a playboy who was going to entangle a good girl, which really made people not want to let him go. Why not just learn the routine in the novel and slap him hard in the face? But that seems a bit vulgar. In this case. Ah. Melica is there. Sheen suddenly pointed forward and exclaimed. Melica? Where is it? Meer's eyes lit up. And he quickly turned his head and looked in the direction that Sheen pointed. At this moment, Sheen moved. Bang! With a muffled sound. Sheen slashed Meer's neck hard with a knife. Gaw! Meer let out a strange cry. And then fell to the ground. His feet twitched a few times. And he didn't move. Sheen kept the posture of chopping with his knife. And suddenly realized it when he saw Meer lying on the ground. This seems to be a common routine. Right? Forget it. As long as it can achieve the goal. Anyway, bury the person first. Sheen grabbed Meer's feet and dragged him to the forest next to him. Wait! Don't be impulsive. Melica, who witnessed this scene, finally couldn't hide anymore and rushed out. Chapter 103 All gentlemen understand. Under Melica's desperate efforts to stop him, Meer escaped being buried alive. Of course, Sheen didn't really want to bury him directly. He just wanted to be a man of his word and bury this upstart young master until only his head was left breathing outside. If he was lucky, he would be found the next day. If he was unlucky, he would be a midnight snack for the monsters passing by. It all depends on his luck. Now, after being desperately stopped by Melica, Sheen didn't insist and gave up the idea of burying him. However, he didn't want to bury him. But he could always hang him. Right? So, let our young master have a good night here. Right? Sheen stood under a tree, patting the dust off his hands with satisfaction, while immersing himself in his masterpiece. Is this really okay? On the contrary. Melica, looking at the scene in front of her, really didn't know what to say. A closer look revealed that Meer was tied up and hung on a tree, dangling there like a caterpillar. He hadn't woken up yet. With his head down and a face full of pain. He didn't know if he was having a nightmare or if he felt that he was having a nightmare now. Don't worry. This area has been patrolled. There are no monsters. If he is hung here and still eaten, it means that even the gods think he should report. Sheen said nonchalantly. You don't have to worry about being in trouble tomorrow. He can't learn his lesson and dares to touch you when you are alone. If Teal knows about this, he will probably lose all his limbs this time. So, when Meer wakes up, he can only swallow this loss and dare not act rashly. But, I'm afraid I will be hated by this dandy young master. Right? Melica tilted her head, not knowing what Sheen was thinking. 5 limbs? Melica said strangely. Isn't it 4 limbs? Could it be that humans have a 5th limb? Sean was speechless, seeing the bewildered look on the face of the cute little Melica. Sean could only sigh secretly. In this era, there are still such innocent little girls like angels. It is indeed a different world. If this happened in the previous life, there would be female sluts and female drivers who would race with you on the spot at any minute, and the wheels of the car could crush your face. Thinking of this, Sean couldn't help but pat Melica's slender and soft shoulders. Please always keep such a pure and innocent heart, my elf lady. Sean was moved. But Melica was timid. I am not a lady, and I am not yours. Melica said this weakly, and her pretty face turned slightly red. That delicate look made Sean sigh secretly like an angel again. Speaking of which, as an elf, Melica's appearance is indeed off the charts. Slightly higher than Vivian and Lumia on the same team. Only Teal, who hides her face under the hood all day, is not sure if she can compare with Melica's appearance. Sheen always feels that even in his previous life, those big stars who were praised as goddesses all day long can't compare. Even in this world, as far as Sheen knows, The only people with the same level of appearance as Melica are probably Lexia and Laxia. The only one who can steadily suppress Melica is probably Nian. Right? But it's not that Melica is not good, but that the goddess is too foul. Even Sheen, who has read a lot of books, couldn't help but stare at her when he saw her for the first time. He didn't even know how long he stayed there before he got used to it and could talk to her. This shows how high the goddess's appearance is. Sheen thought that if there is such a thing as perfection in this world, then Nian must be its synonym. As for Melica, her beauty is equally amazing. And she is also barefaced, without any makeup, which makes Sheen a little greedy. Ahem. It's not the kind of greed for her body. But forget it. No need to explain. Gentlemen will understand. Unfortunately, since joining the team, except for Vivian and Teal, Sheen's relationship with Lumia and Melica has only been limited to the level of nodding acquaintances. These two little girls have always been wary of him. So that Sheen and these two people have no emotional development. And Sheen also decided at the time of the first commission that both parties should part ways amicably and not do unnecessary things. Therefore, okay, go back. Sheen suppressed all the random thoughts in his mind, relaxed his expression, shrugged, and said to Melica casually, "That's it for tonight. You should be more careful in the future. It's twice. Don't let yourself be alone again." After that, Sheen turned and left. Seeing this scene, Melica was also slightly startled, somewhat surprised and unexpected. Obviously, Sheen could leave her alone so simply, which was also something Melica had never expected. To be honest, Melica was indeed still a little wary of Sheen. There was no way. As an elf, Melica knew very well that her origin would attract all kinds of attention and thus be entangled in many troubles. Elves from the elf race actually have the same troubles. They will always attract the covetousness of others because of their appearance, talents, origins, and other issues. In addition, there are only women in the elf race. No men. They are born from nature and attach great importance to their own purity and even have self-defense instincts. Therefore, as long as they are elves, they will actually be overly wary of men of other races. However, Melica's wariness of Sheen is not because of this. As mentioned earlier, the bigger reason why Melica would be wary of Sheen is that she has developed a sense of closeness to him. Obviously, the other party is also a man, and it is undoubtedly a stranger. As an elf who values his own purity, it is impossible for him to feel close to the other party when they first meet. Basically, except for the gods who are the creators, elves will never get close to anyone for no reason. If Sheen knew about this situation, he would definitely complain again. This kind of free setting can be seen everywhere. It's simply, but that's a novel, not reality. The reality is that if you have such an inexplicable feeling, wouldn't you feel scared? Anyway, Melica was scared. In view of this, Melica was wary of Sheen and kept her distance from Sheen. On the other hand, Sheen seemed to be not obsessed with Melica either. After seeing through her wariness of him, he fully understood her reasons and simply distanced himself, leaving a huge gap between the two, and there was not much communication between them. If this continues, the two sides will definitely end up in peace, as Sheen said. Right? Thinking of this, Melica couldn't help but feel guilty. No, it should be said that it was shame. Because, when she thought that they would end in peace, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, the other party did nothing and even helped her. At least, that. Melica shouted at Sheen's back. At least please accept my thank you gift. Chapter 104. Is it really okay? A thank you gift? Sheen couldn't help but stop. There was no way. Could it be that he was going to pledge himself to me? Such a murmur sounded faintly, and it was particularly clear on this quiet path. Oh! Melica was stunned at first, and then she said in a panic, "No. No! It seems that this elf girl is still very clear about what it means to pledge herself to me. What are you going to do?" Sheen turned around again, showing an interested expression. Melica seemed to feel very uncomfortable when Sheen stared at her. She hesitated for a while, then pointed to the woods next to her and whispered, "Can you please come with me first?" Hearing this, Sheen overreacted. A small woods? At this moment, Sheen felt that hundreds of images flashed through his mind at the speed of light. Melica, who didn't know that Sheen was almost out of his mind at this time, was preparing to go to the woods, while her eyes couldn't help but drift towards the direction of Meer. Can we really leave him here and ignore him? Melica seemed a little worried. It's okay. Sheen rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry about him anymore. He was, and is thinking about hurting you." Why worry about the safety of such a person? It's better to say that if it were a book with Long Altian as the protagonist, the appearance of such a person would usually be used by the protagonist to crush his bones and scatter his ashes, pretend to be crazy, and use him as a standard supporting role to gain the favor of beautiful girls. Generally, he would not survive more than 10 chapters. Sheen just taught him a lesson. Compared with the protagonists of previous generations, it was simply compassionate. Of course, this is also because the relationship between Sheen and Melica is not very good. They can't even be called friends. At best, they are just teammates. And they are teammates with a time limit. The other party is not as caring to Sheen as Vivian and Laylee. So Sheen can hold a simple dislike attitude and only teach Meer a lesson. If Meer's target is Sheen's lover, or even his wife, in an instant, Sheen's mind is full of hundreds of G pictures at the speed of light. But this time, these pictures are not pink, but blood red. Meer, who was hanging on the tree, didn't know whether he was tortured in a nightmare or felt something cold. He shook unconsciously and let out an unclear cry. Although Melica was a little concerned about Meer's condition, she didn't know whether she remembered the last time Meer was entangled with her this time. In the end, she bowed her head and left without saying a word, and got into the bushes. Sheen followed at a leisurely pace. Meer was the only one left hanging on the scene, swaying and looking a bit devilish. On the other side, Sheen followed Melica into the grove. However, not long after entering the grove, Melica stopped and squatted on the ground. No, that posture, rather than squatting, is kneeling on both knees, like a small animal, even with both hands on the ground. Sheen, who was walking behind, froze there, and his face twitched as he watched Melica suddenly get on all fours and point her cute and tempting little peach towards him. What is this? Is it an invitation? Is it an invitation? It is an invitation. Sure enough, that's the case. It's a promise of love. Right. No. 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 This is no longer a promise of love. Is it really okay to use this posture right from the start? Just when Sheen couldn't help but waver, there was a strange movement from Melica's side. Fairy, answer me. With a dreamlike chant, Melica's little hand on the ground began to release magic. It was a very soft, warm and refreshing magic fluctuation, causing flowers around Melica's palm to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is this? Sheen was stunned. Then, Sheen remembered something. I seem to have seen a record of this in a book. It was a record about the elves. It is said that among the many races of the human race, the elves are not only an extremely famous and noble magic race, but also have outstanding appearances and a high affinity for magic, and are highly sought after and respected by other races. Because of their high magical talents, elves are almost all born magicians, able to use all kinds of magic, and their magic power is much higher than that of other races, even comparable to that of demons. Therefore, the elves are also a race favored by gods, and most of them can get the blessings of gods at the higher level. There are even several elves in the royal family who have been blessed by the three goddesses, and many have fought side by side with the heroes of the other world, giving birth to various stories and legends. Such elves, because they are born from nature and have a high affinity for nature, their magic power has a characteristic that people of other races do not have. That is, the magic power is full of extremely rich vitality, and it can even affect the surrounding environment and make flowers, plants and trees grow rapidly. Now, Melica seems to be doing such a thing. Please wait for me. Not long after, Melica stopped, turned her head, and smiled at Sheen. I have to say that the smile is not good. Really not good. How else can we describe the scene of a pure and beautiful elf girl sitting among the flowers and looking back with a smile? Except as very bad? Melica, who was not aware of this, began to pick flowers one by one, even picking the roots and stems together, and then quickly wove the flower vines with skillful hands. Seeing this, Sheen roughly understood what Melica was going to do. Are you going to weave a wreath for me? Sheen asked. Yes. Yes. Melica nodded and said in a low voice, although it is my first time, I know what to do. Because this is what any elf would do. Since elves are a race close to nature, kind and conservative by nature, when someone from another race gets their recognition, they will use their own magic power to produce magical flowers, weave them into wreaths, and send them out to show their gratitude or closeness. The magic power carried by this wreath will continue to circulate inside. So even if more than 10 or 20 years have passed, it will not wither or deteriorate. Owning this wreath means getting the trust or gratitude of a certain elf, which is something worth showing off in the human world. In the human kingdom, there are even nobles who are willing to spend a lot of money to collect the elves' wreaths, which shows how important this wreath is. Now, Melica plans to use the wreath she weaved as a thank you gift to express her gratitude to Sheen. Chapter 105. So it's even. Sheen is not completely uninterested in the elf wreath, although this wreath has no practical use. If the person who gets it meets other elves in the future, then this wreath will be of great significance. After all, being able to get this wreath means that this person has been recognized by a member of the elves. At that time, even the elves who are generally wary of others will let go of some of their grudges after seeing this wreath, and will be more likely to accept this person. Right? Therefore, the elf wreath symbolizes friendship and is a proof of closeness. Getting it is equivalent to getting the friendship of the elves, and the meaning is naturally extraordinary. Sheen looked at Melica, who was weaving this wreath, and was somewhat surprised. Is this okay? Sheen asked this question. The implication is very simple. That is, asking Melica whether it is appropriate to give such an important wreath to herself casually. Our relationship is not that good, and you are still wary of me, right? Sheen asked doubtfully. In that case, is it really okay for you to give me the wreath like this? Apart from anything else. Since Melica said that this was her first time weaving an elf wreath, it means that even Vivian, Teal, Lumia and others did not receive her gift. In this case, he was being guarded by the other party, and he was not close to her. But she actually wove an important wreath for him. Sheen couldn't help but be puzzled. Melica naturally understood Sheen's doubts and surprises. At that moment, Melica's hand movement slowed down a little bit without a trace, and her head never raised, just keeping her head down, until she spoke for a long time. In fact, giving this to you, in addition to being a thank you gift, has other meanings. Melica said this. Other meanings? Sheen blinked. Melica did not answer. It was not that she did not want to answer, but that she was embarrassed, because Melica felt that if she gave this wreath, when she met another elf in the future, that elf might not repeat her mistakes. If she felt inexplicably close to Sheen, it was hard to guarantee that other elves would not feel the same way. And when other elves felt the same way about Sheen, they would surely feel uneasy about their inexplicable feelings. Just like Melica. Right? In that case, the other party would naturally follow Melica's old path, be wary of Sheen, and even have conflicts. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, Melica wanted to give this wreath. First, it could be used as a thank you gift and an apology gift. Second, if Sheen met other elves would see this wreath and know that Sheen was recognized by people of the same race, so they would not be too wary. Besides, I can see that Sister Vivian and Teal actually trust you very much, and even President Riley trusts you very much, which proves that you must have a side that is worthy of their trust. Melica still didn't raise her head, but said this softly. I have already said this, and I got your help in the end. So whether it is as a thank you or as an apology, I hope this wreath can have such value. Sheen understood Melica's words for the time being. In short, this elf girl already knows that Sheen is a trustworthy person, but she just can't trust him from the bottom of her heart. She also feels guilty about this, and she has a little self-loathing for herself. In addition, there is the so-called other meaning. In the end, she decided to give Sheen the elf wreath she wove for the first time. In other words, this wreath does not represent closeness, but is more based on Melica's own purpose. Sorry, the motive is so impure. Melica lowered her head even lower for this. Sheen scratched his head immediately, feeling helpless. According to the current atmosphere, Sheen should use gentle and touching words to comfort the other party, and try to make the other party feel better. That is the normal direction. Right? In this way, the other party's favorability will rise in one breath, leaving Sheen with an indelible impression in his mind. In the future, this indelible impression will gradually turn into love, allowing Sheen to get the beauty. Don't ask why Sheen knows this. Just ask that it is written in the book. If it were Sheen in his usual state, he would definitely have done some tricks to break the routine. However, seeing Melica's depressed look, Sheen couldn't help but curse in his heart. How can people ignore this? Sheen finally understood why the protagonists in the book would go up and do something without saying a word when they encountered such a scene. Any normal man can't ignore the lost look of the beautiful girl. So, in the grove, such a surprised voice suddenly sounded. The voice came from Melica. You? Melica looked at Sheen with surprise on her face. Just because Sheen suddenly sat down in front of Melica without saying a word, and stretched out his hand, like Melica, while picking the flowers around. He began to weave a wreath. I wonder if you know. While weaving the wreath, Sheen said in a very casual tone without raising his head, weaving a wreath for the opposite sex is one of the ways for men to pick up girls among humans? Pick up girls? Melica looked confused and didn't understand the meaning of this sentence at all. It's just chatting. Sheen laughed and said, if a boy personally weaves a wreath for you, as a girl, you will feel a little romantic. Right? Melica did not refute. Obviously, Melica responded with affirmation. As an elf close to nature, this set of tricks will indeed work on elves including Melica. Otherwise, if it were in the previous life, Sheen would probably disdain it. The reason is simple. Compared with the wreath, those women in the previous life must want brand name bags and Ferrari keys more. Of course. Now, Sheen will not ruin this rare atmosphere. Therefore, Sheen wanted to say this. Most men who make wreaths have impure motives. Right? Sheen smiled at Melica mischievously, and then he made the wreath without knowing when, and put it on Melica's head. Then, Sheen took the wreath made by Melica. Everyone has impure motives. So it's even. After saying that, Sheen turned around and left here with the wreath. Wait. Melica finally reacted and wanted to call Sheen. But it was too late. Melica could only watch Sheen's back disappear into the woods. After staying there for a long time, she touched the wreath on her head. Unexpectedly, the elves could also receive wreaths from others. Melica murmured, and her face turned red unconsciously. Melica didn't realize that the wreath made by Sheen was actually flowing with gorgeous light. Chapter 106. Is it so easy to tease? Except for Sheen and Melica. No one knew what happened that night. However, the next day, after everyone got up, someone found that Meer was missing, which caused a small commotion. After a search, they found Meer hanging on the tree. He had woken up a long time ago, but because he was hung all night, he was a little exhausted. Afterwards, just as Sheen thought, everyone worked together to rescue Meer and asked Meer why he was hung on the tree. But Meer didn't dare to tell the truth. He hesitated for a while and covered up the facts in a very lame way. He just cast an angry and resentful look at Sheen, who was smiling in the crowd. It seems that this young master completely hated Sheen, which was not unexpected by Sheen at all. In the end, the matter naturally came to nothing. But there was another thing that caused a bigger commotion than this. That is, someone discovered that Killian, who was imprisoned, was covered in wounds, with a bruised face and a swollen nose, and seemed to have been tortured. He was no longer so cold and gloomy, but like a puppet, with a dull face, and even needed to be fed by others to eat. This situation alarmed Buren, and he hurried to check it out, as if he was ready to investigate the matter seriously. Unfortunately, this matter was destined to end in vain, because, except for Sheen, no one could know what the demons of the old demon clan had experienced last night. And Killian's face was always dull and unresponsive. Compared with his domineering appearance yesterday, it was completely different. Buren and others tried their best to make him speak, and the result was that it could only end in vain. But Vivian and Thierry, after knowing this, both looked at Sheen, who was like a good baby, with some suspicion. Could it be that you did something again? The two looked at Sheen with suspicion. Obviously, in the minds of these two people, Sheen has been equated with the word strange moth. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Sheen would not admit it, and still acted like a good boy. Vivian and Thierry were naturally unconvinced. Regardless of the situation on Killian's side, both of them felt that Sheen must have something to do with the Meer incident. The reason was that the young master was so lame. Although he refused to say what happened last night, he always looked at this side with anger and resentment, gnashing his teeth at Sheen and wanting to pounce on him and bite him. It didn't seem to have nothing to do with Sheen, but Sheen just didn't admit it, and the two of them had no choice. Only Melica had been secretly glancing in Sean's direction since she woke up in the morning, and when Sean looked over at her, she hurriedly turned her eyes away, or even lowered her head, not daring to look Sean in the eye at all. What happened to you, Melica? Lumia noticed Melica's performance and seemed a little worried, which attracted the attention of Vivian and Teal. The two looked at Melica, who was unnatural, then at Meer, who was furious, and then at Sheen, who was calm and composed, and suddenly understood something. It seems that the rubbish really can't learn a lesson. Teal looked cold and cast a murderous look in Meer's direction, finally scaring the young master so much that he ran away in a hurry. I thought that was so many people in this camp. Even Master Meer wouldn't dare to do anything blatantly. Now it seems that I didn't think it through. Vivian reflected on herself and said to everyone, in the future, Whether it is patrolling or keeping watch, everyone will assign one person to accompany Melica. Is it okay? Teal and Lumia naturally had no objection and nodded. No. There is no need to be so troublesome. Everyone. Melica spoke up as if she felt a little sorry. Until. Do I want one too? Sheen asked this question beside her. And Melica lost her voice on the spot. What does Melica think? Vivian pondered for a moment. Then turned to Melica and asked for Melica's opinion. After all, Vivian knew Melica's situation and why Melica was wary of Sheen. So she decided to ask Melica's opinion. Of course, Vivian thought that Melica would not agree. Letting Sheen be alone with her was not something Melica would agree to. But Vivian still hoped that Melica and Lumia could get closer to Sheen. Not for any reason, but because Sheen had a special status. And she and others would probably have to deal with Sheen for a long time in the future. So Vivian did not want any unpleasantness between the two sides. Vivian also knew that this was not something that could be done in a hurry. For now, they could only bring the two sides closer little by little. And the rest would be discussed later. With this idea in mind, Vivian did not think that Melica would agree to this matter directly. Instead, she prepared some arguments in her mind while asking, who would have thought? I can do it. Melica, who was a little embarrassed just now, actually blushed, lowered her head, and gave such an answer in a voice that even a mosquito might not be able to hear. Oh! Now! Not to mention Vivian. Even Teal and Lumia were stunned. Not only the girls, but even Sheen felt a little surprised. Looking at the blushing Melica, his heart twitched. Could it be that a garland really dealt with this elf beauty that even the noble young master could not seduce? Are all the beautiful girls in the other world so easy to seduce? Is it true that such a beautiful goddess would fall in love with a loser who has no car, no house and no savings? No. I'm not a loser either. I'm a brave man chosen by the goddess. A man of destiny. How can I be a loser? Xian shook his head fiercely, and shook off the positioning of himself in his heart. Although Sheen had forgotten all the memories related to his previous life. Sheen had no idea what kind of family background he had in his previous life. But since he had forgotten everything, his identity in the previous life had nothing to do with himself now. Maybe I'm still a rich second generation? Xian could only mutter this in his heart and brainwash himself. As for the other side, everyone looked at Melica's blushing face and thought about something. Master Mager seemed to have done a good thing this time. Vivian smiled meaningfully, as if she saw through something. Teal turned her head away, as if she was bored. Melica? Lumia was still confused and looked at Melica with surprise. Woo! Melica never raised her head. Her face was still red. Chapter 107 Betto. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Unconsciously, Lemidgen's escort team had been on the road for several days, and was about to leave the Marquise of Meer and enter the territory of Duke Fidini's. That was a large territory 3 times larger than the Marquise of Meer. The lord was Duke Fidini's, the younger brother of the current king. The territory was more extensive and prosperous than the Marquise of Meer, which was a marquise. It would take the escort team a long time to pass through this territory. However, after passing through the Duke of Fidini's, everyone would be able to reach the capital and enter the central city of the Kingdom of Mitra. That was the most prosperous city in the Kingdom of Mitra, and also the capital of the kingdom. The area it occupied was not at the same level as other cities. I don't know how many people yearn for it. However, there is no doubt that it is the center of power struggle. Not only is the royal palace located there, but there are also many nobles, and even great nobles. If you want to intervene in such a power structure, you must be prepared to be bitten to pieces. Of course, those have nothing to do with Sheen now, let alone the escort team that is still on the way. Sheen and others are still on their way, with the capital as their destination, and are currently preparing to leave the Marquis of Meer and enter the Duke of Fidini's. At the same time, in a dark corner of the Marquis of Meer, one after another, black shadows appeared here. I saw that these black shadows had just come out of a temple, holding either weapons or staffs in their hands, and their bodies were covered with blood, especially the old man in the lead. His whole body was covered with blood, which looked extremely terrifying. In the temple behind these people, countless priests fell there, having already lost their vitality. The temple was completely stained with blood, and even the statue of the goddess fell to the ground and was crushed. Such behavior should never happen in this world, because the lives of the human world are all children of the gods, who regard gods as creators and receive blessings from gods. Their belief in divine power is greater than that of the king. So even the ruler of a country dare not do such a treasonous and evil act. not to mention the human race. Even the demon race will not do such a thing now. Otherwise it will destroy the rare piece. But these people did such a thing unscrupulously. Because they are the old demon clan. They regard gods as enemies. And also regard people as ants. And even regard the demons in peace as traitors. They are recognized as terrorists and cancers in the three realms today. Led by the old man, the people of the old demon clan killed their way here. Whenever they saw a temple or a priest, they attacked without mercy. It is unknown how many murders they committed. This is not the first time they have done such a thing. And I believe it will not be the last time. If they can continue to survive. Are we almost at Lemisian? The old man in the lead muttered. Yes, Lord Betto. A demon lowered his head, responded to the old man, and called out the old man's name. This old man was Betto, the mastermind of the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago, and the leader, the strongest old demon among the three masterminds. Is there any news over there? Betto wiped his bloody hands while asking the old demon, who seemed to be his subordinate, expressionlessly. Yes, the subordinate said respectfully, according to the news from the people we sent over there. It seems that Lord Killian has been escorted away by the people of Lemisian. Escorted away? Betto paused for a moment, and then said with relief, so that's it? Since you can't wait for the people in the capital to come and escort you in a short time, you just escort it yourself? After all, it is just a small town under the jurisdiction of a marquis, and the strongest person in the town is only level 68. With this level of combat power, they should be worried that they can't stop our rescue. Right? The subordinate said with disdain, compared with the king's capital. The people there are too weak. The old demons around them nodded in agreement. And they seem to be very confident in their own strength. Even the old demons whose levels are not as high as Burin. They don't think they will lose to Burin at all. This idea is not so blind. Originally, the demons generally have powerful strength, and can even overwhelm the gods. Even if the demon king is dead, the demons are still far superior to other races in terms of race strength. Therefore, even if they are of the same level, or even higher level, people of other races may not necessarily win the demons. And there is even a great possibility that they will lose. Although the levels of the old demons here are uneven. If they only consider strength, they will be stronger than most people with similar levels. In Vivian's words, these demons have extremely high growth potential in all aspects. Every upgrade will improve the life of other races. In addition, they have various skills exclusive to demons. They must not be underestimated just because their levels are higher than theirs. However, even though they are so weak, that guy Killian actually failed in such a place. I'm afraid he has been so humiliated that he wants to commit suicide? Betto smiled grimly, and his words showed the depth of his relationship with Killian. Regarding this aspect, we have also received many investigation reports here. The subordinate said, it is said that the reason why Lord Killian failed seems to be because someone holds a very powerful magic prop. Oh! Betto raised his eyebrows and looked at the subordinate, asking, what magic prop? Is it a contraband left over from the war thousands of years ago? Or a rare item of legendary level? This is not clear at the moment. The subordinate lowered his head and said, as if very ashamed, there is still very little information about the magic item. But it is definitely something of great significance. Various strange phenomena have often appeared near Lemisian recently. Sometimes the wilderness and mountains are cut apart, and sometimes the outskirts of the town are burned black. In addition, Lord Killian also failed in such a place. The subordinate feels that there may be something amazing hidden in Lemisian. Is that so? Betto narrowed his eyes and said to himself, no wonder the traitor, who used to only care about escaping, stayed there. Which led to us catching clues and finding her location. It seems that the thing should have attracted the traitor. Then what should we do? The subordinate asked. Should we attack Lemisian and take away the treasure? Betto was a little tempted. If that kind of treasure falls into his hands, it will definitely be of great use. However, it is not clear what it is at present. If we attack rashly and end up like Killian, it will be more trouble than gain. Betto said, thoughtfully, let's rescue Killian first. Find out what it is, and then plan it carefully. The subordinates and the surrounding demons immediately obeyed the order. Only then did Betto glance at the temple behind him, and the magic power on his body erupted. Bang! The temple was blown away by a fierce flame and slowly burned. The old demons disappeared silently, and their whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 108 LD.24 Ah! GA. In a vast but desolate mountain, monsters like ogres are roaring and shaking the air, rushing towards a stopped caravan and surrounding it in an instant. Byrne sat on the back of his horse, and the sword at his waist had been drawn out long ago. But he did not directly participate in the battle, but kept giving orders to the people around him. The knights will be the vanguard. Stop all the ogres. Don't let them rush into the defense circle. Adventurers will be responsible for guerrilla warfare and annihilation. Pay attention to cooperate with the knights in the vanguard. Magicians, retreat. Prepare magic first. Byrne commanded the people around him to fight against the incoming group of ogres. His voice was extremely calm. Thanks to this, although the attack was very sudden, because of the reminder from people with the enemy's sense skill, everyone was not caught off guard. Instead, they followed Byrne's instructions and perfectly deployed a defensive circle, surrounding the convoy in the middle, protecting it while also facing the ogre rushing towards them. Of course, Sheen and others were also among them. Melica, you also start preparing magic. While Vivian gave such instructions, she had already set up a shield, blocking everyone, or even the entire convoy, and took the lead in resisting the ogre's attack. Yes, Melica responded immediately, and hurriedly raised her staff under Vivian's protection, closed her eyes, and began to chant magic. And Teal and Lumia had already rushed out. Hey! Lumia made a cute cry, but her attack was completely unrelated to these two words. While swinging her slender fists equipped with gauntlets, Lumia blasted away the ogres above level 31, by one, with a dull collision sound. They were like garbage, first flying into the air in an exaggerated manner, and then smashing on the ground, bleeding. In the way! Teal also uttered cold words, and her petite figure turned into a gust of black wind and blew forward. The double blades in her hands passed through the air, bringing a series of cold lights, so that the ogres rushing towards this side had no time to react, and their bodies were cruelly cut into countless pieces the moment they touched these cold lights. The people in Vivian's team were just like this, as if they were the first to rush in front of everyone, and achieved brilliant results. Oh, it turns out that they can't compare to those little girls. Alice watched the scene from behind, holding a heavy battle axe in his hand, splitting a screaming ogre while looking in the direction of Vivian and the others, exclaiming in admiration. Really amazing. Lion also held a sword, but did not participate in the battle. His face was stiff, watching the achievements of Vivian and the others, and his slight voice was filled with envy that others could not detect. It's okay, Lord Lion. Eudelis held a magic item similar to a gem and comforted Lion. Lord Lion, I will protect you. You don't need to fight in person. Thank you, Eudelis. Lion's face was a little gloomy, but he soon recovered, showing a handsome smile to Eudelis, and said softly, Of course I believe you, because you are my true love. Lord Lion Eudelis couldn't help but make a happy sound, and her eyes were shining with love. But Lion still smiled at Eudelis like this, but his eyes glanced in the direction of Vivian and others, and whispered meaningfully, Their performance is really great. If I can have a relationship with them, it will be the best state for me. Lion secretly made such calculations. For Leon, who hopes to get help from women, Vivian, Teal, Melica and even Lumia are the ones he wants to pursue the most. He has tried to contact them more than once in the past, but failed because he had no chance. After all, Leon spends time on women who can help him almost every day, and almost all the commissions he accepts are deliberately issued by those women to give him money. In this case, Leon has little chance to leave Limigian. Most of the commissions he accepts are the types that can be completed in a town, unlike Vivian's team, which takes several days to accept a commission and needs to leave the city every time, which leads to too little contact between the two sides. This is a good opportunity. Leon made up his mind to take advantage of this mission to get closer to the girls in Vivian's team. Although I feel a little sorry for Meer. There is no way. They don't like you, young master. Leon looked in the direction of Meer with some sympathy. In the Lion team, Meer was the only one who had the ability to charge into battle. So, Meer rushed out on his own when the battle began. Go to H.L. Go to H.L. Go to H.L. Meer violently chopped off the heads of the ogres one by one. His body was already covered with blood, and his eyes and expression became extremely dangerous. Obviously, this young master was ready to vent his frustration a while ago. Meer cast his murderous eyes in one direction. There, Sheen was actually walking in the front. However, Sheen did not fight the ogre face to face, and did not even raise his weapon. Instead, he smiled at the ogre rushing towards him, holding a tattered parchment in his hand. Then, Sheen moved his lips a few times, and a burst of amazing magic power gushed out, like an erupting volcano, turning into a rolling flame, blowing away a large group of ogres. The explosion was so shocking in both its sound and power that it was no less powerful than a high-level magic cast by a high-level magician who had used up all his magic power. It not only blew away countless ogres, but also blew away the surrounding land, burning the earth to a charred black. The horrifying scene made Meer both envious and resentful. If it weren't for the magic item for self-defense, Meer would have already found Sheen and made trouble for him. Although he also had this magic item, unlike Sheen who could use it at will, most people, including Buren, were not fully familiar with the use of this magic item. They could only use it successfully a few times when Sheen was guiding them. If Sheen was not there, they would not be able to use it anyway. To be honest, even Buren didn't think it would turn out like this. Now, Buren is already worried. What should he do if the people from the old demon clan attack and they still can't use this magic item at will? And Meer was very dissatisfied with this situation. It was as if only that guy was special. Obviously, without that magic item, that guy would be nothing. Meer gnashed his teeth and vented all his resentment on the ogre in front of him. On the contrary, Sheen, like a picnic, stepped on the charred ground and walked slowly forward, observing the surroundings while taking a look at his current level. LD.24. Yes, Sheen has leveled up again. 10 days have passed since he set out from Limijan. The many battles he encountered during this period, and the training and accumulation he had done in the past to learn various skills and magic have finally turned into actual gains, allowing Sheen to level up. When will those guys from the old demon clan come? Sheen can't wait. Chapter 109, they will have a hard time. The group of ogres that attacked the escort team was actually quite threatening. Not only were there a large number of them, but each individual was above level 30. If someone else encountered them, it would probably be a catastrophe. In this mountainous area, this group of ogres was like a dominant existence. Even powerful monsters above level 60 did not dare to provoke them, let alone adventurers. Almost no adventurer team would come to attack such a large group of ogres. Unfortunately, this time it was the ogre group that was blind and provoked the escort team from the Marquis of Mureo. Limijan. In this escort team, except for Leon and Eudelis, who were both below level 30, the rest of the people, whether it was the knights led by Buren, the adventurer team led by Vivian and Alice, or even Meer, were all above level 30. Among them, Buren's level is close to 70, and Teal is one level away from reaching level 60. Vivian and Alice are both level 50. These people are all very high. The rest, such as Lumia and Melica, as well as some elite knights and adventurers, are all above level 40. As for Meer, his level is also as high as 38, and almost all of his equipment is precious and rare. In terms of close combat, he may not be inferior to Lumia at all. He can indeed be called a powerful person. Even Eudelis is the daughter of a magic props business. Although her level is not high, she is equipped with many magic props. If she really fights, she can still play a very high ability. In the escort team, the only one who is really useless is probably Leon. Right? No. Leon's network of contacts is still quite wide. Even Eudelis follows him. It is very likely that he also has some magic props as a means. In addition, Sheen, who is only a level 10 rookie adventurer in the eyes of others, has now become the most handsome guy on the battlefield with the so-called magic props. This escort team may have a suspenseful situation against the large army of the old demon clan, but against a group of ogres of around level 30. Even if it cannot be called cutting melons and vegetables, it can be called a quick and decisive battle. So, this sudden monster attack was declared over after 20 minutes. As a result, the ogres were naturally defeated, except for a few who fled because of the bad situation. The remaining ogres were all conquered. Afterwards, under Buren's instructions, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Everyone in Vivian's team also gathered together, cleaning the battlefield and talking. This time, you are fighting with that magic prop again, Vivian said unhappily. How about showing your strength in front of others occasionally? If you keep going like this, you will be seen as someone who only relies on that magic item to show off his power. Right? Apparently, after leaving Limijan, the fact that Sheen has been using magic items to fight has caused some controversy in the escort team. She naturally understood that he was so low level, but he was so active on the battlefield with magic props, creating a much more brilliant record than those high-level knights and adventurers, which would definitely cause dissatisfaction among some people. But There was no way. I didn't have a suitable weapon. Sheen spread his hands. This time. Except for the holy sword still hidden in the package. Sheen did not carry any weapons. The last broadsword was directly broken at the time of magic sword. This made Sheen know that ordinary weapons should not be suitable for him to use. So, Sheen prepared to go to the capital to see if there were any magic weapons suitable for him. As for Lemidgen, although there were magic weapons there, they were not only extremely expensive, but also not as good as the high-end products in the capital. Sheen naturally didn't want to waste money, so he decided not to buy them. Anyway, if it was really necessary, Sheen could just borrow a weapon from the escort team. Otherwise, now that he had learned the skill of barehanded combat, he could also fight with his bare hands. In addition, he had already learned powerful magic, so he decided to just bombard them with magic. However, because the power of his magic was too scary, Sheen used the name of magic props to exercise this ability. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Sheen was showing off with magic props. But how could they know that they were all masterpieces made by Sheen himself? Sheen didn't care. After all, there will be a time when they will feel better. Sheen said these playful words. What do you want to do? Vivian said helplessly. Don't mess around. We have a mission. Don't worry. Sheen made a not at all convincing assurance. And then said, let's not talk about me. Tara and Melica's performance is also very good. I always feel that your strength has improved a lot compared to the last time I saw you. It shouldn't be my illusion. Right? Speaking of the latter, Sheen has turned to Tara and Melica. Vivian also looked over. Indeed, your strength seems to have improved. Vivian laughed sincerely and asked, is there any new gain? Hearing this, Tara and Melica both stopped what they were doing. More or less. Tara glanced at Sheen and said indifferently, I was stimulated by someone. And my recent training has been strengthened. If there is no accident, I should be almost upgraded. This sentence attracted everyone's attention. Is Tara going to upgrade? Lumia was surprised and happy and said, in other words, Tara is almost level 60. Right? Yeah. Thierry nodded, as if he was not talking about his own business, and said calmly, I can feel that I am close. In a few days at the least, or a month at the most, I will be able to reach level 60. This is no small matter. After reaching level 60, you will be able to become a level 6 adventurer, just one step away from the highest level 7 adventurer. Vivian sighed, by then. A 16-year-old level 6 adventurer will surely cause a sensation in the entire kingdom. Right? Really? Sheen was surprised and said, is this so amazing? Of course. Vivian said without hesitation, even if you look at the entire human world, there is only one person who can reach level 60 at the age of 16. Once Tara has done it, it proves that Tara is not inferior to that person at all. If you know how special that person is, then you will know how amazing Tara's performance is. After speaking, Vivian looked at Melica again. What about Melica? Are you about to upgrade too? Vivian's words made everyone's eyes focus on Melica. Me? Melica was a little hesitant, and even a little hesitant. What's wrong? Melica? Lumia immediately asked in confusion. No. Nothing. Melica was still hesitating, and finally said in a very uncertain tone, it's just that I don't feel like I'm about to upgrade. But I don't know why. Recently, I always feel that my magic power has been increasing. These words made everyone stand up in surprise. Chapter 110 Unanswered Questions. Magic power has been increasing? Led by Vivian. All the girls looked at Melica with surprise in their eyes. Yes. Melica herself seemed to be surprised by this phenomenon. Puzzled and uneasy. And whispered, I don't know what happened. I thought it was an illusion at first. But with the battles in the past few days, I always feel that my magic power has indeed increased. The evidence is that when Melica was fighting the ogre just now, the magic she released was much more powerful than before, because her own magic power has increased. The magic power that Melica can infuse when using magic has also increased. And the result is naturally that the power of magic has increased sharply. But why did the magic power suddenly increase when it was not upgraded? Melica was puzzled by this. Vivian and others also began to pay attention to it. Generally speaking, the growth of abilities, like magic, usually either increases with the level, or by acquiring more magic through learning skills, or because of external factors, such as taking magic potions that can enhance magic or using treasures. Vivian asked Melica, Melica, have you learned new skills or used any treasures or magic potions? No. No. Melica shook her head and said quickly, if so, I wouldn't be surprised. Indeed, even Vivian knows something that Melica, the elf magician, can't be unaware of. Melica didn't notice the problem at all, which proves that, at least, the improvement of magic is inconsistent with the usual reasons that can be thought of. Then Melica also became a little worried and said, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" "Yes. If there is something wrong with the body, and it affects the flow of vitality, it is not surprising that the magic converted from vitality will have problems." Vivian said seriously, "Melica, do you feel anything abnormal in your body? No matter how small the abnormality is. Think about it carefully." Melica frowned her beautiful eyebrows, looking somewhat distressed. Vivian and Lumia both looked at Melica, without urging her, and slowly waited for her to recall. But Sheen, who had not spoken since just now, stayed quietly at the back, staring at Melica, his eyes flickering. At this time, "Do you have any ideas about Melica's situation?" A voice came from the side, bringing Sheen back to his senses. Sheen then realized that Teal had come to his side without knowing when. "Speak." Teal did not look at Sheen, but said, "What do you think?" "Ideas?" Sheen scratched his cheek and said, "It can't be considered an idea. It's just that I noticed something." "What's the matter?" Teal asked bluntly. Sheen cast his eyes on Melica again and narrowed his eyes. In fact, a few days ago, Sheen found that Melica had some abnormalities, because of the reaction of the magic perception skill. "You shouldn't have noticed it." "Right," Sheen said in a low voice. "Like this, now, around Melica, there has been a very weak magic power constantly lingering, and even flowing into her body." "What?" Teal frowned immediately and said in surprise, "You mean, the reason why Melica's magic power suddenly increased is probably because there has been a weak magic power injected into her body?" "I can't guarantee this." Sheen shook his head and said, "But if you ask me if I have any clues, then I only have this discovery." Hearing this, Teal kept frowning and remained silent. After a while, Teal spoke like this. "Melica is an elf, and elves are life born from nature. If there is really magic power lingering around her, or even injected into her body, it would not be strange for Melica's magic power to be improved." Teal said lightly, "In other words, this situation is essentially the same as the existence form of the magic source." "Magic source?" Sheen was stunned at first, then reacted and said, "Are you saying that the magic power is the magic power of the world itself flowing in the atmosphere?" "The magic source is formed because the magic power of the world is gathered in one place, so that the magic power is transformed into spring water. Melica is an elf born from nature, close to nature and the world. In this case, if the magic power in the atmosphere flows into her body, she, as a natural elf, will absorb the magic power and grow, which is not strange at all. The question is why the magic power of the world itself suddenly gathered around Melica." Teal raised the only remaining question. At this moment, even Sheen frowned and fell silent. Sheen didn't notice that at this moment, Melica was casting her eyes on him inconspicuously, looking at Sheen, who was lost in thought. Melica's eyes fluctuated. If there was anything abnormal about her during this period, Melica could only think of one thing, and it was related to Sheen. Since that night, "I always feel that Mr. Sheen has become more and more close to me." This made Melica's vigilance toward Sheen fade little by little. Before, Melica would agree to let Sheen stay with her so that she would not be alone, and the reason was also because of this. Until now, Melica sometimes unconsciously wants to get close to Sheen, and her eyes will often turn to Sheen uncontrollably. Lumia even told her once that she had unconsciously recited Sheen's name when she was sleeping, which made her feel ashamed. How did I become like this? Melica was troubled by this, and her hand subconsciously touched her clothes. Inside, the wreath that Sheen gave to Melica was lying quietly, and no one noticed it. Then, even Sheen himself did not realize that the magic power lingering around Melica was actually aimed at this wreath. But it was absorbed by Melica, a natural spirit, after approaching the wreath. "Oh, I always feel that I am becoming less and less like myself." Melica, who did not know this, cried in her heart. In the end, Melica did not choose to say this abnormality, but claimed that she did not feel anything. In this way, this question naturally could not be answered. In desperation, everyone could only give up the pursuit and continue to clean up the battlefield. Not long after, the escort team set off again. At present, they have entered the dukedom of Fidines and are close to the capital. However, there were people chasing after them, and they were not far away. Chapter 111: The Perseverance of the Young Nobleman. Then, the escort team spent the whole journey in peace, and no more blind monsters came to attack. following the route that had been set up in advance. They continued to travel day after day for 10 days, completing today's journey. When dusk fell, and the night was about to replace the day, everyone stopped and began to set up camp, make fire and cook, and set up tents one after another. There were still no problems in the middle, so that everyone who enjoyed dinner could patrol as before. And those who should patrol, and those who should keep watch looked really warm and ordinary. And this night, it was Sheen and Melica's turn to keep watch together. As mentioned before, Melica did not refuse Sheen's company, so the two stayed together tonight, guarding in front of the campfire. However, Sheen and Melica sat opposite each other, but they were silent one after another. This scene lasted for nearly half an hour. So awkward. Sheen was very uncomfortable. He wanted to break the awkward atmosphere, but he didn't know how to start. Before this, Sheen had already said that he would keep a distance from Melica and others. With such a prior agreement, it was naturally difficult to talk to them, especially Melica, who also looked a little restless, holding the staff tightly, lowering her head, and even her pretty face was red, which made people's heart beat. But it was precisely because of Melica's performance that Sheen found it even more difficult to speak. It's like a blind date. What can I say? Sheen was speechless. On the other side, Melica was getting more and more nervous. She kept exerting force on her staff, and even her knees were pressed together. She rubbed them unconsciously, as if she was very anxious. Sure enough, it wasn't my illusion before. At this moment, Melica could feel an inexplicable urge to get closer to Sheen. What's wrong with me? Melica was vaguely anxious, making her quite restless. If possible, Melica also wanted to break the current awkward atmosphere and take the initiative to talk to Sheen. However, like Sheen, Melica was too embarrassed to speak because of what happened before. My previous vigilance was so obvious, and I admitted that I had an intention to send the wreath. Mr. Sheen should not want to talk to me like this now. Right? Melica could only think so, and her mood became depressed. But Melica still couldn't control herself. She kept glancing in Sheen's direction. Then she realized that she was peeking at him. Her pretty face immediately turned red, and she quickly lowered her head. But after a while, she couldn't help but raise her eyelids and look over, falling into an endless vicious circle. It must be said that this behavior, like that of a young girl in love, made Sheen more and more uncomfortable, and it became increasingly difficult for her to speak to break the current atmosphere. As a result, he fell into a vicious circle like Melica. The two of them kept awkwardly silent. Little did they know that this scene had already been seen by some people with ulterior motives. Melica, Rumia, who had not fallen asleep for a long time because she was a little worried about Melica's condition, saw the elf girl with a red face from the tent, who couldn't help but peek at Sheen. There was confusion in her eyes. What happened? Vivian, who was about to go to find Burin and confirm the next route, saw the scene as soon as she came out of the tent and was also surprised. Beer happened to patrol nearby and watched this scene. After a while, he left thoughtfully. Then, in a hidden corner, Meer trembled all over, staring at the blushing Melica with his eyes wide open, and clenched one hand into a fist, scratching the bark of a tree next to him. Why look at that guy with such eyes? Why show that kind of expression to that guy? Melica. Meer clenched his teeth. In the past few days, Meer has been looking for opportunities to get close to Melica. But because Melica was accompanied by someone, he finally gave up the idea and went back in disgrace and unwillingness. But Meer's feelings for Melica are indeed beyond doubt. Even if he can't find an opportunity, he will still come every night, hoping to find an opportunity to get close to Melica. And he will persevere for this. Meer believes that his sincerity will impress Melica sooner or later. There was no way, from the moment he saw Melica in Vivian's team. This pure and innocent elf girl deeply touched Meer's heart and made him fall completely. Speaking of which, although Meer is impulsive and arrogant, and can even be said to be naive and stupid, he is not completely without advantages. Firstly, Meer has good talent and potential, and is willing to work hard to train himself. He has just raised his level to 38 at the age of only 16. In Lamijan, even if he is not as good as Teal, he is still a well-known genius. Secondly, Meer is not like Leon, who has a promiscuous relationship with men and women, and is not like some young masters of noble families, who have no idea how many lovers they have hidden outside. The arrogance in his character also treats women equally, and never treats them differently. For such a Meer, he has always believed that ordinary women are not worthy of him at all, and he is too lazy to even look at them. Therefore, Even though Vivian and Lumia are very outstanding in appearance, Meer did not look at them differently. At least, in Meer's eyes, Lumia was no different from other women. He even looked down on her because of her timid character. Only Vivian's character and connections made Meer restrain his arrogance and respect her. But as for Melica, when Meer saw her for the first time, she took away all his attention. That pure, holy, and innocent figure and temperament made Meer completely unable to stop. It was not until that moment that Meer realized that he had always looked down on secular women. Only this kind of pure and innocent elf woman, who was not stained by the mud, could move him and make him fascinated. So, Meer could no longer take his eyes off Melica. He wanted to get close to Melica madly, and even wanted to get her. Only then could he not hold back the impulse in his heart and attack Melica, who was alone. Unfortunately, at that time, Teal seemed to have seen through his mind. She was always nearby, and she chopped Meer's hands and feet mercilessly. Meer's fear never disappeared when he thought of what happened at that time. But even so, Meer still wanted Melica and wanted to get close to Melica. His obsession with Melica could make him desperate. If he could get Melica, Meer felt that he would be willing to give up his noble status. This man who was proud of his bloodline and status was willing to do this for Melica, which showed how deep his persistence was, and also showed his different side from other nobles. It was because of this that Meer could not control himself when he saw the scene. Meer's eyes turned red, and in his uncontrollable anger, he actually took out a tattered parchment. He was actually planning to use Sheen's magic props to plot against him. Chapter 112, I will protect you. In front of the bonfire, Sheen, who was in an awkward atmosphere, suddenly raised his head, and his eyebrows were slightly raised. At this moment, Sheen's enemy sense skill reacted, telling him that someone around him was hostile to him, and even murderous. Sheen glanced in that direction, and then seemed to understand something, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. This made Melica, who had been secretly watching Sheen, a little stunned. After hesitating for a while, she spoke tremblingly. What's wrong? After half an hour, someone finally broke the awkward silence. Nothing. Sheen shook his head and smiled meaningfully. I just feel that some young master's patience is really not as good as I imagined. And I feel that the other party's possessiveness is so strong, worthy of being a medieval-style dandy aristocratic son. Young master? Medieval-style dandy aristocratic son? Melica didn't seem to understand. However, the words young master and noble son still made Melica nervous. Could it be again? Melica had guessed something, and her expression became a little overwhelmed. Seeing this, Sheen couldn't help rolling his eyes. Are you so afraid of him? Sheen said in great confusion, although he is a noble. You are also an elf, known as a race favored by God, and your level is much higher than that dandy young master. As a result, you were bullied by him like this. Wouldn't you just blast him with a magic? In fact, Sheen has wanted to say this for a long time. After all, Melica is a level 42 elf magician. If they really start fighting, even if the upstart young master has a set of high-quality equipment, he is only level 38, and he can't unilaterally bully Melica. Right? But Melica couldn't do anything to him again and again, which was really incredible. After thinking about it, Sheen could only think of one possibility that would lead to this situation. That is, Melica didn't want to do it at all, or didn't dare to do it. No. No! Melica shook her head vigorously, and said quickly, magic is a very dangerous power. I learned 2 magics, fire and ice, which are very lethal. Even the lowest powered elementary magic can cause great harm to the human body. It's not okay to use it on people casually. I seem to think so. But Sheen didn't understand, and was a little annoyed. Others want to hurt you like that, and you are still considering whether you will hurt others. Are you stupid? Sheen said a little bit like a hater. Look at Teal, who cut off all his limbs without saying anything. Isn't this more harmful than using elementary magic? The implication is that if Melica decisively blasted the elementary magic, even if he was injured, he wouldn't be so seriously injured. Sometimes, a person's kindness does not necessarily make the result better. Right? Sheen was very sincere. In this regard, Melica wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Melica did not understand the truth. It's just that I actually forgot to chant the magic spell because I was too nervous and too scared. If I tell the truth, I always feel so embarrassed. Melica's face turned red, and she was almost embarrassed. This is actually a weakness of Melica. As a natural magician, Melica has a very high quality. When the enemy is a monster or a demon, Even if there is danger approaching, she can insist on chanting the magic and calmly blow the opponent away. However, when the opponent is a human, for some reason, Melica will be too nervous, resulting in intermittent chanting and meditation, and cannot complete the use of magic smoothly. This situation is quite common among elves, because elves are kind by nature. When their opponents are human, they often instinctively show mercy, even if they have to use heavy hands. Most elves can't help but hesitate for a moment. Melica has a particularly serious problem in this regard, not only because of her kind nature, but also because she is easily nervous. She is quite clumsy in fighting against people, and even worse than the timid Lumia. Although Lumia is timid and shy, she can always muster up the courage to fight when she has to. Otherwise, she would not rush up without hesitation when she encounters a monster and blow all the enemies away with one punch. On the other hand, Melica's personality is not timid or shy, but because she is too wary of others and easily nervous. Problems arise instead. Vivian, Teal and Lumia all know this problem, but Sheen doesn't know it. Melica doesn't want Sheen to know it either. The reason is nothing else. Just don't want Sheen to look down on her. At that moment, Melica could only lower her head and remain silent. Sheen didn't want to teach others like a high-ranking life mentor. Seeing Melica fall into silence, he didn't want to say anything more. He shrugged and turned back to the direction of hostility, his eyes full of teasing. There, Meer was holding a tattered parchment and kept growling. Come on! Use more force! Come on! Use more force! Come on! Use more force! Why can't it be activated? Why? Meer was almost in a frenzy, chanting the so-called magic spell to the magic prop in his hand. But because the magic prop was not activated for a long time, the whole person was trembling with anger. Is it really true that this magic prop cannot be activated without that guy? I don't believe it. Meer didn't want to admit this fact. My chanting method is absolutely correct. I am a genius. It doesn't make sense that I can't chant a mere magic spell after such a long time. Is it because I chanted too softly? It seems that I really need to chant louder to activate it. But if I chant too loudly, I will be discovered. Meer was in distress. Under such circumstances, Meer accidentally glanced in the direction of Sheen and Melica. The next second, Meer saw the scene that almost made him run away. Mr. Sheen! In front of the campfire, Melica's voice suddenly sounded, and it was a little flustered and out of tune. Just because Sheen actually sat next to Melica, not only did he no longer feel uncomfortable and embarrassed, but he became enthusiastic. Sorry, I just said a little too much. Actually, I didn't mean to blame you. Sheen smiled at Melica with a big smile that seemed to be shining his teeth, and said, It doesn't matter even if you can't do it? Is that so? Melica had already smelled the scent of Sheen, which made her pretty face turn red. Her pointed ears also turned red, and even her eyes were wet. There was no way. Originally, Melica had the urge to get close to Sheen. Now that Sheen took the initiative to get close to her, the urge in her heart was completely turned into satisfaction, making her whole body seem to become soft, and her heartbeat accelerated wildly. But Sheen said this. Of course. Sheen looked at Melica and said with great affection, Because I will protect you. At this moment, Melica's heartbeat completely missed a beat. Then, who meow. Melica finally couldn't bear the shame in her heart. Her eyes rolled up. She groaned and fell down. Sheen subconsciously hugged Melica and finally realized that he had gone too far, and Meer finally lost control. Kill you! In the corner, Meer rushed out in great anger. Chapter 113, I really offended you. Bang! When a dull blow like thunder suddenly appeared, a figure immediately flew out backwards, like a kite with a broken string, and hit the ground hard. Ah! With a scream of pain, Meer lay there, and a footprint appeared on his face. Oh! Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you, the young master. Sheen made such a sound with a smile, and walked towards Meer while laughing, holding Melica, who was blushing and had already fainted, in his arms. Seeing this scene, Meer was furious. Let go of your dirty hands. You are not allowed to touch her. Meer shouted angrily, forgetting the pain in his body, and rushed towards Sheen again. But, bang! Ah! There was another muffled blow and a scream, and Meer flew backwards again, falling back to his original position. There was also a footprint on his face, telling others what had just happened. I was really scared. Sheen patted his chest, as if he was really scared, but his expression was full of calmness. which made his actions full of foolishness. In addition, he blatantly retracted his feet. Needless to say, it is clear where the 2 footprints on Meger's face came from. You. Meer pointed at Sheen in anger and astonishment, as if he couldn't believe that he would be kicked away by Sheen twice in a row. Aren't you only level 10? Haven't you learned even one skill? Can such a person kick himself twice in a row at level 38? The answer is definitely no. In response, Sheen looked normal, and even spoke to Meer with a smirk. Sorry, Master. I accidentally leveled up several times recently, and my strength has increased a bit too fast. Moreover, the magic props I got from that person are not only the powerful magic attack type, but also the self-strengthening magic props. If you think I am easy to bully and can't help but rush over, then I can only say sorry to you. Sheen made such a half-truthful speech, which made Meger's face twitch several times. Do you dare to show off your strength only by relying on those magic props? Meer roared in hatred. That is not your own strength at all. If you still have the dignity of being an adventurer, then put down those magic props and duel with me. Is that so? Sheen said playfully. Then don't use those advanced equipment. Just rely on your own strength. And try again. If it weren't for those advanced equipment, with Meger's strength, it is estimated that he would not be as good as the adventurers above level 40. Sheen teased him with this, but he never thought that Meer not only did not feel ashamed, but looked at him with burning eyes. I don't need equipment. So you don't need magic props? Meer stared at Sheen. Sheen was stunned at first, then understood Meger's plan, which made his face more playful. Sure. So Sheen agreed very readily. This made Meger's eyes light up, and he immediately took off his advanced equipment without hesitation, and rushed toward Sheen again with a heart full of anger. Half a second later, bang! Ah! The third muffled blow and scream echoed in the moonlight. Meer used his anger to get the third footprint on his face, and he also smashed it back to the original position for the third time, wailing in pain. You don't keep your word. Meer pointed at Sheen's hand and trembled. In addition to anger, his voice was mixed with grief and indignation, which made people feel a little sympathetic and aggrieved. Sheen still stood there, holding Melica, with an innocent face. Why didn't I keep my word? Sheen said puzzledly. This time, I didn't use magic props. You lied? Meer was furious and shouted at Sheen. How could you kick me away so easily without using magic props? Why not? Sheen blinked and said, Didn't I say it just now? I accidentally upgraded several levels recently, and my strength has increased a bit fast. In other words, Sheen wanted to say that he accidentally became stronger than Meer. Of course, this is the truth. Now, Sheen has reached level 24. Even if he does not use the holy sword, magic, or even cheating skills such as magic sword and limit transformation, he is not inferior to Meer at all. You should know that when Sheen is upgraded, all his abilities grow to the maximum. In this case, even if Sheen does not use any cheats, he is still a little higher than Meer at level 38 by his own ability. In addition, Sheen also has skills such as military god and unarmed combat that have been upgraded to the maximum level. Not to mention Meer at level 38. Even if Burren at level 68 comes, it is still unknown whether Sheen can get away with it. In view of this, Sheen can crush Meer just by normality, and he is not inferior at all. But Meer naturally does not know this, and only thinks that Sheen is playing tricks on him, and the humiliation and anger in his heart are rising. Do you think you are the only one with magic props? Furious, Meer took out the tattered parchment and pointed it at Sheen. Come on! Use more force. Like this, Meer chanted the spell to use the magic item loudly and desperately. Puff! Sheen burst into laughter, and then became serious again. Since you said so, I will do as you wish. As soon as the voice fell, Sheen's figure suddenly rushed in front of Meer like a ghost, and kicked him hard in the face with the sole of his foot. Bang! Ah! This is the fourth muffled blow and scream. Meer fell to the ground, howling in pain, and chanting without giving up. Come on! Harder! Come on! Harder! Come on! Harder! The eldest young master of this noble family has already given up. Or in other words, he regards the magic prop in his hand as the last straw, chanting the spell over and over again. He is really worthy of being the eldest young master. He is so brave and fearless. I am almost moved. Then I will do as you said and be harder on you. Sheen held back his laughter and mercilessly kicked Magrez, who was lying on the ground, one kick after another, making Magrez howl. when Magrez finally became bruised and swollen. He almost cried. Why didn't you start? I've shouted loud enough. Magrez really cried. Poor guy. He's just a 16-year-old dude. And he was bullied like this time. I'm afraid he will be traumatized again. Stop it! Stop it! Magrez cried and shouted, if you dare to do this to me, my Flit family will never let you go. Is that so? Then I'm so scared. Sheen said this. But his feet did not stop at all. Kicking and saying leisurely, but, don't forget, young master. It was you who suddenly ran out and attacked us for no reason. I think if President Lately knew about this, she would also do justice for me. You see? Even Melica was scared by you. It's really your fault. Huh? Mager was dumbfounded. How did this become that she was scared by me? Thinking this way, Mager didn't know that he had offended a pitiful hero who had already maxed out the skill of shirking the blame. If Sheen didn't kill him, he wouldn't be named She. Funny. Chapter 114. Do you want to try? Woo-ah. After a few minutes, Mager was no longer subjected to violence. But he lay on the ground unable to get up. He was dying. Not only with a swollen nose and face, but also holding his head and shaking all over. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. Woo-woo. As if he didn't notice that Sheen had stopped. Mager was still muttering such words. Like a poor child who was abused. Is it a bit too much? Looking at this scene, Sheen seemed to be a little bit reluctant. However, Sheen, who said this, didn't realize that his face was actually hung with a happy and even a little refreshed expression. In this situation, Sheen squatted down and patted Mager. Mager immediately let out an extremely embarrassing cry. And his whole body trembled even more violently. Obviously, after Teal, Sheen has become a feared person in Mager's heart. Sheen smiled in response and spoke gently and kindly. Come on. Tell me. How can the so-called Flit family not let me go? Sheen smiled gently like a big brother next door. However, this smile, in Mager's eyes, is no different from the hideous face of the devil. No. It won't be a big deal. It won't be a big deal. Mager admitted defeat on the spot. Really? Sheen continued to smile gently and said, you won't cause trouble to me again in the future? No. No. Mager cried and shook his head. That's good. Sheen nodded with satisfaction and said, then you won't cause trouble to Melica again in the future. Right? Mager stopped crying. The smile on Sheen's face disappeared instantly. I have to say that seeing Sheen's performance, Mager was so scared that his heart was trembling. But this was the only thing that Mager would never compromise on. Melica is mine. Mine. I will never give up. The dandy noble young master kept saying this. Even though he was trembling all over. He did not beg for mercy. This was quite surprising to Sheen. I didn't expect that you, a nouveau riche young master, were quite infatuated. Sheen patted Mager's arm, ignoring his trembling, and shook his head and said, but you have to know, young master, a forced melon is not sweet. Melica really looks down on you. So why do you have to love this flower alone? Make good use of your identity and status. At least, in Lamijan, don't you have as many beauties as you want? Hearing this, Mager retorted, I am not interested in those vulgar women. Mager said with courage, they are not even qualified to be a foil for Melica. Oh! Sheen raised his eyebrows and said with interest, don't you want to open a big harem? Marry dozens of beautiful wives? And have fun every night? No. Mager replied without hesitation, I only want Melica. I don't want any woman other than Melica. Sheen was also shocked by Mager's unhesitating attitude. He scratched his head and spread his hands, saying, this doesn't fit your setting at all. As a second-generation dandy, shouldn't you keep lovers everywhere outside? When you see a beautiful woman, you immediately have that thing on your mind. And you can't even move your legs. Your IQ will plummet. For the sake of happiness, you will not hesitate to use any means, even in broad daylight, to stage a drama of forcibly snatching people back, or use something to threaten others. Is this your position? You are talking about those rubbish nobles, who are good for nothing except playing with women. Right? Mager said with great disdain, don't compare me with that kind of people. That is simply an insult to me. Those parasites, who have no use except to ruin the family, are not qualified to be called nobles at all. Hearing these words, Sheen was really surprised. This dandy young master actually has such an idea. It seems that he is not completely useless. But, if I remember correctly, you seem to have tried to force Melica. Right? Sheen said with a smile, in the end. Not only was you discovered by Tear, but she also broke your limbs. Isn't what you did a disgrace to the family? These words of Sheen were exchanged for Meger's answer without hesitation. As long as it is for Melica. Even if it means disgrace to the family. Or even being driven out of the house, and no longer being a noble. I am willing. Meer did not reflect on his actions at all. Instead, he looked firm and fanatical, staring at Melica in Sheen's arms, his eyes almost full of infatuation. And now, Sheen understood. So that's it. As long as it is for Melica. Then you are willing to pay any price and use any means? The smile in Sheen's eyes finally disappeared. There is no way. Ignoring Melica's personal will, and only doing things for your own desires. I really admired you for nothing just now. To put it bluntly, Meer is a typical double standard. He looks down on the actions of other nobles, but justifies his own actions. In fact, there is not much difference between the two. Guys like this who say one thing and do another, and have no self-awareness at all, are the most annoying. You can still feel good about yourself like this. It seems that I think too highly of you. Sheen looked at Meer, as if he had lost interest in this toy, and said, from now on, don't think about Melica anymore. These words made Meger's eyes widen, and he couldn't help getting excited, and wanted to object on the spot. Unfortunately, Sheen didn't give Meer a chance. This is not advice, but a warning? Sheen stretched out his hand and placed it on Meger's neck. As if he wanted to cut it, he slowly slid his fingers, and spoke in a meaningful manner. I'm not as gentle as Vivian, nor am I as considerate of the noble family behind you as Thierry and the others. I really want to kill you. I have 100 ways. Do you want to try? Sean's words made Meer tremble again, and his body became cold. Meer even felt that if he didn't kill him here, it would cause too much trouble. Sheen would definitely not mind really cutting his neck. This is the only chance. Cherish it, my young master. As he said, Sheen patted Meer for the nth time. While Meer was trembling with fear, he held Melica and stood up. Then, Sheen turned around and left without hesitation. Woo 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 wow. Meer was like a complete collapse, and he rolled and crawled away. At the same time, in the corner next to him, Thierry also put away the sharp blade. You saved your life. Teal glanced in the direction where Meer left, and turned away. Of course, Vivian also saw the scene, and looked at Sheen, who was holding Melica and walking towards Lumia's tent, with a hint of helplessness and a smile on her face. Still quite reliable, this new member of our team. Leaving these words, Vivian turned and left. Chapter 115 Bloody Night. Whoa whoa whoa. In the woods not far from the camp, Meer was crying like a bully child. Crying so sadly. My Melica. My Melica. When Meer thought that the only woman he loved was now lying in the arms of another man, and the other party threatened him that he must not bother her again, Meer couldn't stop crying. Obviously, it should be mine. Mine. Meer was getting sadder and sadder, and the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he was, causing more and more tears to flow, and even snot to flow. Such an embarrassing look has never appeared on Meer since he was 7 years old, which shows how sad Meer was. I won't give up. I will never give up. Meer kept persuading himself like this. There must be another chance. Although Meer had the urge to collapse to the ground when he thought of Sheen's threat, he really couldn't let him give up Melica. After all, no matter what, this man's obsession with Melica was so high that he was willing to give up his noble status to get what he wanted, even if he was afraid of Sheen. Meer didn't want to give up. Of course, Meer was really scared by Sheen, and didn't dare to think about revenge. If it weren't for this, I'm afraid Sheen wouldn't let Meer leave. Even if he didn't kill him in the camp, he would find a way to get rid of Meer to avoid trouble in the future. Now Meer really hates and fears Sheen. On the one hand, he has lost the idea of resistance, and on the other hand, he is unwilling to give up Melica. So, Meer can only murmur. He can't stay with Melica forever. Sooner or later, Melica will be alone. At that time, he will take Melica away, fly away, and spend his life in a place where no one can find him. As long as he can get Melica, Meer feels that he can live a happy life even if it is a hard life. That guy is not a god. It is impossible for him to know where Melica and I went. Meer had such an idea. As for whether Melica was willing or not, that was not within the scope of Meger's consideration. As Sheen said, Meer ignored Melica's wishes from beginning to end, which can be said to be extremely selfish, or extremely self-satisfied. Meer lives in his own script and world. And even Melica is just a role in his script and world. Even if she is the heroine, it should be decided according to his heart. Therefore, Sheen said that in essence, Meer is no different from other nobles. Except that others are self-aware. But he is not self-aware. He has no awareness that he is doing bad things. But thinks that everything he does is right. Good. It's decided. Having made up his mind, Meer wiped his snot and tears and regrouped. I will wait until the opportunity comes. No matter how long it takes. Meer made up his mind and turned around, ready to return to the camp. However, Meer had no idea that this would be the last move he would make in his life. Because, at the moment he turned around, a black shadow appeared silently behind him. Puff! The sharp blade pierced Meer's body, stabbed into his back, and then came out of his chest, bringing out a large amount of blood. Meer froze there. And after a while, he slowly lowered his head and looked at the sharp blade coming out of his chest, his eyes full of disbelief. At this time, another hand reached out from the side and pressed Meer's head. Bang! With a flash of fire, the flames enveloped Meer's entire body, burning him to ashes. Meer didn't even have time to scream, and he couldn't even realize that his life was gone. He was completely destroyed without leaving even a trace of his body. Until then, the hand that was holding Meer was withdrawn, and the figure of an old man appeared in this space. Finally caught up, the old man looked at the camp with bonfires in the distance and smiled sinisterly. As for the person he had just killed, he was no longer in his memory. Lord Betto. The black shadow that pierced Meer's body with a sharp blade also showed its full appearance. And it was accompanied by a large group of people, all supporting the old man. These people were the executioners of the old demon clan. They finally caught up with the escort team. How is the investigation going? Betto asked casually. There are already results. Betto's subordinates reported in a low voice. There are a total of 118 people in the camp, and almost all of them are human. Among them, there are 3 people with a level below 30, 87 people with a level between 30 and 40, 23 people with a level between 40 and 50, 3 people with a level between 50 and 60, and 2 people with a level above 60. According to the report of the personnel with identification and reconnaissance skills, one of the 2 people is at level 77, which should be Lord Killian, and the other is at level 68, which should be the highest level person here. After hearing this report, Betto sneered. There are actually people with a level below 30? And there are 3 of them? It seems that Lemidgen really can't send any decent combat force to escort Killian. Betto's vigilance against this camp has dropped several times. With this level of combat power, even if Betto himself doesn't take action, I'm afraid he can easily kill them all. Right? Perhaps it was to compete for merit. So the leader of Lemidgen did not want to ask for help from other towns in the territory. Betto easily saw through the cause and effect, and sneered. The human race is so hopeless no matter what era it is. When can we kill these annoying races? The disgust revealed in Betto's words is even stronger than that of Killian. The performance of the others is similar, as if the next job is to dirty their hands and have to clean up the garbage, with disgust and helplessness written on their faces. The old demon faction exists like this. Therefore, whether it is Betto or the other old demons, they will not be like ordinary villains, who will be more nagging to the enemy, but will only hold the mentality of cleaning up garbage, as if doing a monotonous and boring job, and repeat the killing. This time is the same. Do you want to rush in directly, Lord Betto? The subordinate asked. The barrier around the camp has been broken by us, and those human races should find it soon. Then let's do the preliminary work before that. Betto waved his hand and said, send some people to sneak in and rescue Killian first, so that those human races will not be desperate and kill the hostages first. And then send some people to start the blockade work around, whether it is setting up a barrier or destroying the road. Anyway, none of the human races can escape. As he said, Betto licked his bloody fingers. This time it's still the old rules. Wait until the preliminary work is done before killing. No matter whether it's male or female. What race? Even if it's the demon race. Those who mix with the human race will only be traitors. Kill them all. Don't leave any. So, the executioners began to act. The bloody night begins here. Chapter 116 Invitation from Others. At the same time, Vivian was walking towards the direction of Burin's tent. Almost every night, Vivian would go to Burin to discuss the next route of action with him and confirm the next route of the escort team. Not only Vivian, but Alice would do the same thing. That person was also the leading adventurer in Lemidgen, and his level and strength were not inferior to Vivian. In this escort mission, the two were the leaders other than Burin, leading their own adventurer teams and cooperating with the knights. Although they obeyed Burin's dispatch on the surface, they were actually independent of the knight system, and many things needed to be discussed with Burin in advance. Originally, Leon, as the captain of the remaining adventurer team, had to discuss various important matters on the road with Burin, like Vivian and Alice. But unfortunately, Leon is really a person who has nothing to offer in this regard, apart from being a little bit cunning in matters that are beneficial to him. He is basically not good at anything serious. I don't care about these trivial matters at all. I just blindly participate in things that can bring real benefits. Everything else is not within his consideration. Based on such a problem, Leon just left a sentence at the beginning. You guys decide. I have no opinion. And then, he never attended similar discussions again. Such Leon is looked down upon in the adventurer industry, which is a matter of course. However, I don't care about this at all. Vivian knew that this was because Leon's target was the nobles, and becoming an adventurer was just a way to expand his network and get more opportunities to contact others. Therefore, I don't care how the adventurer industry evaluates me. In Leon's mind, sooner or later he will become a noble, and it is impossible for him to be an adventurer forever. Therefore, the identity of an adventurer and the evaluation of the industry are really dispensable for Leon. In this case, it is naturally impossible to expect Leon to be more dedicated. To be honest, Vivian did not intend to express any opinion on this. As the saying goes, everyone has their own aspirations, even if Leon's starting point is not pure, as long as it does not affect others. Why should he care so much about the other party? Vivian is a very opinionated person, and her views on things are different from others. To some extent, she is very detached. In view of this, Vivian rarely evaluates a thing or even a person from a personal point of view. Instead, she takes the overall situation into consideration and everyone's feelings into consideration. She also likes to lower her subjective ideas and not let her preferences interfere with her views on the outside world. Such Vivian would tell Sheen the objective fact that the brave man could not appear based on the relationship between the three tribes. And she would also decide to help Sheen based on the objective facts when they were not familiar with each other. For this reason, she gave Sheen absolute trust, which is something that others can hardly do. Laylee once commented on Vivian, saying that her values are not like those of humans, but like those of gods. Vivian could not make any objection to this. After all, if I must say, I am not completely unrelated to the gods. Thinking of a secret in her heart that is difficult to confess to others. Vivian's mood is very complicated. Perhaps, this feeling of mine is because of the divine part. For this reason, Vivian's evaluation of Leon is also very objective. She believes that although he is not a competent adventurer, it is also a way of survival, and should not be completely denied. At least, Leon does cooperate with everyone's actions, unless it causes losses to his personal interests. He generally does not oppose the decisions of others. He is a person who is easy to talk to a certain extent, since it will not affect others. Vivian does not want to comment too much on what he does. To sum up, Vivian still respects Leon. She will not be stingy with the courtesy and kindness that should be done. However, recently, some of Leon's actions did have a certain impact on Vivian. Good evening, Miss Vivian. Just as Vivian was on her way to Bellen's tent, this familiar voice called her. Vivian stopped, sighed in her heart, and then turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. There, the imagined figure appeared. Moreover, she was not alone. Vivian. Eudelus's vigilant voice also reached Vivian's ears. I saw that the daughter of the magic props business was holding a man's hand at this moment, and walked out of the shadows on the side. If that man was not Leon, who else could it be? Good evening, both of you. Vivian bowed her head to Leon and Eudelus, and her eyes keenly discovered some unnatural things about the two. Specifically, their clothes were a little messy. There was a red mark on Leon's neck, and Eudelus's charming face was even more beautiful, showing a strange blush, coupled with the intimate and ambiguous atmosphere between the two. It was obvious at a glance what the two had just done in the shadows. Vivian sighed silently in her heart again. On the contrary, Leon, as if nothing had happened, quietly broke free from Eudelus's hand and smiled at Vivian. At this time, is Miss Vivian going to Lord Burin? Leon's tone was modest and gentle, and his every move was full of inexplicable elegance, which made people feel good. Unfortunately, Vivian knew that these actions were all intentional by Leon. Yes. Vivian did not look at Lion, Her eyes slightly lowered. And she said politely, today's route was attacked by an unexpected group of ogres. And perhaps the same thing will happen on tomorrow's route. Just in case, I think it is better to discuss with Mr. Byrne and Alice to see if we should change the route and avoid some dangerous areas. You have worked so hard, Lion said with some heartache. It is my dereliction of duty to let Miss Vivian, a lady, take on such a task. No, there is no such thing. Vivian shook her head and said, this is my job. How can it be considered Mr. Lion's dereliction of duty? Then at least let me express my gratitude. Lion smiled at Vivian and said, why not? When we arrive in the capital, I will treat Miss Vivian to a meal. Hearing this, Vivian remained calm on the surface, but secretly said in her heart, here it comes. Chapter 117, The Rhythm of Losing Everything. In recent times, Leon has been like this, talking to Vivian for different reasons, and then inviting her in various disguised ways. There is no need to explain what the idea is. Not only Vivian, but also Lumia and Melica have been talked to and invited by Leon several times. If they were not timid and nervous, and were not very wary of men, they would have been deceived by Leon's sweet words. Only Teal, when Leon first talked to her, she directly said don't bother me, which embarrassed Leon for a long time before he stopped pestering her. In other words, all the girls in Vivian's team have been talked to by Leon recently, especially Vivian. Perhaps because she is the captain of the team. Leon's attack on her is the strongest, and it seems that as long as Vivian is taken down, it will not be difficult to get close to, or even get close to the other girls. Vivian was troubled by this. Although Vivian did not hold a negative evaluation of what Leon did, she did not support him either. In other words, Vivian had no bad feelings towards Leon, but she would not have a good impression of him. In addition, Vivian was not a superficial woman who was fascinated by Leon's appearance and behavior. As a result, Vivian naturally could not like Leon. However, as gentle as Vivian was, it was impossible for her to reject Leon directly like Teal. After all, you should not hit a smiling person. On the surface, he was still kind, and Vivian was not easy to deal with. Therefore, Vivian could only express it in a tactful way. No need. I have to meet my friends after arriving in the capital. Vivian rejected Leon just like that. However, after hearing Vivian's words, Leon not only did not give up, but became more excited. Speaking of which, Miss Vivian and President Laley both grew up in the capital, so they must know a lot of people. Right? Leon said enthusiastically, if possible. How about introducing one or two to me? I also want to make friends in the capital. Vivian immediately smiled bitterly. It's not that Vivian can't control herself, but Leon's intentions are too obvious, so Vivian doesn't know what to say. The most troublesome thing is that there are not only Vivian and Leon here. I think it's better not to trouble them. Lord Leon. Eudelis hugged Leon's hand again, smiled sweetly, and said, I also know someone in the capital. Why don't I introduce my friends to Lord Leon? One sentence made the atmosphere stiff. Leon frowned slightly. Eudelis didn't notice this at all, and still smiled sweetly, only looking at Vivian with hostility in her eyes. And Vivian almost couldn't help but express her sigh directly. This is also a headache for Vivian. From the beginning, Eudelis's hostility towards Vivian was obvious. No, it should be said that Eudelis's hostility towards women who approached Leon was clearly shown. As Leon's partner, Eudelis was quite obsessed with Leon. And then she was very wary of the women around Leon, especially for Vivian. Perhaps Eudelis knew clearly that Leon valued Vivian, and was worried that Vivian would take away Leon's favor for herself. So her hostility towards Vivian was the greatest. At the beginning, before the secret mission began, didn't Eudelis say that she came with Vivian because she knew she would come? It was because of the hostility and wariness towards Vivian that Eudelis said such words. It can be said that Eudelis appeared in this mission just to hinder Leon. Leon seemed to have guessed it, but he couldn't say anything about it. After all, Eudelis was also very helpful to Leon, even if he knew that she was here to hinder him. Leon couldn't say anything harsh and could only let it go. It's not that Leon couldn't control Eudelis, but Leon didn't expect that Eudelis's hostility towards Vivian would be so great. In Le Mission, Leon had more than one woman. Eudelis was also very clear about his romantic affairs, but she didn't do anything specifically for it. This gave Leon a feeling that even if Eudelis followed him, it wouldn't cause any problems. Right? If she knew about this, he would definitely complain. If this happened in the previous life, it would definitely be a mess. Isn't it? Leon could flirt with girls so openly and recklessly. and it would be fine if he didn't cause Shira a field. But he could even use this to rise step by step. If it weren't in this alien world where polygamy is allowed. How could it be possible? Of course. In this world, all the gods with special status are women. It stands to reason that even if this world becomes a situation where women are respected, it would not be surprising. As a result, this situation not only did not occur, but there is a system and atmosphere of polygamy. Why is this? Sheen is also puzzled, and finally can only blame it on the needs of the plot. In any case, Vivian is indeed a little troubled recently. Leon has been contacting her all the time, and Utilis's hostility towards her has become stronger and stronger, which makes Vivian feel that she doesn't know what to do. At the moment, Vivian can only follow Utilis. Utilis is right. She also knows many friends in the capital. Her magic props business is very famous in the capital. Mr. Leon can rely on his lover more. After saying this, Vivian did not give Leon a chance to reply. It's getting late. I have to go find Mr. Belen. Hearing this, Leon knew that he couldn't continue to pester her. Well, then, Leon said with some regret and unwillingness, let's have dinner together next time if we have a chance. Okay, Vivian said perfunctorily, and felt relieved. Good night, Vivian. Utilis also relaxed her face, smiled and waved to Vivian, as if she wanted Vivian to leave quickly. So, Vivian turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, Vivian's figure suddenly paused, and her eyes suddenly turned to one direction, with a stern look on her face. Vivian? What's wrong? Seeing this scene, Leon and Utilis were both stunned. Vivian did not answer, but stared in that direction. After a long time, she exhaled and took off the shield behind her. Two of you, Vivian said very seriously, please don't leave me for a moment. Oh! Leon and Utilis didn't react, but Vivian couldn't give any more advice. Because, in front of Vivian's vision, two black shadows came at a high speed, exuding a strong smell of blood, telling Vivian that they were not friendly. At the same time, in Lumia's tent, Melica had woken up, knowing that she had just fainted because of shyness. Melica kept her head down, looking like she wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Lumia didn't know what happened. While comforting Melica, she kept glancing to the side, with an uneasy look on her face. There, Sheen scratched his face, looking like he didn't know whether he should leave. Suddenly, Sheen's face froze. In his eyes, an inexplicable spirit was surging. Chapter 118. What a shame. Swish. In the tent, Sheen suddenly stood up, startling Lumia and Melica next to him. Mr. Shishien? What happened to you? Lumia and Melica were a little uneasy, as if they had noticed that the atmosphere around Sheen had changed. Sheen closed his eyes, and fully activated his enemy sense and magic sense skills. In this situation, she not only felt a strong hostility coming, but also a good amount of magic approaching at a very fast speed. And his reaction was quite intense. That was definitely not the reaction of a monster. The hostility and magic of a monster would not be so obscure and active. Therefore, Sheen could be sure that the attacker was definitely not a monster, but a more dangerous, more terrifying, and more evil existence. And there were quite a few of them. Among them, there was even one whose magic power was much stronger than that of Killian. Is it finally here? Sheen opened his eyes, and looked at Lumia and Melica. Follow me closely. Don't separate. After saying this, Sheen rushed out of the tent. Seeing this, Lumia and Melica didn't have time to react until a while later, looking at each other, as if realizing that something was wrong, and finally followed Sheen and rushed out of the tent. After rushing out of the tent, Lumia and Melica trembled all over. There is a smell of blood. Lumia twitched her cute little nose, with a panic on her face. Look over there. Melica was even more sharp-eyed, and saw the strange phenomenon in the camp, pointing in that direction and reminding loudly. In the direction that Melica pointed, several tents were set on fire, burning fiercely and rising thick black smoke. Then, bursts of explosions continued to appear in all directions of the camp. Seeing this, how could Lumia and Melica not know what happened? Enemy attack. How could it be? Both girls exclaimed. Sheen was in front of the two of them, watching this scene and narrowing his eyes. As expected of the old demon clan that once planned a large-scale assassination in the capital, they are very good at infiltration and attack. It was only after the opponent took action that Sheen's enemy perception and magic perception reacted respectively. Obviously, the opponent was also prepared. At least, they had prepared countermeasures specifically for perception skills. Teal should not have noticed that someone had sneaked in. Right? Even Sheen, who has full-level skills, has only noticed it now, let alone Teal. But, even if that's the case, I wouldn't have failed to notice it when you got to this distance. Saying this, Sheen suddenly turned around and kicked Lumia and Melica hard from behind. Bang! With a loud collision, Sheen's kick hit the shadows behind Lumia and Melica, and kicked them out heavily. Ah! Ah! Lumia and Melica realized that someone was about to attack them, and both let out a small cry. Sheen pulled the two girls behind him, and kept his eyes on the attacker. At this time, the attacker didn't seem to expect that he would be discovered, let alone being kicked away. After being stunned for a while, he immediately became angry. Kill! Without any extra nonsense. The attacker turned over and jumped up, then tightly grasped a bloody dagger and rushed towards Sheen. The speed was so fast that people could only see a blurry black shadow. And it was silent. Ordinary people might not even have time to react and would be killed instantly. Right? Unfortunately. Bang! With the sound of the muffled blow, the attacker who was flying over not only had no chance to swing the dagger, but was kicked away by Sheen again, as if he had offered himself to the door. If the attacker's speed was so fast that others could only see a blurry black shadow, then Sheen's kick was as fast as lightning, and it came in a flash. So amazing. Witnessing this scene with her own eyes, Lumia murmured, "Mr. Sheen?" Melica also looked at Sheen's back, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She no longer cared about these. Anyway, even if the strength was exposed, he could just blame others as usual. Now was not the time to hide his weakness. So, Sheen walked towards the attacker. You? The attacker seemed to realize that Sheen was a tough opponent. He turned around without any hesitation and prepared to avoid the attack. This was also their mode of action. They would kill anyone they could without hesitation. If they couldn't kill anyone, they would retreat and wait until they could join the main force or wait for stronger companions to come. However, the choice of turning their backs on Sheen was undoubtedly a mistake. Lightning. A dazzling lightning flashed through the night sky and hit the attacker, who turned around and prepared to retreat. Ah! The attacker screamed. Under the bombardment of thunder and lightning, his whole body seemed to be scorched. After a while, he turned into a scorched corpse and fell to the ground. Sheen came to the opponent, picked up the opponent's dagger, and spoke in disappointment. "Since you can't be invincible, don't learn to be an assassin. It's really embarrassing." The other two shadows responded to Sheen's words. "Kill! Kill!" Two new attackers came to Sheen's sides without knowing when, and stretched out their hands to Sheen, uttering murderous words while releasing magic. It seems that these two people are ready to use powerful magic to kill Sheen on the spot. At this moment, "Hey!" Lumia rushed to an attacker and punched him with a strong wind, forcing him to retreat. "Burn off!" Melica also released the magic that she had prepared unconsciously to another attacker, causing the flames to suddenly bombard the opponent's position, forcing the opponent to give up the attack and dodge. "TSK!" One of the attackers uttered a sound of astonishment, raised his hand again, and seemed to turn his target to the girls. "This is another wrong decision." Puff! When such a tearing sound was heard, a dagger was nailed to the attacker's chest, piercing his body. The attacker uttered a stiff groan and fell down immediately. Sheen maintained the posture of throwing the dagger, and a familiar message emerged in his mind. "Obtain skill throw. Do you want to learn it? This is a good skill for tricking people. There is no doubt that it must be learned, and it is the kind that can be upgraded immediately." While Sheen silently completed this task, he turned to the remaining attacker. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" Lumia was chasing the attacker, with lovely shouts coming out of her mouth. But her punches were as fierce and fast as the wind, so that the attacker, who was obviously a magician, could only dodge passively. "Damn it!" The attacker cursed, and the surging magic power on his body fluctuated, as if he was preparing to cast some powerful magic. The other party didn't realize that he was already a step slower. This is the breath of the heavenly wheel. The magic power surged out of Melica's body, causing her to raise her staff and chant loudly, "The crimson fire, spirit, and transparent truth." Fueled by this prayer, "Rose here." The crystal on Melica's staff immediately bloomed with brilliance. Heaven fire. The next second, the meteor shower came. Bang, 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 bang. Spectacular explosions continued to appear in a corner of the camp. The fire illuminated the night sky. The atmosphere kept trembling. When this spectacular scene disappeared, there was only a charred land on the land where the meteor shower landed. There was only a corpse left. However, The corpse's feet seemed to be broken by something. Sheen smiled slightly, and picked up a new stone from the ground. I have to say that the full-level throw skill is really powerful, even if it is used to break someone's legs and prevent them from running away. That's fine, isn't it? Chapter 119, the fact that one cannot escape blame. At this point, regardless of Sheen, Lumia and Melica all understand the specific situation. The old demon clan. Melica restrained her magic power, looked at the attacker who was burned by her without hesitation, and confirmed the identity of the other party. If the other party was not a demon clan, as a naturally born elf, Melica would not be able to act so decisively and burn the other party to death without mercy. But from the decision to take action until now, Melica's instinct as an elf has not caused any hesitation about this matter. Until this moment, when Melica reacted, she realized that she had killed an attacker with magic. This alone can confirm the identity of the other party. And since it can be confirmed that the other party is a demon clan, then who will attack the camp and the escort team? Is it difficult to guess? Not to mention Melica. Even Lumia guessed. What should we do? Lumia was a little panicked. Melica was not much better. On weekdays, the two of them were mainly concerned about Vivian and Teal. Now that Vivian and Teal were not around, the two of them were naturally at a loss. Fortunately, Lumia and Melica were not the only ones here. Don't panic, Sheen said to Lumia and Melica. Now is not the time to panic. Be more alert to the surroundings. You don't know when new attackers will jump out. Sheen's words made Lumia and Melica regain some calmness. However, the two were still very worried. Where is Sister Vivian now? Lumia murmured helplessly. Where is Teal? Is she okay? Melica also held the staff tightly, her face full of worry. On the contrary, Sheen was not worried at all. Don't worry. They are fine. Sheen said this with certainty. The reason was that magic perception allowed Sheen to clearly perceive the magic of Vivian and Teal and know their current situation. Now, Vivian was fighting with several attackers from the old demon clan at a distance from Burns' tent. Seeing that the magic of those attackers was fluctuating so violently, Vivian's magic was always so calm. I think Vivian should have resisted their attacks, and even had the spare power to protect two relatively weak magic reactions. There shouldn't be any problems for a while. As for Teal, this girl is now rushing here at a high speed. On the way, she was attacked by several members of the old demon clan. But not only did she not get into trouble, but she also killed several people in return. She is very strong. Even Burns seemed to have rushed out of his tent, and was now dealing with several attacks from the old demon clan. His performance was not as impressive as Teal, obviously, compared to Teal, who has scientifically combined all his skills since level 1, has a clear positioning, and also has the magic sword. Burns' lethality and threat are weaker. I believe that the people of the old demon clan would not have expected such an accident. Right? Of course. The rest of the people in the camp are miserable. At least, from what she noticed. People's magic power has been disappearing since the beginning. What happened to those people is clear after a little thought. Although Sheen has some sympathy for this, he does not feel guilty. Even if the emergence of the old demon clan can be said to be due to Sheen. It has been said before that even without Sheen, with the series of tricks that Burns and others have made in order to compete for credit, this situation will appear sooner or later. Even if Burns and others are lucky enough to escort Killian to the capital safely. With the style of the old demon clan, they dared to kill in with a high-sounding manner 10 years ago. Now, 10 years later, can't they do it? In other words, this matter was destined to be bloody from the beginning. Sheen could not see any sign that this mission could be completed peacefully. In addition, Burns and others were a little bit greedy. Sheen was really a little unhappy if he didn't just waste time. Not to mention, Killian was captured by Sheen himself. Burns and others wanted to get the credit that should belong to Sheen. How could people understand if they didn't bleed? So, these innocent knights and adventurers who were tragically affected, in the final analysis, can only be said to be unlucky. That being said, it is also a fact that I can't escape some responsibility. Therefore, Sheen will not feel guilty, but will try his best to make those culprits pay the price they deserve. Let's go. Lumia. Melica. Sheen said so. Go. Where to go? Lumia and Melica were stunned and at a loss. Sheen smiled slightly. What is the goal of the old demon clan? Sheen turned around and left this sentence. We just need to go there. So Sheen. Lumia and Melica rushed in one direction together. Bang. Boom. In the camp, bursts of explosions still appeared from time to time, setting the tents on fire. This world has turned into a sea of fire, and flames appeared in all directions. The ground is covered with blood and corpses. The fluctuations of magic power and the tremors of the atmosphere are also going on all the time. Sheen, Lumia and Melica hurried on their way, and encountered several waves of attacks from the old demon clan during the period. But they were quickly resolved by the cooperation of the three. Specifically, Sheen used his perception skills to discover the enemy in advance, and used the full-level throwing skill to transform ordinary stones into air-shaking LS, either killing or injuring the opponent on the spot. Lumia and Melica then finished off the wounded, effectively reducing the number of enemies, clearing away obstacles along the way, and then continuing on their journey. The number of people on the road has increased from 3 to more than a dozen, because there were knights or adventurers fighting with the attackers of the old demon clan on the way. They were struggling to hold on, and did not fall. So she naturally saved them, and took them on the road. Even Alice was among them. Thank you, Brother Sheen. Alice's way of addressing Sheen changed completely, and even the look in his eyes when he looked at Sheen changed. And he said in a very strange and surprised way, "But, are you really only level 10? And you haven't learned a single skill?" Seeing Sheen smash 2 old demons of a high level with 2 stones, Alice no longer believed it. Sheen was too lazy to explain too much. Just led everyone and kept on going. About 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at their destination. There was the tent where Killian was imprisoned. Chapter 120. Who are you? Stop! When he saw Killian's tent appear in his sight, Sheen, who was running in the front, suddenly spoke. All the people who followed Sheen and rushed here were shocked at Sheen's shout. One by one, they all stopped subconsciously. At this moment, boom! In front, the tent where Killian was imprisoned exploded without any warning, causing a roar. The flames suddenly shot up into the sky, and the flames also burned fiercely. Everyone on Sheen's side couldn't help but make a sound, and some even screamed, obviously scared. Only Sheen stared at the center of the explosion, and for some reason, a mocking emotion appeared in his eyes. At the same time, people around him began to rush here. Burren seemed to have broken free from the attackers of the old demon clan, and rushed here from another direction with a knight troop, and saw the scene. The rest of the knights and adventurers seemed to have rushed here as well, and their faces kept changing as they looked at the tent with flames rising to the sky. This scene lasted for an unknown period of time. Then, everyone saw it. In the center of the flames, figures appeared one after another. They were demons wearing black robes. They walked out of the flames slowly, as if they were in an empty space, ignoring the surrounding flames and heat, and appeared in front of everyone with a person. That person was Killian. Killian was successfully rescued by the people of the old demon clan. Burren couldn't sit back and watch this happen, and couldn't help but take a step, as if he wanted to do something. However, Burren didn't succeed, because, before that, a terrifying pressure descended on this space. Have you rescued him? A sinister and mature voice appeared along with this terrifying pressure. Everyone realized that before the fire, an old man appeared there at some point, standing there leisurely, as if he was taking a leisurely walk. Looking at this old man, everyone, including Burren, couldn't help but tremble slightly. So scary. Woo! Lumia and Melica also couldn't stop trembling, regardless of their previous vigilance. Subconsciously approached Sheen and grabbed his clothes. Sheen also looked at the old man. Is that him? This person is the owner of the magic that Sheen sensed to be stronger than Killian, and the identity of the other party is also about to be revealed. Betto. Burren on the side called out this name absent-mindedly. Unfortunately, the old man from the old demon clan, whose name is not much different from Burren, seemed to have not noticed his existence, or even noticed all the human race present. He just looked at his subordinates, and completely ignored Sheen and his party. Lord Betto. The old demon clan subordinate came to Betto to report. We have successfully rescued Lord Killian. Hearing this, Betto turned his eyes, and looked at Killian, who was brought out by the old demon clan. At this time, Killian still had a bruised face and a dull look. He had no reaction even when he saw Betto appear. This made Betto frown. What's going on? Betto asked his subordinate in confusion. Not sure. The subordinate shook his head and said in a deep voice, when we found Lord Killian, he was already like this. Is that so? Betto frowned more and more, and said to himself, was it the spiritual magic that interfered with his mind? Or was he tortured to the point of losing consciousness? It should be the latter. The subordinate said, Lord Killian has many injuries of varying sizes, And I'm afraid he was really tortured. Huh. Betto laughed immediately and said, I'm curious about what methods these humans use to torture Killian like this. As he said this, the pressure emanating from Betto became more and more terrifying. Not only Betto, but also those old demons. Obviously, they were all angry. They were not angry about Killian being tortured, but they were angry that the human race dared to do such a thing to themselves and others who were old demons. You are just a human race. You dare to do this to my fellow old demons, Betto murmured. You are just a bunch of dirty trash. Why can't you just be killed obediently? Why do you have to irritate us and make us spend unnecessary energy and effort to deal with you? Betto finally turned his eyes and looked over here. The ruthless and cruel eyes made everyone here tremble. Aho! The timid people have begun to make meaningless noises. Plop. It seems that someone collapsed to the ground because of exhaustion. As for the rest, either their teeth were chattering or they were frozen there, not daring to move, as if they were stared at by an extremely ferocious beast, and they almost ran away on the spot. Among the people present, only Sheen could look normal and bear Betto's eyes, because, just now, a strange magic power drilled into Sheen's mind, trying to affect his spirit and will, but was offset by Sheen's abnormal state resistance skill. Sheen immediately understood what was going on. There is no doubt that Betto used the spiritual magic he just mentioned to destroy the will of everyone present. In this case, I will give you a gift. Sheen's eyes flashed. A terrifying aura burst out from him, like an invisible shock wave, spreading to the surroundings. Betto's face changed suddenly. What? The faces of those people from the old demon clan also changed drastically. At this moment, Sheen activated the oppression skill he had learned in the flower pavilion of Lycia, making the world here seem to be suppressed by amazing gravity. And it kept buzzing. So, in a crackling sound, the old demon clan, who were caught off guard, all knelt on the ground under the suppression of Sheen's aura. Under this momentum, Betto's spiritual magic collapsed and completely dissipated. This made Betto's face look extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of astonishment. On the contrary, the people on Sheen's side felt their whole bodies lighten. Their consciousness cleared, and they were finally no longer afraid and trembling. Sheen then suddenly put away his momentum and canceled the use of the oppression skill. The whole audience was suddenly quiet. Whether it was Burn and others or the people of the old demon clan, they seemed to have not reacted to what happened, and their faces were full of doubts. Only Betto had his eyes on Sheen. Who are you? A cold voice was uttered from his mouth. Chapter 121. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 122. The villain's mentality collapsed. In the camp full of fire, both the enemy and us cast our eyes in one direction. Betto stared at the other party with murderous eyes. The people of the old demon clan also looked solemn. Knights and adventurers such as Burn also looked at them with astonishment in their eyes. Even Lumia and Melica stared at the man in front of them, recalling the amazing momentum that seemed to be able to look down on the whole world. And their faces were full of astonishment. Under the gaze of everyone present, Sheen did not respond immediately, but glanced at Killian. Killian seemed to see Sheen as well. His body trembled suddenly, and the dullness on his face turned into fear, making him tremble. No one noticed the scene. Sheen grinned immediately, and finally spoke in front of everyone. Who are you? Sheen actually responded to Betto with such a sentence. You don't know me? Betto narrowed his eyes. What? Sheen pretended to be surprised and said, Should I know you? Shouldn't I? Betto smiled sinisterly and said, At least, your eyes tell me that you don't know who I am. A boy of the human race. It seems that although Betto looks down on the human race, he does not lack observation because of his high eyes. Of course, if you want to blush in this way, it's still far from enough. I really don't know who you are. Sheen said innocently, My captain did tell me about the mastermind of the assassination. But that was just a few days ago. Before that, I had never heard of your name, let alone deliberately remembered it. In addition, I am illiterate and have only a superficial understanding of many common sense. So I'm sorry. Can you introduce yourself? These words sounded so sincere. But to others, they all became provocations. Betto's subordinates were provoked, and magic power surged from their bodies. While shaking the atmosphere, they seemed to be ready to attack Sheen. However, Betto stretched out a hand to stop him. He. Betto laughed a bit harshly and said to Sheen, It seems that I haven't appeared in the sun for too long. So the little guys now can't even remember my name. But it doesn't matter if they can't remember. Betto's eyes swept over everyone present one by one, as if he was looking at a corpse, and said, taking this opportunity, I will take all your heads and hang them in front of the city gate of the royal capital. I believe that by then, many people will remember my name again. Such remarks made everyone's face turn pale. Burren and Alice also looked very unhappy. Lumia and Melica grabbed Sheen's clothes tightly and dared not let go. It was Sheen who shook his head decisively. I'm afraid it won't work. Sheen said this without hesitation. No. Betto sneered. Do you think I can't do it? This sentence was exchanged for an answer. That's not what I meant. Sheen shook his head, looked at Betto, and then smiled brightly. What I mean is, if you want to be famous, you don't have to be so troublesome. I can help you. What method? It's very simple. Just hang your head on the gate of the capital, and then you won't be famous even if you don't want to be famous. The simple and easy to understand words made the smile on Betto's face disappear completely. Kill them. Without any delay. Betto gave an extremely simple and cruel order in a calm tone. Yes. All the old demon clan members responded immediately, turned to Sheen and others, and released terrible murderous aura and magic power. Seeing this, Burren, Alice, Lumia, Melica and others all realized that the most dangerous fight of their lives was about to begin here. However, before they could react to this, Sheen suddenly spoke. Kill him. Almost the same order came from Sheen's mouth. Burren and others were all stunned. The people of the old demon clan thought that Sheen was ordering Burren and others. Even Betto thought that Sheen was giving this order to Burren and others, and his face was still calm. However, the person who responded to Sheen's order was beyond everyone's expectations. Puff! With the sound of flesh being torn, a hand with hot blood pierced through a body. What? Burren and his group opened their eyes wide. Lord Betto. A group of people from the old demon clan also turned their heads and looked at Betto, their faces full of disbelief. Even the expression on Betto's face froze, feeling the severe pain in his body. He seemed to be unbelievable. He turned his head with a stiff neck and looked behind. You? Betto's eyes were full of shock. Killian stood behind Betto, stabbing Betto's body with one hand. His body was covered with Betto's blood, and his expression was dull. No one thought that this would happen. No one expected this scene to appear. Among all the people present, only one person was not surprised at all. That person was Sheen. Come on. What should I say at this time? Sheen grinned and spoke to Killian in a gentle tone. Killian shuddered all over, as if he remembered some horrific scene again. The dullness on his face turned into collapse, and he muttered insanely. Sorry. I'm a spy. I want to be a good person, too. So, I can't do it. I really can't do it. Killian said these words in a tone as if he was reading a script. It looked like someone was holding a knife to his neck and forcing him to say such lines. Burren and others were stunned. The people of the old demon clan were dumbfounded. Only Sheen was extremely satisfied. After all, in order to make this reversal happen, Sheen disciplined Killian for 3 hours. Not only did he beat him, but he also brainwashed him, telling him that if he didn't do what he said, he would be thrown to 100 human tramps who liked tender little brothers, and let them deal with Killian as they pleased. This is a huge horror for these old demons, who looked down on the human race. So, Killian's mentality collapsed, and he became what he is now. Betto, who didn't know this, also collapsed. Spy. Want to be a good person. I daj fafuya kalif. Boom. The magic power carrying the raging rage burst out from Betto's body. Ah! Betto roared, grabbed Killian's head, and pulled it hard with all his strength. Puff! Blood spurted out like a fountain. In extreme anger, Betto tore Killian's head off alive. Kill them for me! Bathed in Killian's splashing blood, Betto roared at the old demon faction around him. All the people of the old demon faction immediately rolled up their magic power and rushed toward Sheen and others. Chapter 123. It's time. Come over. Be careful. Seeing the people of the old demon clan rushing towards this side with murderous intent, both the knights and adventurers were a little panicked. It's not that the quality of the knights and adventurers present is not good, but the magic power gushing out from those people of the old demon clan is too terrible. Although the demon clan is originally a race with superior power, and the magic power is generally much higher than other races at the same level, but at this point, the level of the old demon clan on the opposite side must not be low. In fact, it is true. The lowest level of the old demon clan led by Betto is 40. If it is only about strength, they can even fight against the human race at level 50 without losing. In other words, almost every one of these executioners rushing towards the crowd is equivalent to a master at level 50. This level of masters is already the best in Lemidgen, and can rival Vivian and Alice. Now they are rushing towards this side collectively. How can everyone not panic? Not to mention, even if it is the old demons of this level, they are only the weakest existence under Betto. Among them, there are even first-class masters above level 60, which are not something that ordinary knights and adventurers can deal with. Therefore, not only the knights and adventurers are panicking, but also Burin is a little regretful. Shouldn't he provoke the people sent by the old demons? Mr. Sheen, Lumia and Melica are also a little panicked. Calm down. It's okay. Sheen had to reach out and hold a little girl in one hand. His expression was not only calm, but also extremely calm, because our reliable friends have come. As soon as Sheen finished speaking, a figure fell from the sky like a meteorite, landing in front of everyone. Sister Vivian. Seeing that figure, Lumia and Melica's eyes lit up. Everyone also saw the scene in front of them, and they were all overjoyed. It's Miss Vivian. Great. Everyone shouted like this. And Vivian faced forward, raised the shield in her hand high, and then slammed it down. Provocation, decoy. When Vivian chanted such a spell, a magical power expanded from her body in a wonderful form, like a net, spreading all around. The old demons who were rushing towards this side touched this magical net, and then they were all like being encircled by an invisible net. One by one, all turned around and rushed towards Vivian. Under such circumstances, the old demons either launched attacks or released magic, focusing their fire on Vivian. It is completely imaginable how terrifying it is to have a large group of demons, with a minimum level of 40 launching a full-scale concentrated attack. To be frank, even a level 70 forward tank would be killed on the spot if it encountered such a concentrated fire attack. But Vivian was fearless and calmly used her new skills. Resist? Suddenly, the magic power that was fluctuating from Vivian's body changed its form. If the previous magic power fluctuations were like a net, then this time the magic power fluctuations were like a wall, making Vivian's body glow with a faint light, which looked very charming. With such a faint light, Vivian put up a shield. Clang, 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 clang. The attacks of the old demons of the melee system all fell on the shield, causing a burst of brilliant sparks. Bang, 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 bang. The magic of the old demons of the magic system also hit the shield, causing waves of fire to surge on the shield. However, all these attacks were blocked by Vivian with the shield. Blocked? In the back, Betto, who was kneeling on one knee with his bleeding chest covered, was stunned at first, and then stared at Vivian. By the way, this team came from Lemidgen, and the human woman was. Betto seemed to remember something. His face sank, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. If he hadn't been seriously injured, Betto would have killed the woman at the first opportunity. I don't know if Vivian noticed this. She glanced at Betto with murderous intent on her face, and then spoke to everyone behind her. You all hide behind me. Don't rush to the front. Vivian warned very seriously. As long as everyone stays behind Vivian, Vivian can keep everyone safe. Although Vivian did not say this, her posture showed such elegance. Everyone seemed to trust Vivian, and they all retreated without saying a word. Sheen also retreated, feeling a little surprised. Is Vivian so powerful? Like Betto, Sheen did not expect Vivian to be able to block the concentrated fire of the old demons, making the stones he just picked up useless. Of course, Vivian is not the only one who is powerful. When Vivian blocked the attack of the old demons, another petite black shadow rushed over at a high speed and appeared in front of many old demons. Buzz! The atmosphere began to tremble. The magic power began to condense. The red light gathered on a pair of ferocious blades, causing the black-robed girl to raise her eyes and look at the old demons with cold eyes. Then, the red slashing light cut through the space. Puff! A level 40 old demon had no time to react and was cut in half by the sharp blade wrapped in red magic light. Puff! A level 50 old demon also had his entire arm chopped off by the red blade because he was too slow. The black-robed girl was like the god of death under the moonlight, with her double blades flying, bringing up a continuous red light, slashing at the old demons lured by Vivian, killing several people in an instant and injuring several people. Ah! Screams and howls of pain rang out from the mouths of those old demons. Is that the magic sword? This time, even Betto was stunned. Didn't they say that the highest level in Lemidgen is only 68? Why would someone learn the magic sword skill that even a level 70 melee master can hardly learn? Betto couldn't help but droop his face. Originally, the woman with the shield was troublesome enough. And now there is such a variable, which Betto did not expect. However, at the same time, Betto's mind became active. If we can kill these two human women here, it will definitely be a great loss for the human race. Thinking of this, Betto's face was full of murderous intent again. Such Betto had forgotten. Here, the person he wanted to kill the most was actually the biggest variable. Vivian. Teal. Come back. At this moment, Sheen's eyes turned, and he shouted loudly. Everyone. Now is the time for us to use the magic props that the one gave us. This sentence made everyone stunned. And then, they all became energetic. And their eyes bloomed with inexplicable brilliance. Chapter 124 Shouting in Vain. Magic props? Hearing Sheen's voice, Betto's eyes flashed and his brows furrowed. Could it be that they still have any trump cards? Betto's face became extremely gloomy. And he began to retreat in his heart. The three variables of Sheen, Vivian and Teal have made Betto's operation, which he thought was foolproof, full of surprises. Now not only did he fail to save Killian, but he was also seriously injured to the point of fatality. If the other party has any other means, then even if he is angry in his heart, Betto does not want to stay here any longer. Anyway, there is a long way to go. When the injury is healed, he will definitely find a chance to kill back and make everyone today pay the price. Especially Sheen. Killian's betrayal must be related to this person. Therefore, Betto's resentment toward Sheen is conceivable, and it is impossible not to retaliate. Therefore, Betto has already thought about retreating. However, what happened next made Betto a little stunned. It's finally time. Burin, the 68th level Knight Commander, who had been useless from the beginning, seemed to have found an opportunity, and seemed to have finally remembered his trump card. He looked at the people of the old demon clan with hatred and took out a tattered parchment. Not only Burin, but the others also hurriedly took out the tattered parchment and pointed it at the people of the old demon clan. Fear! I know. Seeing this scene, Vivian and Fear exchanged glances with each other. Then one put away the shield, and the other put away the sharp blade and began to retreat. This scene made Betto alert. Be on guard. Betto immediately ordered the old demons, who were about to chase Vivian and Fear, to stop and start to be alert. The two sides immediately fell into a strange confrontation, glaring at each other without saying a word, making the air full of the feeling of impending storm, until Burin couldn't hold back and raised the magic prop in his hand. I am a pig with dreams. Come and kill me if you dare. Come on. The loud chanting sounded throughout the camp that was caught in the sea of fire. Defense? The old demon leader, who was directly under Betto, responded to this and shouted in a low voice, causing all the old demons to chant defense magic at the same time, setting off waves of magic power, forming a barrier or magic power barrier, blocking everyone in front of them. This reaction is not slow. Just, huh? When everyone thought there would be a shocking collision, there was only a gust of wind blowing through the scene, bringing up gusts of sand and dust. Betto and other old demons were instantly full of question marks. Burin's old face turned red, and he was slightly embarrassed. Nothing happened at the scene. Just when Betto was confused, two more people came out from behind Burin. These two people were Leon and Eudelis, who were protected and not killed when the old demons attacked because they happened to be with Vivian. When Vivian arrived, the two also chased up from behind and mixed into the crowd until now. Let me do it, Mr. Burin. That's right. Dare to attack our camp. Let me and Lord Leon come together to make them pay the price. Leon and Eudelis spoke indignantly one after another, holding their own magic props in their hands. Then, if you are a man, come and get me. Yamit. The two shouted loudly. Their voices were extremely loud. Defense? The old demon subordinate also ordered the old demons around to chant the defensive magic spell again, launching the defensive magic, intending to block the next attack. But, this time, nothing happened again. The scene fell into an indescribable silence. The next second, all the knights and adventurers holding magic props shouted loudly. Oh my god! Give me strength! I am with my king! My king's name is Billy. Feel the trembling. Little flower cubs. Love is a light. Green to you panic? For the tribe. Flame dragon armor. Transformation. In an instant, like a group of demons dancing wildly, all the human races present chanted magic spells like this. And one shouted louder than the other. But this loud and powerful shouting only brought silence, leaving everyone shouting in vain. However, Everyone thought that they were not shouting loud enough. So they shouted one after another, until their faces turned red and their necks became thick. Puff! Sheen burst into laughter. The people of the old demon clan looked at each other and finally looked at Betto. Betto's face was gloomy, as if he felt that he was fooled. The anger in his eyes turned into a murderous aura, which made him completely give up the idea of retreating. Kill them! Kill them all! No mercy. Betto was completely overwhelmed by anger. At this time, all the old demons no longer hesitated, and they all rushed out again and rushed forward. Vivian was about to rush out to resist, but was held down by Sheen. Sheen looked at the old demon faction rushing over with anger, and then looked at Betto, who was completely overwhelmed by anger, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This time it's really time. Under Sheen's gaze, the attackers of the old demon clan descended. Leon and Utilis, who had just stood up to fight, were the first to face the cruel executioner. The two of them were immediately horrified and shouted, "If you're a man, come on me! Yamidi! If you're a man, come on me! Yamidi!" The shouting at the top of their lungs was met with a fatal attack from the attacker. After confirming that the other party was just bluffing, the old demon clan members no longer hesitated and attacked directly. "If you're a man, come on me! Yamidi!" The voices of Leon and Utilis had completely turned into screams. Or rather, screams. At this moment, fire tender. The real judgment finally came late. Boom! Amid the roaring explosion, violent flames swept out from behind Leon and Utilis, like a fiery wave, avoiding Leon and Utilis while engulfing countless old demons. Ah! The old demons were completely unprepared and were directly wrapped in flames and burned. No! Betto finally showed a look of horror and cried out. But this time, it was Betto who cried out. But it was completely useless. If the old demons were on guard, deployed defensive magic, and were scattered from one position to another, it would be difficult to harvest them all with just one magic. However, the opponent rushed forward without any defense. The distance was so close, and the timing was so good, so the only outcome was to annihilate them all. And this was Sheen's goal. In order to prevent any of the old demons from escaping by chance, and to prevent Betto from retreating, Sheen staged such a play. In the end, the old demons turned into charcoal one by one, and fell to the ground. Chapter 125 Appraisal. It's a success. Great. Seeing the pawns of the old demon clan turned into charcoal in the flames, Leon and Utilis were overjoyed. Not to mention Leon and Utilis. Even Burin and others were ecstatic. It really works. Sure enough, our magic props are the real trump card. Ha ha. This time we won. The knights and adventurers were ecstatic. Even Burin couldn't help but clench his fists. And Alice, who had always been a little skeptical about magic props, was completely occupied by joy. Sister Vivian, Sister Lumia and Melica were also overjoyed, jumping and jumping around Vivian. Huh? Vivian also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smiled. In this way, the pressure is much less. Teal also glanced in the direction of Sheen and whispered. Sheen then restrained his magic power, looked at the charred corpses on the ground, and spoke like this. Well, this is just the appetizer, because the real troublesome person is about to explode now. Just as everyone was cheering for this, the extremely terrifying pressure accompanied by the monstrous magic power swept across the space. How dare you! In the roar of rage and madness. Behind, Betto's eyes completely turned red. I want you to die. Finally, Betto exploded. I saw that this old demon, who had become a bachelor commander, took out a bottle of magic medicine from his arms, and poured it directly into his mouth. Clang! A rich light suddenly shone from Betto's body, allowing Betto to stand up from it. And his eyes were full of violent gazes towards this side. On Betto's chest, the almost fatal injury was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made the magic power and pressure on Betto more and more terrifying, and made the people who were originally overjoyed look terrified. This is trouble. Vivian's face darkened. This Betto. Tyr's voice also became solemn. Even Sheen raised his eyebrows, and looked at Betto with scrutiny again. It's not because Betto's injury was cured. Although he didn't expect that Betto still had a magic potion that could cure that kind of serious injury in one go. Sheen didn't think that this guy could be solved so easily. Therefore, the opponent's explosion was within Sheen's expectations. However, Sheen didn't expect that this Betto seemed to be more terrifying than the rumors. Sheen concentrated his mind, staring closely at the furious Betto. and turned on both enemy perception and magic perception to spy on Betto's hostility and magic, intending to see through his current strength. Result: obtain the skill identification. Do you want to learn it? The new skill appeared just as Sheen was concentrating on observing Betto. This skill made Sheen's eyes light up. The reason is that this skill is one of the skills that Sheen wants most at present. It can identify people, monsters, and even items, allowing the appraiser to know the accurate information of the target. When Sheen applied to become an adventurer, the guild took out the magic detector to test his level and skills, which was equivalent to the 6th level identification skill. Now that Sheen has obtained this skill, he naturally learned it without hesitation and instantly upgraded it to the maximum. Thanks to this, Sheen finally saw through Betto's level LD.84. Yes, Betto's level is as high as 84, which is difficult for even Killian to reach. Moreover, Betto also has 3 magic skills: Magic Fire, Magic Darkness, and Magic Spirit, all of which are above level 7. He even has Claws, a close-range skill that can tear apart enemies with bare hands, which is also level 6, which is extremely terrifying. You don't even think about escaping. Betto, whose mind was dominated by anger, released powerful magic at everyone without hesitation. Hellfire, as Betto shouted. The ground where everyone was began to tremble. Sheen, Vivian, and Teal all reacted to this. Back off, Vivian shouted anxiously. TSK. Teal grabbed Lumia and Melica, and before the two could react, she quickly rushed to the back. As for Sheen, he threw the stone in his hand towards Betto without any hesitation. Pound. Suddenly, the stone turned into a powerful cannonball, which blasted towards the direction of Betto with a frightening sonic boom. Although Betto was furious, he was not unaware of the enemy's attack. He dodged without thinking. Bang! The incoming stone cannon hit Betto's shoulder, smashing it to pieces. Ah! Betto howled in pain. Presumably, even he himself did not expect that he could not even dodge a mere stone. Right. The full-level throwing skill brings Sheen not only accuracy, but also the power and speed of the throwing props. When using the throwing props will increase with the level. If Sheen's level was not too low, and it was a bit behind Betto, Betto might not even be able to dodge. But? Ah! Betto's howl of pain turned into a roar in the next second. Then, his smashed shoulder quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is this? This scene surprised Sheen. Sheen didn't know that the magic potion that Betto had just used was still effective. That was a very precious magic potion. A rare item that even the super strong men of level 90 wanted. Once taken, it would continuously repair the body of the user before the effect of the potion passed, recover any injuries, and even increase the magic power. When using magic, with this surge of magic power, not only can the power of magic rise straight up, but also to a certain extent ignore the chanting and directly activate the magic. So, Betto did not hesitate to activate the strongest magic he could use. The advanced dark magic. Go to H, L and repent. In Betto's roar, the shaking ground shattered. Boom! Waves of violent black flames burst out from the ground, as if the flames of H, I had really burst out, breaking through the surface and enveloping the entire camp. Ah! No! A few knights and adventurers were extremely unlucky, and were touched by the black flames. They could only scream in time before being burned to ashes. Run away! No! Ah! The rest of them were either in panic or wailing. Although they were not hit directly by the black flames, they seemed to be affected. Several of them even had their hands and feet burned. In an instant, the entire camp turned into H, L. Until, breeze, a gust of wind blew up from the sea of fire in H, L without any warning. Chapter 126. Even if it's just you. Huh? In the middle of the dark sea of fire, the storm suddenly rose up like a tornado, first breaking through the shackles of the dark sea of fire, and then sweeping around. Under the blow of the strong wind, the dark H, fire was driven, and although it was not blown out, it seemed to be blown away, and was blown away all at once. Many knights and adventurers surrounded by the dark sea of fire suddenly saw the light of day again, avoiding the end of further extinction. Damn it! Betto was furious, and a huge amount of magic power surged out of his body again, as if he was ready to use the second magic. However, this time, Sheen did not give him a chance. I want to see how you can avoid it. Sheen, who stood in front of everyone at some point, grabbed a handful of stones and threw them in Betto's direction. The stones turned into a series of shocking SH, LS, breaking through the sound barrier, causing sonic booms, and shooting towards Betto with great momentum. Betto naturally did not dare to underestimate these ordinary stones. Black curtain. At that moment, Betto chanted a new magic, allowing a layer of dark magic curtain to unfold around him and turn into a barrier. The incoming stone SHLs touched the black magic curtain, and all of them were immediately sucked into it as if by a black hole, only causing ripples on the barrier, and then disappeared without a trace. Defensive magic? Sheen stopped throwing and threw the stone in his hand away neatly. But Sheen stopped attacking, which gave Betto a chance. Looking at this man standing in front of all the knights and adventurers, Betto's hatred rose like a flame. After all, Sheen was the person Betto wanted to kill the most. Whether it was Killian's matter or the inexplicable magic item that caused all his men to be killed. It seemed that they could all be related to the man in front of him. Now that this man had stood up, Betto would naturally not let him go back. Enmity lightning. Without any more words, Betto released the fastest magic he had mastered to Sheen. In an instant, countless dark lightning bolts suddenly fell from the air like a bolt from the blue and hit Sheen. The number of lightning bolts was extremely large, and the speed of their descent was also unusually fast, making everyone feel that Sheen was hit by countless dark lightning bolts in a flash. Sheen! Mr. Sheen! Vivian, who was dragging all the injured to the back for shelter, saw this scene and her face changed. Even Melica couldn't help but exclaimed. However, Sheen, who was bathed in the dark lightning, looked normal. Not only was he unharmed, but he also stared at Betto with a smile. He looked as if he was saying, "Didn't you eat? Try harder." How is that possible? Betto couldn't believe what he saw. That was Betto's favorite magic. Although it was not as powerful as Hellfire, it was also a high-level dark magic. Ordinary people would be cursed and fall to the ground and die instantly if they touched it, let alone withstand it. If it was Vivian, she might be able to withstand this magic completely. But that was because of Vivian's own specialness. There was probably only such a special example in the entire human world. How could Sheen do that? Enmity lightning? Betto, unwilling to believe what he saw, gritted his teeth and used the same magic again, causing more dark lightning to fall from the air, hitting Sheen one after another. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Lightning, bathed in the dark thunder, Sheen suddenly released magic, causing a bright and dazzling lightning that was different from the dark lightning to break through the sky and hit Betto. Black curtain. Betto's reaction was not slow, and he almost reflexively launched a defensive magic, causing the dark curtain to rise around himself and firmly protect himself. The lightning released by Sheen touched the dark curtain, and like the stone before, it caused a layer of ripples, and then disappeared without a trace. It seems that long-range attacks are difficult to be effective. Sheen was not frustrated by this, but calmly came to this conclusion. Of course, Sheen was not the only one who came to this conclusion. Use this. Not far away, Teal appeared silently and threw a sword at Sheen. Thank you. Sheen didn't hesitate to reach out and take the sword that was thrown by Teal. After taking it, Sheen realized that this sword was not an ordinary weapon. Its blade was as dazzling as platinum, and its hilt was as crystal clear as crystal. There was also magic flowing on it. It was obvious that it was a very precious thing. My sword. At this time, Burin, who was carrying the wounded like Vivian and Alice, exclaimed. It turned out that this was Burin's sword. In other words, this weapon was a treasure that even the son of the Marquis and the Knight Commander with a level of 68 regarded as a treasure. After understanding this, Sheen's mouth curled up into a happy arc. In this case, I will use it without hesitation. As he said, Sheen tightly grasped the sword in his hand, and the magic flowed out like water, first circulating in his body, then gathering in his arm, and then injected into the weapon through his palm. Buzz! Amid the buzzing sound, red magic light shone from the sword, turning into a red sharp blade. Attached to the blade, magic sword. Betto was shocked. How could it be? Burin, Alice, Leon, Eudelis and others were also shocked, making Lumia and Melica open their eyes wide. Sure enough, only Vivian muttered as if she had confirmed something. Go ahead. Teal spoke even more concisely. Evolve. She no longer hid and instantly activated the skill Extreme Evolution. At this moment, Sheen's whole body's strength was surging. The familiar sense of power made Sheen's eyes flash with brilliance. Immediately, Sheen turned himself into a bullet and rushed towards Betto in the vibrating energy. Betto finally reacted. Damn it! The face of the leader of the old demon clan was distorted. At this time, Betto only wanted to whip the corpse of the subordinate, who was in charge of reconnaissance before. Didn't they say that the highest level here is only 68? Didn't they agree that they could slaughter all the people in this camp without taking action? What happened now? A Vivian, a Teal, and now a Sheen. Aren't they all tricky characters? Especially the Sheen, who doesn't look like a human being at all. It's okay to be able to rebel against Killian. But what's the weakness of the level of strength he has shown now? The more Betto thought about it, the angrier he got. But at the same time, Betto felt that if he left Sheen alone, he might become an enemy that would cause a lot of headaches for the old demon clan in the future. So, even if it's just you, you must be killed. Betto was ready to go all out. Thus, the showdown between the level 24 hero and the level 84 old demon clan mastermind suddenly began. Chapter 127 just cut it off. Bang! When the heroic explosion appeared in the camp again, the scene presented to everyone was destined to be unforgettable. At the moment of contact, Sheen and Betto both raised earth-shaking magic power, and then collided fiercely. Mental impact. Betto launched a ruthless attack on Sheen, who was rushing straight at him, causing a burst of invisible magic power that was invisible to the naked eye to explode in Sheen's mind like a violent shock wave. That was a high-level mental magic that could not only destroy a person's will, but also destroy a person's mind. It might not cause substantial damage, but once hit by this magic, at best, the mind would be scattered and consciousness would be lost on the spot. And at worst, even the memory and even the soul might be destroyed, completely turning into a living zombie, which was no different from death. General defense is useless against this kind of mental attack. This type of magic is also notoriously difficult to defend against, and it is even difficult to respond clearly, because it directly affects a person's spirit, will, mind, and soul. It is quite difficult to resist it unless it is a special magic prop and skill. Betto believes that Sheen has some kind of defense method, and even his cursed lightning cannot cause damage to him, so he can only start from the will and spirit. Indeed, Betto's focus is correct. This kind of mental magic belongs to the range of magic resistance skills. For magic like this that does not cause real actual damage, how can its damage be weakened? Therefore, in the face of this type of magic, general magic defense skills are more effective than resistance skills. However, magic like this that does not cause definite damage is usually classified as an abnormal state. In other words, although magic resistance cannot work against spiritual magic, abnormal state resistance can resist spiritual magic and attacks. Therefore, Sheen only felt a sudden roar in his head, followed by another clearing. Not only did he not lose consciousness, but he took the opportunity to increase his speed and rush towards Betto, who had just cast a spell with almost perfect timing. This is the effect of close-up evasion. While dodging the attack, he uses all factors to approach the enemy in the fastest, best and most effective way. So, Sheen swung the slash before Betto could react at all. Puff! As if cutting through a black water curtain, the magic weapon that Sheen used magic sword to cut through the magic curtain around Betto neatly, exposing Betto, who was protected by defensive magic to Sheen's eyes. TSK! Betto immediately made an anxious sound of shock. But he did not lose his composure. Instead, after realizing that magic had no effect on Sheen, he decisively chose close combat. Go to H.L. Human imp. The dog growled like a beast, and one hand was like a sharp claw, tearing through the air while grabbing Sheen's head fiercely. Clang! With a crisp sound, Sheen swept at high speed and deflected Betto's claw attack. Oh! Betto immediately danced with both hands, as if he had turned into a fierce ghost. The nails on both hands suddenly rose, and they all became long, pointed and sharp, like real ghost claws, bringing bursts of cold light, constantly slashing at Sheen. Clang, clang, clang. The next moment, the sound of fierce collision rang out, facing the continuous attack of the claws. Sheen seemed to have completely seen through the trajectory of each attack, and slashed with the smallest movement, deflecting all the incoming claw attacks. With the God of War skill, Sheen's ability in close combat is beyond doubt. Not to mention that Sheen's two-handed sword skill has reached the maximum level. In terms of sword skills, how could he lose to Betto's level 6 claw skill? Sheen smiled at Betto and said, "Your nails are too long. You need to trim them." As he said that, the magic light on the sword in Sheen's hand surged, making the brilliance of the magic sword even stronger. Clang! When Sheen swung his sword and chopped off Betto's claws again, the nails that had suddenly grown longer flew out from Betto's hand. Clang! 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 Sheen moved his heart, and the sword moved with his heart. With extremely elegant and casual movements, he swung and chopped repeatedly. And with a few sounds of metal breaking, he cut off all the claws on Betto's hands. Only then did Betto realize that his hands had become bald, and his nails had become thin, tender and smooth. Sexy manicurist online manicure. Is it okay? Sheen showed a frightening smile to the panicked Betto. However, this hand is too old. No matter how much it is trimmed, it is still so ugly. It is better to just not have it. Just cut it off. After the words fell, the magic weapon in Sheen's hand flashed like a flash, and cut towards Betto's hands with a nearly perfect trajectory. Puff! Puff! After 2 slashes of light, large pieces of blood splashed into the air. Ah ah! Betto screamed in extreme pain, and his body seemed to be struck by lightning, and retreated again and again, and Betto's hands had fallen to the ground and left Betto's body. This scene shocked Buren and others in the distance. He actually got the upper hand in the battle with Betto? He even cut off Betto's hands? Buren, Alice, Leon, Eudelis and others were dizzy. That was a level 84 demon master. How could he be forced to this point by a level 10 novice adventurer? How could it be? Everyone couldn't believe what they saw. Even Lumia and Melica were speechless. Vivian and Teal looked at each other, although both knew that Sheen was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. They didn't expect that Sheen was so strong. In fact, Sheen is very strong now even without using the holy sword. At least, compared to the time when he was level 10, Sheen has become stronger. It's not because of the level increase, but because Sheen has learned many skills since then. These skills have now been fully upgraded by Sheen, and it is conceivable how much improvement they can bring to Sheen. Although Betto is at a high level, he is not as difficult as Lexia. Even if Lycia, who is skilled in space magic, cannot defeat Sheen, she can still deal with him calmly, and even retreat and escape, so that Sheen can't do anything to her. On the other hand, Betto's magic can't do anything to Sheen, and he can't even escape. It seems natural that there will be such a result. Of course, Betto also has tricky points. For example, now, even if his hands are cut off, he still grits his teeth, and as the magic power surges in his body, the cut-off hands begin to grow out. That is naturally the effect of the magic potion that Betto drank. Who are you? Betto roared and blasted Sheen with amazing fire magic, causing the explosion to rise. The temperature rose sharply, and engulfed the surrounding area. Sheen walked in the explosion slowly, and finally passed through the flames and came back to Betto. I am your grandfather. While spitting out fragrance, the sword in Sheen's hand slashed through with red magic light. Puff! Ah! The tearing sound and the howling of pain rang out simultaneously, and it lasted for a long time. Chapter 128. It's just a piece of cake. There is no doubt that Betto hit a wall. The magic that he had worked so hard to learn was completely ineffective against Sheen. In close combat, he was no match for Sheen, who had many max level skills. As a result, even though his level was much higher than Sheen, Betto was like a poor child who had no power to fight back. He was defeated by Sheen's fierce attack and was even seriously injured frequently. If it weren't for the bottle of magic potion, Betto would have been killed countless times. This made Betto shocked and angry, and at the same time, fear gradually rose in his heart. There was no way. Sheen was too cruel. If the hand can grow back after being cut off, can the foot grow back after being cut off? If the foot can grow back after being cut off, then I can cut other places. Right? Come on. Tell me. Where do you want me to cut next? Head? Chest? Heart? Back? Don't choose? If not, I will choose for you. Okay. It's decided. Let's chop them all. Saying this, Sheen began the inhumane slaughter. Just as he said in his speech, chopping every corner of Betto's body. Facing the slash of magic sword by Sheen, Betto could not resist it all. Defensive magic? That kind of thing. In front of Sheen's full-level magic sword, is like paper, and will be cut in an instant. In other words, Betto wanted to fight, but all the attacks were ineffective, and he wanted to defend, but all the defenses were broken, and in the end, he couldn't even dodge. After all, Betto is really good at magic, although his melee ability is also good. He is definitely not the opponent of Sheen, who has a series of full-level skills. In the end, even the power gap brought by the level was greatly shortened by Sheen's extreme transformation. In front of Sheen, he has no advantage at all, and can only be beaten passively. It must be said that the skill extreme transformation is really strong. It directly acts on life, which can make all-round abilities soar, and minimize the level gap between Sheen and high-level opponents to the greatest extent, which brings a huge increase to Sheen. Sheen even thinks that extreme transformation is more advanced than magic sword, military god and even magic guide, which are skills that can only be learned by gods and demons. If nothing unexpected happens, I am afraid this is another skill that is almost like a plug-in. In particular, this skill still determines the increase in magnitude based on the amount of magic power. For Sheen, who has too much magic power to use, it is a completely tailor-made trump card skill. Now Sheen can increasingly appreciate the benefits of this skill, and sincerely believes that this skill may have many wonderful uses that he does not know about. In this case, as an old demon who is more inclined to be a magician, since magic is completely ineffective against Sheen, it is naturally difficult for Betto to turn over from Sheen's hands. Before long, Sheen didn't know how many times he had chopped Betto, and he cut off countless parts of his body, causing Betto to suffer. How could Betto not feel fear? Although the injury can be recovered, the pain will remain. In addition, the effect of the bottle of magic medicine cannot be maintained forever. As time goes by, it has gradually become ineffective, making Betto's injury recover more and more slowly, and his magic power is getting less and less. Betto was shocked and angry, but helpless. Until this moment, Betto understood why Killian was tortured so severely, and was almost collapsed and turned against. It's not that Killian's will is not firm, but that the man in front of him is not a human at all. He is much more brutal than them as old demons, and knows better how to give the opponent the greatest pain. It's really terrible. Of course, if Sheen knew what Betto was thinking, he would definitely tell him. Since ancient times, there have been many talented netizens. As long as you go online, surf, and ask a question like how to make a villain live a life worse than death, you can be sure that your head will be filled with methods that will make people want to die. At least, Sheen felt that he was nothing compared to those talented people on the internet. Betto couldn't know this. Otherwise he would definitely regret why he came to this ghost place. As for the people who watched this battle, they were terrified when they saw Betto being chopped, cut, amputated, and abused by Sheen. They looked at Sheen as if they were looking at a devil. I completely understood why those little guys in the guild were treated so badly that they didn't even dare to hum a few more times. Alice decided that even if he offended the nobles, he couldn't offend this ghost clan. Buren also stared at the scene and took a deep breath. At this point, Buren also understood clearly. What magic props? Sheen was not the one who used magic props to subdue Killian, and the magic props in everyone's hands were not from that person's hand. All of this was just a play directed and performed by Sheen himself. No wonder the use of this magic prop was sometimes effective and sometimes not, and it could only be used successfully when he was around. Buren's face was complicated, and he also understood that it was probably a stupid thing for him to compete with Sheen for credit this time. With the opponent's strength, it is afraid that he will attract the attention of the kingdom in a minute, and let the kingdom reward him generously. The kingdom will definitely not let such a talent go because of stingy rewards, and will definitely give Sheen all the credit he deserves in the end. Class reward system? That only applies to civilians. If the person who discovered the ruins was not a civilian, but a researcher who was capable of making a significant contribution to the country, then the general class would not even be qualified to reward the other party. Right? In other words, Buren and others' wishful thinking was wrong from the beginning. Lion and Udila seemed to have thought of this, and they all showed unwillingness and helplessness. Even if they knew that they were fooled by Sheen, what could they do? Nothing could be done. At best, they could only raise a question. That is, why is he so strong? Lion whispered, isn't he a newcomer? I heard that the magic detector clearly detected that his level is 10. And he doesn't have any skills yet? What's going on? Udilis also looked at Vivian and asked like a question, are you hiding something? Hearing this, Vivian did not answer, because she knew that since Sheen chose to expose his strength, he must have his own explanation. So, Vivian said nothing, but remained silent. However, I was a little worried that Sheen would reveal his identity. But since he could have such strength without revealing his identity, maybe, Vivian probably had some ideas. However, I had to wait and discuss with Sheen before deciding. For now, I just need to watch over him and help him gain a foothold in this world. While Vivian was thinking this, the battle in front of her began to end. Chapter 129. Are you so depressed? Bang. With the sound of falling slowly, Betto, the only remaining member of the old demon clan, finally couldn't hold on any longer. Ah! With wounds all over his body and almost no intact skin, Betto lay on the ground in this state, dying. Only one or two distress sounds could be squeezed out of his throat, telling everyone what kind of torture he had suffered. The effect of the magic potion had long passed. There was not even a trace of magic left. Now Betto was truly at the end of his rope, with no more strength left. Only the last breath left. And this breath was specially left for him by his opponent. Sheen stood in front of Betto, holding the magic sword, while gathering the magic power on his body, and spoke with concern. "How is it? Can you still stand up?" This statement not only frightened Betto, but also the knights and adventurers who were watching, who made Sheen's tone sound so caring. But his face was full of a feeling of wanting more. "This is simply saying that I haven't had enough fun yet. Devil. Devil." The knights and adventurers who were watching were all full of fear. It didn't seem like they were facing their companions at all, but more like they were facing an old demon who was more terrifying than Betto. In fact, in the minds of everyone now, Sheen has undoubtedly become a more terrifying existence than Betto, and even the most terrifying person in his life. I believe that after today, Sheen's cruelty will surely spread further in Lemidgen. Right? But that's a story for later. As an existence that has endured all the destruction of Sheen, Betto now has only one thing to say. "Please kill me. Please." Betto actually shed tears directly, as if he had seen the real HL. Because, later on, she no longer just cut Betto or cut off a part of Betto's body, but also stuffed things like stones, daggers, and dirt directly into Betto's wounds, making Betto watch his wounds heal quickly. And the things stuffed into his wounds became part of his body, and could never be taken out again. That feeling would definitely drive people completely crazy. Now, Betto is not only scarred on the surface, with no intact skin, but also scarred inside. Sheen admired this. He is not dead even after this. He is worthy of being a demon. His vitality is tenacious enough. If he had known earlier, he would have stuffed more fun things, such as insects. Hearing this, Betto's face was full of horror, and his body couldn't stop shaking no matter what. Devil. Devil. Even the knights and adventurers who were watching were trembling, especially Leon and Eudelis. These two people were not very capable to begin with, and this time, they saw the cruelty of Sheen with their own eyes. Their faces were as pale as a piece of paper, without even a trace of blood. This Sheen. Vivian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a bad taste. Tear frowned. So scary. Lumia's eyes were filled with tears. Mr. Sheen? Melica's face was full of entanglement. Obviously, as an elf with a kind nature, she was quite frightened by Sheen's cruelty. Of course, Sheen was just talking. No matter what, Sheen would not do such a thing. After all, insects are so disgusting. Even if Betto is willing to stuff it, Sheen must be willing to touch it. Sheen would never admit that he is actually very afraid of insects. Funny! Betto, who didn't know this, just wanted to get out of trouble quickly. "Just kill me and give me a quick death," Betto begged. "Otherwise, I will help you find someone like Killian to stab you. I don't ask you to let me go. I just ask you to let me go." Poor child. He was forced to this point. But now, Betto also completely understood why Killian didn't dodge when he grabbed his head. With Killian's level and strength, even if the opponent was Betto, it would be easy for him to avoid his attack when Betto was seriously injured. Right? But Killian didn't dodge at all, and Betto just tore off his whole head. It can be seen that he was determined to die. Betto suddenly remembered a detail. That is, when he was about to tear off Killian's head, Killian's dull face seemed to have a trace of relief. Thinking of this, Betto felt that his heart was about to tremble like a persimmon because of fear. "Kill me. Please. Please." Betto almost knelt down and kowtowed to Sheen, regardless of the fact that he could not move. However, "You said, do you also want to find someone of your own to stab?" Sheen didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly asked this question. Seeing this, Betto was also stunned, but then nodded quickly. I think. Please give me a chance." Betto actually nodded like this. Sheen's eyes suddenly turned, and said, "I heard that Killian was originally a subordinate of the dragon demon. You are so familiar with Killian. I think you should be familiar with the dragon demon too?" Such words made Betto's whole body stiff. No, not only Betto, but Vivian and others also opened their eyes wide, as if they guessed what Sheen was going to say, and their whole bodies were stiff. "What do you mean?" Betto looked at Sheen with fear on his face. hoping that Sheen would respond in a way that he did not expect. However, Sheen gave Betto a big smile. That's it. Sheen patted Betto on the shoulder, as if he had entrusted him with a heavy responsibility, and said with a refreshing smile, "Why don't you go find that dragon demon and give it a try?" Betto felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Vivian and others were like seeing a ghost. Dragon demon. One of the first demons born under the direct command of the former demon king, and also one of the pinnacles of the current demons. As the 6 demons who commanded the entire demon clan, even the 3 goddesses of the gods dared not easily provoke a terrifying existence. Facing such an existence, why did Sheen ask Betto to find her? Betto lowered his head. Half a second later, "Ah!" Betto screamed crazily, as if he was in a last gasp, ignoring the serious injuries all over his body, and smashed his head heavily on the ground. Bang! Just like a watermelon smashed on the ground. Betto's head was smashed and exploded directly, causing white and red things to spill out. Oh! Sheen, who was closer to Betto, was almost splashed all over. He screamed and dodged quickly. So desperate? Is it necessary? Sheen looked at Betto's terrible corpse with a look of astonishment. Little did he know that the bystanders were shaking more and more, looking at Sheen with an innocent face. Everyone swore in their hearts. Can't offend him. Can't die. Chapter 130 this time. I won't blame him. With Betto's suicide, the convoy's disaster was finally over. In the end, all the people of the old demon clan were wiped out. Betto died, and even Killian was killed. In addition, many knights and adventurers were assassinated. Although the convoy survived, it was undoubtedly a heavy loss. Afterwards, everyone cleaned up the battlefield and counted the casualties. This time, we had a total of 117 people, and lost a full 84 people. Among these 84 people, 79 were knights of the knights, and the remaining 5 were adventurers. Not counting the knights, there were 4 adventurers in the Alice team, and 1 was from the Lion team. Unfortunately, Meer died, although his body was not found. If there was no accident, he was just destroyed and did not escape by luck. In the center of the camp, Byrne presided over such a discussion in a deep voice. The people who were traveling with him included everyone in Vivian's team, several people in Alice's team, and Leon and Eudelis. Of course, Sean was here too. However, I don't know if it was an illusion. Sean always felt that there was a rather subtle distance between the others and himself. Sean wanted to bring this up, but he didn't have the chance. He could only complain in his heart and stay aside, waiting for the discussion to proceed. When they heard what Byrne said, Leon and Eudelis looked heavy, regardless of the others. Meer. That guy actually already. Leon and Eudelis looked very bad. But this should be gloating, right? Because the reason why Leon and Eudelis looked so bad was because they underestimated the commission this time, including Meer and Meer's father. The relevant personnel of the Lion team all thought that this mission was a dangerous one. As long as they escorted Killian to the capital with the team, they could get the credits safely. In their view, this mission was all about benefits. There would not be too much risk, but there would be a lot of rewards. Who would have thought that under the attack of the old demon clan, not only the escort team suffered such casualties, but even Meer would never come back? How could this make Lion and Eudelis look good? Especially Lion, who originally wanted to take advantage of Meer's big ship to take on this mission and get huge benefits, and even use Meer as a channel to contact Meer's sister and achieve his ulterior purpose. But this time, Meer died, and Lion not only did not get any benefits, but he might be held accountable by the people of the Flit family for this matter. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to do it next. Of course, Byrne will not be easy either. This mission was partly planned by him. Now that it has failed and suffered such a loss, Byrne will probably be blamed. At least, the nobles in the territory who knew about this matter will definitely target this matter, in order to prevent the credit from being taken away by other towns, and not to ask for external support. Byrne planned this action on his own. Originally, he wanted to turn the tide and take this opportunity to dispel the external remarks that he was not suitable for the position of Knight Commander. Now, it has left others with something to say. It is impossible not to be targeted. I believe that after learning about this, the nobles in the territory of Marquis Mureo will start to clamor again, saying that Byrne is not capable of being the Knight Commander. Right? This made Byrne feel very bad, and his face was not much better than that of Leon and Eudelis. Suddenly, Byrne, Leon and Eudelis all cast their eyes on Sheen. She noticed the 3 people's sight and smiled back. Do you have any questions? Sheen asked kindly. No. No. Seeing Sheen's kind smile, Burin, Leon and Eudila's faces turned green. Obviously, the three of them remembered the end of Betto and Killian, and were completely afraid of Sheen, the culprit. However, there was a reason why the three of them looked at Sheen. The three of them probably wanted to say that if I hadn't proposed to catch all the people of the old demon clan, you wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. Right? Sheen smiled and exposed the thoughts of Burin and others, leaving the three of them speechless. In other words, the three of them did think so. But, if you say so, then I have something to say. Right? Sheen spoke slowly. If I hadn't subdued Killian, you wouldn't have had the chance to win the credit this time. In that case, shouldn't you blame me and tell me that I shouldn't have subdued Killian, so that you wouldn't have been blinded by the benefits and planned this action? This sentence made Burin and the other two speechless again. Sheen's implication was obvious. That is, he wanted to tell Burin and the others that the cause was all their greed. Sheen only attacked Killian because of his mood at first, and never thought of asking for any credit afterwards. In the end, it was Burin and the others who dragged him into this incident. There were many proper ways to deal with this matter, but you all refused to use them. You just wanted to make some risk-free actions for yourself to make a profit. Just like a criminal who wanted to rob, but didn't want to be wanted. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Sheen spoke bluntly. Before the incident, you only considered yourselves, so you naturally had to bear the price you paid for it. You are all adults. I don't need to teach you this level of reason. Right? These words were quite harsh, especially for a noble like Burin. Being taught a lesson by an adventurer who was younger than him was really embarrassing. However, Burin did not want to offend Sheen, and they really wanted to take credit for Sheen's work, so Sheen could not blame them for taking action. Then, please at least tell us one thing. Burin calmed down and looked at Sheen. Who are you? Are you really just a new adventurer? Burin finally asked this question. Everyone's eyes immediately gathered on Sheen, including everyone in Vivian's team. The same is true. But Sheen was very calm. I am really just a new adventurer. For sure. Sheen said this very confidently. This is indeed the truth. Not to mention the time he became an adventurer. Even the time Sheen came to this world. At most, it has been less than a month. Therefore, there is no doubt that Sheen is really a newbie. What is your level? Burin frowned. Seeing this, Sheen immediately prepared to show the 100 sets of blame-shifting skills that he had prepared in advance. However, at this time, Vivian suddenly spoke. Sometimes, appropriately showing part of your own strength is also a necessary condition for survival in the world. Sheen. Vivian made such a statement and stared at Sheen. Sheen immediately stopped talking in his heart. Looking at Vivian's gaze, he was stunned at first, and then silent. After a while, Sheen sighed. Okay. It's decided. This time, I won't blame you. Chapter 131. Don't care about people. Just show off your skills. With the strength that Sheen has shown now, it is normal for him to be suspected. Let's not talk about anything else. If the results of the magic test in the Adventurers Guild are inconsistent with the facts, it is very likely that he will be suspected of deliberate infiltration. And he may even be suspected of being a spy from the Demon Clan or other countries. Therefore, Sheen has long been prepared to pass the buck. Not to say that he can completely eliminate suspicion. At least, he can't give others the opportunity to blatantly cause trouble for him. That is also to prevent himself from being involved in boring things. Anyway, Sheen is already familiar with passing the buck, and there is no psychological burden when using it. So naturally, the more the better. Right? But since Vivian said so, Sheen felt that it might not be a bad thing for him to expose some things. However, Sheen is still very clear about what should be exposed and what should not be exposed. Didn't Vivian just say that he should appropriately show part of his strength? Then, actually, it is natural for you to feel confused. Sheen spread his hands and said this. But didn't the Adventurers Guild say during the magic test that the magic detector cannot detect skills above level 7? Nor can it detect people above level 70. And even cannot detect unique skills and special skills? Sheen is making a fuss here. As you think, I can't be only level 10. And I can't have no skills at all. Let's not talk about it before. But now, Sheen is indeed like this. Sheen said so. The reason why the magic detector detected that my level was only 10 was because of the effect of my unique skills. Sheen made such an explanation. Unique skills? Burin took a deep breath and said to Sheen, You mean? You have unique skills? That's right. Sheen nodded, admitting it, and said, the effect of my unique skill is to be able to adjust my level to a certain extent, or adjust the level of my skills. This is why the magic detector detected that I was only level 10 and had no skills. Hearing Sheen's explanation, everyone couldn't help but stand up in shock. Adjust your own level and skills? Leon was extremely surprised and said, can you decide your own level and skills? This is too against the sky. Right? Of course not. Sheen immediately denied. It has been said that it has been adjusted to a certain extent. So there are restrictions and conditions. Sheen lied like this without blinking an eye. But now Sheen should have no problem telling such a lie. Now Sheen has learned a lot of common sense in this world through the library of the Adventurers Guild. So he can make a certain degree of fabrication without leaving any trace. Now, in order to prevent others from doubting the information about his level and skills, Sheen simply made up his own unique skills. As long as certain restrictions and conditions are met, the level and skills can be adjusted under the conditions of meeting the restrictions and conditions. This is why I can defeat Betto so easily. Sheen explained this in a simulated ambiguous tone. Don't ask me what kind of restrictions and conditions I have to meet, and to what extent I can adjust the level and skills. These are important secrets of my unique skills. Exposing them will not benefit me at all, and I may even be targeted. You just need to know that I have a unique skill with this effect. This is the argument Sheen prepared. Otherwise, Sheen can't explain his strength. Originally, Sheen wanted to tell everyone that he only had such strength because his level was higher than Betto. But after thinking carefully, if the level of a 20-year-old youth was higher than level 84, it would cause a sensation. The same is true for skills. According to common sense, a 20-year-old boy should not be able to raise the level of his skills to a high level. Otherwise Teal would not be hailed as a genius. In view of this, Sheen simply pushed all the problems to the unique skills. If you can't blame others, then blame the unique skills. Right? Sheen inevitably thought so with some malice. But this is indeed the most suitable statement for Sheen. That is, without too much explanation. It can perfectly explain the reason for all this. So that's why Byrne accepted this statement and murmured, if it is a unique skill, any situation is indeed possible. Lexia also said that in this world, to judge a person's strength, the first thing to look at should be the effect of the unique skills, followed by the level and skills. Unique skills can be said to be the most special power in the world. Really anything can happen because of the emergence of this power. It is precisely because of this that no matter which country or which race, people pay special attention to people with unique skills. And if Sheen really had a unique skill that could adjust his level and skills to a certain extent, then it would not be so unacceptable that he could kill Betto single-handedly at this age. But, although there are restrictions and conditions, it also means that as long as you can meet them, you can become so strong that even the old demons of level 84 can't do anything to you. Right? Eudelis looked at Sheen with mixed emotions. The same was true for Leon. With envy, and even a little jealousy in his eyes, that everyone else could clearly perceive. If he had such a unique skill, he wouldn't need to rely on women to get to the top. Unfortunately, not everyone can have unique skills. Even if you look at the 3 realms, only a very small number of people have unique skills. Even among the gods and demons, a large part of the people cannot have unique skills. Whether or not you can have unique skills is not based on talent or pure luck. Some people are born with them, while others can awaken them through various means. There are many factors involved, and no one can figure out the rules. Thanks to this, people with unique skills are also called the darlings of the times. Even if they have unique skills that cannot be used in combat, they will be envied by others. Sheen has now become one of them, and this is part of his strength that he chose to expose. In this way, no one will look down on him in the future. But Sheen will not receive too much attention. At least, this compromise is better than exposing the identity of a brave man. Right? Sheen is ready to use this unique skill as an excuse to explain his great improvement in strength or the unnaturalness of his strength in the future. After all, whether it is using the holy sword or other cheating skills, the gap between Sheen's strength before and after is a bit large. It is also convenient for him to have an excuse that is suitable for use. Perhaps, is this what Vivian wants? Sheen glanced at Vivian. Vivian probably wanted to tell Sheen that he could hide his identity and his trump card. But he didn't have to hide his strength all the time. In this world, only by having power can one gain respect from others. Just like this time. If Sheen had shown a power that no one dared to offend from the beginning, then Byrne and others would not want to compete for credit openly. Right? Of course. Too much power would also cause trouble. which is why Sheen didn't want to attract too much attention. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. Being too strong is not good, and being too weak is also a sin. Only appropriate performance is the most appropriate. Chapter 132, The Remains on the Battlefield. Finally, Sheen's statement was accepted by everyone. It was not that everyone trusted Sheen so much that they believed him, but that Vivian and others supported Sheen. So everyone had to accept this statement, even if they did not trust Sheen. Byrne and others still trusted the people in Vivian's team. So, just like Riley, since everyone in Vivian's team had guaranteed Sheen, it was natural to accept Sheen's statement. On the other hand, even if they did not believe it, what could they do? In any case, it would be difficult for Byrne and others to do anything to Sheen who could even defeat Betto. Right? Even if Sheen himself claimed that it was a strength that could only be demonstrated after a certain degree of restrictions and conditions were met, Byrne and others were not sure that if they challenged him, those restrictions and conditions would not be met. Therefore, Byrne and others could only swallow the bitter fruit this time, which was to some extent their own fault. Of course, this mission was not without any gains. At least, Sheen annihilated the old demon faction led by Betto, and defeated Betto and Killian, who were serious criminals and had been wanted by the kingdom for a long time. This was a great achievement in terms of both reason and emotion, although Byrne and others were destined to be runners-up besides such achievements. It was better to be runners-up than to have nothing to do with it. Right? In summary, everyone finally decided to continue on their way to the capital. Firstly, to report the events here, and secondly, the capital was about to arrive. Instead of turning back here and spending another 10 days to rush back to Lemidgen, it would be better to go directly to the capital. This made Sheen want to complain. Since the plan would not change, why not just get rid of Killian at the beginning? Wouldn't there be so many troubles? If Killian had been executed from the beginning, then Betto would not have wanted to rescue him, and Byrne would not have needed to escort him to the capital, which would have led to so many troublesome and laborious things later. Right? However, having said that, she knew very well that things could not be solved so easily. Just like the police in the previous life. Although they could shoot criminals, they were not necessarily allowed to execute all criminals on the spot, under the condition that they could capture them alive. The kingdom naturally hoped to escort Killian to the capital for public execution. The difference is that the reason for doing so is not only to shape the image for the people and show the strength and power of the kingdom, but also to execute the mastermind of the old demon faction, who caused them heavy losses 10 years ago in front of many nobles to vent their anger. This involves many nobles' little thoughts and calculations. Even Vivian herself claimed that it was very complicated and could not be explained clearly for a while. So Sheen was too lazy to pursue it. In short, although the mission failed, Sheen and others still need to go to the royal capital and report everything that happened here. So, after cleaning up the battlefield, everyone took a short rest and hurriedly began to continue on their way. However, before leaving, Sheen glanced at the camp that was almost reduced to ruins, curled his lips, and then retracted his gaze and left with Vivian and others. The battlefield that had been fighting suddenly fell into silence, until a figure appeared silently. "It's over." The girl said this sentence, not knowing whether she was lonely or emotional. Black and shiny waist-length hair, tall and graceful perfect figure, red eyes, incredible temperament. It was Lycia. It seems that she was discovered in the end. Lycia stared at the direction where Sheen left and sighed helplessly. I should not have watched the show by the side if I had known earlier. This time, the vengeful little man must have remembered me. I'm afraid I will be defeated again when we meet next time. Thinking of the impolite attitude of Sheen when he treated himself, Lycia felt a headache. But for some reason, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. After all, I haven't met such an interesting person for a long time. Saying this, Lycia turned his eyes and looked at a corpse on the ground. That was the corpse of Betto. I didn't expect you to have this day. Lycia's eyes were slightly cold, and her eyes were full of ice when she looked at Betto. I wanted to get rid of you personally, but I didn't succeed. What a pity. Lycia's tone was so cold that he didn't seem to know Betto at all. Logically speaking, Lycia, Betto and Killian were the masterminds of the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago. The three should be regarded as companions to some extent, but Lycia betrayed them later. However, judging from Lycia's tone, it seems that the sense of companionship he has for Betto is not the same as before, but it seems to be an enemy. In fact, the relationship between the two is no different from that of enemies. For Betto and even Killian, Laisha has an impulse to get rid of them as soon as possible. Especially Betto. Because Betto has been a member of the old demon clan from the beginning. When he was in the demon world, he often concealed his intentions and used various despicable means to harm the talents of the demon clan, causing many incidents in the demon world. Killian was not originally from the old demon clan, but in the end, he was instigated by Betto and brainwashed by Betto's old demon clan theory. So he left the dragon demon and became a member of the old demon clan. Betto was like this, doing a lot of things that anger the heavens and the people in secret. If it weren't for Laisha's betrayal in the end, the king might not have known that Betto was the mastermind of the large-scale assassination 10 years ago, which led to Betto leaving the demon world and coming to the human world to do whatever he wanted. Even in the human world, Betto has been killing people constantly, killing clergymen and important figures of various races. It can be said that he is a person hated by all politicians. Laisha also hated Betto. If it weren't for Betto, she wouldn't have been forced to become a member of the old demon clan. If it weren't for the things she found in the capital, Laisha might have committed an unforgivable crime like Killian. And as a member of the old demon clan, she committed evil and countless murders in the world. When she thought that she might become like that, how could Laisha not hate Betto? It was also because of hatred that Laisha wanted to cooperate with Sheen to destroy the old demon clan led by Betto. Although it didn't go according to plan in the end, it was really gratifying to see you being slaughtered like that. Laisha's face finally looked better when she thought of Betto's end. I have to thank that person. After saying that, Laisha was ready to leave. However, at this moment, tell me about that person's affairs. When this voice entered Laisha's ears, Laisha paused and his face became stiff. Chapter 133. Can't you see me? At this moment, Laisha's mind was blank, because the voice that entered her ears was too familiar. So familiar that it made her heart tremble. Of course, Laisha was not very familiar with the owner of the voice. However, for the demons in the entire demon world, the owner of this voice was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. Laisha really hoped that she had heard it wrong. But reality is often very cruel. Turn around. I'm here. When Laisha was unwilling to admit the reality and prayed for it, the familiar voice came again. However, this time, the other party's voice was a little dissatisfied and even unhappy. Do you want to say that you can't see me? Because I'm too short? Hearing this, Laisha had the urge to cry. Although not many people knew about this. Unfortunately, Laisha was one of them. Therefore, Laisha knew that this topic was a taboo for the other party. If I really admit this, the consequences will be disastrous. At the moment, Laisha could only stiffen her neck, slowly turn her head, and look in the direction of the sound. So, Laisha saw it. In the center of the camp. I don't know when. A second figure appeared. It was a girl who looked very young. The girl seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, with a tender face and a petite figure. She was wearing a very cute gothic dress. She was just like a little princess who was lost. People felt pity for her and wanted to hug her tightly and love her well. Especially this girl was holding a pillow in her arms, and one of her little hands was still rubbing her eyes, as if she had just woken up. A little sleepy, and a little sleepy. Cute enough to make people explode on the spot. But seeing this cute girl, Laisha's forehead was sweating. Why are you here? Laisha was not calm at all. Just because. The girl in front of me shouldn't just appear in the human world like this. It's not that she can't come, but the fact that she came to this world is likely to cause political problems. So she shouldn't come to this world casually. I don't know if she is aware of it. So she yawned and said this sleepily. Don't mind it. I just heard that the traitor on my side seemed to be caught by humans. So I came to take a look and clean up the mess. Such words not only did not make Laisha feel relieved, but made her sweat even more. Clean up the mess? Laisha said with some fear. Could it be that you were originally planning to use your power in the human world? What? The girl looked at Laisha, tilted her head, and asked in confusion, Is there any problem? It's a big problem. Laisha shouted in her heart. You know, the person in front of her is not as cute as she looks. It's not that the other party is cute on the outside, but in fact, she is very cruel on the inside. But from the perspective of others, once the girl takes action casually, it can't be explained by the word cruel. To put it bluntly, with the power of the other party, let alone clearing the door. I am afraid that if you are not careful, this kingdom will be cleared in an instant. Although Laisha has never seen the scene of the other party taking action, the legends and anecdotes related to the other party can be said to be known to everyone. For example, In the distant past, the other party once flattened the continent, and the human race gathered all their strength, but could not do anything about it. In the end, it was the gods who took action to barely stop it. For example, among the heroes who were summoned to this world, 2 were killed by him personally. For example, in the final battle 1,000 years ago, the opponent helped the demon king block 2 of the 3 goddesses with his own strength, and almost killed one of the goddesses. After the demon king passed away and the supreme god retired, the opponent was one of the strongest in the 3 realms. So terrifying that it was unimaginable. Once such a person casually appeared in the human world, how could it not cause political problems? Lexia was sure that if the king of the Mitrok kingdom knew that this person had come to his territory, he would be scared to roll off the throne. And before the other party left, he would worry every night whether his country would be suddenly destroyed. And he would be so worried that he couldn't sleep at all. In his hands, Betto's first-class existence might not be as good as a finger. And the other party could even evaporate Betto on the spot with a breath. This is not a metaphor, but a fact. After all, the breath of this girl can evaporate even the ocean. Lexia didn't dare to say anything more. Her face was full of worry, fearing that if she accidentally upset the other party, she didn't know how serious the consequences would be. I don't know if Lexia's thoughts were seen through by the girl. So she yawned again and sighed. Okay, I know what you were thinking. Don't worry. I won't use my power casually. The girl started to mutter as if she was complaining, saying, really? 1 or 2 people only worry about this and that. As if I will kill many people as soon as I go out for a walk. Am I so ignorant of the limit? As she spoke, the girl couldn't help but puff up her cheeks. That look was so cute that Lexia almost wavered. If she didn't know how terrible the other party was, Lexia felt that she would definitely rush up and hug the other party. This is a cute little girl who is loved by everyone. But such a cute little girl who is loved by everyone may sink the continent at any time because of her mood. From this point of view, no one dares to love the other party as an ordinary little girl. Right? Okay. Tell me. The girl turned her eyes and looked at Lexia, saying, who is the human who defeated Betto? Lexia suddenly didn't know whether to tell the truth. Once the truth is told, it may be a big deal for the girl to know the true identity of Sheen. Considering this, even if he hides it, he has to hide Sheen's identity. Who would have thought that the girl would ruthlessly interrupt Lexia's thoughts? Don't hide it from me. The girl looked at Lexia closely and said, although I don't know who he is, I have felt the familiar magic from him, and the things on his shoulders. In one sentence, Lexia knew that he could no longer hide it. Lexia could only smile bitterly, and told the girl everything he knew. The girl became thoughtful, and finally turned her head to look in the direction where Sheen left. It was unknown what she was thinking. Chapter 134 i.e. that. Seeing the petite girl holding the pillow staring at the direction where Sheen left, Lexia hesitated for a few seconds, and then spoke tentatively. There was no way. Lexia was very concerned about what this adult would do after knowing Sheen's existence. Would he attack the gods? Or would he raise objections to the human race? Or would he simply wipe out Sheen and kill the threat in the bud? These are all possible actions that the other party might take. So, Lexia had to ask what the other party was going to do. However, just as Lexia spoke, the other party interrupted her. "Aye." The girl suddenly said this. Alas? Lexia was slightly stunned. The girl looked at Lexia. "Name." The other party said to Lexia, "Just call me by my name." In other words, the AIE mentioned in his mouth is the name of this girl. Understanding what the other party meant, Lexia suddenly became panicked. How can this be done? Lexia felt somewhat embarrassed. It's not that she is too timid, but calling the other party by his name is really a test of the heart of the demons. Who made the other party one of the top of the demons? It is not reasonable for Lexia to call the other party by his name casually. But the girl AIE didn't care about it at all. "It's okay. I allow it." AIE looked at Lexia deeply and said, "You have now broken away from the demons and got that thing. So the qualification to call me by my name, no matter what, I have to give it to you." Lexia's heart choked, and she had nothing to say. "Are you worried that I will take you back to the demons and ask you to hand over that thing?" AIE seemed to be able to see through Lexia's worries, and said, "Then you don't have to worry. Let you go free. This is the unanimous decision of the 6 of us. The demons will not make things difficult for you." 6 people? Lexia was stunned at first, then took a breath of cold air, shocked. If it is really as AIE said, the 6 people all agreed to Lexia's free action. then the demons will not attack Lycia. No. It should be said that it is not only the demons, but also the gods. Why do you think you have been hunted down by the old demons for 10 years, but not by the gods and demons? AIE revealed a secret that others did not know, saying, because the 6 of us guaranteed you and helped you to contain the gods. The gods and demons did not attack you. Otherwise, do you think you can escape with that thing safely for 10 years? Lycia was completely speechless. But if it is true as AI said, then Lycia has solved a mystery that has plagued her for many years. After stealing the item from the palace of the royal capital, Lycia was also very nervous for a while, fearing that the gods and demons would come after him. Even the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons were dispatched for this, which was not impossible. Lycia has always been worried about encountering such a level of existence. Once encountering such a level of existence, no matter how exquisite her space magic is, she probably can't escape from their palms. But 10 years have passed, and the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons have never found her. And even the gods and demons have not blatantly attacked her, which makes Lycia feel very strange. Today, this question has finally been answered. Of course, the human race will probably still want to take the thing back from you. Whether that thing falls into the hands of the gods or the demons, it will lead to bad consequences. Only when it is kept in the hands of the human race can many people feel at ease. Ai glanced at Lycia and said, originally, it fell into your hands, which is also not allowed. But your situation is special, so you can do something about it. Fortunately, you were originally a member of the old demon clan, but you eventually chose to betray the old demon clan, making your position isolated and helpless. Otherwise, your situation would definitely become much worse than it is now. AIE said to Lycia, as if he was talking to himself, now you can rest assured for the time being. Neither the gods nor the demons will come to you for this. And the human race will also wait and see because of fear. You can still get away with it for a while. Hearing this, Lycia was not happy at all. Temporarily, Lycia murmured in a self-deprecating manner. Yes, temporarily. AIE responded to Lycia's self-deprecation and said expressionlessly, as long as the status quo is maintained, there is no problem. But if you want to do something with that thing, it is another matter. That's it. Then you can rest assured. Lycia sorted out the feelings in his heart and whispered, at least, I have never thought of using it. Really? AIE was silent for a long time, and then said, that might be good. When saying this, AIE's tone was full of emotions. Nostalgia, sadness, uneasiness, expectation, or perhaps hope and trepidation. All kinds of emotions intertwined. Very complicated. However, AIE soon calmed down. Regardless of your question, the human who seemed to be a hero could not be left alone. AIE changed the subject. So what was AIE going to do? Lycia struggled for a while, and finally called AIE's name with a respectful title. Me? AIE pondered for a moment. Looking at AIE like this, Lycia felt an impulse in his heart again. In front of him, AIE supported his chin with one hand, and his young face was full of serious thinking. It didn't seem like he was thinking about something important, but rather like he was seriously considering whether to eat ice cream and whether it would cause tooth decay. After thinking about it, AI clapped her hands, like a little girl who cheered up when she thought of something happy. Is this adult made of cuteness? Must be right? What should I do? I really want to take him home. When Lycia almost got lost on the indescribable road, AI finally spoke. In any case, let's observe first. AI said, what does that human want to do in the future? And what kind of plans are the gods making? All of these must be figured out. What the implication is, it is already very clear. Is AI going to send someone to monitor him? Lycia asked as if she had realized something. As a result, Lycia didn't notice that AI's eyes were moving. Yes. AI smiled. The smile made people's eyes burst into love. Just monitor him. So AI made this decision. Lycia had no objection. It should be said that there is no point in having objections. She could only look in the direction where Sheen left. Just like AIE. It seems that your life will be hard to calm down in the future. I hope you don't become like me and end up living a life of escape. Chapter 135 Guessing Right. Mitra Kingdom. Royal Capital. This is the most prosperous city in Mitra Kingdom. And it is also the capital of the kingdom and the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. Thousands of years ago, the brave who defeated the Demon King established this country here, and proposed the concept of adventurers after the war, which led to the emergence of adventurers and the establishment of the Adventurers Guild. Therefore, this place is called the hometown of brave men and the origin of adventurers, thus attracting people from all over the world and forming a variety of very popular industries, especially in recent years, because the kingdom hired a holder of a unique skill that can quickly ripen any plant as a court advisor. With the help of that court advisor, the palace obtained many precious magic potion materials, and the magic potion industry has developed extremely rapidly, making this country already have the demeanor of a great magic potion country. As the capital of the kingdom, the magic potion industry here is more developed and prosperous than any other country in the world. Therefore, adventurers and caravans from all over the world come and go in the capital almost every day. And the 8 gates set up in this city are also crowded with people every day, which looks quite lively. Today, the gates of the capital are still crowded with people, so that all kinds of people line up in front of the gates. Some are ready to leave the city, and some are ready to pay the entrance fee to enter the city. Under such circumstances, Sheen and his party finally arrived here in a dusty state. Finally arrived, looking at the prosperous city that appeared in front of the avenue. Burin, the leader, let out a big breath. The others did the same, and they all showed joyful expressions. Capital, Tyre. Lumia and Melica looked over with an upward posture. I'm back. Vivian looked at the gate with a nostalgic look. Sheen also looked in the direction of the capital. His eyes flickered. Is this the capital? After spending nearly half a month, Sheen and his companions finally arrived here, at the center of the Mitra kingdom. Knowing that this was a city built by a brave man thousands of years ago, Sheen was full of expectations in advance, hoping to have a good look at it. As a result, the capital did not disappoint Sheen. With skills such as identification and magic perception, Sheen could clearly perceive that the capital was indeed different from Lamidjan. Almost all the adventurers entering and leaving the capital were above level 30. The gatekeepers were not ordinary soldiers, but real knights, also above level 30. Even those patrolling on the city wall were knights above level 30, much stronger than ordinary soldiers. This was only what could be seen on the surface. In places that cannot be seen on the surface, the capital also has many extraordinary things. For example, she noticed that there seemed to be layers of barriers around the walls of the capital. There were also magic weapons similar to magic cannons on the walls. And there were also extremely powerful magic forces moving in the city, telling Sheen how many masters there were inside. Scared? Vivian seemed to notice Sheen's amazed expression, and smiled immediately, saying, Don't be surprised. This is the capital of the Mitra Kingdom, the hometown of the brave. And even the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild is located here. The strong people of the entire kingdom, and even the world may appear here. Plus there are people from the Guards Knights. There are masters higher than me everywhere. Guards Knights? Sheen looked at Vivian and asked, What is that? It was not Vivian who answered this question, but Teal. That is the strongest knight order in the kingdom of Mitra, directly owned by the royal family, and only subject to the royal family's orders. It is the highest level knight order in the world. Teal spoke up beside him. The knight order was founded by a brave man 1,000 years ago, the founding king of the kingdom. At the beginning, those who joined the knight order were all people who had fought with the brave man. That is, the brave man's partners. This is a bit awesome. Since they are the brave man's partners, this knight order must have been extremely strong at the beginning. After 1,000 years of development, how strong it will become is frightening. That's what Vivian said. To join the royal guards, one must either be invited by a direct descendant of the royal family, or have a rank of more than 70 and be recommended by the nobles. Otherwise, even the sons of nobles, who are important ministers of the country, will not be allowed to join. Therefore, the number of people in this knights is only 77. But these 77 people are enough to become the last bastion to protect this country, and are known as the Iron Wall of the kingdom. In other words, there are at least 77 masters above level 70 in the capital. Currently, the head of the royal guards is the head of the Elvian family, the most famous knight family in the Mitra kingdom. Vivian said that one is a legendary knight of level 98, and is also the strongest in the Mitra kingdom, and even the strongest in the human race. People say that his strength is only below the 3 goddesses and 6 demons, and he is very powerful. Saying this, Vivian glanced at Teal for some reason. Teal exuded an indifferent aura and did not react to it. On the contrary, Sheen blinked. Level 98? What kind of terrifying knight is this? How could such a ruthless person exist in the capital? Then Sheen wanted to ask a question. How did Betto and Killian kill so many people in such a place without being killed? Sheen's question was met with a helpless expression from Vivian. So, they can only assassinate. Vivian summarized everything in one sentence. Well, that's true. Sheen expressed his understanding. If you want to cause trouble in a place like this, it is undoubtedly a dead end to do it openly. The guys from the old demon clan can only do it through assassination. In addition, it seems that Lycio was also there at that time. With her space magic assistance, it would not be difficult for the old demon clan to sneak into the capital silently. Right? However, Sheen always felt that there should be other hidden secrets in this matter. Otherwise Vivian would not have summarized it in just one sentence. Obviously, there are some things that cannot be said openly. Of course, even if Vivian didn't say it, in Sheen's opinion, he could guess what happened. There must be an insider, or some nobles in the capital were causing trouble, giving the old demon clan an opportunity. Sheen felt that he seemed to understand why Killian had to be escorted to the capital. The crowd began to discuss what Sheen was thinking. I will go and explain to the gatekeeper. And everyone is ready to enter the city. Byrne announced this and rode to the city gate. Everyone waited there and chatted with each other. Chapter 136, I really vomited. In fact, it was not only Sheen, but also Lumia and Melica who came to the capital for the first time. Both of them were very interested in the capital. And now they were chattering around Teal and asking all kinds of questions. Teal and Sister Vivian were both from the capital. Right? Melica asked curiously. Yeah. Teal nodded and said lightly, Vivian has lived in President Riley's house since she was a child. She and President Riley are childhood friends. I am 2 years younger than them. But I also had some dealings with them when I was a child. No wonder. Lumia seemed to understand and said, at the beginning, when Sister Vivian said that there would be new people joining our team and they would stay for a long time, I thought it was something else. So you already knew each other? You can understand it this way. Teal replied indifferently, after coming of age. President Riley was sent to Limijan by her family for the purpose of training and became the president of the Adventurers Guild. Vivian was a childhood friend of President Riley, and they were the same age. They came of age together and followed them to become adventurers. I came of age 2 years later than them and also wanted to become an adventurer. So, Vivian and President Riley invited me to go to Limijan. This is why Vivian's team was established in Limijan. As for Lumia and Melica, the reason why these two became adventurers in Limijan is relatively simple. Lumia grew up in Limijan since she was a child. So she naturally chose to become an adventurer in Limijan, earning rewards while raising her 7 sisters. Melica went to Limijan to practice her magic and consulted the elf elder, who opened an elf-only inn in Limijan. Finally, under the instigation of the elder, she chose to become an adventurer and continue to practice herself. Then, Lumia and Melica happened to be both very good-looking and talented. If they stayed in the Adventurers Guild, they would be in trouble. Therefore, Laylee, who had been paying attention to these two newcomers with good potential, recommended Vivian to recruit these two girls and form an adventurer team with them, so as to protect them in disguise. Later, Teal was also invited by Vivian to come to Limijan and join the team. This is the origin of Vivian's team. So that's it. Sheen, who was listening quietly, learned more or less about the people in the team. However, Sheen did not choose to interrupt. The reason was simple. You could tell from the performance of the knights and adventurers around him, including Leon and Eudelis. The knights and adventurers traveling with Sheen were still keeping a rather subtle distance from him, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes from time to time when they looked at him. She knew that after the last battle with Betto, these people were afraid of him. That was not only a fear of strength, but also a fear of Sheen's killing of Betto. Sheen himself had to admit that he was indeed very cruel when dealing with Betto, and did many things that he would not do normally. Usually, Sheen would just talk nonsense and scare people verbally, whether it was to the adventurers who came to the Adventurers Guild to find trouble, or to Killian. But Sheen couldn't help at that time with Betto. There was no way. It was really that Betto's attitude was too hateful. He said one thing when he opened his mouth, and another thing when he closed his mouth. He also hung his head on the city gate. It seemed that he didn't treat people as people, but as animals, and could kill them at any time. This kind of villain is really disgusting. In the past, I thought that this kind of villain was both hateful and low class. But they all wanted to think that they were very classy, as if they dominated everyone's life, killing someone without even looking at it, and acting like a hero who could decide the life and death of others without changing his expression. Who were they trying to show off to? Anyway, Sheen was very upset and wanted to slap him in the face and let him taste the feeling of falling from the clouds. And basically, Sheen has this attitude towards these so-called villains. Since ancient times, Villains have always wanted to see their enemies suffer. So they do everything they can, such as hurting the people around them, or taking someone as a hostage, using other people's principles and beliefs as a shield, and acting recklessly, playing the protagonists around, making them afraid to act rashly, and then enjoying the other party's tired appearance. Every time I see a plot like this, when I see the protagonists have to obey the threats of the villains and act according to the other party's requirements, Sheen feels very unhappy. Even if the righteous side usually wins afterwards, and the people around the protagonist are safe. As long as the author does not want to feed poison, there will be no plot that becomes a poison point. But that is just a result theory. Sheen is the type who likes to put himself in the role. So it is actually quite painful to watch the process of fighting wits and courage. Based on this point, Sheen does not want to be the one who is led by his principles and beliefs, but wants to retaliate in turn. Who says that only villains can be cruel? Who says that only opponents can enjoy the pain of others? Sheen will be the one who is feared by the villain, so afraid that he dare not touch the people around him, and dare not use any means to threaten his existence. For this reason, Sheen will not show mercy to these standard villains, who make him want to vomit. Of course, if a villain with charisma like Thanos, Aizen or Leluxiu appeared, then Sheen might admire him instead. From this perspective, Sheen has actually been poisoned by various routines in his previous life, which is why he has become what he is now. For such a Sheen, it may be a good thing to let him live an ordinary life, because you don't know what he will do at any time. Maybe he will do a lot of good things based on his conscience as a person. Maybe he will suddenly remember some unbearable routines, and then do some weird things instead. In short, Sheen's brain circuit is quite strange. Otherwise, how could he have such a strong receptive ability and reincarnate into this world? Ordinary people would not want to kill the devil secretly, right? So, for such a Sheen, it is really a good thing not to let him come out to harm others. Unfortunately, now Sheen has come to the capital, which is equivalent to the center of this world. How many things will happen here next? Only God knows. But no matter what, Sheen's evil style did scare the people who were traveling with him. Even if they were like this, wouldn't the timid Lumia and kind Melica be afraid of such a Sheen? Even if Vivian and Teal were not counted, Sheen was not sure. In view of this, Sheen kept a certain distance from Lumia and Melica these days. And this distance was even farther than when they were adventuring together before. However, where did Mr. Sheen come from? Melica suddenly seemed to remember something, and asked Sheen this question with some hesitation and nervousness. Sheen was stunned. Chapter 137 A Different Noble. Mr. Sheen? Seeing Sheen standing there in a daze, Melica looked uneasy, as if she had done something wrong. What happened? Teal also looked at Sheen and asked. Woo. On the contrary, Lumia looked at Sheen with a hint of timidity in her eyes, and seemed to have become more afraid of Sheen. But there was not much fear in Melica's performance, which really surprised Sheen. This elf girl seemed to be unaffected by the last time, and she was still the same as before. No. Judging from Melica's performance, she was undoubtedly more proactive in talking to Sheen than before, as if she didn't want to distance herself from Sheen. In fact, it was the same. Putting Lumia aside, Melica's impression of Sheen did not change. Firstly, elves like Melica can be ruthless to demons. Secondly, Melica's closeness to Sheen is increasing day by day. She can't stand not talking to Sheen these days. Otherwise she wouldn't suddenly turn the topic to Sheen. Sheen didn't know all this, and thought that it was because of Mager's matter that Melica, who was kind by nature, was grateful and didn't fear him. This made Sheen somewhat relieved. I'm fine. Sheen shook his head and turned back to the topic at the beginning, saying, I'm different from you. I come from the Sea of Stars. This sentence stunned everyone. Sea of Stars? Melica was at a loss. Lumia was also confused. And even Teal frowned, as if searching her memory to see if there was such a place mentioned in her memory. However, this was undoubtedly a waste of effort. After all, Sheen was just talking nonsense. I can't tell everyone that I'm from another world. Right? So, Sheen said this seriously, it's normal that you haven't heard of it, because it's a very far place, representing the unknown and hope. And it's the goal pursued by many people. Sheen's words directly confused the girls. Is there really such a place? Teal was even full of doubt. Of course, Sheen said without blushing. Moreover, that place is very grand and boundless. Sheen just started talking nonsense. As a result, after talking nonsense for a long time, the questions that everyone wanted to ask Sheen were also taken over by him. and the topic became a discussion of what kind of place the Starry Sea is. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Byrne rode back. "Okay, let's go into the city," Byrne announced bluntly. "After we enter the city, all the knights will follow me, and the adventurers will make their own arrangements. Whether it is to go to the guild headquarters or find an inn, we will notify everyone when we have confirmed with the palace that an audience is possible. In other words, the next step is to split up. Lord Leon, please come with me to the magic prop store in the capital," Euless immediately said to Leon beside him, impatiently. "Okay." Leon hesitated a little, as if he wanted to take the opportunity to do something. But he was unfamiliar with the capital, and it was his first time here. Considering this, he thought it would be better to follow Euless. So he didn't object. It is worth mentioning that Leon has not approached the girls in Vivian's team for a while. With Sheen there, Leon wanted to stay away from them, so he naturally didn't dare to bother with the girls. And Alice decided to go to the guild first, since it is the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, and it is located in a place like the capital. The commissions and rewards in the guild should be considerable. Right? Alice seemed to want to go and take a look, and his teammates around him had no objection to it. As for the people in Vivian's team, they also have their own arrangements. "Your home or my home?" Vivian asked Teal without thinking. "Your home." Teal knew what Vivian said, and said with rare dissatisfaction, "You are asking knowingly." "Right? I guess so." Vivian laughed slightly, but still stared at Teal, confirmed, and said, "Are you really not going back to take a look?" "No." Teal answered without hesitation, and said coldly, "You know, I want to become an adventurer just to escape from there. And I accepted your invitation to go to Limijan to stay away from that place." "Okay." Vivian was silent for a while, and then said helplessly, "In that case, let's go to my house." Hearing this, Sheen, Lumia and Melica finally understood what Vivian and Teal were discussing. The two were discussing whether to entertain everyone at Vivian's house or at Thiel's house, since they were back in the capital. After all, as people from the capital, we can't let everyone stay at a hotel. Right? Therefore, Vivian has made arrangements. "Let's all stay at my place." Vivian smiled at everyone and said, "But, to be precise, it should be said that we are staying at Riley's place, because Vivian is also staying at Riley's place. Is it okay?" Sheen raised his hand and asked, "I heard that President Riley's family seems to be a great noble family. Can we just live there when she is not here?" Lumia and Melica nodded repeatedly, and seemed to have the same concerns. "You don't have to worry too much," Vivian immediately said in a soothing manner. "Although Riley's family is a great noble family, her family is different from ordinary noble families." "How is it different?" The ancestor of the Riley family was actually the founder of the Adventurers Guild. He had worked as a civil servant beside the brave man who became the founding king. It was with the king's instruction that he founded the Adventurers Guild with the support of the kingdom. In the end, he was granted a title and became a noble, Vivian explained. For this reason, the head of the Lazahad family has been the president of the Adventurers Guild for generations, and the people in the family are all doing work related to the Adventurers Guild. As the only daughter of the current head of the family, Riley is also expected to become the president of the Adventurers Guild headquarters in the future and inherit the Lazahad family. That's why she was sent to the Adventurers Guild in other territories as the president after she came of age, with the purpose of accumulating experience. Everyone suddenly realized. No wonder the only daughter of a noble family would go to such a remote town to be the president of a guild. Is this the reason? Sheen was also relieved. At the same time, Sheen also understood what Vivian wanted to say. The Lazahad family is very friendly to adventurers. And you are friends of Riley and me. And each of you has a promising future. I believe that the head of the family will not be stingy in entertaining you. Vivian smiled and said, "Just come with me." Everyone looked at each other and finally nodded. Just like that, everyone in Vivian's team entered the capital. Chapter 138. Let's talk about life together. After entering the capital, Sheen found that it was more prosperous than he had imagined. Not only was the flow of people very terrifying, and not only were the levels of the knights and adventurers coming and going generally very high, but the industrial chain and layout were also well developed. In the capital, all the buildings were stone chalk houses, and the ground was also paved with neat and clean stone roads. The roads were also deliberately divided into 3 areas, with the middle lane for carriages and pedestrians on both sides, resulting in each road being extremely spacious, and also extending in all directions and spectacular. It actually gave Sheen the feeling of seeing a modern road, except that the ground was not paved with asphalt. but beautiful stone bricks. There are no stalls or anything like that here. Some are all neatly arranged storefronts, forming commercial streets. These commercial streets seem to be divided into different categories. Some only sell fruits and vegetables. Some only sell equipment and weapons. And there is a high tower located in the center of the commercial street. It is said that all the shops that sell the most advanced equipment and magic potions in the kingdom are inside. Sheen can't help but want to go over and take a look. As for the pedestrians, whether it is the clothes or the spirit, they are different from Lemidgen. They have a sense of wealth. I think their daily life should not be too hard. Even the equipment of the knights and adventurers is very advanced. And each one is equipped with a complete set, unlike the adventurers in Lemidgen, whose equipment is basically uneven. These are all differences. Sheen understands why the capital is called the center of the world. It is really a big difference compared to other places. Should we say that it is worthy of being a city built by a brave man from another world? I'm afraid that many of the layouts and systems in this capital are applied by the other party from his own world. Anyway, Sheen saw a hint of modernization in this capital. If it weren't for the completely different style of the buildings, it might be possible to turn this place into a modern metropolis. Well, it's still unlikely to achieve this. After all, since he is a hero, it proves that the other party should be like Sheen. And the goddess has not restored the knowledge and memories related to the previous life and technology. It is in order to prevent the technology and knowledge of the other world from excessively infiltrating into this world, affecting this world, and even interfering with this world that the goddess deliberately does not restore this part of knowledge and memory. Therefore, the hero thousands of years ago can only apply the modern urban layout and system. It is unlikely to turn this place into a modern city and build high-rise buildings, let alone develop technology. In view of this, the capital still feels very different from the world to Sheen. I really want to go around. Sheen muttered these words unconsciously on the way to Lazahad's house. As a result, like Sheen, Lumia and Melica, who had been looking around, were moved and looked at Vivian with an itchy expression. Obviously, the two also wanted to go shopping. Vivian was not unable to understand the feelings of people who came to the capital for the first time. After putting down the luggage, "I will take you out for a walk." Vivian smiled and said, "You don't want to walk around the street with so much luggage, right? Also, after camping in the wild for so long, it's better to go back and wash up," Teal added in a cold voice beside him, saying, "Although this is the origin of adventurers, it's not strange to see people like us who are dusty. But someone has been looking at us since the beginning, so it's better for us to go back and wash up." Hearing what Teal said, Lumia and Melica nodded immediately. And it seems that they don't care about the fact that they are dirty. Only Sheen, upon hearing what Teal said, could not help but roll his eyes and look around. In the surroundings, some people indeed looked over here from time to time. But, hey, look, the girls over there are so cute. Really, where did that elf come from? So cute. I have never seen it before. That dogman is also so cute, with small ears and a fluffy tail. Although the one in the black robe cannot be seen. Just looking at the chin, you can tell that he is very white and cute. But the girl in full armor, is it someone I have seen before? Never mind. They are all cute anyway. Yes. This is the conversation between them. Listen. Is it because you are dusty and dirty that you are looking over here? It is obvious that you are looking over here because you are greedy for your body. Despicable. Of course, when they saw Sheen, the tone of their words changed. That guy is such an eyesore. He is actually among such a group of beautiful girls. Look. He smiled. Is this a smile that is provocative to the men around him? It is really annoying. That's right. These words made Sheen want to hit someone. No. He really turned around. Come on. Buddy over there. Let's go to the alley and talk about life. What are you doing? Don't pull me. Wait. Your smile is so scary. What do you want to do to me? No. No. Help. In summary, on the first day of arriving in the capital, Sheen almost talked about life with the little brothers here. In the end, it was Vivian and Melica, who were stunned, who quickly stopped Sheen, and Sheen gave up revenge. However, those brothers were scared and cried, and finally ran away. It can be regarded as revenge by Sheen. Right? After some episodes, everyone came to the Lazahad family under the leadership of Vivian, as a great noble who has been passed down for thousands of years in the capital, and also the leader of the Adventurers Guild. The Lazahad family is naturally very impressive. Not only is it located in an important area of the noble district in the center of the capital, but the mansion is also extremely luxurious. In terms of area and size, it is already larger than the flowering pavilion in Lesha, but it is not as full of birds and flowers as the flowering pavilion in Lesha, which is like a paradise. After arriving here, a butler received Vivian, Sheen and others, led everyone in, and had already arranged rooms for everyone, which was very thoughtful. After asking, she learned that Laylee seemed to have expected Vivian to bring everyone to the Lazahad family to stay, so she had already written a letter to let the family entertain Sheen and others. The head of the Lazahad family was at the Adventurers Guild and had not returned for the time being, so everyone did not meet him. So, after everyone put down their luggage and washed up, they gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the mansion. "Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk." Vivian smiled at the people who were smelling good. Lumia and Melica couldn't help but look forward to it. The same was true for Sheen, because, just now, Vivian said this to him. "You also get ready, and accompany me to meet someone later." The person Vivian mentioned was naturally the person in the capital who she wanted Sheen to meet before. Who could it be? Sheen couldn't help but fall into imagination. Chapter 139: The Voice of a Loser. The area of the royal capital is very large. At least, according to Vivian's description. Sheen believes that the area of the royal capital may be almost as large as some small countries in the previous life. The royal capital is divided into 8 areas, corresponding to the directions of the 8 city gates. The East District is the residential area, mainly distributed with the residences of civilians and wealthy businessmen. The West District is the noble district. As the name suggests, it is the residence of the nobles in the royal capital. The higher the status of the nobles, the closer they are to the center, and the small nobles are on the edge. The classification is very clear. We came from there. The South District is the workshop area, which is distributed with workshops of various industries, whether it is the preparation of magic medicine, the forging of magic weapons, or the production of magic props. The goods of all the industrial stores in the royal capital are almost produced from there. The North District is the military area, where there are only the camps and training grounds of the knights. The knights in the royal capital use it as their base camp, where they live and train. As for the southeast and southwest areas, they are commercial areas. The commercial streets you care about are almost all in those 2 areas. The northeast and northwest areas are administrative areas. Administrative institutions are concentrated in those places. The headquarters of the Adventurers Guild is also in them. It is located in the northwest area, close to the noble area in the west area and the military area in the north area. Then there is the palace, or the royal city, which is located at the most central intersection of the 8 areas. That is, the center of the royal capital, facing the 8 main roads, and can lead to any area and gate of the royal capital from there. This is the basic layout of the royal capital. Vivian introduced everyone while taking everyone around. It is said that she took everyone around. But firstly, only Sheen, Lumia and Melica needed to go around. Teal was originally from the royal capital, so she followed silently all the way without making any comments. Secondly, the royal capital is really big, and it is impossible to finish the tour in a short time. There is no time to go to the commercial district, so naturally there is no way to have fun. There are special carriages that can take you to other areas, if you really want to go to the commercial district. Vivian said so. It is conceivable that it will take a lot of time to go from the noble district in the west to the commercial district, even if it is the relatively close southwest area. Let's wait for a chance to go and see it later. Yes. Yes. After fully appreciating the prosperity and wide range of the royal capital, Lumia and Melica backed off. After all, they just finished their journey. If they have to travel so much today, Lumia will not be able to bear it. And Melica, a pure magician, will really be a little bit. So, today is probably just a rough stroll. If you want to do something seriously in the royal capital, I'm afraid you have to wait until tomorrow. Sheen was a little regretful about this. I also want to see the magic weapons here. You know, Sheen doesn't have a handy weapon on hand, so he wanted to come to the capital to choose carefully. And this idea became stronger after the battle with Betto, because when using Burin's sword, Sheen really felt the most vivid feeling. Not only can he infuse magic power into the blade faster, better and more smoothly when using the magic sword, but he also didn't feel forced in the somewhat chaotic battles, which fully demonstrated how important a good magic weapon is to a melee warrior. Afterwards, she learned that the magic weapon was made of very precious magic metal, which can speed up the flow of magic power and make the magic power tend to be stable, which is very beneficial for practicing skills like magic sword. I think the reason why Burren liked that sword was to learn magic sword. Right? As long as he learns the melee trump card skill magic sword. Even if Burren has not reached level 70, there will be no more gossip. After all, even level 70 masters find it difficult to learn this skill. Some people have not learned this skill even at level 80, which shows how difficult it is to learn and how powerful it is. Of course, Sheen has a much better weapon than Burren. Holy Sword. This sword is the real artifact. Burren's sword is probably not even qualified to carry shoes in front of it. Sheen tried to use the Holy Sword to perform the magic sword skill, but it almost caused another earth-shattering and destructive vision, which scared him so much that he quickly stopped infusing magic power. However, when using the Holy Sword, Sheen's magic power can be injected without any problem, and he is also very handy when using the magic sword. There is no need to worry about the problem of the weapon not being able to withstand it. But the power is a little difficult to control. Who made the Holy Sword able to increase all skills by 10 levels, after the amplification of the magic sword skill, which was already at the maximum level, only slightly leaked a little momentum, which almost scared Sheen to death. In view of this, Sheen did not dare to use the Holy Sword at all. It was no longer a weapon, but a nuclear bomb. Even if he could carry a nuclear bomb everywhere, he would not dare to use it openly. Thanks to this strongest artifact was almost a decoration in Sheen's hand, which made Sheen quite entangled, because the Holy Sword had too few opportunities to be used, and carrying it with him might expose Sheen's identity. Sheen even tried to bury it in the suburbs. As a result, when he woke up the next day, the sword was lying back in his arms, and he didn't know when it would come back. One of the effects of the Holy Sword has also been explained. It cannot be discarded. Therefore, Sheen could only continue to wander around with this nuclear bomb. But even if he carried it, Sheen would not use it for no reason. This made Sheen quite entangled. In the end, he could only let it become a pendant on his body, and he had to find another way to get a handy weapon. In other words, Sheen wanted to see the magic weapon first. Although I don't know if I can afford it. At least let me see it. Sheen almost made a sound like a loser. Sheen didn't notice that Vivian was looking at him thoughtfully. Then, Vivian said, so, since we have come out, even if we can't go to other places for the time being, we can go to the most important place here first. This sentence made everyone stunned. The most important place? Sheen also blinked. At this time, Teal spoke. Can we see it now? Teal asked such a question. It should be no problem. Vivian smiled and said to Teal, have you forgotten what time it is now? Teal seemed to have remembered something important. As expected, Sheen, Lumia and Melica looked confused. Seeing this, Vivian smiled meaningfully. It's just right. You guys come and take a look. What are you looking at? This is the most precious treasure of the kingdom, and also the most important daily routine in the capital. Chapter 140 Reasons for Opening to the Outside World. In the center of the capital, there is a huge lake. The lake is crystal clear, and the sunlight shines on it, making the lake seem to be covered with a layer of golden gauze, which is extremely dazzling. The water waves occasionally ripple through it, bringing a series of pleasing scenes. In the center of this lake, there is a place like an island in the middle of the lake. There, a chalk castle rises from the ground and sits on it. It is also located in the center of the entire lake, separated from the flat land. There is only a huge stone bridge connecting it, as the only way to reach the chalk castle. It stands on the lake. Wow! Lumia and Melica were so amazed by this scene that they were speechless, their eyes sparkling. This is really... Even Sheen couldn't help but marvel a little. It is conceivable how beautiful this scene is. People came from all directions, gathered in front of the bridge, and after being checked by the knights guarding the bridge, they entered the bridge one by one and headed towards the chalk castle. It was simply a magnificent view. If it were a tourist attraction, it would definitely be very popular. No, it is already very popular now. The evidence is that more and more people are coming from all directions, including nobles riding in carriages and fully armed adventurers. It is very lively. Vivian brought everyone here, and after a simple check by the knights at the bridge entrance, they walked onto the bridge. Did you see it? Vivian led the way in front, pointing to the chalk castle on the island in the middle of the lake, and said to Sheen and others, that is the palace. The palace of the kingdom of Mitra is located on the lake in the center of the capital, and only this one bridge can reach it. And there is no doubt that the so-called most important place mentioned by Vivian earlier refers to this place. I didn't expect the palace to be built on a lake. Lumia still hasn't recovered from her amazement. Yes. It's so beautiful. Melica looked at the clear lake on both sides of the bridge, and the towering and beautiful chalk castle. Her face full of joy. As an elf close to nature, Melica should like this place very much. Right? Sheen has fallen in love with this place. While looking around, he asked Vivian. So the palace is a place that can be entered casually? Not only Sheen and others, but even the civilians and adventurers in the capital can walk on this bridge and go to the palace casually. This situation is indeed a bit beyond Sheen's expectations. But this time, Sheen was wrong. Of course, it's not possible at ordinary times, let alone the palace. Even this bridge does not allow ordinary civilians and adventurers to pass through. Otherwise, there would be no need to set up a night group guarding the bridge in front. Vivian explained. The bridge is only open to the public at noon every day. Although ordinary people are still not allowed to enter the palace. The knights will not stop people from crossing the bridge to the island in the middle of the lake. Why? Sheen raised his question without much hesitation, saying, if you don't want people to pass through it casually, then there is no need to open it to the public at noon. Right? Unless there is a special reason. This special reason was explained by Vivian. Because there is not only a palace on the lake island, but also a temple. Vivian pointed to the side of the palace. Under Vivian's guidance, Sheen and others saw that there was indeed a sacred and solemn palace next to the palace. That is the largest and most important temple in the kingdom of Mitra. All temples in the kingdom are based on it and are under its control. The clergy and believers of the temple also regard it as a holy place. Once they come to the capital, they will definitely come to worship. In addition, newborn babies also need to come here to receive God's blessing. The lake island cannot be closed all the time. Therefore, the lake island will only be open to the public for 3 hours at noon every day. Except for suspicious people who will be stopped. Everyone else can pass easily. Vivian looked in the direction of the temple, and spoke with a twinkling gaze. There is also a door in the temple that can connect to the divine world. Through that door, people can go to the divine world. The goddesses in the divine world also come to the human world through that door. Therefore, the temple is extremely important to the entire kingdom, and even the human world. If it weren't for the fact that the brave man who defeated the Devil King founded this country, I'm afraid the palace would not dare to build it bigger and more glorious than the temple, let alone let the temple be located next to it. In this world, divine power is far more important than royal power. Of course, it is not absolute. For example, the brave man who defeated the Devil King thousands of years ago was respected by the 3 goddesses. So the temple of the gods was willing to be located next to him. If it were in other countries, this situation would never happen. Moreover, whether divine power is more important than royal power depends on the object. Even though the gods are the creators and guides of the human race, there are also class distinctions among the gods. If they are only lower-level gods, their status is naturally much more noble than that of ordinary civilians. But it is not certain that they are more noble than nobles, or even royal families. Therefore, although the human race follows the teachings of gods, they do not completely obey gods. They still need to look at their status. Generally speaking, the status of royal families and nobles is no worse than that of lower-level gods. For example, the status of the royal family of the country established by this hero is not much different from that of the upper gods. Only the existence of the level of the 3 goddesses can make the royal family of this country bow down. If it is the royal family or small nobles of some small countries, their status is not even comparable to that of lower-level gods. In view of this, which side of the divine power and the royal power is more powerful depends on different occasions and different people. Since this country was established by a hero, the status of the royal family cannot be underestimated, and the gods must give it up respect. However, in recent years, there is another reason for the opening of the lake island to the outside world. Vivian changed the subject and mentioned this topic. Sheen's attention was attracted. Is that reason the treasure of the kingdom you just mentioned? Sheen asked this question with curiosity. That's right. Vivian nodded and said so. About 17 years ago, a being called the treasure was born in the kingdom. Hearing this, Sheen was stunned. Because Vivian's words told Sheen that the treasure of the kingdom seemed to be a person. This is also the fact. She is gifted. As soon as she was born, her magic power alarmed the gods. And the goddess of fate among the 3 goddesses crossed the border to bless her. She is the direct heir of the royal family. That is, the descendant of the brave. She has such high potential that she is even praised as a modern brave. She was already level 10 when she was 4 years old. And she was promoted to level 30 when she was 10 years old. When she became an adult 2 years ago, her level was 60. And she was the first genius in the kingdom, and even the entire human world. The kingdom sees her as the pillar of the future, and even more as the pinnacle of the world. So she is asked to worship the legendary Knight Commander as her teacher and learn from him. Because of her amazing talent and appearance, the people have long regarded her as a spiritual pillar. If they can't see her safe and sound every day, there may even be riots. Therefore, another reason for opening the lake island to the public is to reassure the people. In other words, now is the time for her to come out for inspection. While talking, Vivian and her party arrived at the lake island and came to the front of the palace. At the same time, a commotion occurred. Chapter 141 Roxalusty Mitra. The sudden commotion not only brought Sheen back to his senses while listening to Vivian's words, but also shocked Lumia and Melica. So many people. Why are there so many people? Lumia and Melica were surprised. I saw that on the island in the middle of the lake, in front of the royal castle. Many people gathered here, making noises rise and fall. The people gathered here were the civilians, adventurers and even nobles that I had just seen. And there were so many people that it could be said that there were a sea of people. And people could only see a sea of heads. This number of people, at least tens of thousands as a unit. Sheen was standing relatively far back, but he could feel the heat coming from the sea of people in front of him, which made people understand how many people were needed to form such a scene. And these people seemed to be expecting something, whispering to each other, and frequently looking at an open-air platform above the royal city, like fanatical fans waiting for their idols to appear on the stage. Their eyes and expressions seemed a little excited. If there were no knights around to maintain order, it would be impossible for these people to not be in chaos with such excitement and such a large number of people. Right? Sheen was already stunned, and Lumia and Melica were not much better. Only Vivian and Teal were talking as usual. I haven't been back for a long time. Have the number of people increased again? To what extent does the princess intend to expand her charm? Well, I don't think I want to expand it deliberately. Right? That's why she is called a woman that even goddesses are jealous of. Vivian and Teal were having such a conversation, and the amount of information in it was terrifying. But this seemed to be a very sparse and common thing for the two of them. You guys have to watch carefully. Vivian even said to everyone, the next person to appear is the most precious and dazzling woman of the human race. With Vivian's words, a huge commotion appeared in the crowd ahead. Because, on the open-air platform of the royal city, a figure finally came out slowly, as if it was late. Sheen must admit that everything that happened next left a very deep impression on him, even in his lifetime. And it was unforgettable. Sheen, who didn't know all this yet, didn't raise his head, but was the first to feel an extremely amazing magic power appear. That magic power was just like a sun. Magnificent, dazzling, and at the same time unimaginably huge. Betto and Killian and the like could not compare with it at all. Even Lexia was still inferior to this magic power. This made Sheen feel that he had finally met his match since he came to this world. Yes, this magic power was not inferior to Sheen at all. At that moment, Sheen raised his head and looked at the open-air terrace of the royal city. There, a princess appeared in front of the fence, looking down as if she was enjoying the cool air on her own balcony. Sheen saw the other person's full appearance. The other person was wearing a unique court costume, which was a bit similar to the Hanfu in the previous life. It was not gorgeous, but extremely ethereal and full of fairy spirit. However, even this unique court costume, when worn on the other person, also felt unworthy of the other person. The reason was nothing else. Just because the princess's appearance was too outstanding. Her skin was as white and smooth as pearls. Her figure was exquisite and full of extraordinary charm. Her long hair was like a waterfall, with a little curl at the end, swaying in the wind, and swaying through circles of pleasing waves. Her appearance was completely exquisite and unlike anything in the mortal world, revealing a kind of breathtaking beauty. Sheen couldn't help but stare blankly. The entire crowd at the scene also fell into a moment of dead silence. The appearance of the girl shook everyone's heart to the greatest extent, making everyone speechless, whether they had seen each other or not, and even fell into obsession. Then, earth-shaking cheers resounded from the world. Wow! Ah! Lumia and Melica couldn't help but be frightened by the sudden and amazing cheers. Sheen was also forced to come back to his senses, but his eyes were still full of amazement when he looked at the princess. Isn't this too much? For Sheen to say such a thing. One can imagine how beautiful the other person must be. At least, The last time Sheen couldn't help but stare at a woman like this was when he first met Nian. In other words, the other person has a perfect appearance comparable to Nian. The difference is that Nian's beauty is full of fantasy and artistic sense, while the beauty of the princess in front of him seems to gather the definition of beauty in the minds of everyone in the world. One is illusory and high above, and the other is as bright as a star. What's more exaggerated is that these two people are not just beautiful. As a goddess, Nian can revive Sheen and awaken his holy sword and unique skills. Her strength is already evident. And the princess in front of him, Sheen has seen through the other party's level through the identification skill. LV.70. This princess, who is only 17 years old and the same age as Lumia, has already broken through the level of 70. Even, Sheen could see a series of high-level skills in the opponent's skill column, including the 8th level two-handed sword skill and the 7th level magic sword skill. With such strength, even the 84th level Betto might not be her opponent. Right? Everyone present cheered and excitedly greeted the princess. And even the young masters of the nobles looked at her with obsessed eyes, almost rushing over. At this time, Vivian's voice also entered Sheen's ears. That person was the treasure of the kingdom, the second princess of the kingdom, Rosie Lusty Mitra, who had a beauty that even goddesses were ashamed of, and a talent that could rival that of a brave man. Rosie Lusty Mitra. This name was unconsciously remembered by Sheen and deeply engraved in his heart. Sheen looked at the other party. The other party was also looking down, with a calm expression, but her eyes were full of bright spirit, and her face also revealed extraordinary elegance and indifference, which made her breathtaking beauty even more intense. After a while, the princess turned around and returned to the palace. Everyone present did not feel regretful, but was still excited, and the cheers did not stop for a long time. Sheen stared at the other party's back quietly, wondering what he was thinking. But then, Sheen caught a glimpse of something on the other party's waist. It was a sword that looked ordinary and even had nothing special. But it was this sword that made Sheen's pupil shrink suddenly. Because, Holy Sword Seal. Exclusive, Mitra. Level plus 10. All skill levels plus 1. All types of damage weakened by 10%. The negative status is weakened to a certain extent. Limited to the user. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be destroyed. When such an identification message appeared, Sheen was really speechless. What's going on? Sheen murmured in a low voice. But his voice was drowned out by the cheers that continued, and no one could hear it clearly. Chapter 142. The True Modern Hero. The carnival lasted for almost half an hour before it was declared over. However, when the knights began to disperse the crowd and let people leave in order, most people still looked like they were not satisfied. This situation was really a bit shocking. Obviously, Her Royal Highness just showed up. Melica tilted her head and said she couldn't understand. And Her Royal Highness seemed to show up every day. Right? Are they so excited every day? Lumia was a little scared, as if she was frightened by the enthusiasm of the people. But as the two said, Her Royal Highness just showed up, didn't say a word, and stayed for less than a few minutes. But the people who saw her were so excited. It was really exaggerated. However, Vivian and Teal didn't think so at all. If you have been living in the capital, you will know that this person is indispensable to the people, Vivian said. Ever since the birth of the princess, her miraculous deeds have been constantly spread from the palace and passed on by word of mouth by everyone in the streets and alleys. This situation has lasted for more than 10 years. Not to mention young people and children. Even many people of the older generation have been moved and worship her from the bottom of their hearts. Do you know why she is called a modern hero? Teal also said lightly, not only because she is gifted, but also because she is like the heroes of the past. Rumors and anecdotes about her will come from time to time, and each of her deeds is considered impossible to accomplish. In this case, who cannot worship the princess from the bottom of their hearts? For nearly 20 years, everyone has lived under each other's heroic deeds and grown up with these heroic deeds. Even the most indifferent people will probably be moved by it. Right? In addition, the one who gave the blessing to Her Royal Highness, the princess, was one of the 3 goddesses. In the past, only the brave could have such treatment. In this case, who would not look at Her Royal Highness the princess differently? Vivian smiled and said, not to mention the human race. Even the upper gods and the gods have to give face to Her Royal Highness the princess. Do you think that was such a status? She cannot be treated specially? If it were just like this, it would be fine. The most important thing is that her appearance is also too outstanding. Even the goddess is ashamed of herself. It is impossible for people not to be crazy about it. Teal turned his head and looked at the open-air platform. He said slowly, "All kinds of deeds together. That person will be called the treasure of the kingdom. It not only shows that she is the treasure of the kingdom, but also that everyone in the kingdom regards her as a treasure. I remember that when Her Royal Highness the Princess was 10 years old, the gods even sent many upper gods to invite her to the god realm, intending to accept her as a resident of the god realm." Vivian sighed and said, "It's a pity that she didn't agree. Otherwise she might become the first human in the history of the human race who can live in the god realm." "That's what happened." Teal nodded and said, "Now, the princess has become a hot figure in the entire kingdom and even the entire human world. Those who hope to become her fiancés include not only the descendants of almost all the noble families in the kingdom, but also princes of other countries and important figures of other races. It is said that even many people in the demon clan are obsessed with the princess. Among those who propose marriage to the king, there are definitely many demon clan people. These deeds sound like a dream, which is unbelievable. But Lumia and Melica dare not refute, because they can't refute, other things aside, at least, with the breathtaking beauty of the princess. She is indeed qualified enough to attract such attention and turmoil. Facing the princess, even Melica feels a little inferior. In view of this, Lumia and Melica can't help but feel yearning, and their eyes reveal a little longing. It's not that these two people have never heard of the story about the princess. Vivian and Teal have mentioned the princess in front of everyone more than once. Lumia and Melica also know the existence of the princess, but they have always treated it as something from another world, without any sense of reality. Until today, the two of them deeply realized it all. And Sheen, who had been silent since the beginning, also raised his head. "In the past, you would mention from time to time that there was a person in the kingdom who was more talented than Teal. Who was that person?" Sheen asked this question for the time being. And this question naturally got an answer. "That's right. It's the princess," Teal said in a calm tone. "Her talent is indeed extraordinary. Far beyond my comparison." Teal's speech was exchanged for Vivian's laughter. "You are a little too modest, Teal," Vivian immediately said. "In the entire kingdom, and even in the entire human world, the only one who can be compared with that princess is you. And this is also admitted by others. Right? This is the truth. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about the level. When the princess came of age, she was already level 60. No one in the entire human world can do this. But what about Teal? Although she didn't do this either, she is now level 59, and is about to reach level 60. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be able to achieve this achievement this year." "How old is Teal this year?" 16 years old. This is just 1 year later than that princess. So, in terms of talent and potential, Vivian believes that Teal is not much inferior to that princess. However, Teal herself does not think so. Level is just one aspect of strength. Even if I am not much worse than her in this aspect, it is not necessarily the case in other aspects. Teal shook his head and analyzed calmly. "For example, the magic sword skill. I have only reached level 2 until now. But the princess had already learned the magic sword skill when she was 13 years old. And now her level is estimated to be no less than level 5. Hearing this, Sheen on the side did not speak, because he knew clearly that the princess's magic sword skill had been upgraded to level 7. This point is indeed not comparable to Teal. Next, "I don't have a unique skill." Teal said so. And the princess not only has a unique skill by nature, but the unique skill is so strong that it is even considered to be no less than her ancestor, the brave who defeated the demon king 1,000 years ago. Hearing this, Sheen on the side reacted again. Unique skills no less than the brave 1,000 years ago? Doesn't that mean that if the holy sword I just saw is real, then the princess is equivalent to possessing both the holy sword and unique skills? This is incredible. Chapter 143, It's simply unfair treatment. Why are heroes much stronger than people in this world, and even expected to defeat the devil? It's because they have both powerful holy swords and unique skills. It goes without saying that unique skills have an impact on strength. It has been mentioned many times in the past. Whether or not a person has this skill, and how strong this skill is, can greatly affect a person's ability. Its importance is even higher than the level and other skills. It can be said that any miracle is possible. Just like Sheen. If he didn't have the unique skill Tion, how could he kill Betto, a demon master at level 84? As a monkey when he was only level 24? When Sheen mentioned that he had a unique skill, the rest of the escort team no longer doubted that he had the ability to kill Betto. It is conceivable how much influence a unique skill has on a person, although unique skills may generally be useless. Heroes are different from others, and usually have very powerful unique skills. This is one of their advantages. The second advantage is that they all have holy swords. This artifact, which was born from the concept of the hero, has an impact on strength that is no less than the unique skills of the hero. For ordinary people, having a unique skill can already have such a great impact on strength. If you have a holy sword that is comparable to a powerful unique skill, how can you not be much stronger than others? As a result, if you add the blessing of the three goddesses, it is impossible for the heroes not to be extremely strong. Among the heroes of all generations, even the weakest one is probably stronger than the legendary knight of level 98 in the royal capital. The slightly stronger ones are not weaker than the three goddesses and the 6 demons. Mitra, who was praised as the strongest hero of all generations 1,000 years ago, successfully defeated the Demon King. This shows how much the advantages of the heroes have brought to their strength. Now, what about the princess? Powerful unique skills? She has. Blessings of the three goddesses? She has it. She even seems to have the holy sword. In this way, the only difference between her and a real hero is that she is reincarnated from another world. But don't forget, she is a royal family of the Mitra kingdom, a descendant of a hero from 1,000 years ago. In other words, strictly speaking, this princess actually has the blood of a person from another world. So, it is no exaggeration to say that she is a hero of this era. Just a native one. This made Sheen feel a little indignant. Why are we all heroes? But you are just a princess, loved by the people, and I can't even reveal my identity? It's simply differential treatment. Of course, Sheen and the princess cannot be generalized. Sheen is a summoned hero. Now that the war is over and the 3 tribes have achieved peace, if the demons know that the gods are still using the hero summoning ritual that was once used against them, it will inevitably cause great contradictions and conflicts. And the princess is just blessed by nature. She was born and raised in this world. You can't let her not be born. Right? No. That's not right. Sheen suddenly remembered something very important. Vivian. Sheen turned to Vivian, hesitated for a while, and asked, could it be that the reason why Betto planned the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago was for the princess? Yes. Sheen thought of this. Indeed, the princess is blessed by nature. Even if the demons know that such a modern hero was born, they can't protest against it. But the old demon clan is different. They certainly don't want to see a hero born in this world again. So, they are likely to assassinate the princess directly. And Vivian did not deny it. It cannot be completely denied that they have no intention in this regard. Vivian pondered for a moment, and then said, however, this may not be their direct goal. That's not certain. Sheen was silent immediately. Isn't it a direct goal? What is the direct goal? Sheen recalled the matter of Lisha. Could it be that the real goal of the old demon clan is actually the thing in Lisha's hand? Is the thing stolen from the palace actually the real goal of the old demon clan? Forget it. Don't think about it. Anyway, Betto and Killian have returned to dust, and there is no point in thinking too much. Compared with this kind of thing, Sheen wants to know whether the holy sword he saw from the princess is real. Logically speaking, the princess should not have the holy sword. According to Nian, the holy sword is a power born from the concept of a hero. And heroes can only appear in a very small number of worlds. Even in most worlds, there are no heroes. Only in a small number of worlds can a person with the qualifications to become a hero be born. In other words, only people from other worlds can become heroes. And only people from other worlds can own the holy sword. And the holy sword of a hero cannot be abandoned or transferred. For example, even if she buried the holy sword, it would come back the next day. And because it was exclusive, no one else could use it. Therefore, only a hero can use and own the holy sword. Once a hero dies, the holy sword will also be broken. This is recorded in the book. So, why does the princess have the holy sword? Is she actually a summoned person from another world, and not born and raised in this world at all? Sheen suspected that the princess was summoned before him, and was summoned when she was a baby, but was raised by the royal family of this kingdom. But there has never been a case of 2 heroes being born in the same era in the past? The number of heroes is very small. Even if you search through all the different worlds, there are probably less than 10 heroes so far. With such a number, the probability of 2 people from another world with the qualifications of heroes being born at the same time is too low. Moreover, the holy sword of the princess is a little bit wrong. Not only is the power too weak, but it also looks like it is in a sealed state. What is going on? Can't figure it out. Sheen muttered this sentence unconsciously. At this time, Vivian next to him spoke. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. Vivian seemed to think that Sheen was thinking about the assassination incident 10 years ago. So she patted Sheen's shoulder and said this. Anyway, the masterminds are gone. So let's leave the complicated things to those in power. Let's go into the palace now, and meet the person I want you to meet. Hearing this, Sheen came back to his senses. Enter the palace? Can we go in casually? Lumia and Melica also became terrified. If it were possible, Mr. Byrne and the others would not have to disband everyone and arrange to go to the palace for an audience. Teal said indifferently, we are not going to the palace for an audience, but just for a private meeting. That's right. Vivian nodded and said, I have some friendship with that princess. Now, she should be happy to see us. This sentence made Sheen stunned. Wait. Sheen reacted and said in astonishment, you mean that princess? Could it be that this was the person she was going to meet? Seeing Sheen's stunned expression, Vivian smiled maliciously. Chapter 144 features all men. Lake Island. Palace. Sean and Vivian came in easily. Vivian handed a letter to the knights guarding the gate and asked them to give it to the princess. Then the other party said directly that they could meet now, as Vivian said before. However, only Sean and Vivian entered the palace. Tear, Lumia and Melica were not allowed to enter. The reason was that there were too many people. In the case of a private meeting, it was indeed not appropriate to bring so many people to see Her Royal Highness the Princess. So Lumia and Melica hurriedly said that they would wait outside. It was really a bit scary to meet Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yes. It was too sudden. Lumia and Melica said so, with tears in their eyes. It was obvious that they were terrified about meeting the princess, or they were not mentally prepared at all. After all, things are different now. Lumia and Melica have already felt the reputation of the princess. It is not good for the hearts of these two little girls to meet each other like this. Then I will stay with them. Teal said so, and therefore did not enter the palace either. Therefore, Teal, Lumia and Melica waited for Sheen and Vivian to come back in the reception room outside the palace under the arrangement of the knights. Sheen and Vivian followed the leading knight, entered the palace, and went to the bedroom of the princess. On the way, the knight leading the way was quite respectful to Vivian, and Vivian also walked very familiarly, which made people wonder whether she needed someone to lead the way. Sheen watched this scene from the side, and asked Vivian in a low voice after a while, You seem to come to the palace very often? Seeing Vivian's familiar appearance, Sheen could only think so. Vivian did not deny it. It's not that she comes here very often, but when she was in the capital before, she would come at least twice a month. Right? Vivian also lowered her voice and responded to Sheen in a low voice, saying, I just said that I have some friendship with the princess, although it is thanks to lately. Hearing this, Sheen understood a little. As the only daughter of a noble in the capital, Laylee must have had a lot of contact with people in the palace. In this case, as Laylee's childhood friend, it is normal for Vivian to have some relationship with people in the palace. If not, when Vivian handed the letter to the knights outside and asked the knights to give the letter to the princess, the other party should not have agreed so easily. Right? If anyone can write a letter to the princess, then this kingdom is too friendly. Of course, I have only met the princess a few times, and we have some friendship, but we are not very familiar with each other. On the contrary, Laylee has a good personal relationship with the princess and is much more familiar with her than I am. Vivian said, if Laylee was here, I guess she would not even need to write a letter to ask for permission, and would just take you into the palace. Enter the palace? It seems a little unserious. Sheen complained in his heart, and said, Did the princess agree to see us immediately for the sake of President Laylee? This is how Vivian answered this question. It can only be said that there is a little relationship. Vivian didn't know what she thought of, and said helplessly, The reason why the other party agreed to see us immediately is that this time point is special. Otherwise, even if it is Laylee, it would be difficult to meet the other party immediately without making an appointment in advance. Oh! Sheen nodded and said casually, It seems that the princess is very busy. Of course. Vivian said with deep understanding, not to mention the duties and chores of being a royal family member. The princess has to show up at noon every day. For this, she needs to arrange the knights to maintain order, and is also responsible for the subsequent dispersal of the crowd and the cleanup. These tasks are all done by the princess. In addition, she is a person respected by the gods. Basically, all matters of contact between the royal family and the gods are handed over to her. Even many important things in the temple will invite her to participate. Her schedule is full every day. It is probably only during this period that she is relatively free. But she has to be entangled. Entangled? Sheen immediately wondered, what does this mean? You will know this later. Vivian smiled bitterly and said, I took the opportunity to ask for a visit because I knew about this matter. I thought that the other party should be more willing to meet us than to deal with those people. I am really sorry for calculating her a little. While saying this, Sheen and Vivian also arrived at the princess's bedroom. However, as soon as he arrived here, Sheen was stunned. Because, in the hall of the palace, there were actually quite a few people gathered here. These people had two characteristics. One, all of them were dressed gorgeously and noble. And you could tell at a glance that they were from noble families. Two, all of them were men. What was this? Sean was a little confused. On the contrary, Vivian muttered as expected. At this time, the arrival of Sean and Vivian also attracted the attention of those noble young masters. Those young masters first looked at Sean and took a look at him, as if they were trying to figure out Sean's background, with their eyes full of scrutiny and inexplicable hostility. When they found that Sean was wearing ordinary clothes, they turned their eyes away with disdain. That look was as if they were saying that this person was not threatening. But then, those noble young masters saw Vivian again, and their eyes lit up. Among them, several people even ran over impatiently. Isn't this Miss Vivian? Long time no see. Miss Vivian, I heard that you left the capital to go to another town for training. Why are you here? Where is Lady Riley? Didn't she come back with you? Are you here to see Princess Rosie Lusty? If you don't mind, can you let me go with you? No. You should let me go with you. No. You should let me go with you. I'm from the Earl's family. I'm from the Marquis family. You should let me go with you. No. Let me go with you. A group of young masters from noble families gathered around Vivian and started arguing. Sean was stunned. Later, Sean learned that these young masters from noble families gathered here just to see Her Royal Highness the Princess. And their purpose was very simple. That is, to get the favor of Her Royal Highness the Princess and propose marriage to Her Royal Highness the Princess. However, because there were too many such people, very few people could see Her Royal Highness the Princess. And sometimes they might not even see her at all. Therefore, these people would wait here tirelessly every day. There were also many people who knew that Vivian had some personal relationship with Her Royal Highness the Princess. They guessed that she might be able to meet the princess. So of course these people came here shamelessly, just asking Vivian to take them with her. It was because Vivian knew this that she smiled bitterly. Sheen also understood. Indeed, compared to these idiots, Her Royal Highness the Princess would definitely prefer to see Vivian. But could it be that they thought I might be their competitor? So they were hostile to me just now? Thinking of this, Sheen felt unwell. Chapter 145, When in Doubt. Act rashly. Indeed, the princess is very beautiful. And she is so beautiful that she is bubbling. If such a beauty was born in the world where Sheen lived in his previous life, there would probably be no Shishir or Sudaji. Although Sheen has never seen how beautiful the great beauties who have been recorded in history, such as Shishir or Sudaji, are. But no matter how beautiful they are, they can't be more beautiful than the real goddess. Right? And what about this princess? Even the goddess is ashamed of herself. When the other party appeared on the open-air platform outside, Sheen couldn't help but stare at her. This is true. If it was before he came to this world, Sheen was sure that he would still have a lot of associations. But after coming to this world, Sheen has really seen beautiful women. Let me ask. Isn't Vivian beautiful? Let me ask. Isn't Melica beautiful? Or, what if beautiful girls like Lycia, Laxa, Lumia and Lely are not attractive? After coming to this world, Sheen has really seen a lot of beauties that he dared not even think about in his previous life. He can't say that he is immune, but at least he has some resistance. Right? Of course. That's fine. After all, judging from her appearance, the princess is indeed too outstanding. Even the beautiful girl Sheen met have to be compared in front of her. However, Sheen has also seen goddesses who are not inferior to the princess. Whether it is appearance, temperament or ability, Nian is not inferior to the princess at all, and may even be better. In this case, although Sheen was amazed by the beauty of the princess, he was just amazed, and he really didn't think about what to do with her. It's better to say that after coming to this world and seeing so many beautiful girls, Sheen didn't think about what to do with them. Right? It's not that Sheen is not greedy, but he really doesn't have time to think about it. You know, he himself hasn't figured out what happened to him yet. There are still many unknown mysteries. Whether he is involved in a serious situation is also unclear. In order to prevent himself from being played around by others in the future, Sheen just thinks about how to solve the mysteries and how to improve his strength. That's annoying enough. How can he have so much leisure to talk about love? Besides, when there is really no other way, don't you still have your left and right hands? Goddesses are just for YY. But you actually want to lick them in reality. Which is really shameful. Of course, it is mainly because it is really asking for trouble to get involved with these women who are the source of trouble at a glance. Sheen wants to stay away from them and doesn't want to do anything at all. As a result, now he is inexplicably regarded as a rival in love. Sheen really wants to say that you are just full and have nothing to do, rather than being a goddess's licker. Sean wanted to know what the other party's holy sword was all about, and what kind of help the other party could give him after he met him. Vivian had said that the person she brought him to see might let him know something that happened to him. For this reason, Sean wanted to meet the other party. And it had nothing to do with whether the other party was a beautiful princess. Really not? While Sean couldn't help but brainstorm, Vivian also had a headache dealing with the young masters around him. Sorry, everyone. Today I want to ask for the help of Her Royal Highness the Princess for some personal reasons. So it's not convenient to bring you along. Please understand. Vivian sent away the young masters around like this, which disappointed those young masters who came around, but also relieved those young masters who didn't come around. However, some people saw Sean following Vivian and spoke with some displeasure. Since Miss Vivian is going to see the princess for a private matter, why bring a man with her? Just let this servant wait outside. Right? Yes. It seems that these noble young masters don't want to see Sheen approaching their perfect partner, even if they think Sheen is not a threat. As long as he is a male, it won't work. This made Sheen decide. In fact, I also have some private matters to find you. Young masters, why don't you follow me to the corner over there? Having said that, Sheen was ready to take action. When in doubt, just rush forward. This is Sheen's way of ninja. Don't be impulsive. Vivian was immediately startled and quickly hugged Sheen's hand to stop him. The young masters around were also shocked, although they didn't believe that Sheen would take action against them as nobles. Seeing that Sheen didn't look like a joke at all, they were spoiled and were not completely fearless. At that moment, these young masters ran away one by one, leaving only a few harsh words, like a low-class hooligan. Can such a guy be a noble? Sheen began to think that the medieval world was not a good thing. On the contrary, Vivian's face was full of helplessness. You seem to be afraid of trouble. Why are you so impulsive sometimes? Vivian was really puzzled. In this regard, Sheen only had one sentence. I am afraid of trouble, but I am not afraid to become a turtle. Right? Sheen said bluntly, although many things can be tolerated. It is a good thing to be patient in big things. If you have to tolerate small things in daily life, you will really become a ninja turtle. Again, Sheen did not want to be like the destined protagonists in those novels, who had a calm mentality and calmly waited for the jumping of small characters, as if they were so noble. If you are weaker than others, you can bow your head, because you have no choice but to do so. But if you are still unhappy after using cheats, why do I need this cheat? It's so vulgar. What kind of twisted logic are you talking about? And what about Ninja Turtles and cheats? Why don't I understand anything? Vivian couldn't help but roll her eyes and said unhappily, Anyway, this is the palace. You should behave yourself. As she said, Vivian was still a little worried. So she took Sean's hand and walked into the bedroom. Sean pouted, but he didn't really think about making trouble without thinking. So he was pulled away by Vivian. The young masters around naturally saw the scene and couldn't help but feel jealous. The same thing is that Vivian is also a big beauty. Seeing her pulling a man like this, these unlearned noble young masters will turn into jealous people, which is also a very normal thing. Some of the wiser nobles looked at this scene and couldn't help but think, who was that man? Judging from Miss Vivian's attitude, he didn't seem to be just an ordinary friend or servant. Is he another powerful opponent? I hope not. Amid such discussions, Sheen and Vivian came to the room deep in the palace under the gaze of everyone. Then, a female knight welcomed Sheen and Vivian in. The two finally met the princess again. Chapter 146, Gaudy? When Sean and Vivian entered the room and came to the princess, the scene before their eyes made the whole world seem bright and moving, and the two lost their voices. At this moment, the princess was sitting by the window, looking at the lake outside the window, holding a pen in her hand, with a drawing board in front of her. And she was looking out the window while constantly drawing on the drawing board. Yes, the princess was painting. Moreover, the painting was particularly touching. However, the touching here does not refer to the painting drawn by the other party, but the scene of the other party sitting by the window with her face sideways, looking out the window, facing the sun. The breeze blew in from the window, making the curtain swing through a circle of beautiful patterns, and also making the princess's long hair sway in the wind. That picture was really very moving, especially when the sun shines on each other. It seems to embellish the other snow-white hair like a waterfall with golden rays, which is so beautiful that it is unimaginable. Therefore, not only Sheen, but even Vivian lost her words, as if she forgot to breathe, or was afraid that her breathing would interrupt this beautiful mood, making the whole room fall into a comfortable silence. The two of them didn't even know when the female knight who led the way retreated. Even, the two of them didn't know how long it took for this comfortable silence to be broken. When the two came to their senses, Her Royal Highness had put down the brush in her hand and looked over. Those eyes, like the most charming red wine in the world, are actually a very charming wine red. Long time no see. Vivian. Her Royal Highness broke the silence at the scene. However, it not only did not destroy the atmosphere, but made people feel more comfortable. Probably because the princess' voice was also very pleasant. Such a pleasant voice. She had still only heard from one person. That was Nian. Could this princess really be a goddess? Sheen was suspicious. However, this suspicion was unreasonable. At least, from the other party. Sheen could feel the unique atmosphere of humans, not the illusion like Nian. In this case, Vivian stepped forward and knelt on one knee to the princess. Please forgive me for not greeting you for a long time, Your Highness. Vivian then respectfully offered the other party the gift of a minister. This was the first time Sheen saw Vivian salute so respectfully. Before, even when facing nobles of high status, Vivian only nodded and saluted. Never like this. Respectful and pious. But this made Her Royal Highness shake her head. I have said it before. Except in formal occasions, there is no need to pay such a big respect to me. The princess opened her red lips and said to Vivian in a pleasant voice, also, you can just call me Rosie, and you don't have to call me Your Highness outside of formal occasions. Hearing this, Vivian also shook her head. This is too rude, Vivian said seriously, for the descendant of the brave who saved the world and defeated the devil, and is also a direct royal heir. It is too casual. It is simply disrespectful to the former brave. So please forgive me for not doing this. Really serious. Princess Rosie suddenly laughed helplessly. However, that helpless and laughing expression was also beautiful and touching, which made Sheen on the side almost sigh. In the past, Sheen would never believe that there would be someone in the world who could be so beautiful. No matter what expression or behavior she makes, she gives people a sense of beauty. Such a woman would not appear in dreams. Would she? Whether it is Nian or Luoshi, they are telling Sheen what is the beauty of 360 degrees without dead angles. To be beautiful to this extent, perhaps it can be regarded as an unreal feeling. However, compared with the breathtakingly beautiful princess in front of him, Sheen's eyes always can't help but glance at the corner of the wall. There, the holy sword that Sheen had seen hanging on Luoshi's waist stood quietly, looking like an ordinary weapon. Not at all like a legendary weapon. Thinking back to the holy sword that was still hanging in the bag on his shoulder at this moment, Sheen complained again. His own holy sword is so gorgeous and dazzling, but other people's holy swords are ordinary and not eye-catching at all. Is this implying that he is flashy? However, if my holy sword is really serious, it might be able to pierce the sky. These are all untrue words. So what is firmness? Roxy and Vivian, who didn't know what Sheen was thinking, were being polite to each other, having a conversation that seemed like a family affair. For a while, they actually forgot about Sheen's existence. It must be said that Rox's temperament is so outstanding that even Vivian was inadvertently driven by her and fell into the other's rhythm, completely forgetting the fact that Sheen was beside her. On the contrary, Roxy has noticed Sheen's existence since the beginning. There is no way. Roxy is very clear about her own specialness. In the past, if a man saw her, the other's eyes would probably have been fixed on her and could no longer be moved away. Sheen was actually the same. When he just came in, he couldn't help but be completely attracted by Rox's figure. He didn't even realize the passage of time, which proved Rox's charm. But from the beginning, Sheen's eyes no longer had Rosie's presence. Instead, he kept staring at the corner without moving his eyes away. This undoubtedly surprised Rosie and attracted her attention more smoothly. So, Rosie began to look at Sheen seriously. During this look, Rosie's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled slightly, and her eyes could not be moved away from Sheen. No, to be more precise, it should be said that she could not move away from Sheen's shoulders. On Sheen's shoulders, a long package was hanging there. It seemed nothing surprising, but Rosie had already felt it, feeling the familiar magic. That was Vivian. Rosie finally stopped chatting with Vivian, and while retracting her gaze, she looked at her and asked, "Who is this?" Rosie's words finally made Vivian react, and she also recalled Sheen's existence. At that moment, Vivian couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, and looked at Sheen with some embarrassment in her eyes. And then she became serious. "Your Highness has read the letter I sent in, right?" Vivian said so. "Yes." She nodded and said, "You said you have something important to discuss with me, right?" "Yes." Vivian looked at She and said, "Before that, let me introduce you to your Highness. This is Sheen." Vivian introduced Sheen. Sheen. She tasted this name. Chapter 147, The Brave Man and the Holy Sword. At this time, Sheen also turned his eyes back to the princess. She was looking at Sheen, and when Sheen looked at him like this, the two of them immediately met each other's eyes. This made both of them slightly startled, but they did not look away at the first time, but just stared at each other. She seemed to hope to see something from this. Sheen's idea was simpler. Anyway, he would not suffer any loss, and she was so beautiful, so he should look at her as much as possible. As a result, the two of them did not look away for a long time, staring at each other, as if they were in a confrontation, and no one was willing to admit defeat. This made Vivian on the side want to say something, but she did not seize the opportunity, until half a while later. "What you want to discuss with me? Is it related to him?" She turned her eyes, and asked Vivian softly. "Yes." Vivian first breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "His identity is somewhat special, depending on the situation. It may even involve the balance between the three tribes. That's why I brought him to see His Highness." Balance between the three tribes. She frowned slightly and fell silent. Vivian cast her eyes on Sheen, and her expression became more serious than ever. "So far, I have never asked you for confirmation, let alone your origins, but I have some guesses about your identity." Vivian finally said this to Sheen. "You should have discovered it, right?" Hearing this, Sheen was silent. He naturally would not have failed to discover this. Whether it was Vivian or Laylee, both of them must have guessed about Sheen's identity. Otherwise, they would never have helped him so wholeheartedly and cleaned up the aftermath for him. Moreover, the two deliberately did not pursue some of the questions left by Sheen, which was also a disguised proof. Sean didn't say these things on the surface, but he couldn't be unaware of them in his heart. Therefore, Sean knew long ago that Laylee, Vivian and even Teal might have guessed his identity. "If you don't want to say it, we won't ask it actively. After all, this is a big deal, and we can understand it." Vivian's voice was very gentle, and she said to Sean, "But now, we probably have to be frank about things. Otherwise, there will be no way to make things progress. Sean will understand what this sentence means. Let me ask you formally once. Sean." Vivian came to Sean, looked straight into his eyes, and spoke word by word. "Are you a hero?" As soon as this was said, the atmosphere of the whole room changed. It was no longer as quiet and comfortable as before, but full of tension. She also seemed to realize something, staring at Sheen closely. Sheen fell silent again under the gaze of the two. The scene suddenly became very quiet. She and Vivian were waiting for Sheen's reply. Sheen was thinking about various things with mixed feelings. "I don't know how long this situation lasted." "Huh?" At a certain moment, Sheen exhaled. However, Sheen did not answer, but directly proved it with his actions. Swish. At this moment, Sheen loosened the package on his shoulder, threw it into his hand, and pulled the package open with force, allowing the things inside to appear in the air. Clang! With a flash of bright and dazzling light, the gorgeous and dazzling holy sword was held tightly in Sheen's hand and presented in front of She and Vivian. At the same time, the aura, or breath, of Sean was rapidly increasing at an astonishing speed. Both Roxy and Vivian felt the terrifying presence in this space, which made them feel nervous. Looking at the holy sword in Sean's hand, they behaved differently. Sure enough, Vivian murmured with mixed feelings. Roxy looked at the holy sword, and then at Sean, whose aura had increased so much after holding the holy sword that she felt pressured. The look in her wine-red eyes was completely different from before. Now, Roxy finally understood why Vivian came to find her. Because this was indeed a very difficult thing to deal with. However, Roxy said nothing, but was silent for a while. Then came to the wall and held her holy sword. The next second, something that even Sheen had not expected happened. Unblock, Hirisu. Luo she suddenly chanted a short spell, causing the holy sword in her hand to tremble. Then, the surface of the holy sword slid suddenly like a movable mecha, and it was embedded layer by layer, and finally formed a sword ring on the hilt. Seeing this, Sheen understood. It turned out that there was a sheath on the holy sword. The sheath sealed the power and appearance of the holy sword, which made it look so ordinary. Now, the holy sword showed its original appearance. Sheen looked over. The golden hilt. The top of the hilt was inlaid with a golden gem. The sword body was dazzling white, and there was always a stream of light rotating. That was the true appearance of the holy sword in Luo Shi's hand. Exactly the same. That's right. That holy sword is exactly the same as Sheen's holy sword. But, holy sword. Exclusive, Mitra. Level plus 50. All skill levels plus 5. All types of damage reduced by 50%. All negative states greatly reduced. Top sharpness. Extremely durable. Causes a lot of damage to evil objects. Has an exorcist effect on evil forces. Limited to users. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be destroyed. Sheen's identification skill saw such a message, telling him that there is still a difference between this holy sword and his own. This can also be seen from the fact that after both holy swords were exposed to the air, the brilliance of Sheen's holy sword was far more dazzling than the brilliance of Rox's holy sword. Of course, now is not the time to care about such things. Now, there is only one thing to worry about. That is, the hero from another world and the hero from the present day met in the princess bedroom of this palace. The man and the woman, each holding a dazzling holy sword, looked at each other and could not speak for a long time. On the side, Vivian also watched this scene and suddenly had a feeling. These two people may be the center of the chaos that will happen next. Vivian has some experience with this. Then, tell me, Roxy said so. What happened? Sheen and Vivian looked at each other. In the end, Sheen spoke first. Actually, so Sheen explained what happened to him. Chapter 148 Reasons for being summoned. Defeat the Demon King. After Sheen explained the reasons why he was summoned to this world, not only Vivian, but also Rosie frowned and fell into silence. What is going on? Vivian said in confusion. The Demon King has been defeated for 1,000 years. Why is there still a goddess using the ritual of summoning heroes to defeat the Demon King? This is the biggest mystery. And it is also what Sheen wants to figure out the most. Rosie closed her eyes lightly, as if thinking about something. After a while, she opened her eyes again and looked at Sheen, saying, You said? The goddess who summoned you called herself Nian? That's right. Sheen nodded and said frankly, This is the name the other party told me. I also specifically checked some books related to the goddess of the gods, but I didn't find a goddess with this name at all. For this reason, Sheen has a suspicion. And this suspicion is exactly what Vivian is thinking now. That should be a pseudonym. Vivian said with certainty. The number of gods is very limited. Even for lower-level gods, their names will be recorded. If you can't find the name in the books, it can only mean that the name is not the real name. I have never heard of a goddess with this name. Luo Shi just seemed to be recalling the list of goddesses she knew, but her brows were furrowed, making her mutter, Besides, I have never heard of the ritual of summoning heroes with only one goddess. Hearing this, Vivian looked at Luo Shi. Your Highness, you are one of the few people in the human race who is recognized and respected by the gods. You have a close relationship with the gods. Do you know any secrets about the ritual of summoning heroes that ordinary people don't know? Vivian asked such a question. This made Sheen understand why Vivian brought him to see Luo Shi. Just as Vivian said, Luo Shi is one of the few people in the human race who is recognized and even respected by the gods. Not only has she received the blessing of one of the three goddesses, but she has also been invited to settle in the god realm. She almost became the first human resident in the god realm in history. In this way, it is not surprising that she knows some secrets of the gods that others don't know. In addition, Luo Shi also has the title of modern hero. Perhaps, she is indeed the most suitable person to inform about this matter. Luo Shi did not hide much regarding the ceremony of summoning heroes. I do know some things that ordinary humans don't know. Luo Shi said, for example, if you want to start this ceremony, not everyone can do it. But there are conditions. Conditions? Vivian immediately focused. What conditions? Sheen asked directly. Luo she thought about it, recalled her memory, and then answered. First of all, the ceremony of summoning heroes has a prerequisite for activation. That is, there must be a person from another world who has the qualifications to become a hero. And then the ceremony can be activated. Because people from another world who have the qualifications to become heroes are very rare and not always available. So before people from another world who have the qualifications to become heroes appear, the ceremony of summoning heroes is equivalent to a valuable collection and can only be a decoration. Once people from another world who have the qualifications to become heroes appear, the ceremony will react and allow the gods to use it. However, as a large-scale summoning ceremony across the world, ordinary goddesses are completely unable to use this ceremony. Luo she pointed out like this. Therefore, the ceremony can only be used successfully under 3 conditions. What conditions? 1. Gather the power of all the upper and lower gods of the entire god clan to use the ceremony. As long as the power of all the upper and lower gods of the entire god clan is gathered, the ceremony can still be successfully started. 2. Gather the power of the 3 goddesses and use the ceremony as the pinnacle of the gods, and as the first gods to be created. The 3 goddesses are far superior to the general gods in terms of power and status. They are also the current leaders of the gods. By combining the power of these 3 goddesses, it is still possible to start the ceremony. 3. When the gods encounter a major crisis, which is related to the survival of the race or even the world, the ceremony will start automatically. At that time, only 1 goddess is needed to perform it. Even if the goddess is a lower-level god, she can successfully use the ceremony to summon the hero. It is said that this is the last mechanism of the hero summoning ceremony. In order to summon the hero, who can save everything and turn the tide when the real crisis occurs. However, when the 3rd situation occurs, because it is forced to start, the hero summoning ceremony will self-destruct afterwards. At that time, it is the time when omnipotence will completely disconnect from the heroes of the other world. Luo she revealed such a secret, which made Sheen and Vivian look at each other. That's what I mean. Right? You mean my situation is the 3rd one? Sheen confirmed with Luo she with some uncertainty. It can only be said that it is very likely. Luo she looked at Sheen deeply and said, at least, as far as I know, the 3rd situation is the only one that can allow the goddess to start the hero summoning ceremony alone. The heroes of all generations are basically the 2nd situation, so they can all get the blessing of one of the 3 goddesses. What about the other 2 situations? Vivian asked. When the other 2 situations occur, what kind of blessing will the summoned hero get? Luo she pondered for a while, as if she was still confirming her memory, and then gave an answer. If I remember correctly, in the 1st situation, the summoned hero will be able to get the blessings of all the upper and lower gods of the gods. And when the 3rd situation occurs, because it is the only hope when the real crisis occurs, the supreme god Omnis, who created the ceremony, invested part of his power in it and left it to this last hero. In other words, when the 3rd situation occurs, the hero will be able to obtain the highest level and largest scale of blessings. That is, the blessing of the supreme god. Rox's voice clearly reached Sheen's ears. And Her Royal Highness the Princess said so. If you want to know what kind of situation you are in, you can actually find out by looking at what your blessing is. Hearing this, Sheen fell into complete silence, because Sheen couldn't help but feel a little confused. This 3rd situation clearly matches him. So, he is the last hero who has obtained the blessing of the supreme god? And this world, or the entire god clan, has encountered a crisis. So he was summoned by Nian? But wasn't the demon king defeated? Isn't the world peaceful now? Except for the old demon clan. Sheen has not seen any factors that are powerful enough to threaten peace. What is going on? Chapter 149 Sheen. In fact, there is another situation that Luo she did not mention. Is it true that only when the 3rd situation occurs can the gods summon heroes with the power of a goddess? Sheen hesitated for a moment, and then asked Luo she for confirmation. Is it possible that the supreme god himself summoned the hero? This is what Sheen had always thought. Since he received the blessing of the supreme god, it is completely reasonable to imagine that the supreme god himself blessed him and summoned him. Right? Nian also said that Sheen's blessing was given by her, not from the ritual. In addition, the name of this goddess is somewhat similar to the supreme god Omnis. So Sheen has always believed that Nian may be the supreme god Omnis. And if Nian is the supreme god Omnis, then she is fully capable of using the ritual of summoning heroes alone. After all, even this ritual itself was created by this goddess. And she is the origin of the gods, the true pinnacle of the gods. And even the three goddesses are the followers of this goddess. Then, the ritual that can be activated by combining the power of the three goddesses. As the creator of the ritual and the origin of the gods, it is impossible that the supreme god, who is the creator of the ritual and the origin of the gods, cannot use it himself. That's what Sheen thought. However, no, this is impossible. Well, it's impossible. After hearing what Sheen said, Roxy and Vivian rejected it without hesitation. Why? Sheen was slightly startled and stood up in surprise. Roxy and Vivian looked at each other, and then looked at Sheen together. You are from another world. It is normal that you don't know this, Vivian said, but in this world, the indifference of the supreme god Omnis is almost known to everyone. Indifference? Sheen was a little confused. What does this mean? Seeing the confusion on Sheen's face, Roxy began to explain. The supreme god Omnis is a very transcendent existence. Roxy said softly, she is the symbol of omnipotence, the origin of the world, and a truly omnipotent god. Compared with other goddesses of the gods, she is fundamentally different. At the beginning of the world, there were only two lives in omnipotence, and one of which was the supreme god Omnis. Vivian also explained, at that time, the world was just an empty void. The supreme god Omnis used her supreme power to open up this void, and the world was born. Therefore, Omnis is the goddess who created the world, and she is also the beginning of everything in this world. The gods were created by the supreme god. The human race was created by such gods. The sky and the earth were also created by the gods. Therefore, except for the demons, everything in the world can be traced back to that goddess. If it weren't so, the goddess wouldn't be called the origin and beginning of the world. In the eyes of the goddess, everything in this world is just her creation. Therefore, no matter what kind of existence it is equally ignored in her eyes, and there will be no difference in treatment. Luoshi pursed her lips and said, even if everything in this world is destroyed, that person probably won't have any emotional fluctuations, because as long as she wants, she can create another world at any time, or restore everything in this world. In this case, how can the other party care whether the world is in crisis? Even if it is the gods. When it really comes to the moment of life and death, the goddess probably won't care. Right? There is only one thing that really makes the goddess care. Vivian spoke with a tense face. That is another life that appeared with the goddess at the beginning of the world. Demon King. Claudius. That is the only one that Omnis looks at differently and distinguishes from other things. If the supreme god Omnis is the omnipotent god who can create everything, then the demon King Claudius is the ultimate demon who can destroy everything. Roxy explained. Her power is even higher than that of the supreme god Omnis. Although she is not as omnipotent as the supreme god Omnis, the power of the supreme god Omnis is also ineffective against her. Therefore, as long as something is destroyed by the hands of the demon king, even the supreme god Omnis cannot restore it. Such a demon king will naturally be regarded as the only threat by the supreme god. In order to defeat this threat, Omnis created the ritual of summoning the hero. In addition to defeating the demon king, the supreme god Omnis has no obsession or desire. After creating the ritual of summoning the hero, she also handed the ritual over to the three goddesses to perform. From beginning to end, she has never cared about the struggle between the heroes and the gods and demons, and has never intervened in the war. At this point, Vivian turned her gaze to Rosie. Rosie nodded, confirming Vivian's statement. In the war between the gods and demons, the supreme god Omnis only fought once. Rosie touched the holy sword in her hand, and said in a voice that sounded a little distant, that was 1,000 years ago, when our royal ancestor, the strongest warrior Mitra of all generations, won a comprehensive victory on the battlefield and went to fight the demon king. That was the only time that the supreme god Omnis fought. With the help of the goddess, the warrior Mitra successfully defeated the demon king. But the world was also torn apart by the demon king's last power. Vivian took over Rosie's words and said, because it was the power of the demon king, the supreme god Omnis could not restore the world to its original state. So he divided the world into 3 parts, giving birth to the human world, the god's world, and the demon world. Since then, the supreme god Omnis has not appeared again, and has lived in seclusion in the deepest sanctuary of the god realm. Do you understand what I want to say? Luoshi raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Sheen, saying, what I want to say is that the supreme god Omnis will only take action because of the demon king, because that is her only threat. Now that the demon king has passed away, there is nothing in this world that can threaten the supreme god. and there is no existence that can make the power of the supreme god ineffective. So even if the world is destroyed, and the gods are completely destroyed, the goddess will not take action again. Luoshi said this with great certainty. I heard that at the beginning. Omnis would add her own power to the ceremony of summoning the hero, so that the gods could summon the heroes who could get her blessing in times of crisis. Not to save the gods and the world, but to summon the last possibility of defeating the Demon King when she was killed by the Demon King, and the world no longer had the power to fight against the Demon King. Therefore, the hero is the last hope. So, that hero is the last favor. Do you understand what I mean? Sheen. Every word of Rox's words echoed in Sheen's ears. For a long time, they lingered. Chapter 150. Did I eat your rice? Unconsciously, Luoshi's room returned to silence again. Luoshi and Vivian had said nothing, just staring at Sheen, not knowing what they were thinking. Sheen had countless complex emotions in his heart, making him feel mixed. Although there are still many things that he doesn't understand, there is one thing that may be certain. That is, Nian is not the supreme god Omnis. If according to Luoshi and Vivian, the supreme god Omnis, as the omnipotent god of the world, is only obsessed with the demon king Claudius, and everything else is equal in her eyes, and cannot attract her attention at all, then Nian is obviously different from this image. After all, Nian is a pure goddess, who blushes after seeing the scene of Sheen's heart galloping. But in this way, there is only one possibility for Sheen to be summoned, which is the third situation mentioned above. But in this case, another question arises. What is the matter with defeating the Demon King? According to what Nian herself said, she summoned Sheen to defeat the Demon King. If this is true, does it mean that this so-called crisis is inseparable from the Demon King? Is it possible that the Demon King has been resurrected? Sheen proposed this possibility to the two girls present. Unfortunately, this possibility was also denied. Since the Demon King has been defeated by the hero, it is difficult to revive again. Luoshi glanced at the holy sword in Sheen's hand and said, as a hero, you also have a holy sword. You should know that the holy sword has a very strong restraining effect on the demons. Right? This is beyond doubt. Causes additional damage to evil objects. Has the effect of expelling and even purifying evil forces. These two effects do exist in the holy sword. Not only Sheen's holy sword has this power, but Luoshi's holy sword also has it. It should be said that the holy swords of all the heroes of all generations have this power, even though the damage that can be caused varies depending on the strength of the holy sword. It is certain that the holy sword has a restraining effect on the demons, and Luoshi said so. No matter how powerful the holy sword is, as long as it is used to kill the demons, no demon can be resurrected. This is also the reason why the hero is regarded as the trump card to defeat the Demon King and the demons. The Demon King can make the power of the goddess ineffective, but the power of the hero can hurt the Demon King, and the goddess can summon the hero. This has always been an established rule. The existence of the hero, the goddess, and the Demon King can just form a circular relationship. In view of this, the goddess is regarded as a symbol of omnipotence. The Demon King is regarded as the embodiment of power, and the hero is regarded as God's hope. The three represent the highest peaks of the gods, the demons, and the human race respectively. Luoshi said so. Thousands of years ago, the Demon King had indeed been defeated by the ancestors with the holy sword. In addition, the supreme god Omnis did not want to see the Demon King Claudius resurrected, and used her own power to completely eliminate the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection. Therefore, the demons gave up resistance and turned to coexistence with the other two tribes. This is also a matter that almost everyone knows. The history of thousands of years ago is very important to this world. Even if the details cannot be restored one by one, there are still records in the general direction. For example, the transcendence of the supreme god Omnis and the fact that the Demon King is dead are widely circulated. These two existences are the beginning and the end of everything, and the world's attention will naturally focus on these two. It can be said that if the Demon King is not dead and the supreme god is not in seclusion, whether this world can conform to everyone's hopes and develop into what it is now is still an unknown. In summary, the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection does not exist, unless something happens to the supreme god Omnis. Luoshi's words made Sheen and Vivian's heart sink, because this possibility cannot be denied either. Luoshi obviously realized the difficulty of the matter. After a moment of silence, she said this. In any case, the summoning of the hero has been restarted. This is a fact. If there is something terrible that we don't know about, then we have to find a way to deal with it. how to deal with it. I will go to the god realm in the near future to see if I can learn something from my acquaintances in the god clan. Luoshi decided, of course. I will also go to see the goddess of fate and discuss with her to see if I can get any help. The goddess of fate is one of the 3 goddesses who gave Luoshi blessings. If Luoshi went to the god realm to ask for an audience, she would not be unable to see her. It would be great if I could go to the sanctuary deep in the god realm. At least I could confirm the situation of the supreme god Omnis. Luoshi's tone didn't seem to hold much hope. And she said, but the Holy Land is not allowed to enter. Even the 3 goddesses dare not violate the will of the supreme god Omnis and break into the Holy Land privately. So it's better not to have too much hope for this matter. Who makes the gods an extreme class world? The words of the supreme god Omnis are absolute rules for the goddesses of the gods. Even if the gods are really in a situation where they are almost extinct, it is estimated that without the permission of the supreme god Omnis, the goddesses and the gods will not dare to break into the Holy Land. Right? For others, this may be an extremely serious situation. But for the supreme god Omnis, this situation is nothing at all. Even if the world is destroyed, she can wave her hand to create a new one. Naturally, she will not pay attention to such a matter, and the gods will not dare to trouble the other party with such a matter. This made Sheen couldn't help but say something. God is really a troublesome existence. Hearing this, Luoshi and Vivian both smiled bitterly. It's better to say this kind of thing here. Don't say it outside. Okay? Vivian said helplessly. No matter what, God is our creator. And we are also receiving God's blessings. So we must not disrespect God. However, Sheen didn't think so. That's you. And it has nothing to do with me, who came from another world. That's it. As a person from another world, Sheen's creator is undoubtedly his parents. And it has nothing to do with God. As for the blessing, it was also forced on him by others. And he didn't want it. Right? Not to mention, until now, Sheen still has a vague understanding of the effect of his blessing. So, to ask Sheen not to disrespect God, then Sheen probably only has one sentence to say. Did I eat your rice? The summary is complete. That's it for now. Luoshi stood up and looked at Sheen. During this time, you should stay in the capital and wait for my news. You don't have to do anything. Just be careful not to reveal your identity as before. Otherwise things will become very troublesome. Be careful. Maybe someone has already set their sights on you. Luoshi's advice ends here. What can Sheen do? He can only wait. Chapter 151. You can trust her. The meeting ended here. After that, Rosie and Vivian chatted for a few more words. But Sheen did not interrupt. They had already talked about everything they needed to talk about. If Sheen deliberately found something to talk about, he would always feel like he was licking the goddess. In order to avoid becoming a licking dog like those noble young masters outside, Sheen looked at the nose with his eyes, and the heart with his nose. Even though it was a rare opportunity to chat with Her Royal Highness the Princess to enhance their relationship and earn favorability, he ignored it directly, and admired the holy sword in Rosie's hand instead. However, no matter how he admired it, Sheen had only one thought. This sword is really weak. Did you hear what people said? But this is really what Sheen really thought in his heart. Compared with his own holy sword, isn't this holy sword more than one level weaker? Of course, being weak also has its advantages. At least people can use it openly. Unlike Sheen, holding a holy sword feels like holding a nuclear bomb. Even if he keeps it by his side, he is afraid that the outer layer of skin will not be able to cover it, and it will be directly scratched. What should he do? So, Sheen sighed and envied at the same time. Such Sheen never thought that if he was not special, how could he reach this point? Take the magic sword for example. Its power depends on the skill level and the amount of magic power of the user. If Sheen had not been crazy enough to directly upgrade the skill level to the maximum, and had too much magic power to use, how could he become a nuclear bomb sword fairy? If it were someone else, even if he held the same holy sword as Sheen, I am afraid it would not be that powerful. Therefore, this really cannot be blamed on others. Sheen, who was unaware of this, continued to sigh like a human until Luoshi and Vivian finished talking. And then he followed Vivian to prepare to leave. However, Sheen didn't know that his proactive distance also made Luoshi look at him with a new look. So, before leaving, Luoshi took the initiative to talk to Sheen. From the perspective of the human race, it is undoubtedly a very exciting thing for a new hero to come to our world after 1,000 years. Luoshi smiled at Sheen, and her smile was brilliant. Although there are many disturbing factors, I am looking forward to your future performance. Hearing this, Sheen looked at this beautiful princess, smiled back on his face, but complained in his heart. It really sounds like the social rhetoric of a big boss in a company. Do you think you can work hard without paying wages? No way. With this idea in mind, Sheen and Vivian left the room of Her Royal Highness the Princess together. Without noticing at all, she watched the two leave, and the smile on her face disappeared little by little. On the other side, walking in the spacious corridor of the palace, Sheen and Vivian also started a conversation. Leave your business to His Highness, Vivian said, as if to reassure Sheen. With the friendship between His Highness and the gods, it is not difficult for him to enter the god realm. I believe that he will bring back some information soon. Is that so? Sheen sighed and said without much expectation, I hope so. What? Vivian heard Sheen's tone and asked, do you think His Highness is untrustworthy? Do you think I should trust her? Sheen asked back, I just met that princess once. It is impossible for me to trust her just because she is beautiful and so dazzling in front of the public? It is not incomprehensible. Vivian was silent for a long time, and then said, from your perspective as a person from another world, it is indeed unrealistic to want you to trust His Highness immediately. If it were someone from this world, I am afraid that after hearing about the many heroic deeds of the princess, I would have a certain degree of trust in her, or even absolute trust. Right? Until now, Vivian realized how difficult it was to get Sheen to tell Rosie everything under this circumstance. The reason why Sheen chose to reveal his secrets in front of Rosie, whom he met for the first time, was not because he believed in Rosie, but because he believed in her. Thank you. Vivian thanked Sheen solemnly. But this made Sheen laugh instead. Isn't your thanking a bit strange? Sheen said with a smile. You worked so hard for my affairs, and I should be the one to say thank you. Why are you saying thank you? I don't think so. Vivian shook her head and said, after today's conversation, I believe you also understand that there must be some extremely important secrets behind your summoning, which may even involve problems between the three tribes, and even the peace and safety of this world. Just for this, I have the obligation to do these things. Hearing this, Sheen still admired Vivian. This girl does not think that the safety of the world has nothing to do with her, so she is willing to do her best for it. Unlike some people, they always think that the sky is supported by tall people, and saving the world should be the responsibility of those famous and great people. She is just a very small and weak human being. It is good enough to take care of herself. It doesn't matter what happens to others. Sheen believes that people like Vivian are the kind of real nobles. They uphold their own principles and obligations, are very responsible, and know how to be prepared for danger and put them into action. Only then can she hold a shield that does not match her and protect everyone from wind and rain. Right? Your Highness must think so too. Vivian also said, that person who has never betrayed the expectations of others can be worshipped by the people like that, to the point that they may feel uneasy if they cannot confirm that she is safe every day. And she has never thought that this is a very troublesome thing. In order to reassure the people, she also shows up every day without getting tired of it. She won't sit idly by and watch your affairs. Vivian had great confidence in Rosie, and said to Sheen, you can trust her. It's okay. Okay. Sheen responded as if it didn't matter. At this time, Sheen suddenly remembered something very important. By the way, where did the holy sword of the princess come from? Sheen finally remembered this matter that he had always cared about. Is the princess not a brave warrior from another world like me? Then why does she have a holy sword? Sheen asked Vivian like this. There is no way. This matter is really too strange. Moreover, when Sheen really saw Rosie's holy sword, he found that the effects of the holy sword in all aspects seemed to be too similar to the holy sword of the brave warrior 1,000 years ago. Level plus 50. All skill levels plus 5. All types of damage are reduced by 50%. This is all the power of the holy sword of the brave warrior 1,000 years ago. Plus Matra is also shown in the exclusive section. And Sheen had an idea. Chapter 152 only this one. I knew you would care about this. Vivian, who didn't know that Sheen had some thoughts in his mind, smiled suddenly. In fact, this is not a secret. Almost everyone in the kingdom knows it. Hearing Vivian's opening remarks, Sheen felt a little uncomfortable. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it again. This is bullying us, the traversers, who are unfamiliar with the place and new to the place, and don't know anything. Right? Sheen, who felt that his IQ was insulted, regretted why he didn't read more books in the guild library before. If he read more books, then these so-called well-known things would definitely be known by himself. Right? Now he is regarded as illiterate by others, which is really uncomfortable. At this moment, Sheen deeply realized the benefits of reading, and planned to play a warning card to tell everyone to study hard and make progress every day. Of course, Vivian couldn't know that Sheen was brainstorming again, so she explained directly, "I know what you are thinking. You just think that the holy sword of the hero should be a power that belongs exclusively to all of you. It should not be transferable. And once the hero dies, the holy sword will disappear with him. Right?" Vivian talked freely. In fact, it is true. In the past, the heroes who were summoned to this world would have their holy sword shattered directly after their death, and not even a fragment would be left. However, 1,000 years ago, when Mitra, the hero who founded this kingdom, was about to die, he made a request to the three goddesses in order to leave some power for the royal family and the kingdom. That request was to sacrifice him to the holy sword. Hearing this, Sheen's steps suddenly stopped. Sacrifice? Sheen's face was full of surprise. That's right. Vivian nodded, affirming, and said, "The holy sword is a power born from the concept of the hero. Once the hero dies, it will naturally disappear. In this case, before the hero dies, the hero himself should be sacrificed to the holy sword through a ceremony. In this way, the hero is equivalent to becoming the holy sword. Without the concept of death, the holy sword will naturally remain. This is the theory proposed by the hero Mitra 1,000 years ago. You have seen the result, right?" These words made Sheen speechless. Is he so depressed? Sheen tried to make his tone sound less sympathetic, and said, instead of making such a big sacrifice, "I think he might as well find a way to live forever. Since this is a different world of swords and magic, and there are long-lived species such as the gods, demons, and even elves, it should not be difficult for a hero who can even defeat the devil to find a way to live forever with his own abilities. Right? At worst, as a great hero who defeated the demon king, Mitra asked the three goddesses of the gods to grant him immortality, which is also possible, isn't it?" Sheen believed the gods of the level of the three goddesses should not be unable to do this. As a result, it turned out that he had to sacrifice himself. How many fatal turns would he have to take to be so desperate? However, this time Sheen blamed him wrongly. "Do you think the brave Mitra died of old age?" Vivian smiled bitterly and said, "No. The reason why the brave died was mainly because he was seriously injured in the battle with the demon king. The injury remained on his body as a sequela, which eventually led to the death of the brave Mitra." Sheen had nothing to say. Injury caused by the demon king? That means that even the supreme god Omnis can't cure this injury. Right? In this case, it seems to be a matter of course that the other party will be GG. However, the brave Mithras died at the age of almost 99. Which is also considered a very long life for humans. Vivian added, in view of this, the brave wanted to leave his holy sword to the royal family and the kingdom before his death, and continue to protect the country. As a result, he sacrificed himself to the holy sword through a ceremony, allowing the holy sword to remain in this world. However, the holy sword is a power that belongs exclusively to the brave, and even if it can be left, not everyone can use it. Vivian continued to make additional explanations. To become the new user of the holy sword, 2 prerequisites must be met. One is that you must have the blood of the brave Mithras. That is, only the royal family of the Mithras kingdom, and you must be a direct descendant, can use the holy sword. The other is that you must have the talent potential that is no less than that of the brave Mithras. Whether it is unique skills or God's blessing, it cannot be worse than that of the brave Mithras. Only when these 2 conditions are met can one use the holy sword and become the successor of Mithras's holy sword. I believe you can understand how harsh this condition is. Of course, I can understand. What this means is that if you are not a descendant of the brave Mithras, you cannot become the successor of the holy sword. To be comparable to the brave who can defeat the devil, the braves of all generations cannot do it. This shows how harsh this condition is. Who has met this condition in the past 1,000 years? This is the only question Sheen had. But Vivian smiled and said nothing, glanced at the direction of the princess' bedroom behind her, and told Sheen the answer. The answer is only this one. For a whole 1,000 years, only that princess has met this condition. Otherwise, how could it be a modern hero? The truth is just that simple. Sheen finally understood why so many people worship the princess so crazily. Not only because she was beautiful, but also because she was born in this world with the aura of a natural protagonist. I was reborn as a hero in another world and found out that I was not the protagonist. The princess of another world is the hero? As a descendant of a hero, but stronger than the hero himself? Sheen instantly thought of dozens of light novels. This title is real. So, Vivian, you go back first. Sheen suddenly said this to Vivian. What's wrong? Vivian was stunned. I will go see the princess again. Sheen said directly. There are some things I want to ask her again. Hearing this, Vivian wanted to say that she could go back with Sheen. But after thinking carefully, Vivian stopped talking again. Then don't be rude to her. Vivian only left this instruction. Got it. Sheen naturally agreed. Vivian then glanced at the princess' bedroom behind her and left quietly. Sheen watched Vivian leave. Then turn around and walk back to Luo Shi's room. Chapter 153. Well, not so good. Vivian, who was leaving, didn't know that Sheen had just turned around and headed for Her Royal Highness's bedroom. And the next second, he immediately used the hide skill, entered a state of lurking and hiding, and eliminated his own breath. Of course, this was not because Sheen wanted to turn into a flower thief and do something crazy. But he suddenly thought that if he, a grown man, went to Her Royal Highness's bedroom so openly, the female knights guarding around might stop him directly and let him have a cold shoulder. There are so many licking dog noble young masters waiting to be favored by Her Royal Highness. The female knights here must be very defensive against men. Sheen didn't want to experience the plot of being a male protagonist, but being led by the willfulness of a woman, and having no choice but to show gentlemanly spirit. And even if there was a conflict, he had to show mercy or obey the other party. So, Sheen simply entered the hide state and touched the direction of Her Royal Highness's bedroom. The full-level hide skill is naturally extremely powerful. In addition, in order to be on the safe side and not be discovered, so as to avoid some bloody plots, she indirectly held the holy sword in his hand, obtained the blessing of the holy sword, and turned the level 10 skill into a level 20 skill. And the effect was soaring. Along the way, Sheen did not make any sound. And even the magic power on his body and the magic power on the holy sword were perfectly hidden. In this state, if he combined it with the assassin skill assassination, what would the result be? I really want to find someone to try it. Sheen always felt that his hands were itchy, and he couldn't help but want to turn into a backstab man. However, Sheen still held back and touched the room of Her Royal Highness the Princess. He held the holy sword in one hand and opened the door without saying a word with the other hand, and flashed in. All this was done silently. If someone else saw the scene here, they would definitely say loudly, "Why are you so skilled?" However, it was precisely because of this skilled skill that Sheen saw things that should not be seen. Ah! What trouble! What trouble! In the room where there were no more people, the beautiful princess was lying on the bed with her back to the door, making such a sound. That was not the calm and dignified voice before. Although the voice was still so pleasant, the tone of the voice had completely changed. It became like a decadent office worker, full of listlessness and frustrated complaints. Why did such a troublesome thing happen again? Can't I have a good rest? Luo Shi lay on the bed with her face buried in the quilt, complaining in a muffled voice. The daily schedule was already so full. Not only did she have to go out and show her face every day, but she also had to deal with those nobles who proposed marriage. She had no time to play. It was not easy to stay in the capital for a while recently. Why did such a big event that concerned the world happen again? How much work does God want me to do before he is satisfied? While complaining, Roxy couldn't help but dance, kicking her legs and swinging her arms hard on the bed. I don't want to work. I don't want to work. I want to go out and play. I want to eat desserts from Lilith's shop. I want to eat a big meal from Isis's shop. I don't want to keep eating cold food in the palace. Why did that idiot Vivian cause me trouble? What are these people going to do to me? Ah! So troublesome. So troublesome. The complaints and decadent words froze Sheen, who had slipped into the room, seeing Roxy still crying to the air, turning over and kicking without caring about her image, messing up the quilt. A beautiful face that people couldn't help but lick was also full of hysteria, completely missing the previous tranquility and coldness. And Sheen's mind flashed through words. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Obviously, Sheen was in a state of confusion. Ah! What troubles? What troubles? On the other side, Rosie, who was also constantly complaining and rolling around, finally turned over and faced Sheen. She saw the man who was frozen there, with his eyes wide open, completely in chaos, and his decadent words stopped abruptly. A man and a woman just froze there, staring at each other, completely unresponsive. Then, Sheen's mouth began to twitch, and Rosie's face was sweating profusely, and it became sweaty, but neither of them dared to speak. and continued to look at each other. Sean could see the panic in Rosie's eyes. Rosie could see the collapse in Sean's eyes. And there is a saying that is good. The most afraid of the air suddenly being quiet. Now, the strange silence permeates between the man and the woman. And the storm is coming. Until, Sean? Luo, she finally took the initiative to speak. As if she had returned to the previous state. Her tone was calm. Her expression was indifferent. And she was completely in princess mode. However, the messy quilt, and the messy clothes and hair caused by kicking and rolling around told Sheen that everything just now was not a dream. What's wrong? Is there anything else you want to say? Luo, she said such words calmly, as if nothing had happened. Sheen was speechless and choked. Then, you don't want to just muddle through, do you? Sheen's straightforward words pierced Luo Shi's mind. Luo Shi's beautiful face twitched for a moment. If there is anything important you want to say, then say it. I will try my best to help. Luo Shi continued to be calm. But her intention to muddle through was more and more obvious. Sheen was silent again. After a while, Sheen said quietly, I came here to ask His Highness a question. What is the question? Luo Shi was still calm. I saw something I shouldn't have seen. Sheen also said quietly, although I feel that my 3 views have been completely destroyed. Let me ask. At this time, what should I do to avoid being killed? Yes, this matter is indeed very important. Luo Shi nodded, without even a moment of hesitation, and said directly, I think, whether for my own sake or for the sake of others, I should treat this matter as if it did not happen. And it would be best to erase this memory. What do you think of this suggestion? I think so too. Sheen nodded and said, sure enough. We can't just let it go. Right? This is not good. Luo Shi smiled and said, well, it's not good. The conversation ended. The air was suddenly quiet again. The next second. Excuse me. Sheen turned around without hesitation and prepared to leave. However, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder and dragged him over. Chapter 154. It's already big. Okay. Alas. 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 In the room, the size of Her Royal Highness the Princess appeared one after another. And she never stopped from the beginning. Sitting in front of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Watching Her Royal Highness the Princess sighing continuously. She felt that the tea in her hand was no longer fragrant. At this time, Sheen and Luo Shi had already sat down opposite each other. Facing each other. Drinking tea on a small white table. Well, it's not black tea. But the sweet honey tea. Or the kind that is so sweet that Sheen feels that his tongue is almost turned into sugar after taking a sip. However, Her Royal Highness the Princess drank such sweet tea with relish. But she just sighed all the time. This made Sheen almost unbearable. And he spoke directly. I said, Your Highness the Princess, how long do you want to sigh? In fact, Sheen has said this sentence more than once. However, every time she heard this, Roxy not only did not restrain herself, but sighed more and more. I have hidden this for so many years. Even Riley and my sister have never seen it. Such an important look was actually seen by a man I just met today. It's really a pity. Roxy kept saying this, which made Sheen want to beat her up. Well, she is so beautiful. And she should cry for a long time if I punch her. Right? Unfortunately, she is not the princess who is powerless. If I punch her, I don't know if I can make her cry. The female knight outside will definitely rush in. Which is certain. At the moment, Sheen could only speak in a bad mood. Since it is so important, don't show it again. And quickly return to the previous princess mode. Right? The current Roxy really gave Sheen a very useless feeling. Which made Sheen's impression of this princess become fragmented. What's scary is that even though she looks so useless, she looks equally lazy and beautiful when she looks good on the other person. Sheen had to say that people with good looks can be willful and look beautiful no matter what they do. Luo Shi, who didn't know what Sheen was thinking, had already given up. I just did that. But you said I got away with it. Didn't you? Luo Shi said, as if she had given up on herself. In that case, I won't care. It's tiring to pretend to be a good kid all the time. Hearing that, Sheen felt that he should make some very mature suggestions as an adult. Then I'll help you to promote it, and tell those noble young masters that their goddess is actually a useless person. Sheen tried his best to show his kindness. You dare. The ungrateful princess immediately slammed the table, and trampled on Sheen's kindness. Since you have seen it, I will admit it. But if you spread the news about what happened here, don't blame me for being rude. Luo Shi threatened Sheen with a fierce expression. Are you going to kill me cutely? Sheen couldn't help but said, I have to say. You chose the most likely way to kill me. The damage caused by this killing method is probably not even weakened by the protection of the holy sword. Not to mention Sheen's resistance skills. Who wants to kill you cutely? What kind of killing method is cute killing? Why haven't I heard of it? Luoshi frowned her beautiful eyebrows, looked at Sheen suspiciously, and said, Is this a killing method in another world? I guess so. Sheen said faintly, This is a killing method that only a pretty girl like you can use. It has no effect on the same sex. But it is extremely lethal to the opposite sex. It is called special attack on men. Especially for pretty and young girls. If you use this trick, all lowly control and all gentlemen will suffer fatal injuries. And eventually spray a lot of nosebleeds and die from excessive blood loss. It's a pity that you are too old. Why do I feel like you are playing tricks on me? Luoshi frowned deeper and deeper, holding honey tea, staring at Sheen, and said, also, Don't say I'm old. I'm only 17 years old. This sentence made Sheen glance at Luoshi's chest without leaving a trace. Immediately, Sheen spoke. 17 years old is already very old. Okay? This is the truth. It's really the truth. At least, the 17 years old of others cannot be compared with the 17 years old of Her Royal Highness the Princess. In a nutshell, it is the gap between B and D. And those who understand will understand. But the princess didn't know that. And she started arguing with Sheen. How can 17 years old be considered old? I just became an adult 2 years ago. But you are old. Go out and ask around. People always say that I am so young and have achieved so much. And no one has ever said that I am old. But you are old. I am not big. I am very small. No. 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 You are really big. Believe me. You? Faced with Sheen's words that seemed to have a hint of meaning, Luoshi was so angry. However, seeing Sheen always smiling, Luoshi became a little puzzled. Don't you find it strange? Luoshi looked directly at Sheen and said, Don't you want to know why I have become so different from before? If it were someone else, seeing Luoshi's current state, they would definitely not be able to help but investigate. Right? Besides the initial confusion, after Sheen showed a contemptuous look to Roxy, as if he had been deceived, he never said anything about this matter again. This made Roxy, who was ready to reveal the news, very puzzled. Little did she know that, because she grew up with the expectations and hopes of others, she was regarded as the pillar of the kingdom and the modern hero worship. Therefore, in order not to disappoint others and not to frustrate those who worship her, the great princess hid her true nature and forced herself to live with the expectations of others. The usual princess mode exists for this purpose. Now this is what you should be like. Am I right? Without even a moment's pause, Sheen revealed the most important secret in Luoshi's heart. You? Luoshi immediately pointed at Sheen, her face full of astonishment, and said, How did you know? Sheen said with a fake smile, How could I know? Because this character setting is too routine. Otherwise, why did Sheen look down on Luoshi after reacting? It's not that he looked down on Luoshi, but that he looked down on this character setting. Therefore, Sheen had no opinion on the huge contrast between Luoshi's before and after images. And some only complained, I admired you before. Give me back my touch. Sheen snatched the honey tea from Luoshi's hand. I didn't move you. You just imagined me too beautifully. Luoshi immediately took the honey tea back and complained in the same way, It is because you imagined me to be more and more exaggerated that I had to become like that. Now you blame me. It is so unreasonable. You are unreasonable. What does that have to do with me? I am not from this world. Ah! Stop taking my tea. The two of them started arguing unconsciously. Chapter 155. Later, Sheen realized that no one knew about Rosie's nature. Whether it was the knights who had always been by Rosie's side, or the teachers, friends and sisters who had been in contact with her, or even the contemporary king and princess who were her parents. They didn't know that Rosie had such a hidden side. In other words, Rosie had always been interacting with people in the image of a princess, even if the other party was her family. Aren't you too thorough? Sheen was speechless when he heard it, holding the honey tea that he had just successfully snatched from Rosie's hand. You think I want it? Rosie looked at Sheen angrily, but her hands were not empty. While holding a new teacup, she muttered, including my father and mother. Everyone has great expectations for me. I hope I can become the pillar of the kingdom. I hope I can become a talent who lives up to the recognition of the goddess and the holy sword. I hope I can become a royal signboard comparable to my ancestors. I hope that the heir of the hero that the kingdom has been waiting for 1,000 years can bring peace and prosperity to this country and the world like the original hero. That's what everyone hopes for. From the time I became conscious to now. At this point, Rox's face showed some self-mockery. As a result, in order to respond to everyone's expectations and try to be better than anyone else, I became that way unknowingly. If everyone sees me like this now, they will probably faint immediately. Right? This is not an exaggeration at all. From the fact that the people can't wait to see Roxy every day, and the noble young masters can't wait to have a good thing with Roxy. One by one, they are so enthusiastic. You can see how perfect Rox's image is in their hearts. Even Vivian and Teal are actually like this. Whenever they mention Roxy, although they are not so enthusiastic that they lose their composure, the attitude of admiration and trust for the princess from the bottom of their hearts can never be erased. It can be said that Luo she has become a belief in many people's hearts. This belief, in some ways, even surpasses the belief in the gods. So, once Luo she's true nature is exposed, there must be many people who fainted because of this. Right? Even Sheen just felt deceived, and his impression of Luo she was shattered. Not to mention the people of this country, who would definitely be hit hard. This is the same as a beautiful celebrity who is famous for her purity and actually picks her feet secretly. People who know about it will find it difficult to say. Not to mention her fanatical fans, who may not want to believe this kind of thing, and then fight with people online, and want to defend the image of their idols to death. But they don't know that idols are also people. Luo she is definitely a recognized big star in this world, and her fans are all the people in this kingdom. And each of them is so fanatical. If her true nature is exposed, the world is so big, there will definitely be many weirdos who will not be able to accept it themselves, and then do something crazy. Most people wouldn't think that they have to see the princess safe and sound every day to feel at ease. Otherwise they would start a riot. Right? Luo she complained vigorously, as if she had vomited out all the complaints she had for many years, and said loudly, the result is that no matter what I do, I can't be too far away from the capital, and I try to go back and forth on the same day, so that I can go out and show up at noon the next day to control the situation. No matter what work I do, I basically have to rush. Otherwise I can't show up during this period of time. After finally completing the work and showing up, I have a little time to rest. And I have to deal with those nobles who come to propose marriage. And I can't just send them all back. It's really annoying. Speaking of the latter, Luo she almost returned to the way she was at the beginning, lying on the bed and rolling to vent. No. This princess is now lying on the table, looking weak, like a salted fish that has lost hope. Now I have to deal with your affairs again. For this, I have to plan a trip to the god realm. Then I have to find a way to get the work done first. I also have to arrange my time to see if I can come back before noon the next day. If not, what method should I use to appease the people? Ah, it's so troublesome. So troublesome. Luo she has completely ignored her image. Anyway, she has been exposed in front of Sheen. And it seems that this princess is not going to hide any longer. Sheen just watched the performance of this princess quietly, drinking the overly sweet honey tea, half squinting his eyes. Who do you want to blame? Sheen not only did not sympathize, but laughed at him, saying, even if you have to respond to other people's expectations, there is no need to make your image so perfect. Right? People may be looking forward to Luo she's achievements, but that does not mean that they are expecting Luo she to become a flawless princess. Even as the heir to the royal family, you have to maintain your image to some extent, but you don't have to do it to that extent. Right? Sheen scolded him unceremoniously. You deserve it. Wu Luoshi was speechless and unable to refute. Indeed, now that she thinks about it carefully, Luoshi herself feels that she has gone too far. But I can't help it. Luoshi can only try her best to say, who makes everyone look at me with expectant eyes every time, hoping that I can perform better? Of course, I have to try my best to show my best to others. So you deserve it. Don't you? Sheen said contemptuously, I have gone too far and made myself too perfect. So you can't blame others for becoming more and more admiring and fanatical about you. Hey, do you have any sympathy? Luoshi said indignantly. I have said it so pitifully. Can't you comfort me a little? Uh-huh. Sheen immediately spoke the truth again. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he said with even more contempt, you second-generation royals or rich people just like to be pretentious. You obviously have favorable conditions that ordinary people don't have. You were born in such a good family. You don't have to worry about food and drink. And you don't have to worry about a good future. But you make yourselves seem so pitiful all day long. You think that you have gained money but lost the beautiful freedom. Gained power, but lost ordinary happiness. Do you know how many people out there wish to have the same conditions as you? But can't? Wait a minute. You don't have to say this much. Do you? Luoshi looked at Sheen's somewhat excited look. But she became scared and said weakly, I was just complaining casually. Just complaining casually? Okay. Is that so? Sheen immediately calmed down and said calmly, maybe I was a little excited when I thought of too many similar male and female protagonists who had this kind of personality like you. Sorry. It's okay. Luoshi was relieved and said, although I don't know what you were talking about. Since it's okay. That's the best. You were really scary just now. After that, Sheen and Luoshi stared at each other again, not knowing what to say at all. After all, the atmosphere was completely destroyed by Sheen. Luoshi's heart was also broken. According to the general development, at this time, the other party should sympathize with oneself, encourage oneself, and as the only person who knows one's true nature, do some advice for oneself, or even find a way to save oneself from the sea of suffering. That's right. Right? But Sheen kicked away this normal development with maliciousness, and instead gave her a scolding, which made Luoshi start to doubt her life. Now, Luoshi was just wondering, are all people in the other world like this? But I have never heard that my ancestors were so annoying and extraordinary in the past. Thinking of this, Luoshi actually felt a lot more relaxed. Having exposed her true nature, Luoshi was naturally not completely uneasy. Originally, Luoshi was still worried that if her handle fell into the hands of a man, there would be any worrying situation, or even threats. Now, Sheen's attitude told Luoshi that she thought too much. This is a person who can be trusted. Luoshi realized this. And in front of him? At least, she doesn't have to hide her true nature. Thinking of this, Luoshi felt a little happy. By the way, why are you back again? It was not until then that Luoshi remembered this question. Chapter 156 Unexpected Developments. I almost forgot the main business. After Luoshi said this, Sheen remembered the purpose of his trip. In fact, Sheen just wanted to borrow something from Luoshi. Do you still have the sword ring used to seal the holy sword? Yes. Sheen wanted to borrow the sword ring that can seal the holy sword from Luoshi. So you want this? Luoshi understood, nodded, and said, indeed. It would be very troublesome for the holder of the holy sword to not have this thing. The appearance of the holy sword is too conspicuous. And with its reputation, once it is used in front of outsiders, the chance of being recognized can be said to be 100%. Moreover, the magic power of the holy sword is too easy to recognize. The sacred fluctuations will be recognized at once in the eyes of people who have seen the holy sword and the gods and demons with keen senses. Luoshi said this, and Sheen couldn't help but touch his nose. Speaking of which, the reason why Lisha discovered his identity at the beginning seemed to be because he knew the existence of the holy sword. Then, the other party was very likely to recognize the holy sword because he recognized its magic power. Just as Luoshi said, Sheen thought that it would be enough to wrap the holy sword. But that alone was definitely not enough. Therefore, the holy sword ring came into being. It was originally a sealing item made to prevent the brave from being targeted. Almost all the braves of the past generations would be given this item. Otherwise, in the era when the war has not ended, once the magic power of the brave's holy sword is detected, he will definitely be strangled directly in the growth stage. And there will be no luck. Luoshi took a sip of honey tea and talked big. Before the braves grew up, they almost all chose to seal the holy sword like this. Slowly develop. And wait until the time is right before they come out. You don't have this item. And you can live in peace until now. Which is very lucky. Hearing this, Sheen curled his lips and disagreed. He didn't think he was lucky at all. Apart from anything else. Didn't Lexia discover his existence with the magic of the holy sword? Sheen was involved in the incident of the old demon clan because of this. Which was already unfortunate. Of course, if Betto and Killian were still alive, they would definitely accuse loudly. You are unfortunate? It's obviously us who are unfortunate. The scene of Betto and Killian in L accusing each other with tears in their eyes can be said to be very vivid. Let's get back to the point. Do you still have this thing? Sheen asked what he cared about. If he could seal his holy sword like Luoshi did, he would not only not have to worry about the problem of the holy sword being exposed, but also no longer have to consider the problem of new weapons. Even if it is sealed, the holy sword is much stronger than most magic weapons. Therefore, Sheen really needs the seal. Wait for me. Luoshi did not answer directly, but said this, then stood up and opened the cabinet in the corner of the room. Sheen glanced at it, and then his eyes could hardly move away. The reason is simple. Just because the cabinet is so beautiful. Yes, it is so beautiful. Who made it so colorful and small clothes? And each piece is so pleasing to the eye? I believe that any man who sees it will think it is beautiful. It's just that. This style is really big. And the model is really beautiful. Sheen gave praise generously. And the defenseless princess opened her small wardrobe like this. And finally took out a box from it and brought it to Sheen. Here. It's for you. Without any hesitation, Rosie threw the box in front of Sheen. Her movements seemed so rough. But the beautiful princess still looked so beautiful. Sheen was not polite and took the box and opened it. In the box, there were 3 sword rings that were exactly the same as the sword rings on Rosie's holy sword. These were the holy sword sealing rings used by the heroes in the past. Rosie spoke lazily. After being summoned to this world, each hero will get such a sealing ring. And when they die, this sealing ring will not disappear with the holy sword. Over the long years, several have been accumulated. Every time the royal family encounters it for thousands of years, they will collect it for emergency use. Now they are all in my hands. After all, this thing, except in Rosie's hands, is only worth collecting. You pick one. Rosie is very straightforward. Don't they all look the same? Sheen rolled his eyes, then picked up one of them and took out his holy sword. Clang! The holy sword was still so dazzling. And the light flowed, illuminating the whole room. Is your holy sword a little too dazzling? Luoshi looked at the scene and couldn't help but said, it is much more dazzling than the brave holy sword passed down from generation to generation in my Mitra royal family. This holy sword. Can't it be more powerful than my holy sword? Sheen didn't answer, but took a look at his holy sword. Holy sword. Exclusive, Sheen. Level plus 100. All skill levels plus 10. All types of damage are reduced by 99%. All negative status immune. Sharpness is the highest level. Durability is at the highest scale. Causes great damage to evil objects. Has the effect of purifying and expelling evil forces. Limited to users. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be transferred. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot be transformed. And cannot be interfered with. After a series of effects, Sheen still felt like a nuclear bomb in the holy sword. Sheen was too embarrassed to attack Luoshi, so he had to put the sword ring in his hand directly on it. At this moment, the sword ring shook, as if it was decomposed, expanding while turning into several parts, wrapping the holy sword inside. For a moment, Sheen's holy sword blade was sealed one by one, as if it was sheathed, and was locked by several pieces of blade steel. The brilliance of the holy sword was immediately greatly reduced. However, to the surprise of Sheen and Luoshi, the holy sword was not completely sealed. Only 1/3 of it was sealed, and several sections of the blade were exposed, and the brilliance was still dazzling. What is this? Luoshi was surprised. Sheen was also stunned, because, in Sheen's eyes, the effect of the holy sword has changed. Holy sword seal. Exclusive, Sheen. Level plus 70. All skill levels plus 7. All types of damage are weakened by 70%. All negative states are greatly weakened. Sharpness is special. Durability is very high. Causes amazing damage to evil objects. Has a certain chance of purification and exorcism effect on evil forces. Limited to users. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be transferred. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot be transformed. And cannot be interfered with. It's not completely sealed. Sheen was full of surprise. Chapter 157, I really don't want to hit you. Zheng! The light of the holy sword is still shining. Even if it is not as bright as before the seal, people can still clearly feel the sacred fluctuations on it. Sheen and Luoshi looked at each other. And finally, they had to admit a fact. It seems that a sealing ring is not enough to seal all the power of your holy sword. Luoshi looked at Sheen with a meaningful look. Sheen laughed dryly and whispered, is this situation common? Of course not common. Luoshi said unhappily, this kind of sealing ring is made of divine steel. And divine steel is the highest level of magic metal. During the war, even the gods and demons would fight desperately for this magic metal. Now, after the world is divided into the gods, demons and humans, this kind of magic metal can only be found in the gods. And only a few pieces are produced every 100 years. Only the gods who are in charge of forging can process and forge this kind of divine steel. Do you think this situation is common? I thought this seal ring was only worth collecting now. Sheen found out that he was wrong. If the material of the holy sword sealing ring itself was so precious, then even if it was sold, it would probably sell for a lot of money. Right? Seeing that Luo, she took out this magic prop so casually, Sheen thought it was not so precious. But when he thought about it carefully, Luo, she was the princess of the kingdom of heroes, and the only royal heir who inherited the holy sword and the title of hero in 1,000 years. It was easy to imagine how wealthy she would be. Such a generous Luo, she did not mean that this was worthless. Of course. Although it was of great origin, the object of the seal was the holy sword. And this situation had not happened before. Luo, she changed her tone and said, "The holy sword has the effect of expelling the interference of negative forces. Even if the seal ring made of divine steel by the god of forging is not a problem for ordinary holy swords, it may not be able to completely seal the holy sword that is too powerful. The holy sword I inherited is actually in this situation." Hearing this, she had also remembered that Luo Shi's holy sword, after being sealed, still had a part of the power of the holy sword exposed. That is probably the situation, that it is not completely sealed. Right? However, among the heroes of all generations, only the holy sword of the ancestors is so powerful that it cannot be completely sealed with the seal ring. The holy swords of other heroes are not at that level. Luo, she spoke meaningfully. And your holy sword, after being sealed by the seal ring, still has such a strong light. I am very curious about how strong its power is. Having said this, Luo, she took out the second seal ring from the box without waiting for Sheen's response and handed it to Sheen. "Bring it another one." Rox's words made Sheen take the seal ring and be surprised. Can you use more than one of these things together? Sheen thought that his holy sword could only be like this. Of course. Otherwise, the royal family collected so many seal rings. Do you think it was just for emergency use and as a backup? Luo, she answered and urged, "Try it quickly. The seal ring can only be used successfully by the hero himself on his holy sword. Otherwise it will not be able to seal the power of the holy sword. From this, we can see how foul and powerful the hero's holy sword is. Sheen can understand it. If it weren't for the seal himself, the effect of being unable to interfere alone would make the seal ring completely ineffective. So, Sheen added a second seal ring to his holy sword, turning the seal ring into several pieces of blade steel, and once again covered the rest of the blade of the holy sword. However, holy sword double seal. Exclusive, Sheen. Level plus 50. All skill levels plus 5. All types of damage are weakened by 50%. All negative states are greatly weakened. The sharpness is top level. The durability is extremely high. Causes a lot of damage to evil objects. Has the effect of expelling evil forces. Limited to users. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be transferred. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot be transformed. And cannot be interfered with. It seems that it is not completely sealed yet? Yes. Yes. Sheen and Luo, she looked at the holy sword that was sealed by 2/3, and showed an indescribable expression. Especially Luo, she. The look she gave to Sheen was a bit like looking at a monster. There is no way. After this holy sword has been sealed twice, the light it emits can still be comparable to her holy sword. Moreover, it must be unsealed before Luo Shi's holy sword can be comparable to the light of Sheen's holy sword that has been sealed twice. What does this mean? This means that the holy sword of her ancestor, the true inheritance that the Mitra royal family is proud of, is not good enough in front of him. Even if he has 2 seals, he can be compared with the holy sword that defeated the Demon King. This made Luo Shi finally realize that perhaps Sheen is really not simple. Previously, although Luo Shi was also surprised that Sheen was actually a hero, she did not think that Sheen could be compared with herself. The heroes of all generations are not as good as her ancestors. Right? However, her talent and potential are not inferior to that of her ancestor Mitra. Luo Shi felt that even if Sheen was a hero, he was at most at the same level as the heroes who were defeated by the Demon King in the past, and was not as good as herself and her ancestor Mitra. This is a very rational analysis. At least, Luo Shi has never seen anyone better than herself. But now, maybe there is one. At that moment, Luo Shi was silent for a long time, and handed the last seal ring to Sheen. Come again. Luo Shi seemed to want to see where Sheen's limit was, and her tone was a bit like she was unwilling to admit defeat or was stuck in a dead end. Sheen was about to say something, but he muttered in his heart, "I really don't want to hit you." As he said that, Sheen also added the last seal ring to the holy sword, as the seal ring was decomposed into blade steel again and equipped on the blade. This time, The holy sword finally became ordinary, as if it was put into the scabbard. But, holy sword, triple seal. Exclusive, Sheen. Level plus 10. All skill levels plus 1. All types of damage are weakened by 10%. All negative states are weakened to a certain extent. Limited to users. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be transferred. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot be transformed. And cannot be interfered with. Looking at the holy sword that had not been completely sealed, Sheen was silent. Luoshi was also silent. Well, this is fine. Sheen didn't know who he was talking to when he said this. Although it was not completely sealed. It was sealed to this extent. And the holy sword was already difficult to recognize. I am satisfied. Well, the result was still good. That's right. Luoshi immediately showed a relieved expression. No wonder. You are the one who wants to get away with it. Right? Luoshi's eyes looking at Sheen have become contemptuous. That look is exactly the same as the look Sheen looked at Luoshi not long ago. It's just a matter of time. Sheen felt uncomfortable and terrified at the same time. Because the look in Luoshi's eyes when she looked at him has changed from contempt to full of fighting spirit. What do you want to do? Sheen spoke tremblingly. Like a bullied young wife. Let's go! On the contrary. Luoshi became full of momentum. Let's go practice. After saying that, Luoshi didn't give Sheen a chance to react at all. And dragged him out. Wait! Sheen had no time to speak to stop him. And was dragged out by Luoshi. Chapter 158, He Really Deserves a Beating. Your Highness? When Luoshi dragged Sheen out of her room, there were voices of astonishment and hesitation around her. Hearing these voices, Luoshi was startled at first. Then her heart skipped a beat, and she looked around. Outside the bedroom. One by one, the female knights were standing guard, watching Luoshi dragging Sheen with their eyes wide open. Obviously, seeing that the princess, who had never been close to any opposite sex, and had never agreed to anyone's marriage proposal, was now dragging a man. These female knights were all frightened. Luoshi also remembered this important matter at this time. It's not that Luoshi is too slow, but she has never revealed her true nature in front of others. This time, she was exposed in front of Sheen, which made her a little too relaxed. For a moment, she even forgot to disguise herself. However, Luoshi is not an ordinary person after all. She can hide her true nature in front of everyone for so long. So she won't panic because of this sudden incident. Therefore, Luoshi quickly calmed down, and not only did not let go of her hand, but maintained the status quo, took a step, and continued to move forward. After all, letting go in a panic at this time would make it more obvious. In this case, it is better to continue openly, so that she can continue to maintain her calm and dignified princess image. Besides, she has never been close to any opposite sex, and she doesn't really look down on anyone. Although Luoshi is very good, even the best in the world, Luoshi has never thought that her future partner must be worthy of her and must be so excellent, because there is no one better than her. Luoshi once thought that it doesn't matter if her other half is an ordinary man. But this is a very difficult thing. If an ordinary man is with the world's #1 princess, then no matter whether Luoshi cares or not, others will definitely oppose it. Not to mention that the royal family does not allow it. Even the people will riot for this, thinking that this other half is not worthy of the perfect Luoshi. Right? Although it is not impossible for Luoshi to withstand such pressure with her ability. But her ability does not mean that an ordinary man can do it. At that time, the pressure exerted on this person by others will definitely crush the other party and make the other party collapse. Therefore, Luoshi also recognizes the reality, even if she does not care about the background and ability of her other half. Based on the actual situation, the other party must be excellent and capable enough to withstand the pressure. This means that Luoshi is not actually opposed to other people's proposals for marriage. In order to continue the royal bloodline, she can be mentally prepared for getting married. However, based on reality, those who came to propose marriage were unqualified, because they didn't know Rosie's true nature. And they didn't know that Rosie's perfect image was just a surface. Rosie could hide it from others, even from her parents and brothers. But could she hide it from her husband, who shared the same bed with her every day? Well, if she really wanted to hide it, it's not impossible. But in that case, Rosie would have to maintain her image not only outside, but also in her own private room. Sooner or later, Rosie felt that she would collapse. In view of this, Rosie could only drag it out. Fortunately, because Rosie herself was very outstanding. Even the gods were extremely concerned about her marriage. and the royal family did not dare to use her marriage as a political bargaining chip. In addition, Rosie also inherited the holy sword and became a modern hero. With a lot of say. It was basically a pipe dream to want her to get married without her consent. Even if maintaining a perfect image to the outside world causes the public to be too fanatical, fanaticism actually has its benefits. If Rosie really doesn't want to get married, as long as she says a word to the outside world, I believe the public will be willing to parade for her. And even the royal family will be helpless at that time. So, Rosie plans to drag it on like this. And when it can't be dragged on any longer, she will start looking for a way to live forever. If she can live forever, and will not die due to life problems, and can always be a modern hero to protect the royal family and the kingdom, then even if she doesn't get married and doesn't leave blood, others won't have too many opinions. Right? In other words, Rosie is actually prepared to be lonely for the rest of her life. In summary, Rosie didn't get close to any opposite sex. Not because she looked down on anyone, but because the reality was like this, and she had no choice. And this time, Rosie has exposed her true nature in front of Sheen. So it doesn't matter whether she gets close or not. As for the outside world, it won't be because Rosie gets close to any opposite sex that she will expose her true nature. Right? What Luoshi wanted to do was to maintain her perfect princess image. Not to be a cold person who didn't get close to any opposite sex. Then, even if others were surprised or shocked by this, it didn't matter, as long as she didn't reveal her true nature. Thinking of this, Luoshi continued to drag Sheen forward, with no intention of letting go. But the expression on her face was no longer lazy, but as indifferent as before. Luoshi forgot that this was a matter for two people, not one person. It was useless if she thought it was so good. Snap! At a certain moment, such a crisp sound rang out. Ah! Luoshi only felt a pain on the back of her hand, and she cried out softly, and reflexively pulled her hand back. Your Highness! Your Highness! The surrounding female knights exclaimed again. Luoshi also looked behind her in astonishment. There, Sheen turned his wrist, rolled his eyes at Luoshi, and said, Didn't I tell you to wait? It's not like I don't agree. Why are you dragging me along? Sheen's tone was full of dissatisfaction, and his attitude did not change at all. And he was still so rude. You? Luoshi was immediately angry, looking at the female knights around who had not yet reacted and were still wide-eyed, feeling helpless. Being beaten by a man in public and treated so rudely by a man was the first time in Luoshi's life. However, for Sheen's attitude that never changed due to external factors, Luoshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. And at the same time, she was a little envious. Sheen didn't know what Luoshi was thinking. He only knew that being dragged away in front of so many people. Did he have no face? Moreover, it was easy to imagine how troublesome it would be if the noble young masters outside saw it. At the beginning, in the Adventurers Guild of Lemidgen, he was pulled by Vivian and caused so many things. If he was pulled away by Luoshi in public this time, the trouble would definitely be endless. So, Sheen declined the offer. Ahem. Sheen coughed dryly and said to Luoshi in a respectful manner, Then, Your Highness, let's go. This way of keeping distance is unique. Luoshi was angry again, and was puzzled. It was rare for her to get close to a member of the opposite sex. But what happened now? Instead, she was actively kept away from him. This guy really deserves a beating. Chapter 159 I understand. Royal Palace Arena. This is the only arena in the palace. It is not a place for the knights, but a place for the royal family. The arenas used by the knights for training and competition are all in the military area of the northern district. Even the court magicians hired by the palace use the places there to train magic. Only the royal family can use this arena set up in the palace. No one else can use this place. Of course, if there is any competition or duel that must be held in the palace, then this arena will also be used. So, this arena is not small. On the contrary, it is very large, and even has an audience seat that can accommodate more than 1,000 spectators. There is also a protective barrier. Even if you use high-level magic here, you can't reach the audience seat, which makes people feel relieved. At this moment, there are only 2 people in this palace arena. Come on! Luoshi stood in front of Sheen, holding the sealed holy sword, and said so with a gnashing look. Let me see your true ability. Upon hearing this, Sheen, who was standing opposite Luoshi, twitched his mouth. Are you sure you don't want to take the opportunity to teach me a lesson with this expression? Sheen seriously doubted this. How could it be possible? Luoshi said this, but her wine-red eyes seemed to be filled with murderous intent. And she said word by word, "I just want to ask a real hero for advice." "How could I do that?" "When you say this, your expression can show a little more hatred." "It doesn't matter." Sheen always felt that he seemed to have gone too far, and hurriedly said, "Let me make it clear in advance. I have only been in this world for less than a month, and now I am still a level 24 scum. You, a level 70 big man, don't want to bully people by relying on your level, right?" "Of course." Luo, she said this, but the words that came out of her mouth were like this. Saying, "Is this showing weakness to the enemy?" "I understand. It's not showing weakness to the enemy." Sheen said indifferently, "I am really only level 24. But level is not everything." "Luo," she said nonchalantly, "the real strength of the hero lies in his own holy sword and unique skills. Anyway, your holy sword is not completely sealed, and it can provide you with some strength. With the unique skills, it will definitely not be weaker than a mere level 70. Right? Wait. You also have a holy sword and unique skills. Right?" Sheen complained, "Not to mention the holy sword. But the unique skills?" Vivian also said that your unique skills are not inferior to those of the hero Mitra 1,000 years ago. Your advantages are not inferior to mine. At least, facing Luo Sheen really didn't find any advantages. Others don't know their own situation, but Sheen himself doesn't know it. Although his unique skills are very powerful, this hang is mainly reflected in growth. As far as the battle itself is concerned, it has no effect. The only combat advantage that this unique skill brings to Sheen is probably the skills at the maximum level. Although Rosie's skill level is not as exaggerated as Sheen's, it is also at level 7 or 8. In addition, even if the holy sword is sealed, it can still bring the effect of adding one level to all skills. In terms of skills, Rosie is not much different from Sheen. On the other hand, Rosie's level is much higher than Sheen. Even if the growth of the princess's abilities in all aspects is not as good as Sheen's, it is impossible to reach the maximum level of all-round ability improvement when upgrading. As a genius who can be on par with the brave Mitra, it must not be too low. Right? In view of this time, Sheen really can't find a clear advantage, unless the holy sword is unsealed. Sheen feels that it will be very difficult for him to face this unprecedented genius. Rosie obviously doesn't think she will lose. It is precisely because of this that Rosie wants to fight. "Don't worry. I can't use my unique skills whenever I want. This time I'm just practicing. I won't use my unique skills." Luo, she stared at Sheen, and for some reason, she was a little excited and said to Sheen, "Just come over. You can use my unique skills, or the holy sword it will." This time, Sheen was sure. This girl definitely wanted to take this opportunity to teach me a lesson. "Do you really think I'm scared?" Sheen gritted his teeth and said with a fake smile, "Okay. Since our princess is asking for abuse, I will reluctantly help you pat the dirt off your body, especially your buttocks. The implication is, don't let him catch the opportunity. Otherwise, he will definitely beat her buttocks." Luo, she was not panicked at all. "Then let's try it. If you can beat her, you are capable." After speaking, the two looked at each other. Their eyes seemed to be colliding with each other, rubbing out fierce sparks. The two heroes were already fighting each other. So, both of them raised the sealed holy swords in their hands and pointed them at each other. With this pointing, the expressions of both of them changed slightly. "Sure enough, I can't underestimate you." Luo, she murmured so, with a solemn face, because, in front of her, Sheen was just casually raising the sword. But the whole posture were flawless. He entered the fighting state in an instant, staring at this side with a flash of light in his eyes. And the momentum he exuded was extraordinary. On the other side, Sheen also found that there is no false reputation under the reputation. This princess is really as good as the rumors say. Sheen stared at Luo Shi opposite him, and could clearly feel that at this moment, the magic power on Luo Shi's body was slowly burning like a flame, bringing great pressure. That pressure was definitely the most terrifying level Sheen had encountered since he came to this world. Betto? Killian? Lexia? Even if these three masters of the old demon clan join forces, they are probably not as good as Luo Shi. Right? The modern hero is worthy of his reputation. But this made Sheen's fighting spirit burn. Since coming to this world, except for the first few days in the forest, Sheen has not felt pressure again. Whether it is Lexia, Betto or Killian, although they are all very strong, they are still far from being able to defeat Sheen. But this time, Sheen felt that he really met his opponent. In other words, this time, Sheen can fight to his heart's content. This idea seems to have been received by Luo Shi. So, Luo Shi also laughed. The laugh was full of fighting spirit. In addition to the teacher, I haven't met an opponent who can fight to my heart's content for a long time. Luo Shi also felt that she could fight to her heart's content for the first time in a long time. As the two heroes with the same thoughts looked at each other, the sparks became more and more intense. The next second, swish, without any warning, Sheen and Luo Shi disappeared at the same time and appeared in the center of the arena, facing each other. Clang! With a sound of steel collision that resounded throughout the arena, the holy swords bit each other and collided with each other. Chapter 160 Who is afraid of whom? In the arena of the royal palace, a fierce battle with countless swords and shadows was unfolding. The two figures were like two thunderbolts, chasing each other at an astonishing speed in the field, while swinging the sword light that filled the entire field of vision, making the two holy swords constantly collide with each other. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of steel hitting steel was endless. Bang! Bang, bang. The sound of gas explosions also appeared continuously like explosions. Even the sparks kept bursting violently in the air. Every time they appeared, it represented a collision between the holy swords, making the whole field full of dazzling sparks, which looked particularly shocking. If there was a third person here, he would definitely be amazed by this fierce battle. If the audience seats were already full of people, they would definitely have given generous applause for this scene. It was a fierce battle that was so exciting that the fighting spirit of both sides in the fierce battle was also rising. Later, the magic power of the whole body had swept like a storm, shaking the air. Ding! After an unknown period of time, a collision sound that was obviously more intense and louder than the countless collisions before was like a bell. The two holy swords collided for the same unknown number of times. But this time, one of them was more powerful and forced the other to retreat. And the person who was forced to retreat was actually Sheen. Sheen's figure was like being struck by lightning. He trembled suddenly, and the whole person was retreating violently, in a series of stomping sounds. His feet kept crushing the ground until he retreated more than 10 meters away and stopped. Your strength is too exaggerated. Sheen couldn't help but shouting. There is no way. You know, at this moment, Sheen has already used the skill limit transformation, and his all-round abilities have exploded. And the magic power consumed is far greater than when he fought Betto before. In other words, Sheen is now stronger than when he fought Betto. But he was forced back by the sword of the princess, who is far lower than Betto and seems to be powerless. But you should feel satisfied. The pleasant voice came into Sheen's ears. The attack just now was taken by the proud guards of the kingdom. There are probably only 10 people who can take it. But you are one of them. Saying this, Luo Shi's figure was like a gust of wind, carrying a whistling energy, rolling toward Sheen. And in an instant, she was in front of Sheen. The next second, Luo Shi's holy sword slashed down like a thunderbolt, so fast that it was like a flash of light, making Sheen feel that the holy sword slash had already arrived in front of him. However, if you want to deal with Sheen, it is useless to be fast, because the terrible fighting instinct brought by the God of War's skill will make his body react naturally. So, when Luo Shi's holy sword slashed like a flash, the holy sword in Sheen's hand also turned into a cold arc of light and suddenly raised up. Clang! In the crisp sound, sparks splashed like water, causing the two holy swords to collide in midair for an unknown number of times and bounced off each other. However, Luo Shi's attack did not stop. Swish! I saw that Luo Shi actually turned directly in midair, pulled back the bounced holy sword, and released 3 thrusts toward Sheen's chest, side, abdomen, and thigh. These 3 thrusts were almost completed in one go, as if they had crossed the limitations of time and space, and stabbed toward Sheen at the same time. Such exquisite sword skills are worthy of being a master who has upgraded the two-handed sword skill to level 8. But in terms of the level of the two-handed sword skill, Sheen is undoubtedly higher than Luo Shi. In view of this, while Luo Shi released 3 magical thrusts, the holy sword in Sheen's hand also turned suddenly, and it slashed like a wind wheel. Clang! In the first collision sound, the thrust coming to the chest was deflected. Clang! In the second collision sound, the thrust coming to the side was deflected. Swish! In the third sound of breaking through the air, the thrust coming to the thigh was dodged, and the distance between Sheen's thigh and Sheen's thigh was less than 5 centimeters. Sheen then used the sword skills brought by the two-handed sword skill and the assistance of the avoidance skill to resolve Luo Shi's attack. Then, Sheen actually raised his thigh that had just avoided the stab, and kicked Luoxi in front of him with a foot like lightning. Bang! With a dull sound, Sheen's kick landed on Luoxi's raised arm, kicking Luoxi out. No. It should be said that Luoxi took advantage of the force of this kick and flew backwards, pulling away from Sheen. You are really strong. Luoxi swung her arms and stared at Sheen, complaining, saying, apart from the teacher, you are the first person who can force me back. How can this be the strength of a level 24 person? And that level of sword skills, that level of body skills, that level of physical ability. You should have learned a lot of skills, right? In less than a month since you came to this world, you have learned so many skills. And you can also raise their level so high, maybe even higher than mine. How can you be a scumbag? It's obviously a lie. Luoxi made a serious protest. But Sheen also had something to say. You are the first person who can force me to retreat. Okay? Sheen looked at Luoxi, who was pulling away from him. She was still not in a mess after such a fierce battle, and not even a speck of dust stuck on her body. She was still full of fairy spirit. He felt that his mission of spanking was still a long way to go. After all, apart from unlocking the holy sword, Sheen really used almost all of his strength. As a result, until now, Sheen has not given Luoxi an effective attack, which really makes him feel a little tricky. Sheen originally thought that he could at least force Luoxi to use her unique skills. Who would have thought that Luoxi had no signs of using her unique skills from beginning to end, which was enough to fight Sheen like this, and even gain a little advantage. If the opponent took out the rumored very powerful unique skills, Sheen felt that even if he unlocked the holy sword, whether he could win was still an unknown. After all, is it too little accumulated? Sheen has a deep understanding. After all, it has only been less than a month since he came to this world. Sheen's level is still too low, and the number of skills can also continue to improve. It is not so easy to win Luoxi, who has been the protagonist since childhood, has worked hard for more than 10 years, and has set many records. Luoxi seemed to think so, but she was not happy at all. How can I be happy when I am forced to this point by a novice hero who has been in this world for less than a month? So, I am going to get serious. Luoxi raised the holy sword in her hand, and the magic power flowed into the sword, making the red magic light flash. Seeing this, Sheen wanted to curse. Are you even ready to use the magic sword? In this case, use it. Who is afraid of who? Sheen exerted force on the hand holding the sword, and the magic power also surged wildly. Chapter 161. Shocking changes in the palace. Buzz. Amid the trembling sound of the air, red magic light flashed from the holy swords in the hands of Sheen and Luoxi, causing the huge magic power to roll up like a storm, bringing up gusts of air. The brave man from another world and the princess of the kingdom poured a lot of their own magic power into the holy sword, causing the magical blade to burst out from the holy sword. The magic power between the two also clashed in midair, colliding fiercely with each other. And in the end, no one was inferior to the other. This situation really surprised Luoxi. Is his magic power so strong? Luoxi really didn't expect this to happen. The reason is that Luoxi has never met an opponent who can compete with her in magic power. You know, when Luoxi was born, because her innate magic power was too huge, she alarmed the gods and let the goddess of fate, one of the three goddesses, come to bless her. Just thinking about how terrible Rosie's magic power is, you can understand it. In addition, Rosie also has magic amplification skills, and the skill level is also a full 7. In terms of magic power alone, Rosie has never met an opponent who can match her. If Rosie has ever met a being whose magic power is enough to match hers in her life, it is probably only the goddess of fate. In other words, if it is not a being at the level of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, the magic power is simply impossible to match Rosie. But now, Sheen has done it. This person is indeed not an ordinary hero. Rosie finally confirmed this. Originally, Rosie was going to show some mercy. Magic sword is different from other skills. It is a trump card of the melee system. The factors that determine its power are not only the level, but also the amount of magic power. This is a rare advantage for Rosie, who is born with strong magic power. But because the magic power was too strong, Luoxi never dared to fully infuse magic power to use the skills of magic sword, for fear of causing too much damage by accident. But seeing the rising magic power of Sheen and the magic blades that kept bursting out from the opponent's holy sword, Luoxi also gave it her all. Thanks to this, for the first time in history, Luoxi tried her best to infuse all her magic power into the holy sword. She didn't know that her behavior also stimulated Sheen. Is this completely not going to hold back? Sheen, who has magic perception, is more sensitive than she imagined to perceive how much magic she used. So he also gritted his teeth and increased the output of magic power. This time, the two of them could no longer stop, because they were stimulated by each other. And they were so excited that they squeezed out the maximum magic power. Boom, boom, boom. The ground finally shook. What happened? Vivian, who had met up with Teal and others in the reception room of the palace, suddenly turned her head and looked towards the direction of the palace with a look of surprise. This magic. Teal also had a great reaction, and her face changed slightly. What happened? What terrible magic? Lumia and Melica's pretty faces turned pale. And in the palace, many people were also panicking. Earthquake. No! It's magic. What happened? The knights? Where are the knights? Many nobles and knights fell into a state of panic. Even a pair of middle-aged men who were talking to each other in a luxurious hall suddenly stopped and stood up together. Is this Rosie's magic? The one who said this was a middle-aged man wearing a royal robe, a crown, and holding a gorgeous scepter in his hand. This is the magic of His Highness. In front of this man, a sturdy man with a strong body, well-developed limbs, holding a 2-meter-high sword, and a face as firm as a rock was so sure. And there was a gleam in his eyes. These two middle-aged men. One is full of kingly style, and the other is full of knightly style. Both of them felt Rosie's magic, and also felt another powerful magic comparable to Rosie. And their faces became solemn. Did Rosie encounter an attack, and is now facing the enemy? The man with the kingly style looked ugly. But this magic is no less than His Highness. What kind of existence has His Highness encountered an attack? The man with the knightly style frowned. The two looked at each other. Let's go and see. Aria. The man with the demeanor of a king decided so. No. I will go over. And your majesty will wait here. The knight called Aridia rejected it without thinking. As if he did not want the man, he called his majesty to be in danger. But his majesty seemed to have made up his mind. Don't underestimate me, Aridia. Even if I am not qualified to inherit the holy sword, I am also a legitimate descendant of a brave man. I am not without the strength and courage to fight. His majesty said in an unquestionable tone, let's go. If there is really a thief who breaks into the palace to assassinate Luoshi, this time we must keep the other party, and cannot let the tragedy of 10 years ago happen again. Got it. Aridia was silent for a long time, then nodded and said seriously, then, please don't stay too far away from me next time. Your Majesty King Ansiferg. Don't worry. Ansiferg smiled fearlessly and said, with the first knight of my kingdom guarding me, I don't believe anyone can hurt my life. Leaving these words behind, the two rushed out of the room together, heading towards the royal palace arena at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the knights were also rushing to the royal palace arena, including Vivian, Thierry, Lumia, and Melica. The ground was still shaking, and the magic power rising from the royal palace arena was getting more and more terrifying. Until a certain moment, it exploded. Boom! In the increasingly strong tremors, two huge magic blades that seemed to be trying to split the world rose from the arena and faced each other. Sheen and Roxy finally used all their magic power, raised the holy swords in their hands high, and let the huge magic sword be raised with it, almost piercing the sky. Around the two people, the atmosphere wailed. On the two people, the magic power completely turned into violent energy. At this moment, Sheen and Luoshi seemed to have only each other in their eyes, and their eyes revealed extremely strong will. The consequences were no longer within the scope of their consideration. Thinking was also temporarily blocked by the two. In just this moment, the two forgot everything, and there was only one thought in their hearts. That is, to win. Win over the strongest opponent they have ever met in their lives. Come on! The two shouted together. Immediately, they swung the holy sword in their hands at each other. Chapter 162, The Victory That Was Prevented. Boom! This was a loud noise that shook the world. Just as if the sky suddenly shattered and the earth suddenly broke. A deafening roar suddenly sounded, causing all the people who rushed to the palace arena to feel pain in their eardrums and heads. And they all couldn't help but let out a wail or scream, and then fell to the ground. The tremor of the palace also intensified by hundreds, or even thousands of times. The already violent magic power also seemed to have completely turned into a whirlpool, surging in the sky of the palace. The amazing power expanded outward like an invisible impact, with the palace arena as the center, first shaking the entire palace, then shaking out from the palace, shaking the island in the middle of the lake, and finally shaking the lake in the capital where the island was located, causing the calm lake to suddenly stir up waves. Such a strange phenomenon. In the end, even the people in the capital seemed to have noticed it. As a result, pedestrians on the road stopped and looked in the direction of the palace in surprise, and began to make a noise. Many horses pulling carriages seemed to be frightened, and even children seemed to hear a loud noise and cried in fear, causing the capital to become somewhat chaotic. And all this was caused by two magic blades that were like pillars of heaven falling towards each other in the palace arena. Hi! In the arena, Sheen and Luo shouted in unison, and the huge magic blades that suddenly rose on the holy swords in their hands had already collided with each other, producing a terrifying impact. Bang, 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 bang. The ground broke into pieces, turned into countless pieces of rubble, and sank down. Crack! 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 In the surrounding audience seats, the walls were also shattered one by one, turning into powder. Bang! After enduring the terrifying impact of magic power, the barrier set up around the arena was easily shaken at first, and then it was covered with cracks at some point, cracked one after another, and finally shattered and ceased to exist. This is all caused by the aftermath of the magic sword duel between Sheen and Rosie. The magic swords of the two set off layer after layer of magic ripples in the collision, and the storm turned into a destructive hurricane and spread, shattering the ground and destroying the atmosphere. The arena was completely a disaster scene with flying sand and rocks. Only the area around where Sheen and Rosie were located was still intact, protected by the amazing magic burning from the two. However, apart from that place, the rest of the place can be said to have suffered a catastrophic disaster, and has become fragmented and overwhelmed. If this continues, the entire arena, and even the entire palace may be affected and finally destroyed. But neither Sheen nor Rosie could stop anymore. They could only grit their teeth and pour all their magic power into the magic sword in an attempt to overwhelm the opponent and win. Unfortunately, both of them have the skill of magic recovery, and the skill level is very high. With their own magic power, the magic power is madly consumed and recovered at the same time. In other words, this confrontation will definitely not be decided in a short time. Sheen and Luo realized this at the same time, and secretly cried out in their hearts. Because, if it really becomes like that, I am afraid that the magic power that the two people are constantly squandering will really become a disaster and affect the entire capital. By then, the problem will be big. No! Can't hold on. Both Sheen and Luo had such an idea. So, the two can only grit their teeth again. Fight! As this thought flashed through their minds, Sheen and Luo both turned the holy sword in their hands. Yes! The two of them once again had a tacit understanding and were ready to lift the seal of the holy sword and decide the winner as soon as possible. Even Luo now has the idea of using her unique skills. Even though that skill was not something that could be used casually, it was too late to care about that now. Thinking of this, the two prepared to chant the spell to unseal the holy sword. However, at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Boom! With another roar of the atmosphere, a third magic sword appeared in the dilapidated arena. The momentum of that magic sword was not as terrible as that of Sheen and Rosie, and its magic power was far less than that of the two. However, this magic sword was extremely solid, like a substance, and the magic light it emitted was extremely strong. And the one holding such a magic sword was a strong man full of knightly demeanor. Oh, 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 oh! The strong man roared, as if he had fallen from the sky, and jumped in from outside the arena, and jumped high, slashing at the magic swords that collided with Sheen and Rosie. The third magic sword suddenly fell heavily on the magic swords of Sheen and Luo that collided with each other. After a stalemate, it cut into them. Puff! The next moment, the clear cutting sound reached everyone's ears. The strong man's magic sword cut off Sheen and Luo's magic swords, causing the colliding magic swords to disintegrate directly, turning into a torrent and rushing to the surroundings. However, before these torrents of magic power rushed in all directions and destroyed everything, a calm voice sounded. Magic disperse. A king wearing a royal robe and a golden crown raised the scepter in his hand and chanted, causing the gem on the scepter to emit light. The light shone on the torrent of magic power, causing the torrent to stagnate. Then, the turbulent flows of magical power disappeared without a trace, just like snowflakes melted by the sun. At this point, the confrontation came to an end. Everything in the arena was calm. Watching this scene happen, Sheen and Rosie breathed a sigh of relief before they were shocked. But immediately afterwards, Sheen's expression suddenly changed, and he raised the holy sword in his hand without hesitation to block in front of him. Ding! Almost at the same time, a 2-meter-high broadsword came heavily from in front of Sheen, landing on the holy sword that Sheen had hastily raised, stirring up a strong wind. Sheen only felt his arm numb, and a terrible force came from the sword, shaking the ground under his feet to pieces, and the dust exploded around him, spreading like sand. So heavy, Sheen couldn't help but groan. This blow, in terms of power alone, was much heavier than the one Rosie had used to force him back, and Sheen was almost unable to defend himself. If this sword had not been chopped from top to bottom, Sheen might have been chopped away. The one who made this blow was the sturdy knight who cut off Sheen and Rosie's magic sword. "Who are you?" the sturdy knight asked coldly. Sheen's anger immediately came out. "I am your father." As he said this, magic power burst out from Sheen's body. Bang! This time, it was the explosion that resounded. Chapter 163. You call this sparring? As the raging fire waves raged, the already shattered arena suffered a heavy blow and became shaky. The sturdy knight retreated from the fire waves, like a bullet, rubbing against the air, as if being blown away, his feet rubbing against the tattered ground, retreating a long distance before stopping. The uninjured knight held a broadsword and stared at the center of the fire waves in front of him. There, Sheen used the holy sword to push away the fire waves and walked out again. At the same time, the kingly man also came to Luoshi's side. "Are you okay, Luoshi?" The man's voice was full of worry and anxiety, and it seemed that he attached great importance to Luoshi's safety. "Father?" Luoshi reacted at this moment. She looked at His Majesty, who came to her side, and then looked at Sheen and the strong man, who were in a state of confrontation. She was suddenly startled and hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. He is not a suspicious person." It seems that Luoshi instantly judged the thoughts of the two men who came here. The two people who arrived thought that Luoshi was attacked, and Sheen looked like the attacker. Now, hearing Luoshi's voice, the strong man who was holding up the big sword in front of him paused and stopped preparing to attack. However, the moment the strong man stopped, his face also changed slightly, because the figure in front suddenly came like lightning, as if to return the color. The holy sword in his hand turned into thunderbolts, and slashed mercilessly. Clang! In the loud knocking sound. This time, the strong man hurriedly raised the broadsword to block the slashing blow, and let the holy sword fall on the big sword, rubbing out fierce sparks. "You?" The strong man immediately looked forward with a stern expression. "There?" Sheen gave a motionless smile. "It's not polite to come without returning the favor. Right?" Hearing this, the strong man's face darkened, and the magic power on his body vibrated. Seeing this, Sheen was naturally unwilling to be outdone, and the magic power in his body burned like a flame again. The amazing magic power not only made the strong man, but also the Emperor's face suddenly changed. Seeing that Sheen and the strong man were about to fight to the death, Luoshi hurriedly stopped them. "Wait! Sheen! Teacher!" Sheen and the strong man were slightly startled by Luoshi's shouting. "Sheen?" The strong man and even the Emperor looked at Sheen. "Teacher?" Sheen showed a surprised expression, and his eyes swept over the sturdy knight in front of him and the man with a kingly demeanor beside Luoshi. He guessed the identities of the two men. So, Sheen and the sturdy knight distanced themselves from each other and entered an inexplicable confrontation posture. At this time, a large number of knights finally arrived outside the arena. The knights surrounded the entire arena, and looked at Sheen, who was confronting Roxy, His Majesty, and the strong knight, as if they had instantly determined who to deal with, and immediately prepared to surround Sheen. "Retreat!" But His Majesty spoke at this time, causing the knights who were preparing to surround Sheen to be stunned. "Stop! And stop moving!" Not long after, Vivian and others also rushed here. Looking at the situation on the scene, Vivian was stunned. How could this place be destroyed like this? Isn't it terrible? Lumia and Melica looked at the fragmented arena with shock on their faces. As for Teal, she was still rushing in front of everyone. But when she saw the strong knight confronting Sheen, her body immediately froze there, and then she seemed to be in a bad mood, silently exuding an unhappy breath. Coincidentally, the sturdy knight also noticed this side. When he saw Teal in a black robe, his eyes flashed, and he fell silent. The whole arena suddenly became extremely lively. However, Rosie was supported by His Majesty and the sturdy man, while Vivian and her party gathered around Sheen. The remaining knights of the surrounding knights were still surrounding the scene. And no one knew what had happened. In fact, except Sheen and Rosie. No one knew what had happened. What happened? After His Majesty confirmed that Rosie was fine, he seemed to be completely relieved. He finally looked around the scene, glanced at Sheen, and asked this question. Vivian and others also looked at Sheen, their eyes full of questions. But Sheen was not in a good mood. He ignored everyone present and said to Vivian and others unhappily, "Ask the princess. Don't ask me." This made everyone's eyes focus on Roxy. Under everyone's gaze, Roxy knew that the matter had become serious. She looked at Sheen with some apology, and then explained, "He is my friend, not a suspicious person. We were just sparring. I am sorry for disturbing everyone." Roxy entered the princess mode and bowed her head to apologize to everyone present. Roxy didn't know how much impact her words had on the people present. Sparring? His Majesty, the strong man, Vivian, Teal, Lumia, Melica and others looked at the entire fragmented arena with stunned expressions. It was as if they were saying, "You call this sparring?" The surrounding knights were a little noisy. Friend? The friend of Her Royal Highness? Is this the first time that Her Royal Highness has seen a friend of the opposite sex? Who is he? The knight's attention was completely attracted by Sheen. Unfortunately, Sheen didn't want to stay here anymore. "Is everything okay?" Sheen said impatiently. "Since everything is okay, I'll leave first." After that, Sheen was ready to turn around and leave. But at this time, His Majesty spoke again. "Wait a minute." His Majesty called Sheen, looked at him, and then said, "Your name is Sheen, right? Can we chat if it's convenient?" Sheen wanted to say no immediately. Sheen really didn't want to give him face after being targeted indiscriminately. But before that, Vivian held Sheen's hand. "Don't be impulsive." Vivian seemed to have understood Sheen's temper and saw Sheen's plan. She shook her head at him and smiled bitterly. "He is His Majesty, the King of the Mitra Kingdom." This sentence did not surprise Sheen. After all, he had guessed it. His Majesty the King looked at Sheen and smiled at him. "I am Ansefeld Mitra, the current King of the Mitra Kingdom and Rosie's father. Many acquaintances call me Ansy." Ansy spoke to Sheen with a pleasant face. "I wonder if you can talk to me." Hearing this, Sheen glanced at the pleasant-looking king, and his face still looked unhappy. However, under Rosie's apologetic eyes and Vivian's urging, Sheen could only nod reluctantly. Chapter 164. Let's see what you do this time. At Anshi's invitation, except for the Knights of the Knights, everyone present moved to the state guest reception room of the palace and sat down there. Lumia and Melica seemed quite uneasy about this. They kept their bodies tense, and their faces were full of nervousness and anxiety. Sitting there, they dared not even breathe, let alone speak. Sheen and Vivian sat down, and Anshi and Luoshi sat opposite them. Behind them, the strong knight Arida stood like a king, guarding the two of them. The expression on his face was as firm and unwavering as a rock from beginning to end. It gave people the feeling that he was a weapon specially used to protect the royal family. And the sense of existence he exuded was definitely not low. In this case, Teal did not sit with everyone, but leaned against the wall in the corner of the reception room as if he wanted to stay away from the circle, hugging his arms, and looked like a stranger who was not allowed to enter. At this time, Luoshi had already explained the general process to everyone. Anshi nodded thoughtfully. In other words, because of Vivian's introduction, Luoshi met Lord Sheen and knew that he was extraordinary. So she was excited to see him and invited Lord Sheen to practice in the palace arena? Anshi confirmed the whole story. "That's it." Luoshi nodded. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was both dignified and cold, and she was completely in princess mode. Such Luoshi's presence at the scene was equally amazing. Even more amazing than Aridia. Even Anshi, the king, was overwhelmed, and people couldn't help but look sideways. In fact, from the beginning, Lumia and Melica had been secretly looking at Luoshi from time to time, with their pretty faces slightly red and their eyes full of admiration. Obviously they had been attracted by her. In front of outsiders, Luoshi would always be like this, performing flawlessly. However, because I never thought I could meet such a strong opponent of my age, I was a little bit overwhelmed. I am really sorry for causing so much trouble to everyone. Luoshi felt that she was wrong in this regard from the bottom of her heart, and she has been apologizing since the beginning. I have to apologize to Sheen for letting you accompany me to this point. Luoshi bowed her head to Sheen, which surprised everyone present. Only Sheen rolled his eyes at Luoshi, as if he could see Luo crying to him with her hands clasped together. Although the others could not see Luo's appearance, they all tolerated Luo's apology. It would be best if nothing happened. Anchi looked at Luo with a doting look, as if looking at the treasure of his life, and said, "If Peng and Arena can exchange for the safety of the heir of the holy sword that my royal family has been looking forward to for 1,000 years, then I believe that everyone in the entire kingdom will not feel distressed, but will feel that they have taken a great advantage. Right? Rather than letting Rosie be attacked, the kingdom would rather pay the price of 10, 100, or even 1,000 arenas as a near miss in exchange for Rosie's safety." Anchi revealed this intention, which made Vivian and Aradia and others beside him silent as if they agreed. From this, we can see how much the kingdom values and cares for Rosie. It is estimated that Aradia is the same. So she attacked Sheen in the arena without saying a word just now? Because, at that time, Sheen was likely an attacker. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Seeing someone who can threaten Rosie like that, whether it is Anchi or Aradia, they will immediately become anxious and take measures to protect Rosie. Thank you. Rosie also understood this and turned to thank everyone. However, Sheen could still see a hint of helplessness in the eyes of the princess. After all, it was this concern that became the cage that imprisoned Roxy, preventing her from revealing her true nature. Being valued to this extent, whether she should feel happy or helpless is a matter of opinion. Perhaps it is because of this that Roxy has to restrain her behavior more and not let herself become too willful. Otherwise, for her little wish, everyone in the kingdom is likely to do something irrational, leading to tragedy. Roxy's status is too special and her influence is too strong. If she becomes willful, I am afraid that many people will be affected and suffer, and the end may be miserable. Sheen also understands why Roxy wants to show her excellent and perfect side in front of others instead of her true appearance. It's just because the surrounding environment is like this. If Roxy doesn't restrain herself, then no one can restrain her. Thinking of this, Sheen cast a sympathetic look at Roxy. She seemed to have received it, and the helplessness in her eyes became more intense. If there were no outsiders here, Sheen believed that she would definitely complain directly. But now, she can only sit there quietly and try to be a well-behaved princess. The eyes of the others have been focused on Sheen. I really didn't expect that there are young people in this world who can be as good as Anchi was amazed at this and showed a kind expression to Sheen. You are a member of Vivian's adventurer team, so you should be a child born in Lemidgen. Right? Anchi began to test Sheen's identity. Sheen really wanted to say to him that he came from the Sea of Stars. Unfortunately, that kind of fooling words can be used for jokes, but it is impossible to use them to fish in troubled waters with the ruler of a country. At the moment, Sheen just nodded and tried to act indifferent. Of course, Sheen's anger had almost subsided, and he would not continue to be angry with the king because of that matter, but precisely because he was the king. Sheen felt that it would be better for him to avoid talking too much when talking to these high-ranking officials. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes. I thought I had concealed my identity well before, but I didn't know how many times I had been seen through. In order to avoid the same thing from happening again, Sheen tried not to speak and create an indifferent image. Anchi didn't seem to care much about this. It was really a miracle. Anchi just sighed and said, originally, the birth of Luo was a miracle for the kingdom and even the entire human world. But she was able to achieve her current achievements because she was the descendant of a brave man. I really didn't expect that a genius comparable to Luo would be born in the human race. Such a genius, logically speaking, should immediately attract the attention of the gods at the moment of birth. And eventually everyone should know about it. It's really surprising that she suddenly came into the world like this. Anchi's implication is very simple. That is, she is still surprised and puzzled by the existence of Sheen. However, Sheen has decided not to react to this. You can just marvel and test it. Anyway, I won't say a word. Let's see how you see through my identity this time. Chapter 165. What a trouble. What a trouble. This time, Sheen's approach is undoubtedly correct. At least, after receiving Sheen's lukewarm responses several times, Anchi, who did not gain much, was helpless. There is one thing that Anchi said is not wrong. A genius like Luo is a miracle if it is born once. And there is only such a time in 1,000 years. It is really suspicious that a genius, who can be compared with her, is born in another place. And there is no news at all. At the beginning, when Luo was born, her magic power alarmed the gods, and made the goddess of fate, one of the 3 goddesses, come to her, and also shocked the three realms. And Sheen? It really seems like he appeared suddenly. And there are too many suspicious places. Sheen's magic power is not inferior to Luoxi at all. I believe many people have already known this. Especially Anqi and Aradia, who witnessed the magic sword competition between Sheen and Luoxi. The momentum and magic power are still fresh in their memory even now. If such Sheen was born in this world, he would at least be treated at the same level as Luoxi. In other words, it is impossible for the three goddess-level beings not to be alarmed. So, why has such a genius remained unknown until now? Even if he does not have powerful unique skills like Luoxi, which is not enough to exchange for the attention of the three goddess-level beings. At least the gods will still pay attention to him, and send the upper gods to the lower world to bless him. Right? The gods have always been extremely caring for the human race. First of all, the human race is the life created by the gods. For the gods, the human race is like a child. Once an extremely outstanding child is born, the goddesses usually will not ignore it, and will definitely notice it. Secondly, although the human race does not have as many powerful abilities or strengths as the gods and demons, due to the huge population base, some powerful individuals are often born, which is not inferior to the strong ones in the gods and demons. Like Luoxi and Aradia, they are recognized by the gods and demons, and respected by the gods and demons, because of their own strength, especially the human race, who neither has the natural magician talent like the elves nor the strong physical ability like the orcs and dwarves. In terms of racial ability, it can be said to be the weakest race. However, this race is not only the first to be created by the gods, but also the most similar to the gods in appearance. Although it obviously has no racial advantages, it will occasionally produce some amazing people, shocking the three races. Therefore, the gods have always paid the most attention to humans. In the past war between gods and demons, the race that helped the gods the most and posed the most serious threat to the demons was neither the elves, nor the orcs, nor the dwarves, but the most ordinary humans. Due to the large population and the birth of amazing people from time to time, the threat of humans to the demons is, to some extent, even greater than that of the gods. If it were not for the fact that such humans still have their limits, and although they have a large population and can produce amazing people, there has never been an existence of the level of the three goddesses. Perhaps the human race alone can be compared with the gods and demons. Of course, the existence of the level of the three goddesses and the 6 demons is impossible to appear again. Even the gods and demons have never seen such existences. It is understandable that the human race, including humans, has never seen such existences. The only exception is probably the hero. The hero is the only one who can break the limit of the race and reach the height of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. Therefore, the hero is called the hope given by God. And such heroes have always been humans. In view of this, the status of humans in this world is very special. The weak are very weak, and the strong are very strong. They have always been highly concerned by the gods and demons. This means that once a brilliant person is born, the gods will find out at the first time and send people to the lower world to bless him. And with Sheen's magic power, at least he will attract the upper gods to the lower world, so that the world can receive some news. Right? Because of this, Anqi did have some tentative ideas. Unfortunately, because Sheen didn't take any oil or water, the harvest was really limited. It seems that I can only send people to investigate later. Anqi had to give up and change the subject. Speaking of which, it seems that we have received news that your escort team from Lemidgen has arrived in the capital. Anqi looked at Vivian and said, although I have heard a little about the incident, I still hope to hear from you people involved in the matter about what happened. It seems that His Majesty the King is paying attention to the affairs of the old demon clan. However, the detailed report still needs to wait until the formal occasion. The person in charge of your side seems to be the 3rd son of Marquis Mureo. Right? Anqi touched his chin and said, if I leave him here to listen to your report, it would be unreasonable. The other nobles are also very concerned about this matter, and must want to hear a detailed report. So I guess you will come to see me in the near future. Remember to be prepared? Yes. Vivian nodded seriously. It seems that the matter can end here. I will suppress the news about the royal palace arena. Anqi smiled and said, although it is impossible to suppress it completely, the nobles in the royal capital will definitely hear the news. But at least the existence of Lord Sheen will not be exposed to the people. So you can rest assured. Hearing this, Sheen wanted to complain, regardless of the others. In other words, his existence couldn't be hidden from those nobles. Right? This made Sean want to imitate Rosie and shout, ah! What a trouble! What a trouble! Damn. It's all this useless princess' fault. Sheen silently glared at Rosie. Rosie seemed to be aware of it, and looked away uncomfortably. If she hadn't been so angry, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Things have already happened, and there's no point in complaining. Showing his usual strong ability to accept, Sheen stood up with Vivian and others while muttering in his heart, ready to leave. In the corner, Teal also stood up and quietly retreated. At this moment, aren't you going to go back? Arya, who had been silently guarding behind the two royal family members, suddenly said this. That voice was somewhat indifferent. Sheen, Lumia and Melica were stunned and stopped. Vivian, Anchi and Luoshi raised their eyebrows and said nothing. But Teal did not even hesitate, and left the room without stopping. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Chapter 166 Say I Want to Marry You. After that, Sheen and his party left the reception room directly without any stop. Anchi and Aradia watched everyone leave. Only one stared at Sheen's back, not knowing what he was thinking, and the other stared at Thiel's back with a cold look, making the atmosphere in the reception room still so heavy until everyone left, and also made Lumia and Melica not know what to do, and their faces were full of confusion. On the contrary, Roxy looked at this situation with a somewhat intriguing expression, while Vivian had a complicated expression, as if she knew something. As a result, Sheen was confused. Is this the rhythm of what Moth is going to happen again? This was Sheen's first reaction. So, Sheen didn't want to pursue this matter very much, and he really didn't want to pursue it. But Roxy suddenly caught up at this time, regardless of Vivian and others' surprise, and dragged Sheen aside. Now, remember to take care of Teal recently. When Sheen wanted to resist, Rosie whispered, if I am not mistaken, knowing that she has returned to the capital, someone should find trouble with her. Although the child should not be afraid. There are a lot of nobles in the capital who like to play tricks. I am afraid that Teal will be framed by someone. Please help her to be more careful. Such a sentence made Sheen stop resisting. What happened? Sheen sighed, and finally had to pursue it. There was no way. Teal was also half of his mentor. Like Vivian, she took good care of him. Even if Sheen was afraid of trouble, he would not turn a blind eye to it even though he knew she would suffer. But Rosie did not explain. You should ask for details yourself. This is also a taboo in the capital. It is better for the child to tell you in person. Luoshi hesitated for a moment, and finally said, in the past, my relationship with Layli and Teal was pretty good. But after I had more and more things to do, my relationship with Teal became distant. After teacher Aridia became my mentor, Teal was no longer willing to talk to me. Only Layli and Vivian have been looking after her. Perhaps it was because of this fate that Layli and Vivian invited Teal to Lemidgen after she became an adult? To be honest, I really want to have a good talk with that child. That child should not hate me. I can see that. But she is no longer willing to have anything to do with me. Luoshi's tone was also a bit complicated, now that Layli is not here. It is hard to say whether Vivian can help Teal alone. I originally planned to intervene a little, but since you are here this time, it may be better for you to do it. As she said that, Luoshi handed something to Sheen. It was a pendant in the style of a coat of arms. There is a sword-shaped mark on the emblem. Sheen saw it at a glance. The sword engraved on the emblem is the holy sword of the brave. What is this? Sheen blinked. Luoshi also blinked. Without explaining, just said, well, in simple terms, it is a symbol of identity. If you meet someone who intends to use power to suppress you, just show this thing. Hearing this, Sheen's eyes jumped. This can't be something like the royal family's family crest. Holding it is equivalent to being the agent of the royal family. Right? Sheen stared at Luoshi. Luoshi stopped talking. So? Sheen understood. Okay. Throw it away. I knew you would do this. That's why I don't want to say it. Nonsense. If I walk around with this thing outside, it's just telling others that I have a relationship with the royal family. Isn't this great? How many people beg for it but can't get it? Then give it to someone else. If someone from the old demon clan or a jealous noble sees it, they will be targeted in a minute. Right? I don't want it. You have to take it even if you don't want it. Put it on me quickly. I don't want it. You? This thing is only owned by the direct descendants of the royal family. And everyone has only one. Now only me, my father, and my sister have it. Throwing it away will cost you your head. TSK. Is it necessary to be so disgusted? Damn it. Anyway, put it on me. Sheen and Rosie quarreled with each other, and finally pushed each other, looking like they were in a tangle, which scared Vivian. Lumia, and Melica, who were watching from a distance. In the end, Sheen was forced to wear the pendant. Listen, you are not allowed to take it off. Luo, she threatened, if I know you took it off, I will announce it to the public and say that I want to marry you. This sentence made Sheen dare not move at all. Seeing Sheen stop taking off the pendant in dissatisfaction, Luo, she had the urge to take off his head. After all, she is a princess who is loved by everyone. The most beautiful and talented in the human world. All the people in the country are crazy about her. The eldest sons of the nobles, the princes of foreign countries, and the important figures of other tribes have done everything to make her marry them. They come to please her every year or even every day, hoping to leave a good impression on her. As a result, this man was so unhappy because she announced that she was going to marry him. It really makes people want to beat him up. But it is precisely because he is such a person that I can trust him. Luo, she sighed secretly, thinking back to her interactions with Sheen. The feeling of not having to hide herself at all, and not having to care about other people's opinions. Roxy couldn't remember how long it had been since she had felt so relaxed and natural. Luo, she looked at Sheen with a complicated expression again. And after hesitating for a few times, she spoke like this. If you use that pendant, you can also enter and leave the palace freely without being blocked. If you have time, come in and have a look more often. Luo Shi's hint was so obvious that it didn't need to be explained. Of course, with Sheen's personality, Luo Shi always felt that he would definitely say that only a ghost would come to such a place again. Therefore, Luo Shi quickly added a sentence. If you dare to refuse, I will charge you for the 3 holy sword sealing rings. Despicable. Sheen could only curse like this. But Luo Shi felt happy instead, and didn't care about Sheen's evaluation at all. She turned around and left in a good mood. Sheen could only return to Vivian, and others, with an even more unhappy face. The expressions of Vivian, and others, who greeted Sheen were extremely strange. You seem to be getting close to His Highness? Vivian said this with some uncertainty, causing Lumia and Melica to nod their heads. To this, Sheen responded immediately. I am not. I did not. Don't talk nonsense. Vivian and others did not believe this at all. The group left the palace while chatting. Chapter 167, The King's Capital with Undercurrents. The magnificent day just passed. Afterwards, Sheen and his party were not in the mood to continue shopping, and went straight back to the Lazahad family to take a good rest. It seemed that Teal had returned in advance. Sheen and others did not see her, but knowing that she was safe and sound, everyone was relieved. It is worth mentioning that on the way back, Sheen and others had been hearing passers-by discussing the previous events. Obviously, Sheen and Rosie's reckless magic sword competition did bring some impact to the king's capital. However, the king's capital soon spread the news that there was an accident in magic research, and the new magic being studied had problems, which led to this anomaly. As for the losses, except for the large-scale destruction of the arena that was temporarily used as an experimental site, there was no serious loss. After hearing such news, the people suddenly realized and were somewhat relieved. But just like what the king said, such false news can be used to conceal ordinary people. But it is not so easy to conceal it from the nobles in the capital. Therefore, most of the nobles have received the news and know what the strange phenomenon today is from. So, unknowingly, such a piece of news began to spread in the noble circle. There is an adventurer from the town of Lamidjan in the territory of Marquis Mureo who seems to be very powerful. He is valued by Princess Rosie Lusty. He competed with the princess, but accidentally played a heavy hand, which led to this accident. Under such circumstances, the intelligence of Sheen was instantly investigated by the nobles. In other words, as Anchi said, Sheen has entered the vision of the nobles. And knowing that Sheen was valued by Rosie, many nobles also paid attention to him. However, these people did not seem to think that Sheen was strong enough to be compared with the extraordinary princess. In their opinion, Sheen was strong, but he could not be compared with Rosie, a modern hero who only appears once in 1,000 years. Because of this, they believe that the person mentioned in the intelligence who accidentally used heavy hands did not include Sheen, but only Rosie. In view of this, they seem to pay more attention to the relationship between Sheen and Rosie than to the strength. An adventurer valued by Rosie Lusty? Your Highness should want to recruit him into the Guards Knights. Right? It is indeed worth recruiting for someone who can make your Highness show that level of strength and is only 20 years old. However, the intelligence shows that his level is only 10. Is this true? It is impossible to be only level 10. It is indeed impossible. According to the latest intelligence, while escorting Killian of the Old Demon Clan. This adventurer defeated the attackers of the Old Demon Clan and defeated the hateful Betto. In this case, his level should be at least 80. But is it possible for a 20-year-old adventurer to reach level 80? Impossible. That's right. I have confirmed with the people from Limigian that this adventurer seems to have a unique skill that can adjust his level and skills to a certain extent. So it's a unique skill? And it's such a unique skill. No wonder it attracted the attention of His Highness. I hope he will be sensible and be promoted honestly. And don't think he can take the opportunity to get close to His Highness. He is just an adventurer. With His Highness's eyes, it is impossible for him to be favored. That's right. Those nobles had private exchanges like this, and dug up a lot of information about Sheen. At least, the nobles have already mastered the superficial intelligence. However, they also mastered some unknown intelligence. For example, some people said that they had learned new information from the female knights around His Highness, claiming that those female knights saw with their own eyes that Sheen and Rosie were close and seemed to get along well. Even the fact that Rosie dragged Sheen and Sheen slapped Rosie's hand was heard by these idle nobles. As a result, many people felt uncomfortable with Sheen. Although many people were also calmly analyzing and thinking about something. There were many nobles in the capital, and there were naturally some drunkards, who would only be unhappy with men who were close to the goddess in their minds. Find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Agree. Let him know that even if he has strength but no status, some people are not people he should touch. That's right. Similar private exchanges began to increase. Sheen would never have thought that in just half a day, so many things had sprouted in secret. He just returned to the Lazahad family with Vivian and others. After chatting for a while, they all returned to their rooms and had a good rest. It was not until dinner time that everyone gathered together again and began to eat under the hospitality of the housekeeper and the maid. At this time, Sheen and others met the head of the Lazahad family. I am Mijas Lazahad. My daughter seems to be taken care of by you. Thank you very much. At the dinner table, Riley's father, the current head of the Lazahad family, appeared in front of everyone and greeted everyone. The nobleman who called himself Mijas was a man of only 34 years old. He looked a bit like Riley, and his attitude towards everyone was also very friendly. He did not have the airs that a great noble should have. He is an honorary nobleman who was conferred the title of Marquis. He has no territory, but he is the president of the Adventurers Guild, which is indispensable in this world. He is in a high position, and even the royal family will treat him with courtesy and dare not neglect him in the slightest. It is said that Mijas married his wife immediately after he became an adult at the age of 15. When he was 16, his wife had Layli. After that, his wife died of illness. He never remarried and raised Layli alone. In this world where nobles can have many wives and concubines, he is a rare infatuated man. He is loyal to his wife and is well received outside. I am also a very capable and kind person. So Layli also respects her father very much. The relationship between father and daughter is so good that they almost write letters every day, which makes me very familiar with Layli's current situation. It is because of this that Mijas also knows Sheen and, like Layli, attaches great importance to Sheen. If you have any difficulties, please tell me. If I can help within my ability, I will definitely do my best. The other party's kind words made even Sheen feel good about it. Under such circumstances, the dinner was eaten happily. That night, some nobles had their eyes on Sheen, while others had a good impression of Sheen and chose to stand on his side. I believe that before this, no one could have imagined that an unknown adventurer would have set off such an undercurrent on the first day of arriving in the capital. Right? Chapter 168. Give him a good scolding? Late at night, Sheen walked out of the large bathhouse of the Razad family. This bathhouse is really big, just like a hot spring. Sheen took a towel and wiped his wet hair. He was wearing plain clothes and steaming. He looked refreshed. After dinner, the butler arranged the bathing time for everyone and told Sheen that there was an unusually large open-air bathhouse for Sheen to enjoy. The bathhouse is divided into time periods. The first half of the night is for women, and the second half of the night is for men. But the butler and the servants naturally cannot use it. So in the past, it seems that only Mijas, the owner of the house, has been using the bathhouse in the second half of the night. Today, there is one more person, Sheen. However, Sheen didn't want to take a bath with a grown man, so he came to take a bath alone during this time period when Mijas claimed that he had some work to deal with. Originally, Sheen was still thinking whether it was possible to encounter some conventional welfare plots, so that he could open his eyes, or scold the girls, and pay attention to them. But such a dog-blood thing was impossible to really happen. It was already clear that the second half of the night was for men only. So which stupid woman would go there to use it? It was not separated from each other, so they could go wrong. But it was a matter of time. I guess no one would forget the time to the point of being taken advantage of by others. Right? Sheen was not disappointed. And it was quite comfortable to take a bath alone. But this time, Sheen discovered something that he had not discovered before. Unexpectedly upgraded silently? Yes. Sheen upgraded again. Although it was only from level 24 to level 25. Sheen did upgrade. It should be caused by the battle with the princess. Right? Obviously. He had killed so many old demons before, including Betto, who was as high as level 84. But he didn't level up. This time, it was just a sparring match. Even though it was a bit of a big deal, it made him level up. Sheen really didn't expect it. But thinking about it carefully, it seems normal. As mentioned before, depending on personal potential and quality, some people level up slowly, while others level up quickly. And fighting is the main means of leveling up. However, the reason why fighting can level up is not because you can gain experience points by defeating your opponent like in the game, but because you have experienced actual combat, gained experience, gained training, and gained growth. So you can level up. Only after sufficient fighting and training can you level up. Once you defeat your opponent too easily, the speed of leveling up will become very slow. Therefore, the best way to level up should be to fight with opponents of similar strength or opponents stronger than yourself. Training and exercise can also achieve the purpose of leveling up. As long as you can grow, you can level up. From this perspective, Luoshi is undoubtedly the opponent with the closest strength to him that Sheen has encountered so far. In the sparring match with her, Sheen really gave his all, and it seems natural that he can be tempered by it. Apart from anything else, Sheen feels that he has become more and more proficient in controlling the magic sword, and his understanding of the various skills is also higher than before. Is this the proof of growth after experiencing actual combat? In this way, it is normal to upgrade. On the other hand, in the battle with the old demon clan, Sheen almost crushed the whole process without any pressure, and even had a lot of fun in the end. Since it is just playing, there is naturally no growth. Right? Rather than defeating an enemy with a huge difference in strength like this, Sheen might as well learn a few more skills, so that he can grow faster and upgrade. The main reason why Sheen's level increased so much in one go, when he learned skills from Teal, was also because of this. Of course, if you keep fighting repeatedly, even if you are fighting against weak enemies, you can still improve your strength through actual combat. Right? For example, when he first came to this world and landed in that damn forest, and when he was escorting Killian, Sheen did this, repeatedly defeating weak monsters to get upgraded. If you practice and temper a thing repeatedly, you can still get real growth even if it is boring and ordinary. Therefore, whether you can upgrade depends entirely on whether you can grow, not how many enemies you defeat. That's why there is a saying that a fight to the death is the fastest way to upgrade. Because a fight to the death, with your life at stake, can best stimulate people's potential and enable people to grow and train. In other words, it is not possible to easily defeat the strong with the weak in such a way as sneak attacks or assassinations to quickly upgrade. Right? Sheen felt a little regretful. I was thinking that if I had time, I would find a blind guy to be a backstabber. This person really has a heart to harm others. Just as Sheen was idly thinking about various things while passing through the hall and preparing to return to his room, he felt a familiar magic around him and looked over. Is that Teal? Sheen was a little stunned. Teal was still wearing a black robe, with nothing exposed except the lower half of her face. But she was heading towards the door, as if she was going out. It's so late. Where does she want to go? Sheen frowned. Then, Sheen couldn't help but think of what happened in the state guest reception room during the day, and what Luoshi asked him to do. Let's follow and see. Sheen hesitated for a moment, and then made this decision. At that moment, Sheen used the hide skill without hesitation, turned into a silent ghost, and followed Teal. Unfortunately, this can't be backstabbed. The capital at night is still so lively, full of people everywhere, especially adventurers, after a day of hard work. Usually go out to drink a few glasses together at this time to vent some of the pressure and hard work at work. The capital is the origin of adventurers, and the headquarters of the guild. The number of adventurers here is much greater than that of Lemidgen. resulting in the fact that adventurers holding bottles and shouting loudly can be seen on the streets outside every now and then, which looks more chaotic than during the day. Fortunately, there are still Knights of the Knight's Order patrolling the streets, and the people are not afraid that adventurers will deliberately make trouble, so they just avoid those drunk adventurers and go wherever they should go. Teal walked on the streets of the capital, with his head down, exuding a cold atmosphere, and still so unintrusive. Along the way, many drunk adventurers saw Teal like this, and couldn't help but tease him. "Hey, little girl over there. Where are you going? Why are you wearing so dark in the middle of the night? You should take off some clothes to look good. Come over here. Brother, I can give you some money to buy candy. Okay? Do you want to play with us? Hee hee. Uh-huh." While talking nonsense like this, the adventurers didn't dare to really move forward to touch them. Otherwise, the knights who were watching them would definitely not mind coming up to hold them down. Teal ignored these adventurers and turned into an alley alone. Finally, Teal came to a cemetery. "Where is this?" Sheen, who followed Teal, looked at this scene and couldn't help but have some thoughts, especially when he saw Teal stop in front of a tomb. He watched silently. Teal just stood in front of the tomb. After a while, crystal water drops seemed to drip from her hood. Chapter 169, Just Say You're Not the Protagonist? The scene in front of him made Sheen silent. At this moment, Teal no longer had the cold and indifferent atmosphere that he exuded in the past. Instead, he felt sad, nostalgic, and hated something. The evidence was that Teal didn't know when he grasped his favorite sharp blade, and his hand kept exerting force, as if he wanted to stab it into someone's heart, and his slender arms were trembling. Sheen could imagine how intense emotions were intertwined in Teal's heart at this moment. This made Sheen feel that it seemed not good for him to stay here and watch any longer. So, Sheen was ready to turn around and leave. But at this moment, Sheen felt a lot of strange magic appear, which made him stop. Who? Teal, who possessed the enemy sense skill, naturally also sensed the hostility coming towards him. The sad atmosphere on his body disappeared instantly, and turned back to indifference. The next second, "Hey, it's been a long time since we last met." With such a mocking voice, a group of people surrounded Teal from all sides. The leader was a noble young master dressed as a knight, but obviously dressed too gorgeously, more like a nouveau riche than maigre, holding a sword in his hand, with a face full of sarcasm and arrogance. The people around seemed to be all the guards of this noble young master, each carrying a weapon, looking at Teal with a look full of unkindness. Teal looked at this scene coldly, and cast an emotionless look at the noble young master who was in the lead. The noble young master clicked his tongue and sneered. "I didn't expect you to dare to come back. I thought you would always hide in the remote countryside, and never dare to return to the capital again." The young nobleman's voice was full of insults to Teal, but it also carried hatred that others could clearly sense. That's right. It was hatred. The young nobleman hated Teal, and the look in his eyes when he stared at Teal seemed to want to cut her into pieces. Teal did not respond to this. Or rather, Teal spoke as if she had gotten used to the hatred of others. "I only warn you once, and you will disappear from here immediately," Teal said coldly. "Let me disappear." The young nobleman was immediately amused, and said very resentfully, "You should be the one to disappear. You, the guy with the blood of a sinner. The blood of a sinner." This word made Teal's hand holding the sharp blade tighten again. However, Teal did not make any rebuttal, as if he was holding back something, and spoke again. "Disappear." Teal spoke in a low voice. But of course, the noble young master would not listen obediently. "I said, you are the one who will disappear." The noble young master also roared and said, "Today, I will avenge my brother and those who were killed by your mother. Come on." With the order of the noble young master, the guards with weapons around rushed to Teal. Teal was besieged from all directions, and seemed to be in danger. However, with the vibration of the air, red magic light bloomed from the sharp blade in Teal's hand. Teal actually used the magic sword skill in an instant, and swung a slash at the guards, who were besieging. In an instant, it was like a flash of red thunder, and the sharp blade carrying the light of the magic sword slashed around, and touched the weapons of the guards. Bang! The sound of breaking sounded, and the weapons in the hands of the guards were cut off by Teal's magic sword and turned into fragments. The guards who attacked only felt a flash of red light in front of their eyes, and then the weapons broke, which frightened them all and stopped their bodies. What? The noble young master was also shocked and couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Tear warned again with the magic sword. Get out. The words were still cold. But this time, they were murderous. Damn it! The noble young master's face was distorted, full of humiliation and hatred. But seeing the sharp blade in Tear's hand flashing with the glory of the magic sword, his eyes still revealed fear. She actually learned the magic sword. Why did she become so strong after just leaving for a year? The noble young master was shocked by this. Or rather, he was unwilling to believe this fact. But facts are often more eloquent than words. Even if the noble young master is unwilling to admit it. Tear seemed too lazy to say anything, raised his foot, and was ready to walk towards the noble young master. The noble young master immediately made a useless cry and couldn't help but take a step back, realizing that he couldn't deal with Tear, and even a little dangerous himself. The noble young master finally had the idea of retreating. But, don't think that things will end like this. The other party shouted and said, wait and see. Someone will deal with you. The daughter of a sinner. After leaving these words, the noble young master left with a group of guards. Tear watched these people leave, and the magic sword in his hand slowly disappeared. However, Tear did not cancel his guard, but turned to the other side. Come out. Tear said, I know you are there. After the words fell, Tear was responded with silence. It wasn't until a while later that a figure appeared there. Good evening. Sheen stood in front of Tear, looking somewhat awkward. Tear said nothing, just stared at him, which put a lot of pressure on Sheen. How did you find me? Sheen could only awkwardly throw out the topic. Tear still said nothing, staring at Sheen until Sheen was a little collapsed, and then retracted his gaze. When those guards attacked, you subconsciously wanted to rush out to help me, right? Tear said in a voice without any ups and downs. That's when I found you. It seems that Sheen's action caused the hide skill to lose its effect. After all, this skill is only effective when lurking and hiding. Sheen intends to rush out and expose himself, and the skill will naturally become invalid immediately. Didn't I want to help you too? Sheen muttered. Then why are you here? Instead, Tear asked a soul-piercing question. If I say it was a coincidence, will you believe it? Sheen laughed dryly. Tear stopped talking immediately. After glaring at Sheen, he turned around and continued to look at the tomb in front of him as if he had given up the pursuit. Facing the tomb, Tear said something in a mosquito voice, and then turned and left. Sheen hurriedly followed, but didn't know what to say. At this moment, Sheen started to complain again. I said I'm not the protagonist. Right? If he was the protagonist, he should be able to talk to the girl calmly at this time, comfort her, and let her tell him what's in her heart. But Sheen doesn't know how to comfort people. Instead, he has many ways to stimulate people. Of course, if it is limited to the routine words seen in books. Sheen can't say that he doesn't know how to say it. But do I have to say it myself? Sheen was entangled. Chapter 170 My life is worth it. As a result, Sheen didn't choose to say those routine words after all. He is really not good at talking nonsense. He is only good at talking back to people. If he were to become a descendant of Zon, he could do it in a minute. But it would be too difficult for him to become a strong talker. So Sheen could only say nothing and follow Tear back to the Raza at home. Along the way, Sheen and Tear didn't communicate at all. Just when Sheen thought that the two would just separate like this and go back to their own rooms, Tear suddenly said this. Have you finished your shower? The sudden question made Sheen slightly startled. Before Sheen could figure out why Tear asked such a question, he had already responded subconsciously. I have already washed, but I may go again later. After all, after following Tear on this trip, Sheen was somewhat covered in dust and smell. If it were any other time, Sheen would not care about this dust and smell. But he had already fallen in love with the big bathhouse at the Lazahat family. So he thought about going there again later. Really? Tear nodded and said lightly, then you go first. Okay. Sheen agreed. But a second later, Sheen was stunned. Wait. Go first? What does this mean? Sheen also did not have time to figure out this question, because Tear had already said this. I'll come to you later. After that, Tear left. Sheen stared blankly at Tear leaving, and did not react for a long time. Until a few minutes later. Huh? Sheen uttered such a silly erhua sound. That's what I mean. Right. Teal planned to come to the big bath to find me. Why did she come to the big bath to find me? Option A, take a bath with me. Option B, take a bath with me. Option C, take a bath with me. Option D, still take a bath with me. Which one is the answer? Is there a difference? In the hall, Sheen's shouting resounded. The welfare plot that had not been there before seemed to come so suddenly. Lazahad's house. Big bath. This bath not only covers a very large area, but also has an unusually luxurious layout. The floor tiles of the bath are very smooth and beautiful stone tiles. There are exquisite statues around the bath. In the center of the bathing area, there is a large bathing pool with a diameter of at least 20 meters. The water in the bathing pool is still steaming, making the steam spread all around. According to the housekeeper, this bath is connected to 8 underground waterways. Once night falls, the water will be automatically drained at regular intervals to ensure that the water in the bath is absolutely clean. New water will flow out from the mouths of the 8 statues and be injected into the bath. Except for cleaning, no human intervention is required to maintain this bath. The work of heating the water in the bath is not done by the servants, but by the magic device set up under the bath. Such a bath costs thousands of gold coins just to build, which can be said to be quite luxurious. At this time, Sheen was soaking in it, constantly muttering, "Calm down. Calm down. Things may not be what I imagined." Since entering the bath, Sheen has been muttering like this. She just said that she would come to find me later, not to come to this bathhouse when I am taking a bath. Right? Maybe she just said that she would come to find me after I finish bathing? Although she also said that you should go first. She didn't mean to take a bath with me by letting me come first. Right? That's right. This is reality, not a novel. It's impossible for a beautiful girl who has not confirmed the relationship to take the initiative to brush the boy's back. That's a benefit used to serve those shameless otakus in front of the screen. If not, how can those otakus pay to watch it? So, in reality, such unscientific things are simply impossible. Sheen convinced himself in this way, but his legs in the water shook unconsciously, and he seemed extremely anxious. There's no way. Although reason told Sheen that such a thing could not happen in reality, Sheen still couldn't help but associate it. I can only say that Sheen is a man. A very sad man. Since he is a man, even if there is little hope, he will still feel hopeful. Therefore, Sheen has entered the brainstorming again. What was my reaction when I saw similar plots before? By the way, I will know that nothing will happen, but I can't help but continue to watch the plot. When I am sure that nothing will happen, I will scold the male protagonist who reads as a gentleman and is incompetent in writing. After all, in this situation, if someone takes the initiative to deliver it to your door, you don't go, "What's the fun?" Thinking of this, Sheen muttered to himself, "If Teal really comes later, what should I do? Should I become the kind of protagonist that I have scolded countless times in the past? But I am not the protagonist. Yes, if I am not the protagonist, why should I pretend to be a gentleman? At this time, as a man, I should decisively go." Thinking of this, Sheen's face turned fierce. "Don't blame me for not saying it. If you really dare to take the initiative to deliver it to your door later, don't blame me for being rude." Sheen said this as if he was talking to someone, and he was determined. Just then, "What's so nice?" A faint voice sounded and reached Sheen's ears. Ahem. Sheen came back to his senses from his brainstorming and choked on water. At this time, Sheen realized that the familiar magic had appeared in the bathhouse without him noticing. Of course, the familiar figure also appeared here. "You?" Sheen was stunned and stunned. "I saw that. By the bath. Teal really appeared here as she said." That scene, Sheen felt, would accompany him for countless nights in the future. Because, not only did Teal remove the black robe that became her standard, but she was completely naked. That's right. She took it off. Moreover, she appeared in front of Sheen without any cover. This was undoubtedly the first time Sheen had seen such a beautiful scene. And it was also the first time he had seen Teal expose so much skin. In view of this, Sheen did not know what Teal's delicate body looked like under her black robe until this second. However, Teal wore a mask on her face, covering the upper half of her face. In other words, Sheen still did not know what Teal looked like. However, Sheen confirmed Teal's hair color. Teal actually had long purple hair that reached her knees, which looked particularly gorgeous. Teal, who was only wearing a mask, walked over with a normal look, and soaked in the bathtub in front of Sheen. At this moment, Sheen had only one thing to say. This life is worth it. Chapter 171 Albion. For a long time, there was only the sound of water in the big bath, and no other sounds. Sheen and Teal sat opposite each other in the bath, one staring at the other, constantly strengthening his memory in his brain, and the other looked indifferent. as if the person in front of him was not of the opposite sex. And his behavior was completely different. Silence spread between the two people. After a while, Sean began to feel dizzy. Such a scene and such a situation made Sean extremely uncomfortable. If this continued, Sean felt that he would soon wake up. Fortunately, when Sean was about to wake up, Teal finally spoke. "You will follow me. Did you know something from someone?" Teal actually asked such a question. "Huh?" Sean didn't react for a moment. And only after he reacted did he stammer, "Well, I guess so." Logically speaking, Sean should have denied it. If it was in another situation, Sean would have been perfunctory. But in this situation, Sean's will was shaken violently, and his consciousness kept drifting to places where it shouldn't be drifting, making Sean's attention and reaction slower than usual. And his thinking seemed a little slow. So Sean found that before he considered the gains and losses, he had subconsciously made a heartfelt answer. Could this be Teal's purpose? Sean suddenly realized. Did this girl know that this would happen? And she played this trick just now to get him to say something? Sean seriously doubted this. However, Teal did not give him time to doubt. "Who told you?" Teal was still calm and said, "Vivian or the princess." "Are you so sure it was one of them?" Sean regained his composure somewhat and said, "Maybe someone else told me." Teal rejected what Sean said. "Although many people know about my affairs. And it can even be said that almost all the nobles in the capital know about it. But you have only been here for a day. And the only two people who can talk to you about this kind of thing are probably Vivian and Her Royal Highness the Princess." Teal said calmly, "What did they tell you?" This time, Sean was sure. "Teal, you are here to interrogate me. Do you care?" Sean was silent for a long time, and then said, "So. I guess so." Teal seemed to lower his eyes and said, "This is my business. I don't want others to intervene." Teal said this sentence without doubt. Obviously, Teal was a little disgusted with the intervention of Sean and others. No, it can't be said to be disgust. It should be said to be persistence. In the past, I received too much help from Vivian, Lely and the princess. Teal whispered, "I don't like this feeling of being dependent on others and relying on others for protection." So, Teal resolutely chose to leave the capital and embark on the path of becoming an adventurer. "I want to become stronger. So strong that I can resist anyone's harm without the help of others." Teal said, "If it weren't for this, I wouldn't choose to go to Limidgen." When Vivian and Lely were still in the capital, Teal was taken care of by them. As such, she naturally hoped that after Vivian and Lely left the capital and went to Limidgen, she could be independent and no longer trouble them. Under such circumstances, Teal also accepted Vivian and Lely's invitation to go to Limidgen. The only reason was to become stronger. Of course, Teal chose to leave the capital to escape the malice and kindness here. Needless to say, malicious intent is the one who hates Teal like that noble young master. Needless to say, good intentions. After Vivian and Lely left the capital, the only one who would help Teal was the princess. But Teal no longer wanted to accept favors from others, let alone the princess. The reason was simply because the princess had found a teacher. It seems to be called Aradia. Right? Sheen called out the name in silence. Teal did not answer. Seeing this, Sheen continued to talk to himself. When they arrived in the capital, Vivian mentioned that the current leader of the Guards Knights is the most famous knight family in the kingdom, which seems to be the Albion family. Right? Sheen mentioned the family name that is famous in the capital, and even the entire kingdom. That guy named Aradia is the head of the Albion family. Right? Sean's question was full of affirmation. This is already obvious. Vivian also said that as a modern hero, the extremely talented Rosie worshipped a legendary knight as her teacher. That knight's level was as high as 98. And he was the strongest in the Mitrok kingdom, and the strongest in the human race. His strength was only below the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. And he was very powerful. And Rosie called Aradia her teacher. In this case, isn't the answer obvious? Aradia Albion. This is the full name of the knight. Right? Sean was so sure. Teal still didn't answer. However, I don't know if it was Sean's illusion. He always felt that Teal's mood changed after mentioning Aradia. I don't know how long it took Teal to say it. The nature of the Albion family and the Lazahad family is very similar. Teal asked such a question without answering the question. Sheen was stunned. Teal said calmly, "The head of the Lazahad family has been the president of the Adventurers Guild for generations, leading all the Adventurers Guilds and establishing a foothold in the human world. The same is true for the Albion family. The head of the family has been the head of the Guard Knights for generations. And the strength has always been very strong. Do you know why? Teal looked at Sheen. Because the ancestor of the Albion family was the strongest partner of the hero 1,000 years ago. In other words, the Albion family is actually the descendant of someone in the hero's team. I have heard that the reason why the ancestor is so powerful, strong enough to be valued by the hero Mitra and become the strongest partner of the hero Mitra, is because the ancestor is also a descendant of the hero. Teal revealed such a secret. The ancestor Albion inherited the blood of a hero who appeared before the hero Mitra. So the direct descendants of the Albion family have been able to show extremely strong talents from generation to generation. And some have even reached the limit of life level 100. In this way, the people of the Albion family cannot be weak. Only in this way can they become the leaders of the guards knights from generation to generation. And their strength is extremely strong. And Teal, who are you? Sheen looked at Teal with a complicated expression. Finally, emotions appeared on Teal's face. That emotion is called self-mockery. Teal Albion. This is my full name. The girl in front of me is one of the bloodline heirs of the Albion family. She, like Rosie, is a descendant of a hero. Chapter 172 Everything will belong to you. Descendants of the hero. Sheen was speechless. Although he had guessed that Teal and Arida had a certain relationship, even Sheen would not have thought that the Albion family was also a descendant of the hero. And Teal was one of them. Even if the hero of the Albion family was not the hero who defeated the Demon King, and his strength and legends were not as good as the hero Mitra. A hero is a hero, the peak of the human race. And at the very least, he would not be inferior to the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. Therefore, the ancestor of the Albion family would become the strongest partner of the hero Mitra. And it seemed natural that the head of this family from generation to generation would become the leader of the guard knights. After all, at the beginning, the guard knights were composed of the partners around the hero Mitra. And the reason why Teal has a talent second only to Rosie is also obvious. It's just because Teal also has the blood of a hero flowing in his body. But if that's the case, doesn't that mean that the unpleasant knight commander is your father? Sheen frowned. Teal also spoke about this. I agree with the first half. And I also dislike him. But forget about the second half. Teal said in an extremely cold voice. I don't want to recognize that kind of person as my father. That kind of guy who has no blood and no tears and only cares about the safety of the kingdom, or the royal bloodline, is not worthy of being called anyone's father. Obviously, Teal has a huge gap with Arida. The problem is that, if you are from the Albion family, then you have the glorious blood of a hero flowing in your body. Why did the noble young master who looked like a third-rate character in the cemetery call you the blood of a sinner? Sheen frowned deeper and deeper. This time, Teal had nothing to say. Sheen also reacted and realized that he had asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. This should be the biggest secret in Teal's heart. Or a secret that he couldn't bear to look back on. Right? At that moment, Sheen wanted to apologize. But he was a step slower. I do have the blood of sinners flowing in my body, Teal said in a voice like a dream, because my mother committed an unforgivable crime. Having said this, Teal stood up from the bathtub, exposing her naked body to Sheen again. Sheen, who was about to say something, was speechless, and almost had his eyes straightened because of the scene in front of him. To be honest, Teal's figure is not plump. And she is also very petite. About the same as an average 14 or 15-year-old girl. But Teal's skin is very white. And the curves of her waist and legs are slender and beautiful. Just like unripe young fruits. Although it is not time to eat it yet. It is still very sweet and delicious, making people's heart beat faster. Sheen was sure that in time, Teal would not be inferior to the top beauties of Neen and Rosie. Such Teal cut through the water, moved her slender legs, and came to Sheen. Sheen did not even dare to move. The scene in front of him had completely taken away his consciousness. In this case, Teal sat in front of Sheen, stretched out her hand, and pressed her slender palm on his chest. I want to become stronger. Stronger than that man. Teal looked directly at Sheen, and made a declaration in a resolute tone that he had never seen before. Once upon a time, although the ancestors of the Albion family had talents, they were not particularly powerful. At the beginning, their status in the human race was not high, and they were descendants of the fallen heroes. Such an Albion ancestor met the hero Mitra and was appreciated by Mitra. Thanks to this, the ancestor's talent was developed. With the help of the brave Mitra, he finally lived up to the brave blood in his body and grew into an existence second only to the brave in the human race. Because of this, the Albion family will serve the royal family from generation to generation and take it as their responsibility to protect the royal family. The heads of the family from generation to generation have been reused by the descendants of the brave Mitra's bloodline. They have developed to this day, in 1,000 years, and have not declined. Such an Albion family has transformed into a guardian family. The ancestors are the guardians of the brave and the world. The family is the guardian of the royal family and the kingdom. Even that man is now a big celebrity around the king and the mentor of His Royal Highness the Princess. Since then, the people of our family have never broken off the connection with the brave. Teal finally told Sheen an important idea in his heart. I am still far away from that man. So far that it makes people feel desperate. It was not until I knew you were a hero that I had some hope. Perhaps, like my ancestors, I could awaken the blood of the hero in my body by following the hero. It was for this reason that a cold person like Teal gave him so much help after knowing that Sheen was a hero. The reason was that Teal wanted to tap into her own potential through Sheen. This cannot be said to be a plot. This girl just blindly grasped the possibility of becoming stronger. Like grasping the last straw. Of course, Teal's thoughts were also very pure. I don't care why you were summoned to this world. And what the cause and effect behind it is. If one day you can fulfill my wish, then I will swear allegiance. Just like the ancestor Albion, I will protect you from generation to generation. Even if it is 1,000 years. This is the wish that Teal has for Sheen. Hope, Teal whispered. Sheen didn't hear the rest of the words. Just like that, Teal withdrew her hand and stood up again, letting the hot water slide down her body, making a sound of water, and also a burst of fragrant and hot air. Then, Teal turned and left. Looking at Teal like this, Sheen finally had some reaction. Can I see what you look like? For some reason, Sheen said this unconsciously. Teal's figure paused, and her little hand also stroked the mask on her face. Then, Teal said this. If one day, I show you my true appearance, that's probably the time for me to swear allegiance to you. Teal turned around and glanced at Sheen. By then, everything I have will belong to you. After that, Teal didn't stay and left directly. Sheen watched the other person leave in a daze, and only immersed his head in the water after a long time. It was really exciting. Chapter 173. Woman. Of course, no third person would know what happened between Sheen and Teal. At least, when he woke up the next day, Teal was still so calm and did his own thing, without showing any abnormality. His attitude toward Sheen was the same as always, although he was a little less unkind and kept away from strangers than when he treated others. He was not particularly close. Sheen had also recovered from the excitement of last night and was as calm as before. After all, men's happiness is very simple. After a night, he should be calm. Otherwise the few pieces of paper in the room would be wasted and meaningless. Right? In this case, no one noticed that Sheen and Teal went into the big bath together last night. However, Teal's behavior was not completely unchanged. Teal's change was not in the way he treated Sheen, but in the law of his behavior. From that day on, Teal would only be at home during the 3 meals, and the rest of the time he would go out on the street. Such Teal seemed to have no destination, just wandering around the capital, because Sheen was worried. He followed him quietly several times, and found that Teal's purpose seemed to be those nobles who came to trouble him. That's right. From that day on, the nobles of the capital always came to trouble Teal for some reason, and Teal seemed to want to jump into these troubles actively, wandering outside every day, provoking these people, and then defeating them all. Boring and tasteless, as if he was doing some kind of practice. No, that's practicing. Right? Sheen saw Teal's purpose. It seems that Teal intends to use these people who come to his door as pressure to push himself, so as to seek progress. Because of this, Teal would wander around the streets, let those nobles come to him with a large number of troops, and then defeat them all, in order to hone himself and train himself. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous approach. Although Teal is very strong. This is the capital, not Lemisian. Strong men from all over the world may appear here, with Teal's strength. If he wants to use force here recklessly, it will definitely cause greater trouble. Sheen saw that in the later period. Teal encountered more and more troubles, and his opponents became stronger and stronger. In the end, even a strong man above level 70 appeared, forcing Teal into danger. Fortunately, the person at level 70 was a melee type who had not yet learned the magic sword. In front of Teal, who had already learned the magic sword, he was finally solved by Teal at the risk of injury. But this may lead to the appearance of stronger enemies in the future. So, Sheen couldn't stand it anymore. Since you have said that, let me, a brave man, help you. Sheen finally planned to do something like a brave man. Seeing that Teal wanted to break through herself by taking advantage of the pressure from others, Sheen did not want to stop her. But he also did not want to see her fall to an overly powerful opponent. Therefore, in the next period of time, Sheen would quietly follow behind Teal every time. And when someone was going to cause trouble for Teal, he would use the magic perception skill to find out those opponents that Teal could not deal with first, and then solve them. How to solve it? It's very simple. That is, when the opponent is going to rush towards Teal, throw a stone directly from the dark. Blow the opponent away. Knock him unconscious on the spot. Or even hurt him. In this way, Teal will not be threatened by an overly powerful opponent, and can also break through herself with the help of external pressure, killing two birds with one stone. Of course, Sheen's actions will naturally not be hidden from Teal in the end. But Teal just kept silent and said nothing, which was considered as accepting Sheen's kindness. And from then on, Sheen was blessed, because Teal seemed to have no guard against him at all, or even no shame, and would follow him to bathe every day, which made Sheen's locomotive almost steam. Unfortunately, Teal would only talk to Sheen about some strength issues, or fighting methods, every time, without any pink atmosphere, which made Sheen very discouraged. In addition, Teal never took off the mask on her face, and Sheen understood that this girl seemed to have no guard against him. But no guard was no guard. But it was another matter to make her fall in love with Sheen. Sheen was sure that if he dared to pounce on her, Teal would definitely dare to chop her, and she would use the magic sword to chop. This situation made Sheen sigh more than once in the middle of the night. It's not that I want to be a gentleman, but people only plan to give benefits, not to give for free. If Teal is like the heroines in some novels, rushing up to a wave of temptation and never resisting, then Sheen promises that he will accept it. But if she doesn't want to, what can he do? As a result, Sheen can only hone his ancestral craftsmanship while feasting his eyes every day, so that there will be a few more wasted papers in the room every day. It's really hard to be a man. Sheen is in pain and happiness. In addition, it's not only Teal who has changed, but also someone else has also undergone some changes. This person is Melica. During this time in the capital, although there was no battle, no commission, and no work, Melica's magic power has been rising steadily, and the growth trend is getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, like Teal, Melica became less and less guarded towards Sheen. Although she didn't go to the extent of taking a bath with Sheen, she could often be seen secretly watching Sheen in the dark, and sometimes even following Sheen, like a stalker. Could it be that the one who was given away for free was not Teal, but Melica? When Sheen found out about this, he suddenly realized it. But when Sheen wanted to get close to Melica, the elf girl would turn around and run away with a blushing face, leaving Sheen with a lot of question marks on his head. At this point, even Sheen had to say a very disgusting sentence. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Of course, this sentence is now outdated. People now use another sentence. Oh, woman. That's it. So, when Teal and Melica both changed their attitudes towards Sheen, it was Lumia who looked at Sheen with timid eyes as before, keeping a distance from Sheen, and her shy appearance was undoubtedly revealed. And it was Lumia's unshakable shy appearance that was like a clear spring, moistening Sheen's heart. Hello again, Lumia. Alas? Alas? Sheen said these words to Lumia, which moved her, leaving Lumia at a loss and confused. This kind of life lasted for about 4 days. During these 4 days, Sheen and others lived in this situation, until one day, Sheen received a letter. If you don't come to see me again, I will really charge you. Looking at the concise content of the letter, Sheen's mouth twitched. I shouldn't have provoked you. A little witch. Chapter 174. Eat food given by strangers. West District of the Royal Capital. Noble District. After coming out of Lazahad's house, Sheen walked on a street here, and walked towards the direction of the lake island where the palace was located with some reluctance. I really don't want to go. Touching the holy sword hanging on his waist, Sheen sighed. I don't know if I will encounter anything again this time. Sheen always feels that if he goes to the palace to find Luoshi, something will definitely go wrong. Apart from anything else. Just meeting those licking dogs who are ready to show their courtesy to Luoshi there, and letting Sheen go directly into the bedroom of Her Royal Highness the Princess in front of those people. It doesn't seem like it will be okay no matter how you think about it. After coming to the royal capital, it seems that I have to be annoyed by these so-called nobles all day long. I really want to imitate Betto and slaughter the nobles here. Sheen thought so with some hatred. He is not afraid of these so-called nobles, but just feels troublesome. So, even though he seemed a little reluctant, Sheen still took steps and headed towards the palace. On the way, Sheen passed a dessert shop and was suddenly attracted by a figure. It was a little girl standing in front of the window of the dessert shop. The reason why Sheen was attracted to this little girl was simple. So cute. Yes, that little girl looked a little too cute. A gothic dress like a princess dress. High boots, white stockings, plus an extremely tender but delicate, doll-like face. It was simply cute to the extreme. Not only Sheen thought so. Even the people passing by couldn't help but be attracted by this little girl. Hey, look at that child. Wow, so cute. Isn't this too cute? Is it the child of a noble? I haven't seen it before. Maybe a noble from outside? Wow. I really want to say hello to her and take her home. Then go and talk to her. I thought so. But this is the aristocratic district. If the child is really from a noble family, it would be terrible if she offended them. That's true. People passing by were whispering and looking at the little girl with eyes full of love. If it weren't for the fear that the other party might be a child from a noble family, as mentioned in the above conversation. Those noble young masters, who were eager to make a move, and whose eyes were about to shine should have gone up to talk to her long ago. Right? Sheen's eyes were full of contempt. Want to chat up such a young child? Beast? Sheen, who looked down on her, couldn't help but keep his eyes on the other party. Don't get me wrong. This is pure appreciation. After all, I am not a Lolita control. I am definitely a gentleman among gentlemen. And Teal can prove this for himself. However, on the other side, Sheen couldn't help but flash a few traces of suspicion in his eyes. Why do I feel that this child's magic is a bit strange? With a magic perception skill, Sheen should be able to clearly feel the magic of others. However, looking at the little girl, Sheen actually felt that his perception was separated. Is it an illusion? Sheen was thoughtful. At this time, Sheen suddenly found that the little girl turned around. Moreover, for some reason, the other party's eyes were directly cast on him, staring at him, and no longer moving away. This made Sheen somewhat stunned, and subconsciously looked around to see if there were other people around him. Unfortunately, in Sheen's position, he was the only one. In other words, she is looking at me? Sheen was somewhat surprised. Then, the other party's actions confirmed Sheen's thoughts. The cute little girl walked towards Sheen. When she came closer, Sheen found that she was holding a small pillow in her arms. Bring a pillow when going out. How sleepy is she? But for some reason, the action of the little girl holding the pillow did not seem strange, but quite natural. Just like a little princess who just woke up and got out of bed, which raised her cuteness by several levels. Now, even Sheen had the urge to take this girl away. And the little girl, who didn't know Sheen's thoughts, came to Sheen like this. That. The little girl pointed to the window of the dessert shop she had been looking at just now, and spoke to Sheen like this. What's wrong? Sheen couldn't help but blinked and stared at the little girl blankly, not knowing what she meant. The little girl didn't feel impatient. That. The little girl reached out her hand, tugged at the corner of Sheen's clothes, and continued to point at the window of the dessert shop, saying, buy it for me. This time, Sheen understood. Do you want me to buy you desserts from that store? Sheen was confirming. Yes. The little girl nodded, but she didn't seem to be impatient, but just stared at Sheen. Her big round eyes were particularly bright and bright. Sheen couldn't help but soften his heart. Well, I don't care. Sheen scratched his cheek and said to the little girl in a rather strange way, but didn't your family tell you that you can't eat things given by strangers casually? Hearing this, the little girl frowned slightly, as if she was recalling. Then, the little girl shook her head. No. The little girl said very straightforwardly, it's better to say that many strangers I don't know often give me things. And there are a lot of food in them. Is that so? Sheen immediately became worried and said, then you didn't eat it? Such a cute little girl. If she was bribed by a strange uncle with snacks, it would be a big sin. Fortunately, the little girl's answer was very reassuring. No. The little girl still shook her head and said, I'm tired of eating those things. Even if people around me always say that those things are precious and each one is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. I don't want to eat them. That's good. Sheen patted his chest and put his heart at ease. It was not until a while later that he suddenly woke up and said in surprise, "Wait, how much did you say those things are worth? If I heard it right, it seems that each one is worth tens of thousands of gold coins." "Right? Really?" The little girl, who didn't know why Sheen was stunned, pulled Sheen's clothes again. "Anyway, buy me that." The little girl said a little persistently, "I haven't seen that. I want to try it." As he said that, Sheen was pulled over by the little girl. Okay, I got it. I'll buy it for you. Don't pull me. Damn, you're so strong." The little hand holding Sheen exerted extremely terrible strength, and actually dragged Sheen over, so that Sheen couldn't even resist at all, and came to the front of the dessert shop. Sheen also saw the name of the dessert shop. Lila Dessert Shop. This name made Sheen stunned again. And then he remembered. Isn't this the dessert shop mentioned by Her Royal Highness the Princess? Chapter 175. Will it be eaten in one bite? Welcome to Lila Dessert Shop. While Sheen was still in a daze, someone who seemed to be the owner had come to him and showed him his signature smile. However, the owner's eyes kept glancing at the little girl who was holding Sheen, with unspeakable love in his eyes. The little girl didn't notice anything, but just pointed at the desserts displayed in the window. "I want that, and that." The girl ordered almost all the desserts in the window. The love in the owner's eyes suddenly turned into embarrassment. Just when Sheen thought that the other party was embarrassed because these desserts were all display items and belonged to the non-sale series, or that they were ordered too much, the owner said this. "Excuse me. The products in our store are all high-end products specially provided to the nobles. Not only are they expensive, but you also need to show your identity certificate as a noble. I wonder if you too." The owner said such tentative words. "Only nobles can buy it?" Sheen was surprised. "Yes." The shopkeeper smiled again with his signature smile and said, "Because the goods in the store are made of very high-grade materials. Those materials can even be used to make magic potions. And they also have some magical edible effects, such as restoring energy or eliminating fatigue. They must be made with the assistance of special magic props. The materials are also sent by caravans from all over the world. So they're not only expensive, but also special products for nobles. If ordinary civilians want to buy them, they must have a letter of recommendation or a token from a noble. That's really troublesome. No wonder this store is only opened in the noble area. If Sheen was alone, he would probably have turned around and left now. But the little girl was still pulling him, looking up and staring. "Is there no way to buy it?" The little girl's tone could not hide her disappointment. Seeing her like this, the shopkeeper felt distressed. Not to mention Sheen. It has come to this point. If he said that he couldn't buy it, would he still have face? "So, please help me pack it," Sheen sighed and told the shopkeeper. "But?" The shopkeeper looked embarrassed again. Sheen rolled his eyes, took out the pendant from his neck, and threw it into the shopkeeper's hand. "What is this?" Seeing the pendant, the shopkeeper's eyes widened and his face turned pale. "Can I buy it now?" Sheen confirmed as if he was bullying someone. "This is a matter of course." The shopkeeper immediately said in a panic, "I will give it to you right away." "No, I will pack it for you. Please wait." After saying that, the shopkeeper continued to run away in a panic, but ran back in a panic, returned the pendant to Sheen in fear, and then staggered to pack it. This scene made Sheen slightly experience the pleasure of pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face in those urban novels. It was really boring and tasteless. Sheen put the pendant back on his neck as lonely as snow. Sheen didn't see that the little girl next to him also stuffed a pendant back into her clothes. A closer look showed that the pendant was engraved with a dragon head and was completely black. In the future, Sheen accidentally learned about this matter, and was more than once thankful that he had solved the matter with Luoshi's pendant at that time. Otherwise, once the little girl showed this pendant, I'm afraid that the entire capital would become a mess, and the king and the ministers of the country would crawl over and dare not neglect it at all. Please go slowly. About 10 minutes later, with the store owner's farewell, Sheen walked out of the store with the little girl. Not only did he have a bunch of big and small bags of desserts on his body, but his face was also full of pain. Just a few desserts, but they cost me 50 gold coins. It's ridiculously expensive. Sheen finally realized what the so-called expensive price meant. This is not something that ordinary people can afford. Even if it's a noble, they probably won't buy a bunch of them like Sheen. Right? But considering that these desserts have the effect of magic potions, it seems understandable that they are so expensive. As long as it is related to magic, any commodity will become extremely expensive. This is common sense in the world. Fortunately, I don't have to buy a handy weapon anymore. Otherwise, I really can't afford this money. Sean spent most of the money that Riley funded him at the beginning, and there was not much left. Delicious. On the other hand, the little girl next to him was holding a pillow in one hand and a piece of cake in the other hand, chewing it in small bites. And she was having a lot of fun, looking at the other person's self-willed appearance. Sean had a feeling. You are not a big shot. Are you, little girl? Recalling the so-called tens of thousands of gold coins mentioned by the little girl before. Sheen seriously doubted this. But the little girl frowned. I am not called little girl. The other party raised her head, looked at Sheen, and said, my name is AIE. AIE? Sheen muttered the name. Yeah. AIE nodded and said, just call me that. If it is you. Sheen did not understand what the second half of the sentence meant. Nor did he want to understand. Then, little AIE, the things have been bought for you. You should go home immediately. Uncle. Cough cough. Brother. I have something to do. I can't play with you anymore. We will meet again next time. Sheen touched AIE's head and prepared to say goodbye to her. Don't add a small word to my name. I am not small at all. AIE slapped Sheen's hand unhappily, but still looked at Sheen and said, are you leaving? Yes. Sheen didn't care, and sighed, brother. I've been targeted by a little witch, and I don't know if I will become her playmate in the future. If a cute little guy like you comes with me and is discovered by the little witch, you may be eaten in one bite. Is that so? AIE raised her eyebrows immediately, and after thinking for a while, she said, then take me with you. Huh? Sheen was slightly startled, and then smiled bitterly. Didn't you hear what I just said? I heard it. AIE said indifferently. I want to go because I heard it. Why? Sheen couldn't figure it out. As a result, someone gave Sheen such a sentence. I have always been the only one who eats others in one bite, and no one else has ever been able to eat me in one bite. AIE said something very dangerous. So, I want to see who can eat me in one bite. As she said, AIE prepared to move. But at this moment, a pair of hands hugged AIE and lifted her up. AIE was stunned. Chapter 176. Well, I thought too much. You? AIE turned her head and looked behind her, showing a somewhat incredible expression to Sheen, who was holding her. What's wrong? Sheen looked disapproving. But in fact, he was secretly sighing in his heart. There was no way. The little girl in his hand was too soft, fragrant and light, and the touch was so good that Sheen almost fell in love with her at the moment she was held. Seeing AIE's incredible expression, Sheen felt funny again. Isn't it just holding you? Is it necessary to be so surprised? With the cuteness of this little girl, I believe that everyone in the world will want to hold her. And her family must have held her a lot. Right? However, when Sheen thought about this, AIE was silent. It was indeed very surprising. AIE murmured, I can't remember how long it has been since I was held like this. Sheen's thoughts were shattered by AIE's words. Has no one ever held you before? Sheen was really surprised. Who would have thought that AIE would lower her eyes instead? Of course, AIE said lightly, but that was a long time ago. Really? Sheen seemed to see a child pretending to be an adult, and laughed. How long was that? At least, longer than you think. AIE said in a tone that sounded both nostalgic and sad. She was the only one who could hold me like this. And she is no longer here. AIE's words made the atmosphere around them become quite heavy. Sheen suddenly didn't know what to say. Looking at this cute little girl with a face full of nostalgia, Sheen really began to doubt at this moment. Is this girl named AIE really not an ordinary person? Unperceivable magic, unexplained mature and self-willed behavior, and the current atmosphere. All these tell Sheen that AIE may not be just a cute little girl as she appears on the surface. According to the general routine, this is probably not a big shot. Could it be that a goddess or a demon who has lived for hundreds or thousands of years has come to the human world to pretend to be young? When Sheen thought so, AIE seemed to sense something and turned her head. It seems that you are thinking about something rude. It should not be my illusion. Right? AIE stared at Sheen closely, and Sheen didn't know why, but he felt a chill in his back. Now, Sheen can be sure. This cute little girl is definitely not an ordinary child of a noble family, but a real big shot. As for how big he is, Sheen doesn't know. At the moment, Sheen could only smile. No. You think too much. Yes, think too much. I don't know whether this sentence is said to AIE or to myself. Forget it. Although AIE was full of suspicion, she finally gave up the pursuit and looked at Sheen, who was holding her, saying, "By the way, why did you hold me?" "Of course. It's to stop you from running around." Sheen wanted to say this. However, if you don't want AIE to run around, there are other ways, such as calling her or holding her. There is no need to pick her up. But Sheen just picked AIE up. It's nothing. But seeing this cute little girl taking small steps and preparing to walk towards the palace with a great look, Sheen really couldn't control his hands. "If I tell the truth, will I be beaten?" Sheen hesitated a little. If Sheen had not guessed that AIE was a big shot, Sheen might not have considered these things. But since he had already guessed it, Sheen naturally could not tell the truth. Otherwise, who knows if this big shot is so big that he can't afford to offend? Thinking of this, Sheen could only stammer. "There is no reason. I just suddenly want to hug. Is it not okay?" As soon as Sheen said this, he suspected that he was a pervert. "Because I suddenly want to hug. So I hug. And ask if it's okay?" What kind of wolfish words are these? Just when Sheen wanted to slap himself, AIE was silent for a long time, and then sighed. "Since I have already hugged, it's too late to say anything." AIE glanced at Sheen and said, "But don't treat me as a child. I hate others treating me as a child. And I hate others thinking that I am short. So you are not allowed to touch my head in the future. And you are not allowed to add a small word in front of my name. Do you understand?" AIE's face was full of seriousness and solemnity, and it was obvious that she was not joking. It seems that this little girl really hates others treating her as a child. "Okay." Sheen nodded indifferently. But then he thought of something and blurted out, "Can I continue to hold you like this in the future?" Hearing this, AIE was stunned. "You still want to hold?" AIE said puzzledly, "Why? Why? Is there any need to say it? It feels so good. So fragrant. And so soft. Wouldn't it be wrong not to hold it all the time?" Anyway, Sheen was reluctant to let it go, even though he knew that AIE was a hidden boss. "Just say if it's okay. And if it's not okay, just say no." Suddenly, Sheen said this like a tongue twister. "If it's not okay, then just ignore what I promised just now. In the future, I will add a small word in front of your name and touch your head." Sheen started to act like a rogue. This made AIE stunned and speechless. Is this hero a little different from the previous ones? When did a hero become so rogue? However, it's quite interesting. AIE couldn't help thinking so. If it were someone else, even if the other party was a hero, and dared to be rude to her, AIE wouldn't mind killing them. Although Sheen was also very rude, AIE didn't feel disgusted. Maybe it was because AIE could feel Sheen's love for her. Or maybe it was because the long-lost hug from others made AIE feel nostalgic and sentimental. So, AIE was silent for a long time and sighed for the second time. "Forget it. Since it's already like this, I will specially allow you to do this." AIE said, half giving up and half remembering, "You should feel honored. There should be only one person who can do this kind of thing, whether in the past or in the future. And you are the second one now." "Yes. Yes. Yes." Sheen listened to this speech that seemed to be very great, and said in a bad mood, "I would feel very honored." "Master AIE. You are not allowed to call me master." AIE was dissatisfied again. Okay. Sheen's tone sounded perfunctory. The two of them quarreled for a while, and then Sheen put AIE down. "Here, I'll give you a few more. You can eat slowly." Sheen gave the other desserts to AIE and said, "I'm going to deal with the troublesome people now. So don't follow me." "Okay." AIE didn't seem to be very persistent. While taking the dessert, he said, "Then you go. I'll wait for you here." "Wait for me?" Sheen was stunned. "Yeah." AIE nodded, and it seemed that she really didn't intend to leave. "Okay." Sheen confirmed this, nodded helplessly, and said, "I will come back as soon as possible. Don't go far. Don't be deceived. If someone comes up to talk to you and asks you to play with him, just punch him away." "Okay." AIE agreed without hesitation, not realizing that Sheen's way of speaking was actually no different from coaxing a child. After that, the two chatted for a few more words before parting. AIE watched Sheen leave, looked at the dessert in her hand, and recalled the embrace just now, and a faint smile appeared on her face. It's really interesting. This is AIE's evaluation of Sheen. Chapter 177. I Said So. Lake Island. Royal Palace. Sheen finally came here again, and was welcomed in by the knights respectfully by showing the pendant given by Rosie to the knights guarding the gate. However, along the way, Sheen was always carrying a lot of bags. Just like a dogman who just went shopping with his girlfriend. And many passing knights and civil servants cast strange eyes on him. On the contrary, those nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes whispered to each other when they saw Sheen. Is that man? Ah. Yes. It's him. Such conversations appeared from time to time in the mouths of those nobles, telling others that they had recognized Sheen. Of course, after recognizing him, some people looked quite unfriendly, and some even wanted to stop Sheen. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Sheen had seen through their thoughts. He sighed inwardly, and because he didn't have time to play tricks with these noble young masters. When he saw them preparing to come forward, he shot out the small stones he had hidden in his hand in the same way as playing marbles. Ah! Wow! It hurts! Suddenly, all the noble young masters, who were ready to come over to make trouble, suddenly cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Some of them were hit in the knees by the small stones that bounced. Or in the stomach. Some guys who almost had the word arrogant on their faces were hit directly in the crotch. And they rolled on the ground in pain, crying for their parents. Sheen strangled all the bloody little white routines in the cradle, and went to the princess's bedroom without any time to pretend to be slapped in the face. And when Sheen came here, it was still like last time, with licking dogs everywhere. These licking dogs naturally recognized Sheen, and each of them also had a bad look. In the end, all of them, except those who were watching the show, fell to the ground, covering their crotches and howling like ghosts and wolves. That scene frightened the noble young masters, who were full of ridicule and contempt, ready to watch a good show, pale and clenched their legs tightly, looking at Sheen. Their expressions also became terrified. In particular, Sheen seemed to take the initiative, in order to prevent these noble young masters from finding trouble with him on the grounds of his own insubordination. He threw out a sentence. I am an adventurer entrusted with an important task by Her Royal Highness the Princess. All those who intend to waste my time, if you are prepared to be investigated by Her Royal Highness the Princess, then come. Sheen then skillfully passed the buck to Luoshi. Of course, this pot must be passed. Isn't it because of Her Royal Highness the Princess that Sheen came here and encountered all these troubles? In this case, these responsibilities should be shouldered by her. In this way, those noble young masters, who were calculating in their hearts, were suddenly pinched by Sheen's death point, and they dared not even move. They could do whatever they wanted to Sheen. But if Sheen was really entrusted with an important task by Her Royal Highness the Princess, and was delayed because of them, then their impression in Her Royal Highness the Princess's heart would definitely plummet. They naturally didn't want to do such an unprofitable deal. As a result, these noble young masters could only look at each other, and finally watched Sheen walk into Luoshi's bedroom with ugly faces. And they had no way out. They could only comfort themselves in this way. That guy. It turned out that he became closer to Her Royal Highness the Princess only because he was secretly entrusted with an important task by Her Royal Highness the Princess. It must be like this. I knew that Her Royal Highness Luoshi Lucy would not be interested in a mere adventurer. Now the truth is out. The noble young masters communicated in this way. When the commission is over, that guy will be beaten back to his original form. Right? That's for sure. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant then. That's right. In the hall of the entire palace, such sour remarks have been going on. They have no idea that in Luoshi's room, a scene that is enough to make them furious is being played out. Give it to me. This is the first thing Luoshi said after seeing Sheen coming in. Moreover, it was still in the state of shining eyes and flushed face. Sheen's mouth twitched. I was going to give it to you, but now I regret it. Sheen said this ruthlessly. No. You must give it to me. Luoshi said in an unquestionable tone. You left me here alone, ignored me for so long, and now you finally come to see me, but you are unwilling to give it to me. It's too much. It's too much. Sheen said coldly. Anyway, I've had enough of you. Otherwise, we can get a divorce now. You? Luoshi's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Sheen, on the other hand, looked determined, like a ruthless scumbag. The two of them confronted each other. Neither of them was willing to compromise, staring at each other, until a long time later. What does divorce mean? Luoshi finally couldn't help but complain, saying, I didn't marry you. Did I? Yes. Sheen nodded, saying without any shame, but, following the atmosphere just now. I said that? What atmosphere? Luoshi seemed to have turned into a complainer, and even said, I asked you to give me those desserts. What kind of atmosphere can this create? Can it? Sheen smiled heartily and replied, But your words are good. I like them very much. So, again, I said that. What the hell? Luo, she patted Sheen's chest, stretched out her delicate and slender little hand, and said, okay, give it to me quickly. I didn't expect you to bring me Lilith's dessert as a gift. I like that dessert the most. For the sake of dessert, I will forgive you for not visiting me for so long. Do you think I brought it specifically for you? Don't be so self-indulgent. I just came by the way. By the way. Sheen looked down on Luo Shi and asked in confusion, by the way, how do you know I brought your favorite dessert? Of course. It's by smelling it. Luo Shi immediately said with bright eyes, Lilith's dessert. As long as it appears within 100 meters of me, I will definitely be able to smell it. Are you a dog? This time, it was Sheen's turn to complain. Stop talking nonsense. Give it to me quickly. Luo Shi was already impatient and threw herself on Sheen. Wait. I'll give it to you. Don't touch me, Sheen exclaimed. Hurry up. Don't drag it out. Luo Shi was quite dissatisfied. The two of them twisted into a ball. That scene would definitely make those licking dogs outside shed tears of blood. Chapter 178. Eat and sleep deliciously. Wow. It's so delicious. At some point, Luo Shi had a piece of dessert in her hand. While chewing it, she looked so happy that she almost cried. That expression, I have to say, is another beautiful scene. Sheen felt somewhat unwilling. Although he knew that the princess was not as perfect as outsiders thought, he was often attracted by her behavior from time to time when he was with her. It was really amazing. Sure enough, people with good looks are pleasing to the eye no matter what they do. Without good looks, they can only do weird things. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that ugly people do more weird things? While Sheen was sighing, he also picked up a piece of dessert and took a bite. Then, Sheen was surprised. The taste was really amazing. An unprecedented sweet taste and delicious taste that stimulated the taste buds spread in Sheen's mouth, making him take another bite. So that's why I understand why this dessert is so expensive. It's not just because of the magical effect, but also because it is really delicious. More delicious than anything Sheen has eaten so far. Coupled with the gorgeous appearance and the light and elegant taste, the so-called high-end product for nobles does not seem to be a casual talk. After all, even Luo Shi is saying this. I have lived until now just for this bite. This sentence will definitely make those crazy people cry. It seems that I can only become a regular customer in the future. Sheen also sighed and made such a decision. It can be seen from this that the taste of this dessert is so amazing. Luo Shi was naturally very happy about Sheen's awareness. Then remember to bring me some often in the future. Luo Shi hurriedly ordered. Although you are beautiful, you think more beautifully. Sheen rolled his eyes and said, do you know how expensive this thing is? Why do you often bring it to you? Sheen doesn't have that much money. So, unfortunately, Sheen can't afford this woman. You are talking to me about money at this time? Luo Shi said incredulously, I have helped you so much and I didn't ask you for money. That's right. Sheen retorted, but you have caused me a lot of trouble. And we have evened it out. Luo Shi was almost angry with you. A man. However, Luo Shi didn't struggle. Anyway, she has already grasped Sheen's lifeline. It may not be possible to force him to do something big, but it should not be difficult to make him compromise on such a matter. Therefore, Luo Shi, with the idea that there is a long way to go, muttered a few words with dissatisfaction, and changed the subject. Nothing happened to you these days, right? Sheen understood what Rosie was referring to. You are talking about Teal, right? Sheen confirmed. Including you, Rosie said unhappily. Last time, there was such a big incident in the palace. And I was also involved in this incident. As another party involved. You should have been troubled by the nobles in the capital. Right? It turns out that you are still a little self-conscious. Sheen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, why didn't I see you come out to help me? How can I help you? Rosie sighed and said, if I help you myself, you will be hostile to those nobles. That's true. If Rosie helped Sheen personally, those nobles would definitely know that the relationship between Sheen and Rosie was closer than they thought. In this way, there might not be any problems for a while. But there will definitely be more troubles later. Considering this, Luo Shi chose to watch even though she knew these things were happening. With your ability, you should be able to solve such a problem. At worst, you still have the pendant I gave you. Luo Shi let Sheen solve these problems by himself based on this consideration. But, really taking out this pendant, that would be really troublesome. Right? Sheen was speechless. It is easy to imagine that if Luoshi gave out the pendant, the relationship would be more than just a little closer. At that time, if those noble young masters did not explode on the spot, Sheen would dare to write his name upside down. So, don't you consider taking it back? Sheen cast an expectant look at Luoshi. You guy. Luoshi was even more angry. That is a token of the royal family's direct lineage. If you can get it, it is equivalent to gaining the recognition and trust of the royal bloodline. It also means that you can walk outside as a spokesperson for the royal family. Such an honor is beyond the reach of others. But this man has always regarded it as a source of trouble. It's so annoying. Forget it. A guy like you should be able to live well even without the help of others. Those who are against you will be pissed off by you. Luoshi fully understood this point, snorted lightly, and said, let's not talk about you. How is Teal? Sheen shrugged and said, it should be good. Right? What should it mean? Luoshi said directly, can you explain it more clearly? Teal has nothing to do now. He eats and sleeps well. He goes to the street to abuse wild monsters every day. Nothing has happened and his life is still very comfortable. Do you understand? Sheen curled his lips, but hesitated for a moment, and said, last time you said that you and Terror have a close relationship. Is that because you are both descendants of heroes? You already know this? Luoshi was startled at first, then looked at Sheen and said, did Terror tell you all this? Yes, Sheen said, although there are some things I don't know. She told me about her identity the last time we took a bath together in the big bathhouse of Lazahad's house. So that's the case? Then you are more trusted by Teal than I thought. Roxy nodded. And it was not until a while later that she suddenly woke up. Wait! Roxy suddenly opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, you just said that she told you where you were doing something? Well, don't pay attention to the details. Sheen said in a nonchalant manner, let's talk about business. I am actually quite concerned about Teal's affairs now. I also care about what you just said. How can I not care? Roxy finally couldn't keep calm anymore, and couldn't help but stand up and grin at Sheen and said, what did you do to the child? Tell me everything. What did you do? It's so ugly. Sheen frowned, looked at Luoshi with disdain, and said, isn't it just taking a bath together? We take a bath together every day now. What a fuss. Luoshi opened her mouth in disbelief, and after a while she said with regret, I almost forgot that the child looked so cold on the surface. But in fact she was a bit careless, and she would not have any defense against the person she trusted from the bottom of her heart. Even if it was the opposite sex, she might really do such a thing as taking a bath together. At this time, Luoshi looked like someone who pushed her friend into the fire pit with her own hands, and her expression was extremely frustrated and regretful. Chapter 179 Why bother? Looking at Luoshi's regretful look, Sheen actually wanted to say something. I don't think you are much different, princess. Isn't it? Although not to the extent of Tear. Luoshi is also the type who will completely lose her guard after letting down her guard against others. Right? Otherwise, why would Luoshi's attitude towards Sheen be so reckless? Strictly speaking, Sheen has only seen Luoshi once. But this time, the other party has been able to drag and pull him, and even jumped on him to grab things. Is this something that other princesses can do casually? Definitely not. Right? Not to mention Luoshi, the #1 princess in the world. So, compared with Tear, Luoshi is not much different at all. Who knows? After a while, this girl will come to help me brush my back, Sheen silently complained. Then, Sheen thought of Melica again. That girl is probably not much better. In the past, she was so wary of Sheen and didn't want to get close to him at all. Recently, she has become less and less defensive toward Sheen, and even almost turned into a stalker. Is this the legendary way of gradually becoming the person she once hated? Women in the other world are too easy to get. Right? Sheen sighed like this. Of course, Sheen was just complaining casually, not really thinking so. He also knew that the reason why it became like this was largely because these girls used to stay too far away from the opposite sex. And it can even be said that they had no contact with the opposite sex at all. So they were like young ladies in the boudoir, and they couldn't grasp the distance and measure between themselves and the opposite sex. If it was for other opposite sex, it would naturally not be like this. Reserve, shame, and good education, etc. will let these girls know clearly how to protect themselves and keep a proper distance from the opposite sex. But once a close male who can let them let down their guard and break into their world appears, they will not be able to judge the distance correctly, and thus do some defenseless things that they would not normally do. In addition, Sheen has this kind of personality, which can easily stimulate others, making them impulsive or even reckless. For various reasons, they just do some relatively intimate behaviors. Perhaps, they just get along with Sheen in the way they usually treat their friends without any defense. But they did not realize in time that some behaviors that girls can do are not allowed to be done by boys. That being said, Roxy and Melica's behavior is still within the scope of common sense. At most they are just a little intimate. But Teal is different. Taking a bath with Sheen every day. This kind of thing. Even if you can't judge the distance correctly, shouldn't you do it casually? That is, just like what the princess said. The seemingly cold Teal is actually carefree deep down? Isn't this too careless? Never mind. I am the one who gets the advantage anyway. Why bother so much? Just treat it as a benefit of being a time traveler. Anyway, you don't have to worry about Teal. I am taking care of her. You can find out how she is doing recently by asking around. Sheen changed the subject. I just want to say that now I understand what the relationship between you is. In short, Roxy and Teal are both descendants of heroes, and their families are old friends, with a very close relationship. It is natural that the two sides would have had contact since childhood. And Riley is also a descendant of the Lazahat family. The Lazahat family used to be a civil servant around the Brave Mitra. After the Brave Mitra proposed the concept of adventurers, they were entrusted by the Brave to create the Adventurer Guild in the capital. It is also normal that the ancestors have close ties with the royal family and the Albion family, who protect the royal family. Sheen has also heard Vivian mention that in this country, there are Lazahat for literature and Albion for martial arts. Although both are nobles of the marquis class, they are two sharp blades around the royal family. These two, one controls the greatest power in the human world and can mobilize countless adventurers, and the other is in charge of the highest level knights in the kingdom. They are known as the last bastion of the kingdom. Their status is by no means comparable to that of ordinary nobles. Even those dukes who are royal relatives dare not neglect these two families. Rather, if it weren't for the fact that the duke-level nobles could only be conferred on the side branches of the royal family, and only those with royal blood could obtain this title, then the Lazahat family and the Albion family would definitely not be just the Marquis family. These two families are the big names around the royal family. So the relationship between Roxy, Teal and Laylee could only be closer than Sheen imagined. Until later, when something happened to Teal and he fell out with his family, Roxy could only watch Teal drift away. But she still helped Teal in secret with Laylee. As for Vivian, she didn't have a close relationship with Roxy, but she had a childhood relationship with Laylee. She got to know Roxy and Teal through Laylee, and finally developed into the current relationship because of the connection with Teal. Thinking of this, Sheen suddenly realized a problem that he had overlooked before. It is normal that Roxy, Riley and Teal have a relationship. But why is Vivian Riley's childhood friend? Yes. What is Vivian's identity? Sheen found that he didn't know. To be able to be Riley's childhood friend, Vivian's background should be quite good, right? But after coming to the capital for a few days, Sheen has never seen Vivian mention her family at all, but has always treated the Lazahat family as her own family. Mai just sometimes looks at Vivian with a doting look, as if looking at his own daughter. Is Vivian actually the adopted daughter of the Rozat family? An adopted orphan? Sheen fell into deep thought. Although Rosie, who didn't know what Sheen was thinking, still looked annoyed. She sighed. Just as you thought. I used to have close contact with Teal and Laylee. If it weren't for my increasing problems and Teal's problems, perhaps the three of us would have grown up together. Right? Rosie looked at Sheen. Since you already know a little about Teal's situation, just help her when she needs it. In the capital, there are few people who will help her, and most of the nobles almost regard her as an enemy. So, she is really lonely. Hearing this, Sheen fell silent. Rosie continued. Now, there is finally someone who can let her let down some of her defenses, which may be a good thing. While saying this, Luoshi glared at Sheen and warned him, however, don't think of anything bad because of this. Don't say I didn't warn you. Even if the girl has a carefree personality, she also has a ruthless side deep in her heart. If you plan to attack her, you'd better be mentally prepared to be stabbed. Sheen already knew about this kind of thing. Otherwise, how could he have endured it until now? In addition, I have something to tell you. Luoshi suddenly became serious. I have been to the God Realm once. This sentence made Sheen completely excited. Chapter 180 Unbelievable Situation. Have you been to the God Realm? Sheen's tone finally became a little impatient. Luo immediately smiled bitterly and nodded. Just like what I said last time. I went to the god realm with my relationship and met the goddess of fate. Luo said this. But her face was not very good. Seeing Luo like this, Sheen couldn't help but raise his heart. What's wrong? Sheen asked. Did something happen? No. Luo shook her head and said, it should be the opposite. The opposite? Sheen was slightly startled and asked in confusion, what does this mean? It means literally. Luo put down the dessert in her hand, looked directly at Sheen, and said, nothing happened in the god realm. It is still as peaceful and quiet as ever. Which is really a bit incredible. Why do you say that? It's very simple. Logically speaking, the restart of the ceremony of summoning the hero should be a big deal. Even if the news was blocked and not spread to the human world and the demon world. It is impossible that there is no abnormality in the divine world. Luo said, but I found that no matter whether it is the upper gods or the lower gods, they seem to be unaware that the ceremony was restarted and the hero was summoned. Which surprised me. Is that so? Sheen didn't know much about it. Maybe the ceremony was restarted secretly? This is unlikely. Luo denied it, because the summoning of the hero is a large-scale ceremony across the world. Even the goddess can't afford the magic power required to start the ceremony. So the magic power required for the ceremony is directly extracted from the world, using the magic power in the atmosphere and the earth to start. Once this ceremony is used, it will definitely cause a lot of noise. And it is basically impossible to start it secretly. In view of this, once the ceremony is started, let alone other races, the people and the gods will definitely know. Besides, didn't I say before that if you want to start the ceremony of summoning the hero, there are generally only 3 ways. One is for the 3 goddesses to join hands. The second is to gather the power of all the goddesses of the gods. And the third is that only when there is a huge crisis can a goddess preside over the ceremony? Luo pointed out the abnormality. According to these 3 ways, except for the first situation, if the other 2 situations occur, the entire god realm will definitely not be so peaceful. Even if it is the first situation, the 3 goddesses themselves should be aware of it. But I also found that the goddess of fate herself seems to be completely unaware of this matter. In addition, when you were summoned, it was clear that only 1 goddess received you, which did not match the situation of the 3 goddesses joining hands. And the conditions did not match, making this matter very incredible. Luo's statement made Sheen frown in distress. So what is going on? Sheen was really confused. You ask me? I don't know. Luo also said with a sad face. I have also tried to ask indirectly, hoping to get some information from the goddess of fate and other gods, such as whether there have been any abnormalities in the gods' world recently, or whether there are other ways to start the hero summoning. But no matter how I investigate, I can only know that the gods' world is very peaceful at present, without any abnormalities. And the hero summoning can only be started through those 3 ways, unless the supreme god tampered with the ceremony. But such a large-scale cross-world ceremony, even the supreme god himself can't tamper with it casually. Right? Luo raised questions one by one, saying, although the supreme god is an omnipotent existence, it does not mean that he can interfere with other worlds at will. I heard that the world where the hero is located is a conceptual world independent of omnipotence, where there is no mystery, and cannot be interfered with by mystery. The reason why the hero summoning can be established is mainly because the life in the other world with the qualifications of a hero is special in itself, and can be accepted by mystery. Only then can it be summoned through the ceremony. Otherwise, even the supreme god cannot interfere with the life in the independent world. Under such circumstances, the supreme god can leave 3 ways to start the ceremony, which is already the limit to some extent. It is hard to imagine that there is a 4th way to start the ceremony. But in this case, your situation does not correspond to the 3 methods mentioned. This is really strange. Luo seemed to have been troubled by this for a long time. In order to find out the truth as much as possible, I also asked the goddess of fate if I could take a look at the summoning ceremony preserved in the divine world. Luo said, but the goddess of fate mentioned that the temple depicting the ceremony has been sleeping at the end of the divine world. There is a barrier protection set up by the supreme god himself. It is already abandoned and will not be activated again, except for the supreme god himself. No life can cross the barrier to enter it now. In other words, no matter how you look at it, the hero summoning cannot be activated, let alone it has been activated. Then Sheen's face became complicated. Your situation has really become full of mysteries now. Luo, she said softly, at least, judging from the current situation, there may be a deeper inside story about your summoning. which even the three goddesses have not touched. Only possible. At this point, Luo did not continue. But Sheen also knew what she wanted to say. Only the existence at the level of the Supreme God could be involved in the inside story. Right? Sheen revealed Luo's words later. I think so. Luo did not deny it and said, of course. I also asked the goddess of fate if I could meet the Supreme God. But as I said before, I was ruthlessly rejected. After that, I asked again to see if there was a goddess named Nian. But the result was also nothing. In other words, Nian is indeed a pseudonym. And there is no goddess with this name. There are so many mysteries that I dare not tell the goddess of fate and other gods about you, for fear that it will cause an irreversible disturbance. Luo pursed her lips and said, in the end, I could only find a few ancient books related to heroes and hero summoning in the great library of the god realm. But there are basically no secrets in them. And they are all things we know at present. As she said, Luo took out several books and placed them in front of Sheen. I brought the books back for the time being. If you really care, you can take them back and read them. This is all Luo's gains. Thank you. Although Sheen was a little disappointed, he did not act pretentiously. He thanked her honestly and accepted it. After all, Luo had done everything she should do. And there was no reason to be complained about. It was also considered to be a benevolent and righteous thing. However, in this way, not only did the mystery not get solved, but there were more.